Chapter 001, Picking Up a Broken Basin. Your name is He Pingsheng? How old are you? In a dark temple-like hall, the naked man looked at the teenager in front of him, who was less than 5 feet tall, and asked in a gruff voice. The teenager replied respectfully and with immense caution. Back to Boss Zhang. I'm 14 years old. What spiritual root? Boss Zhang asked again carelessly. He Pingsheng said, it's a 5-element spiritual root. Once Boss Zhang heard that it was a 5-element spiritual root, he immediately revealed a satisfied smile, and then scoffed while saying, so it's a feeble goods. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The surrounding crowd of sweaty and smelly men all laughed out loud. These laughs mixed into one, shaking the dust above the beams of the room to rustle down. The opposite side of Boss Zhang's smile stopped, and the laughter of the surrounding bunch followed suit, like marionettes. Pa! Boss Zhang's black, grease-stained hand slapped on He Pingsheng's skinny shoulder and said, your what's-his-name Uncle Jiang has some friendship with me, and he pleaded with me before I was willing to take you in. 14 years old, not too young. From today onwards, this shows you peak above the water picking work will be your responsibility, but there is one thing you can give me to remember. This shows you peak above the lords and aunts and grandmothers are flying heaven and earth immortals. Each and every one of them is honored beyond compare. After seeing them all to be respectful, if you make them unhappy, turn around your life is not guaranteed. He Pingsheng's heart tightened and hurriedly said, yes. Boss Zhang continued, on Xiuzhu Peak, there are a total of 2 places that need water. One is the cave of the great lords, the other is the canteen for us handymen. This water consumption is not small. You have to get up before dawn every day to start picking water, and you can only stop at night, with no rest in between. Otherwise, this water carrying job won't be finished. Remember? Boss Zhang asked drily. He Pingsheng nodded. Remember, Lao San. Lead him to familiarize himself with it. Don't delay tomorrow's work, otherwise no one can afford to be chastised by the lords. Then a tall and thin middle-aged man stood up and led He Pingsheng out of this dark and whimpering hall. Heading outside, He Pingsheng, 14 years old, born in the outer sect of the Taixu Sect. His parents used to be both outer sect disciples of the Taixu Sect. Unfortunately, when He Pingsheng, was 8 years old, his father, He Sanjie, was killed by a demonic beast when he went out to look for a chance. In less than a month, his mother also died inexplicably. And then a group of cultivators from the Taixu Sect broke into their home and snatched some of the cultivation resources that his parents had left behind during their lifetime. Since then, He Pingsheng followed his father's lifelong friend, Zhang Jian, to live. At the age of 9, He Pingsheng's spiritual root awakened. At the Taixu Sect's Awakening Conference, he awakened a 5-elemental spiritual root of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The spiritual root was there, but this kind of spiritual root was the most difficult to cultivate. In the words of the cultivation world, this spiritual root is a costly item. It requires countless resources to pile up. Let's put it this way, the resources needed to cultivate a 5-element spiritual root can often cultivate 10 or even dozens of single spiritual root cultivators. None of the elders and disciples of the Taixu Sect were willing to take him as a disciple, and in the end, He Pingsheng didn't even have the qualifications to enter the outer sect. Recently, Zhang Jian because the road is hopeless and the age will be late cause. They are ready to abandon the road to return to the field, go home to get married and have children to extend the ancestral lineage. No longer able to take care of this former friend's offspring, can only He Pingsheng recommended to the inner door of the Xiuzhu Peak of the handyman class, to do a handyman disciple. The so-called handyman disciple, as the name suggests, is to do odd jobs. Cultivation world is not all immortal. Even if it is immortal, people have to eat, drink, especially those who refining period of the disciples cannot yet open up the valley. This daily service people will be indispensable. The major peaks of Taixu Sect, there are handyman class, responsible for the health of the peaks, food, errands and other work, broken down, no less than dozens of kinds, and all the work. To count this water work is the most heavy. After all, the entire peak above many people, daily water consumption countless, and the water must go to the spring in the back of the mountain, which is only 2 miles back and forth, but it is uneven, rugged and difficult to travel. The reason why He Pingsheng chose to come here to suffer is because he still has a trace of extravagant hope for the immortal path, although it is a servant disciple, but in the Xiuzhu Peak, after all, close to the immortal, close to the opportunity. If the chance is enough, it is not impossible to get so 1 or 2 cultivation of immortality enlightenment method, and then embark on the path of immortality. Is not it beautiful? It was with this dream in mind that he asked Zhang Jian to recommend him to Xiuzhu Peak. As for suffering, it's not like he was born with a golden key. In this world, how can there be a life that is not bitter? That Han Laosan took He Pingsheng around the top of Xiuzhu Peak, looking at the 2 huge water tanks. He Pingsheng's daily task is to fill up this water tank, and yet, to fill these 2 huge water tanks, He needed to make at least 20 trips to the back of the mountain. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him as a 14-year-old. This is your room. Old Han finally brought He Pingsheng to a courtyard. This one courtyard had 6 or 7 houses. For the miscellaneous disciples, each had a separate room. He Pingsheng opened it after taking the key and the iron cable. The room was empty, not to mention that there were no living utensils, not even the most basic quilt. Fortunately, it's summer now, so you won't freeze if you don't use a quilt at night. Instead, there was a large iron bowl. At the very front is the cafeteria. Han Laosen said, just go and eat on time every day. If you're late, you won't have any. After saying the last sentence, Han Laosen left the place in a hurry as if he had something to do. He Pingsheng looked around the house and once again looked lonely. Then he raised his hand and locked this door, picked up 2 buckets of water, and headed for the back of the mountain. According to the reasoning, he could go back tomorrow to pick water, but all things in advance is not in advance is useless. If you really wait until tomorrow to go to pick water, encountered the situation also has no room for reversal, so He Pingsheng will go over in advance. On the one hand, is considered to be familiar with the road. On the other hand, but also want to see how long he can pick up the 2 tanks of water in the end. Behind the mountain, a clear stream came down from the peak and turned into a waterfall falling on top of a huge rock, splashing snow-white water. This waterfall is not big, only a foot wide, but the stream is endless. This water supply is enough for the entire mountain peak. The waterfall below the boulders, and formed a clear shallow pool. The water was so clear that you could even see the gravel at the bottom. He Pingsheng brought the 2 large buckets and filled them with water, then picked them on his shoulders and walked back. The 2 buckets of water were so heavy that he could hardly breathe. It took a quarter of an hour to walk the 2 miles up the mountain. At this speed, he could at most carry water 2 to 3 times an hour, and if he went back and forth 20 times, it would take him at least 7 or 8 hours. In order to make tomorrow's work easier, He Pingsheng came back to the water's edge after picking it once. He decided to pick water at least 5 times today, so that he wouldn't have to work so hard tomorrow. Once, 2 times, 3 times. The night was getting darker and darker. When He Pingsheng came to the water's edge for the 5th time to fetch water, he suddenly realized that there was something under the water that was flickering with a faint light. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and went forward, realizing that not far from the bottom of the clear water, there was actually a worn-out clay basin lying. This clay basin was dark and just reflected a ray of moonlight. Hey! He Pingsheng touched the sweat on his forehead and said, I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turned out to be a broken basin. However, this broken basin also has some uses. Take it back first. Usually laundry and wash your face just right. Chapter 002 Spiritual Rice. Clatter. He Pingsheng poured the 2 buckets of water on top of the flat burden into the water tank. This large water tank just reached half the water level. 5 done for the day. He used the worn-out clay basin to catch some water to wash his hands and face, and washed that clay basin inside and out, and then caught half a basin of water back to the house. This half basin of water was for drinking, so that he wouldn't have to run outside if he got thirsty at night. When he returned to the house, he unlocked the door, and He Pingsheng put the bolt on the door. The moonlight was like water, shooting into the house through the latticework of the windows. Mottled and dreamy, He Pingsheng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, there was a sharp sound of a gong outside. To get up early, He Pingsheng dragged his tired body and hurriedly got up, then took the iron bowl and ran towards the kitchen, because it was time to eat. You have to eat enough in the morning to have the strength to work, don't you? One by one, the handyman disciples came out of their houses and came towards the cafeteria in front. More than 20 people, a messy mess, the still naked upper body, but wearing a dark red pants. Zhang Boss to see the people arrived after one by one after the roll call. The roll call ended. He said, open the meal. That old bow. To this kid more meat must be eaten, or not have the strength to pick water. He was not pitying He Pingsheng, but Boss Zhang was well versed in the difficulties of picking water. Originally, He Pingsheng was very young, only 14 years old this year. If he didn't eat enough, how could he have the strength to work? If he didn't eat enough, he wouldn't have the strength to work, and if he couldn't do it, he would be the one who would end up with the bad luck. Don't forget, he is the leader of this handyman class. Thank you, Boss Zhang. He Pingsheng was confused and thanked Boss Zhang with a grateful face. He was still young and didn't see the world and some basic truths so clearly, so naturally he couldn't think of this deeper meaning. It had to be said that this immortal sex food was still very sumptuous. Breakfast meat is also enough. After finishing the meal, He Pingsheng brushed the bowl clean, and then went back to the house to prepare to go to the waterfall behind the mountain to pick water. But just as soon as he entered the house, the situation in the house made him a little jaw-dropping. The basin that he put the mountain spring water in yesterday was thrown by the window. Originally there was only half a basin of clear water inside, but now that half a basin of clear water had turned into a big basin full of water, and it showed a turquoise color. It's really strange. It's only been a night's work. Has the water gone bad? He Pingsheng put down the iron bowl and walked over to the window, putting his head over to watch carefully. It was only when he got closer that he realized that the water was really green, the turquoise green kind. At a glance, it was rotting away. It seems that we can't use this basin to hold water in the future. He Pingsheng reached out and picked up the basin, and with a gesture, poured this pot of turquoise water outside the window. In the future, take him to wash his clothes. Throwing the basin casually on the ground with a clang, He Pingsheng then picked up the stretcher, then opened the door of the room and came towards the mountain spring side. Because he had already picked it 5 times yesterday, he only needed to pick it 15 times today. 15 times may not seem like much, but by the time He Pingsheng finished all the work, it was already late at night. Dragging his tired body back to the hut, He Pingsheng was worried. 15 times a day is almost his limit. Tomorrow there are 20 times. How can he pick? Just lying on top of the hardboard bed, he heard a knock on the door from outside. No, to be precise, it should be a knock on the door. And a rough voice, He Pingsheng, opened the door. It was Boss Zhang's voice. He Pingsheng removed the bolt, then opened the door with a creak. But he saw Boss Zhang carrying a bag in his hand, smilingly walked in and said, Pingsheng how is it? Are you tired today? He Pingsheng thought that Boss Zhang cared about himself and gratefully said, a little tired. Ha, Boss Zhang laughed and said, I also saw that you ran 5 times yesterday, and you didn't idle for a while this day, a total of 15 times. I also know you're tired. Will you be able to complete the task tomorrow? In the face of Boss Zhang's inquiry, He Pingsheng's heart was bottomless. He could only say, I will definitely work hard tomorrow. Good. Boss Zhang patted his shoulder and said, it's good to work hard, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to finish this diving mission even if you die of exhaustion. Look, what's this? Boss Zhang opened the cloth bag he was holding. The small half bag of white rice appeared in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng curiously said, this is rice? Not rice. Boss Zhang shook his head. The Supreme Immortal took pity on us, the odd job disciples, and sent word that each person would have a certain amount of spiritual rice to give to everyone every month. Everyone else is 2 pounds a month. You are different. You have 10 pounds every month. Ha, He Pingsheng said. Why, Zhang Laoda, why else? The work of carrying water is heavy. But brother, every newcomer has to go through this stage. And it's not that I'm punishing you. If you don't believe me, ask the others. They've all picked water. Turn around and wait for another newcomer, then you cannot have to pick water. Come on, you find something, I'll pour you rice. He Pingsheng looked at the entire house and realized that the only thing that could hold spiritual rice was that worn-out clay basin. He brought over the blackened clay basin on the floor and placed it on the table. Boss Zhang then clattered the rice inside his pocket and poured it all into this basin. The night was dim, and by the light of the moon, He Pingsheng could see a hint of green color emanating from the white floury rice grains. Sure enough, it was spirit rice. He Pingsheng had seen this thing called spirit rice before. When Uncle Jiang Jian was an outer disciple, he had 10 pounds of spiritual rice every month. Every time as He Pingsheng helped him to run errands to collect. But Jiang Jian's spirit rice is the kind of turquoise. The color of this spiritual rice was different, and so was its quality. It was said that the very best quality of spiritual rice showed a golden color. The spirit rice of the top grade was turquoise. As for those in He Pingsheng's clay pots, they were the worst kind of stuff that some immortals couldn't look at. Otherwise, how could they have ended up in the hands of these handyman class disciples? Remember, just cook 2 handfuls every day. Eat half of it before you work in the morning, and half of it before you work in the afternoon. Eat this extra bit of rice, and keep you able to pick water 20 times a day. After saying that, Boss Zhang directly lifted his feet to leave. He Pingsheng's brows wrinkled, because he used to receive Jiang Jian's spiritual rice on his behalf. He couldn't be more clear about how much 10 pounds of spiritual rice was. How could there be 10 pounds of spirit rice in this basin in front of him? It was clearly only half, at most 5 pounds. This damn Boss Zhang. It can't be that he deducted my spiritual rice, right? Between thoughts, He Pingsheng locked the door again and fell asleep. It's useless to think too much, because he is now weak. Even if he knows that others have deducted the spiritual rice, what can he do? Can he ask for it back? No. Since he couldn't, he might as well not bother with that and sleep first. Chapter 003, White Rice Becomes Golden Rice. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. As soon as the sky brightened, there was a sharp metallic banging sound. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes fiercely, allowing his sleepy self to open his eyes. A new day had come. It was time to work again. It smells so good. The scene in front of He Pingsheng's eyes also gradually became clearer. Where did the scent come from? He sat up from the bed in a single bound. Then his eyes scanned. Fiercely, his eyes shrunk slightly. This is, only to see that the entire room was dark. Only the outside of the window projected in a trace of dawn's faint light, and not far from that windowsill, A dark ceramic basin was filled with golden rice. He Pingsheng once again rubbed his eyes fiercely. He thought his eyes were blurred, toward his thighs and ruthlessly pinched a hand. Hiss. So painful. Not a dream. Not an illusion. Is this really the best quality spiritual rice? At this moment, He Pingsheng's heart could not control the thumping, and he walked out of bed and tiptoed to the pottery basin. Reaching out, he inserted his hand into that golden rice, and then gently flicked it upwards. All gold rice. Although it was the first time he had seen it, He Pingsheng still had this basic common sense, and he knew that what was in front of him was an excellent quality spirit rice. But why is it like this? Yesterday, Zhang boss, that son of a gave me is not half a basin of white with a little green color of ordinary spiritual rice? When did it turn golden? No. He Pingsheng keenly realized that not only had the quality changed, the quantity seemed to have changed as well. Yesterday, there was only half a basin of ordinary spirit rice, but today there is a whole basin full of golden-colored superb spirit rice. What's going on here? Could it be that someone walked into my room and secretly put it here? He Pingsheng's gaze went towards the door. There is no such thing. The door was tightly closed and the iron lock was locked. It's impossible for someone to have come in. Then what's going on? He Pingsheng was puzzled. Bang bang bang. Just at this time, the door came a huge slap sound. He Pingsheng, you damn not get up yet? Hurry up and get up for me. Eat and work. Outside was Boss Zhang's vicious voice. Up, Boss Zhang. Right away. He Pingsheng hurriedly put the pot of golden rice under the bed along with the clay pot and covered it with his own clothes in a messy manner before opening the door and heading towards the cafeteria with the large iron sea bowl. However, his mind was still on that golden spirit rice. Xiao Hia. Eat more meat, have the energy to work. The cafeteria old Bao ruthlessly used a big spoon to dig a spoonful of meat for He Pingsheng and put it into his bowl. Eat more hey. Thank you Uncle Bao. He Pingsheng had a grateful face. Then after beating the rice, he squatted under the eaves outside the cafeteria and began to wolf down his food. Kid, Boss Zhan walked up to him and looked at He Pingsheng condescendingly. I know you're tired, but you can't be lazy. Remember my words. Turn around and eat some spirit rice. Today's task must be completed. Otherwise you won't think about sleeping at night. He. He Pingsheng nodded his head as he wolfed down his food. By the time Boss Zhang left, He Pingsheng had pretty much eaten his bowl of rice. Uncle Bao. He took the empty bowl and said, give me another bowl. Got. Old Bao wasn't stingy and gave He Pingsheng another big bowl of meat. In the Immortal Sect, there was no shortage of meat, and it wasn't worth much. Going back to the house after eating, He Pingsheng unlocked the door and then moved that spirit rice out from under the bed. Cook some spirit rice to eat? No. As soon as this idea appeared, it was directly rejected by He Pingsheng. Why? Because it was too fragrant. When he helped Jiang Jian to cook the spirit rice, that fragrance he still remembered. The rich rice fragrance can be transmitted dozens of feet of distance. That was only the green top-grade spirit rice, but this is the golden top-grade. If this fragrance is too strong, and if others find out about it, won't they say that I'm a rice thief? No way. Absolutely can't cook it. He Pingsheng reached out and grabbed a handful of golden-colored spirit rice, then directly swallowed it in one bite. If I can't cook it, then I'll swallow it raw. After a few mouthfuls of spiritual rice, He Pingsheng felt as if a fire was burning in his stomach. Not accurately. It is a warm fire slowly burning. This ball of fire from the stomach to impact the limbs and bones immediately let him feel that there is an inexhaustible energy all over his body. It seemed that the exhaustion of yesterday's day was also washed away without a trace in this instant. Hissing. Awesome. The golden rice was just extraordinary. And regardless of how this golden rice is, He Pingsheng will be this pot of rice from the pot pour out into that idle clothes inside the trouser tube, the two ends tied tightly, and then to the bed a put, is to make a simple and ugly pillow. Now, even if someone breaks into the house, there is no fear of being seen. Pillow covered with some old and tattered clothes, He Pingsheng carefully went out. He picked up 2 huge buckets of water, and then ran towards the mountain spring as fast as he could. In the hot summer sun, just after walking over to the waterfall, He Pingsheng's body was already sweating quite a bit. He put the buckets down and went to the water pool first, bending down to drink 2 mouthfuls of the cool water. Cool. However, the flavor of this spring water seems to have changed a bit. Exactly how it changed, He Pingsheng couldn't tell for a moment. Anyway, it seemed like it wasn't as good as before. After drinking the water, he began to work. 2 huge wooden barrels filled with spring water were carried on his shoulders, and today it actually felt much lighter. He Pingsheng was picking water while marveling at how powerful that spirit rice really was. Just a handful of it gave me so much strength. Again and again. It was less than a morning's work. He Pingsheng actually filled the vat at the entrance of the handyman disciples' cafeteria. After counting, he had actually made 10 trips. This was too fast, right? Returning to the mountain spring, He Pingsheng didn't rush to continue picking water, but rested. Although he was only 14 years old, some things he didn't understand very well, but he still had a basic sense of danger. He Pingsheng knew that if the mission was completed so quickly, it would certainly cause Zhang Boss's suspicion. If Zhang Boss investigated, maybe the matter of the gold rice will be exposed. At that time, really not far from death. So, it is better to be careful and not so fast. So the next noon and afternoon, He Pingsheng began to dilly-dally work. Although it was very easy, but he showed a very difficult feeling. It wasn't until night had fallen for a long time that He Pingsheng's 20 water picks came to an end. Although there were 5 more picks today than yesterday, because of the spirit rice, it was a lot easier in comparison. Chapter 004 Anti. Days passed by day. In the blink of an eye, He Pingsheng had already arrived at this Shouju Peak for half a month. During this half a month, nothing special had happened, but it was He Pingsheng himself who had grown in weight and stature after most of the month's congealing of meat and spiritual rice. Along with his daily hike to pick water, he stowed up quite a bit. When picking water, naturally, he wouldn't struggle as much. Let's put it this way, nowadays, he could easily pick water 20 times a day. However, in order to hide the effects of the golden rice, He Pingsheng still had to make an expression of being tired to death every day. On this day, the weather was sunny and the blue sky was clear. He Pingsheng, as usual, picked water from the mountain spring to the entrance of the cafeteria. Not yet walked to the vat, far away to see a group of people surrounded in front of the cafeteria. They were green and colorful, and attracted people's eyes. He Pingsheng took a look. Many strangers had suddenly appeared here. There were personal disciples wearing the Taixu Sect's special Dao robes on their bodies, and there were also miscellaneous disciples just like He Pingsheng. Everyone was gathered around, pointing and discussing. Occasionally, 1 or 2 stern women's voices were heard. He Pingsheng did not want to get close, but before he poured this bucket of water into the tank, he heard a woman say, "The one who picks water, come here." He Pingsheng only then turned to look over. That dense thicket of people flashed open a gap, but saw a woman in pink Taoist robes with round eyes, a face of anger looking at him. In front of this woman in pink Taoist robes, Boss Zhang was lying on the ground like a dog, and there was still a lot of blood at the corner of his mouth. What happened? Boss Zhang was beaten? Auntie good. He Pingsheng put down the water-picking stretcher and respectfully came to the woman, arching his hand and saluting. Inside the Taixu Sect, the rules are strict, and when the servant disciples see those inner disciples, they have to bow and salute, and even kowtow. When they saw a male disciple, regardless of whether they knew him or not, they had to respectfully call out a great lord. When they saw a female disciple, they had to call out an aunt. "Are you the handyman in charge of carrying water?" The woman in the pink Taoist robe looked at He Pingsheng with a frosty face. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and carefully said, "Yes, I specialize in picking water." Clang! Without saying a word, the woman directly waved her hand and pulled out the sword at her waist, flung it forward, and the blade of the sword was aimed at He Pingsheng. Before the sword arrived, a sharp wind blew over. He Pingsheng was so scared that he took 3 or 4 steps backward with a bang. The woman said, "Auntie asked you a question. If you dare to deceive, I will not spare you today." Yes. He Pingsheng bowed his head again. The woman said, "My Shouju Peak springs have always been refreshingly sweet, and are the top of the 9 peaks of the Taixu Sect. Even the Tianyi Peak side can't compare to us. Let me ask you, why has this water gotten more and more filthy over this period of time? It's plain and hard to swallow." He Pingsheng's face immediately turned bitter. Right. In the past, when he first started coming here, he also felt that this water was very tasty, but lately it had become more and more mediocre. He Pingsheng himself wanted to know the answer yet. This little one doesn't know either. He Pingsheng didn't know, so he could only tell the truth. "Humph." The woman snorted coldly. Her eyes shot out 2 sharp lights. "You filthy dirty goods. Is it possible that when you picked the water you ran inside that spring to bathe? Dirtying the immortal spring of our Shouju Peak? If so, see this girl not kill you." He Pingsheng was instantly terrified, saying, "It's never been like that. Please auntie check in detail." Before the woman over here could say anything, the boss Zhang who was lying on the ground jumped up violently. He ran to He Pingsheng and kicked out. With a bang, he kicked He Pingsheng to the ground. Boss Zhang swung his fist and ruthlessly smashed a few times towards his head, saying, "You damn, let you pick water. You have a resentment. You actually dare to pollute the water source. See if I don't beat you to death. You don't know how to die." Bang bang bang. Boss Zhang hit a few more times. Seeing that He Pingsheng was bleeding more than just from his mouth and nose, only then did he ruthlessly stop his hand and said, "Don't worry auntie. I'll turn around and chop up this dog to feed to the dogs." After saying that, Boss Zhang ruthlessly kicked He Pingsheng's body a few more times. Although He Pingsheng had gotten stronger recently, he was after all just a 14-year-old teenager. How could he compare to Boss Zhang who was already in his 30s with his ferocious flesh? He naturally couldn't fight, and could only curl up. The woman's expression also eased a bit, saying, "It's good to chop this dog up. Go back and replace it with one who knows what he's doing, but it's all up to your handyman class itself." He Pingsheng panicked when he heard that these people really wanted to decide his life and death. He climbed up from the ground and hurriedly said, "Auntie Mingjian, I pick water every day. I simply don't have the time to go over there to take a bath. I also ask for Auntie Mingjian's understanding. This really has nothing to do with me." At this time, in the distance, there was another woman wearing a green-colored robe, walking over in a panic. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" The woman in green said. "Is this going to do some more mischief?" The pink-clothed woman said, "Second senior sister, you're here. It's nothing big. It's these filthy and disgusting handyman disciples who dared to pollute the immortal spring by bathing in the spring at the back of the mountain. That's why the water tastes different to eat these days. I've come here to do justice and kill this filth." "Must not." The woman in green looked startled and said, "This must not be done." He Pingsheng saw that he was expected to be saved, and hurriedly took 2 steps towards the woman in green, saying, "Auntie Mingjian, I have never gone to bathe in that water pool. I usually have to eat the water here. How could I disgust myself?" The green-clothed woman nodded, then withdrew her gaze from He Pingsheng and looked at the pink-clothed woman. "Junior sister, if someone had bathed inside the pool of water, 80% of the water's flavor wouldn't have changed. And if you want to know what exactly happened, it's still better to go over to the mountain springs to take a look in person. We can't wrongly accuse people for nothing. Although they are all lowly servant disciples, they are all not easy." "Hoof." The pink-clothed woman snorted coldly, feeling very faceless. The woman in green said, "Let's do it this way. I'll accompany you to go to the mountain spring side to take a look at it. A few of you also follow, to see what's fishy about this water." He Pingsheng also did not know how to call these 2 women, but it is clear that this woman in green clothes speak more useful. The crowd followed the 2 together, coming towards the back of the mountain. While walking, He Pingsheng was still limping and in pain. His face was also bruised and purple, but even so, He Pingsheng was still picking 2 empty buckets. After all, there was still work to be done later, otherwise the consequences would be much more serious. Chapter 005 Pills. The flowing water gurgled. In a short while, everyone arrived at this foot-wide waterfall. "Bring me the bucket." Boss Zhang snapped at He Pingsheng, then grabbed the bucket and brought it over as he personally walked to the water's edge to fetch half a bucket of water. Boss Zhang laboriously brought the water to the green-clothed woman. Then with a smile on his face, he said, "Great auntie, please check." "Humph." The woman in green nodded, then copied the water with her hand and sent it into her mouth. Her brows furrowed. "Second senior sister, how is it?" The pink-clothed woman walked over and asked. Without waiting for the green-clothed woman to speak, the pink-clothed woman copied the water into her mouth as well, and once she tasted it, she immediately became furious and said, "This water source has all been polluted by you. Kid, you deserve to die." Her almond eyes glared at He Pingsheng. The woman in green clothes, however, shook her head and said, "It may not be. This water is living water. That is, it is polluted by him some, and how can it completely lose its original flavor? I think 80% is that there is something wrong with this upstream. Come." The woman in green lightly shouted. Then the mana in her body suddenly surged out, making a move that He Pingsheng couldn't understand the immortal's tactics, and then she saw a line of water flying from the middle of that waterfall, which was impartial, and landed right in the woman in green's snow-white hands. The woman in green took advantage of the situation and sent the water into her mouth. The woman in pink asked, "Senior sister, how is it?" The woman in green shook her head. "This water isn't right. It's worlds apart from the previous flavor. I'm afraid there's something wrong with it from the source." "The source?" The pink-clothed woman raised her head and followed the waterfall upwards. The very top was the direction where the water came from, and was the highest section of the mountain range behind the Shouju Peak. The cliffs here were so precipitous that ordinary disciples could not climb up them at all. A handyman such as He Pingsheng would never be able to climb to the top of the mountain in his entire life. Therefore, in a sense, this change in water quality was afraid that it really had nothing to do with He Pingsheng. The pink-clothed woman knew very well in her heart that she was blaming the wrong person, but her hallowed inner disciple status was so noble that she naturally wouldn't go apologizing with a lowly status handyman disciple. Instead, she twisted her head and gave He Pingsheng a hard look, snorting coldly in the process. "You are the one responsible for picking the water. The water quality has changed. You should have told this girl to know first. You can't be blamed for this matter. Always have to find some reason to come, don't you?" But that green-clothed woman didn't give the pink-clothed woman the slightest bit of face. She looked at He Pingsheng and sighed. He wasn't to blame in the first place. "Well, senior sister, this matter is better to report to the master and let the others investigate. What is your name?" The woman in green looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng arched his hand. Back to the words of the great aunt. "Kid He Pingsheng, this time, the matter should have nothing to do with you. It's my senior sister who misjudged you. The green-clothed woman reached out with her jade hand and handed He Pingsheng a snow-white porcelain bottle. In here, there are 2 golden bone pills. If you eat one, the injuries on your body will be healed within 3 days. As for the remaining one, it's compensation for you. He Pingsheng's heart burst with apprehension, not knowing whether it was better to accept it or reject it. That green-clothed woman, however, had already stuffed this porcelain bottle into his arms. Senior sister The pink-clothed woman next to him had a reluctant look on her face and said, a lowly handyman is just a lowly handyman. What are you apologizing to him for? Dead is dead. Do we at Treasure Peak still care about 1 or 2 handymen? Senior sister, you can't say that. I've heard Master said that this mortal can't be beheaded casually either, or else it will be tainted with karma, which will be detrimental to your cultivation in the future. I'm doing this for your own good. The voices of the duo were getting smaller and smaller as they spoke. He Pingsheng raised his head and realized that the 2 women had already walked away. Phew, he let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Boss Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Many of the people around him looked intently at this porcelain vase in He Pingsheng's hand. He Pingsheng was so scared that he hurriedly held the porcelain bottle. All of you are all ing rolling. For me, Boss Zhang waved his big hand. Then those people were so scared that they instantly walked clean. Next to the large mountain spring, there were only 2 people left, He Pingsheng and Boss Zhang. Xiao Hia. Boss Zhang changed to a smiling face and said, what I just said, that was all for the auntie above to listen to. You cannot take it seriously. I can really beat you to death not? Our Treasure Peak is also a place where rules are spoken. He Pingsheng didn't say anything. He also didn't know how to respond to Boss Zhang, because at that time just now, he really felt the killing intent on Boss Zhang's body. I actually saved you by beating you up violently. Boss Zhang continued to look at He Pingsheng, smilingly said, think about it. If I don't step out to beat you, is that ant going to step out to beat you? The sword in her hand can be pointed at you. If I make a move, I will at most beat you up, make you bleed from your mouth and nose, and suffer some external wounds. But if I don't make a move, wait for that ant to make a move. That can be a sword to split you. You are now a cold corpse. No, should say it's 2 halves of a cold corpse. He Pingsheng shivered for no reason. Although Boss Zhang was a bit forceful, what he said was the truth. If he waited for the woman to make a move, he might not be able to really lose his own life. Of course, this did not mean that Boss Zhang was just being kind. So Xiao He. Boss Zhang had a thick skin and said, it was me who saved your life. You can't not repay the favor of saving your life, right? As he spoke, his gaze stared over towards He Pingsheng's arms, looking at the white porcelain bottle. He Pingsheng finally understood at this time, this guy wants my pills? Boss Zhang. He Pingsheng said, I was injured. This elixir, but also to use it to recover from my injuries. Otherwise I won't be able to complete my mission these days. Oh. Boss Zhang laughed and said, don't you have 2 pills here? Use so. Share 1 grain with me. The remaining 1 grain, you use it to recover your injuries. And, Boss Zhang continued, starting tomorrow, I'll give you an easier job. And I'll have someone else do the job of picking water tomorrow. How's that? He Pingsheng's heart began to calculate. First of all, not giving it was probably not an option. If he didn't give it, the things would be missed by this guy again. Then he would have to suffer in the future. Secondly, if you give it, you can still exchange it for some benefits. It's just a matter of recognizing the time. I'm not a wimp, but a slight compromise. Good. He Pingsheng said, I hope that you're true to your word, Boss Zhang, and arrange an easier job for me tomorrow. He opened the porcelain bottle and took out a red elixir and handed it to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang didn't take it, but instead nudged his mouth and said, I want the one with the bottle. To put it bluntly, this guy wanted the bottle to be taken away together. Got. He Pingsheng wouldn't care about this and gave the bottle to Boss Zhang as well. Boss Zhang took the bottle and opened it to take a look, saying, that's right, it's exactly the first-grade golden bone dan. Kid, today I'm happy to teach you a trick. See the lines on top of this elixir. This is called dan lines. 1 dan line means that this elixir is a lower grade, 2 are middle grade, and 3 are upper grade. There you go. Boss Zhang tucked the white porcelain bottle in his hand into his bosom, then left smugly. Chapter 006, It's a treasure pot. Ha! He Pingsheng returned to his hut. The wound that he hadn't felt much pain just now started to ache violently at this moment. Luckily, that Han Laosen came over and told him that due to his injury, Boss Zhang didn't arrange any other work for him in these 2 days. He could rest for 2 days. Otherwise, He Pingsheng's life would be even more difficult. After Han Laosan left, a few more people came over to ask questions, and they had only one purpose, to find out where He Pingsheng's elixir had gone. He Pingsheng was ambiguous, letting everyone else think that all the pills had been snatched away by that Boss Zhang, so as to extinguish the covetousness of these people. This move was undoubtedly very effective. For the next half of the day, No one came to He Pingsheng's door to inquire anymore. The whole world was quiet. He Pingsheng unlocked the door of his house and then deadbolted the door, before returning to the bedside and taking out such a blood-red, golden mundane in his arms. The question came, should I eat it? After eating it, the injuries on one's body would definitely be able to fully recover after 3 days. Listening to that great aunt's meaning, not only this kind of superficial injury, even if one suffers a serious injury in the future, eating this thing can quickly restore the power of qi in blood, and in a few days, one can be as active as before. This is a good thing. Immortals can only use the treasure, called the elixir of immortality, should not be too much, right? After thinking about it for a while, He Pingsheng still put away this immortal pill. He couldn't afford to eat it. This small injury should be able to withstand the past. Such a good baby elixir is definitely to keep. In the future, in case of serious injuries, this is an additional layer of protection. In the future, in case of a serious injury, this will be an additional layer of protection. At a critical time, it may be able to save a life. He Pingsheng eyes in the house browse once, found that in addition to the black pottery basin, there is really no place Xiantan container. The snow-white porcelain vase from before had been snatched by that boss Zhang. Then let's put it in the basin first. He Pingsheng threw a blood-red elixir into the ceramic basin, and then used a wooden board to cover this ceramic basin, and pushed the whole thing with the basin and the wooden board together deep under the bed. With everything done, He Pingsheng secretly grabbed a handful of spirit rice from his pillow and stuffed it into his mouth. Spirit rice can increase strength. Hopefully this thing will also help with injuries. He Pingsheng really guessed right. Half a day later, after having dinner and lying on the bed, He Pingsheng felt that his injuries were much better. At least it wouldn't be so painful when lying on the hard wooden bed. The next morning, he woke up early to eat. Taking advantage of the eating juncture, that boss Zhang came to He Pingsheng's side again and said with a smile, "Older brother, I've changed an easy job for you. Starting this morning, you'll go to the alchemy room of our Xiuzhu Peak and be responsible for cleaning and clearing the alchemy room. It's not a heavy job, and there are times when you don't have to clean up if the lords aren't refining pills. How's that?" He Pingsheng didn't feel anything. Anyway, this work in the alchemy room, it must be easier than picking water. No? Okay. He Pingsheng nodded, a look of gratitude appearing on his face. Thanks, brother Zhang. Don't thank me. Boss Zhang took a deep breath and said, "Let me make it clear to you first. This alchemy room is our Xiuzhu Peak's public alchemy room, and there is a Dan boy inside who specializes in serving alchemy. That is an outer disciple. You're different. You're an odd job man. After you go over there, you'll only be doing some work of pouring ashes, chopping wood, and cleaning up. But some of the lords have bad tempers, and if they are in an even worse mood when they fail to make an elixir, they will inevitably take it out on us underlings then. If you don't have the eyesight to turn around and get a severe beating, don't blame me for not reminding you of this." He Pingsheng then felt bad, looking around again. Sure enough, a lot of people were showing this look of "you're dead." Boss Zhang added, "Everything has half pros and cons. If the lords have refined a satisfactory elixir, in a happy mood they might reward you with some items. The slightest nuance that escapes from the fingers of the immortals will be enough to last you a lifetime. He Pingsheng, grow some more eyesight and move today. There's a special room over there in the alchemy room. You'll be living over there from now on, but for 3 meals a day, you'll still have to come back here to eat." Carrying water and cleaning the alchemy room, one was tiring and the other was killing him. He Pingsheng couldn't say whether he was sad or happy, but he always felt that if he was closer to an immortal, then his path to step into immortal cultivation would be wider in the future. It's definitely a good thing to have more opportunities. As long as one is smart, there should be no problem. Back in the house, it was time to start moving. He Pingsheng unlocked the door and topped off the bolt. In fact, there is nothing to move, only some clothes. The rest was that some golden-colored spirit rice that he had secretly hidden away, and an elixir. For He Pingsheng, the immortal pills came first. He bent down and crawled under the bed, laboriously taking out that clay pot that he had stuffed in yesterday again, lifting the template on top to take a look, and was immediately stunned again. 2 pieces? That's right, inside that dark basin, there were 2 pills lying quietly. Wasn't what I put in one? How did it become 2? He Pingsheng's heart began to flutter and flutter wildly. At this time, the strange things that had happened in the past few days also flashed through his mind one by one. The water placed in the basin turned more green, the white spirit rice placed in the basin had turned into golden spirit rice, and the amount had doubled. Now, the one elixir placed in this basin had also turned into 2. Hissing, this basin, is it a treasure or not? He Pingsheng felt that at this moment, he was not real at all. He ruthlessly pinched his thigh with his hand. The feeling of pain came, which made him a little awake. After sitting on the ground and staring at the basin in a daze for about half an incense stick of work, the 14-year-old scratched his head and reached out to pick up one of the pills, looking at it carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4. As he watched, he muttered again under his breath, counting the lines on the top of the elixir. Yesterday, Boss Zhang told him that this elixir was also divided into qualities. The same kind of elixir was also divided into lower, middle and upper grades. The important symbol for its differentiation was the lines on it. 1 Dan ripple, it was a lower grade elixir. 2 Dan lines, it was a middle grade elixir. 3 lines, it was a top grade elixir that only appeared in legends. He Pingsheng clearly remembered that yesterday's pill was 1 grain. But now, this elixir had 4 lines on it. What the hell was this? Could there be a higher quality elixir than the top grade? He Pingsheng's heart was in his throat with excitement. Treasure pot. He Pingsheng looked excitedly at the black shed in front of him, his heart jumping into his throat. This thing, it's a treasure pot. Ha! Chapter 007 Alchemy Room. Treasure pot. Baby, wait. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, his eyes shrinking slightly. He thought of something else, spring water. That's right. Yesterday, those 2 women had come to say something about the mountain spring water having changed, and it wasn't as refreshingly sweet as it used to be. Before, He Pingsheng didn't know what the reason was, but now he also roughly knew what was going on. The water inside the basin would turn green after it was put inside. Think those green water is not bad moldy deterioration. Must be containing some kind of spring water can become sweet and fresh things. And this basin before that go to the bottom of the shallow pool lying, day after day to produce green water, but also by this huge pool of water to dilute. So on the surface nothing can be seen, but in reality, it can affect the water quality. Later the basin was taken away by He Pingsheng, and this function of purifying the water quality disappeared with it. It was no surprise that the original fresh and sweet mountain spring turned into an ordinary water source. After linking several things together, He Pingsheng finally determined that the basin in his hand was an absolute treasure. Good treasure. He touched the basin with his hand and then decisively swallowed the golden bone dan with 4 dan lines in his hand into his mouth. Since this treasure can turn one thing into 2, what if I eat this golden bone dan? Put the remaining 1 in and I can get 2 more tomorrow. Boom! The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a majestic breath instantly fluttered around in He Pingsheng's body. He felt warm inside. On his hands and arms, those injuries and bruises were also fading with the naked eye. His chest didn't hurt anymore, and his head didn't hurt either. The bloody sensation that flowed out from time to time inside the nasal cavity also disappeared. In one meal's effort He Pingsheng's body had returned to its former state, and there was actually not a single injury on his body. This was too strong. He Pingsheng once again felt a sense of unreality. He ruthlessly continued to pinch his thigh. After about half an hour of effort, he was able to completely calm down from the excitement and elation he had just experienced. One couldn't just be excited. One had to think about what to do next. It's time to move. But He Pingsheng still had a not-so-small risk to take. The treasure basin didn't matter, because this thing looked like an ordinary broken basin from the outside. The potion didn't matter either, because it was very small, casually hidden in the corner of the clothes on the body. It could not be revealed. But the key was that there was a pile of golden rice. What to do? Bring it with you when you move, or throw it away. After a few breaths of thought, He Pingsheng made a choice. He put his clothes and the rice in the basin, covered it up tightly, and waited for everyone in the courtyard to go out before he tiptoed out of the house and came to the toilet. There was a drain inside the toilet. He Pingsheng did not hesitate. All the golden spiritual rice clattered, all poured into the feces mouth. The golden rice sank and disappeared in the fecal water. The dung water, in turn, would be washed inside the ravine with the current. So, there was no trace of everything. After doing this, He Pingsheng took his basin, clothes, and the big iron bowl for eating, and walked all the way towards the alchemy room of Shouju Peak. Shouju Peak was huge. The mountain was 10,000 feet high, but on top of it, some land had been carved out for the construction of pavilions. These buildings were situated in some relatively flat places, but the flat land on the mountain was not much to begin with, and it was scattered and fragmented. So the many places on this Shouju Peak were also quite scattered. From the handyman class to the top, about 3 or 4 miles of the mountain road to a building that looked like a temple on the outside. He Pingsheng knew how to read. This was the alchemy room. Entering the courtyard door, there were clumps and clusters of dense bamboo inside. Between the bamboo cover, there was a large hall that was painted yellow. The hall was solemn and simple, but the high walls were covered with cobwebs. A young man about 20 years old saw He Pingsheng walking over, so he pointed toward him on that high step. Are you waiting to be the new handyman disciple in the alchemy room? Yes. He Pingsheng placed the clay basin on the ground and bowed respectfully towards the man. Junior He Pingsheng, come here. The man hooked his hand. He Pingsheng then went up with the clay pot in his arms. The man reached out and rummaged around inside the pot, and after rummaging around, apart from He Pingsheng's clothes, there was a large iron bowl, a pair of chopsticks, and then this worn-out pot. The corner of the young man's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery, saying, "You're really poor." He Pingsheng, however, had a palpitating afterthought. It was fortunate that he had thrown that golden spiritual rice into the toilet cesspool earlier, or else he really wouldn't have been able to pass this hurdle today. Alright, the youth said, to tell you the truth, my surname is Hao. I'm the immortal in charge of this Dan room. In the future, you'll be in charge of the odd jobs in this Dan room. See, there's a house over there. That's where you'll be living from now on. Go ahead, put your stuff away first and then come over to me. I'll tell you about your tasks. Yes, He Pingsheng respectfully saluted again. Senior brother. After saying that, he walked into the house not far away, holding the clay pot. This house was similar to the handyman's room that he lived in before, but it was a bit bigger and had a compartment. Inside the compartment was the bedroom, which had a bed and bedding. Outside, there was a table and some sundries. How can I put it? It was slightly better than the side of the handyman class. He Pingsheng placed the clay pot in the bedroom, then locked the door and reappeared at the door of the main hall where Senior Hao was. Come in. Senior brother Hao's voice came from inside. He Pingsheng carefully walked in. The inside of this alchemy room was clean. It could be described as spotless. The hall was large and airy, and in the center of the hall there was a huge furnace, which was spherical in shape and had 3 legs underneath. Between the 3 legs were 3 doorways for firewood. Putting firewood is naturally for burning. When refining pills, fire is an essential part. Seeing this, He Pingsheng was a bit staggered. In his imagination, immortal alchemy was not a wisp of immortal fire flying out to burn the furnace pot, but here was really burning with firewood. Come here. Senior brother Hao waved his hand and said, let me tell you about your work. The first thing is the cleanup of this great hall. Watch, the furnace ashes fly around when you're refining pills, so there's dust everywhere in this room. When the alchemy is done, not only do you have to clean up the furnace ashes on the table, on the ground and above the beams, but you also have to pour out the ashes from the bottom of the stand furnace. This is the most basic work. In addition to this, you also have to cut firewood. Firewood is very important. Many people have had problems with it. You need to keep that in mind and be careful. Chapter 008 Senior Brother Hao Yun. Firewood. It's a great lesson. Thus, Senior Brother Hao told He Pingsheng about firewood. This firewood for alchemy was divided into 2 types. One is hard firewood. One is soft firewood. Soft firewood is used to start the fire. Generally there are no special requirements. Just use that, dry thatch. And the hard firewood is categorized in many ways. He is divided into elm firewood, chestnut firewood, datewood firewood, tonguewood firewood, and so on, depending on the type of wood. And for each different kind of firewood, there were different specifications, such as large firewood, medium firewood, and small firewood. Different kinds of firewood are used to refine different elixirs, and when the same furnace of elixir is refined, the size of the fire needs to be controlled at different times, and this control of the size of the fire is combined and matched with such specifications as large firewood, medium firewood, and small firewood. Of course, Senior Hao said, you don't need to understand exactly how to control it. Burning the fire is my business. Your business is to split and chop the firewood. Go and chop the firewood back on the mountain according to my requirements. Then after drying it in the sun, chop it for me into the size I need. The exact specifications are over there. Go over and see for yourself. He Pingsheng walked out of the main hall and went around to the back again. There was a shed in the back dedicated to holding firewood. He took a look at it. There was a lot of firewood inside. All sorts of specifications and types were separated into categories and neatly yards. No one has come over to refine pills this time. Senior Brother Hao followed him at an unknown time and said, you can go to the mountain first to cut firewood and familiarize yourself with the work. He Pingsheng instantly became curious. How does Senior Brother know that no one has come to refine pills recently? Senior Brother Hao smiled and said, this is very simple. If the immortals of Shouju Peak were to refine pills, they would notify us a few days in advance to get ready, and also tell me what kind of pills I'm going to refine and when. Otherwise, if we're not well prepared, he'll come and refine a load of pills. He Pingsheng immediately stood in awe. Senior Brother is really something. Those immortals have to apply with you in advance to come over? He. Senior Brother Hao he smiled and said, that's, although we have a low status, but sometimes they don't also ask for us? But Hao's smile, more or less a little false. After looking around, He Pingsheng went up the mountain with an axe and started chopping down trees. He recognized all kinds of trees. The work of chopping wood is not easier than that of picking water. However, there is no fixed task like picking water. How much must be accomplished every day? And the loss of wood is far less than that of drinking water. So overall, it was still relatively easy. In the evening after dinner, He Pingsheng locked himself in the hut, then took out the remaining grain of golden bondan and gently placed it in the worn-out clay pot. After placing it in, he placed the pottery basin on the bedside again. His eyes staring motionlessly, He Pingsheng wanted to see how this treasure basin actually turned the treasure from 1 into 2. But he waited until the middle of the night. The basin froze without moving. No way. Boiled really cannot stand. Can only sleep first. The next morning, the first thing to get up is to look toward the black ceramic pot. However, He Pingsheng jaw-dropping is that this basin inside a pill actually did not move. It was still a grain. The quality hadn't changed any further. Looking around at the basin, He Pingsheng's heart rose a trace of loss. Could it be that I misjudged? This basin is not a treasure basin at all? This is an ordinary basin? Then how to explain what happened before? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm not a good person. Why are you so absent-minded? He Pingsheng, you have something on your mind. Senior Hao finished eating and pushed his bowl on top of the table, saying, tell me about it? He Pingsheng hurriedly said, no. No is best. Senior Hao said, wash the bowls for me and I'll tell you the good news. He Pingsheng picked up the 2 bowls and went out to clean them, then returned to the main hall. Senior brother Hao said, 5 days from now, Senior Uncle Yuxian on Xiuzhu Peak is going to come to refine pills, and still refine the foundation establishment pills. He Pingsheng naturally didn't understand what a foundation building dan was, but a trace of apprehension arose in his heart, because someone had said before that this immortal's alchemy was the most dangerous. If the alchemy fails, then the precious herbs that have been collected through painstaking efforts and financial resources will be gone. At that time, angry, cannot help but to take out the Dan boy and servant disciples. Injured and maimed is a small matter. Can it not be apprehensive? Who? Senior brother Hao took a deep breath. Go and prepare. Refining foundation building dan. Need more chestnut firewood. Prepare well and prepare more. It's best to pray that senior brother Yuxian will succeed in refining the pills. He Pingsheng didn't know what foundation building pill was, but he, Hao Yun, did. The materials of the foundation building dan, that is how precious. If it is really a failure of alchemy, hissing, the consequences are unimaginable. Yes, I'll go now. He Pingsheng temporarily forgot about the matter of the treasure pot, picked up the axe and headed for the mountain. 1 day of labor, but the chestnut firewood was considered enough. The next few days were just a matter of splitting the firewood into the right size specification. Night, back to the house, saw the black clay pot again. He Pingsheng was not willing after all, so he received half a basin of fresh water from outside and placed it on the bedside. He couldn't sleep and kept an eye on the earthenware basin from time to time. In the dead of night, the moon was like water, casting down from the mid-heaven. A ray of moonlight passed through the window pane of He Pingsheng's bedroom and landed on the verdant stone floor, speckled and soft and quiet. It was at this time that He Pingsheng suddenly realized that on the ground irradiated by the moonlight, a single particle of light like particles emerged, then gathered up and came towards the black ceramic basin. At this moment, He Pingsheng was once again excited. No problem. This treasure-gathering basin was really no problem. The moonlight moonflower merged into the water. The water didn't seem to change much. However, after He Pingsheng stared at the water for an hour, he found that the color of the water seemed to have turned a shade greener, and it also seemed to have changed a bit more. When he got up the next morning, he looked at the clay pot with 2 dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes, but suddenly realized that the water inside the clay pot had already converged into a large pot full of water. Green water. It was as green as precious jade, refracting the early morning sunrise, presenting an emerald green color. Reassured, proof that this thing was indeed a treasure pot. Clatter. As fast as he could, He Pingsheng poured this basin full of fresh water under the bed. This thing couldn't be kept no matter what. If something was gone, it could still coalesce, but if someone found out anything about it, it would be a complete game over. After the water was poured onto the ground, a fresh and incomparable scent immediately surfaced in the air. A single breath of it made one feel relaxed and refreshed. He Pingsheng thought, I wonder if this stuff is drinkable, but now is not the time to study it. Wait to turn back and catch a squirrel to take it for a test. Chapter 009, This is what an immortal is. For the next few days, He Pingsheng was secretly experimenting with various items while doing his work. He didn't have any treasures on hand, and the items he was looking for were all ordinary things. On this day, he had a whimsical thought in his head and took the axe he usually used to chop wood into the house, then unloaded the axe and placed it in the black ceramic basin. Since things like water, spirit rice, and pills could be strengthened inside the treasure pot, could this ordinary axe give it a try? He Pingsheng couldn't sleep at night and secretly looked at the basin. When the moonlight rose, that magical scene appeared again, only to see those specks of moonlight falling on the ground, slowly coalesced into moonflower, and then flew towards the inside of the treasure basin. Those moonflashes slowly attached themselves to the surface of the axe. Really can. He Pingsheng atmosphere does not dare to come out, just quietly staring, until the top cannot sleep. The next morning when he woke up, the first thing he did was to look over to the axe head in the treasure pot, hissing, That's right, 1 axe head was put in yesterday, and this morning it had turned into 2. Moreover, The quality of this axe seemed to have improved. This axe was shiny before, but the texture was poor. But now this axe, the head of the axe took on a dark color. Not very bright, but it looked comfortable. Try it. He Pingsheng put away one of the axes, then installed the handle on the other axe, and then went out. After eating, he went directly to the wood storage area behind the main hall and started chopping wood. He first brought a log and stood it up, then swung the axe hard and slammed it down. Click! Just this one time, that axe then directly split the round wood into 2 halves. This is a date wood. He Pingsheng clearly remembered that jujube wood is the most difficult to chop. Before the time such as this kind of round wood, no 10 or so don't want to split this thing. And now, actually used only one time? Of course he wouldn't think that it was his power that had improved. There was only one possibility: the axe had become sharper. He Pingsheng's experiments, however, continued. After a few days of experimentation, he discovered a few characteristics of this treasure pot. First, there was no doubt that this dark earthenware basin was definitely a powerful and heaven-defying treasure. Second, so far, it seemed that no matter what was put in, this treasure-gathering basin could strengthen it. Not only strengthen it, it would also become more. 1 becomes 2 of this kind, doubling the change. Third, things that have been strengthened by the treasure pot cannot be strengthened a second time. For example, before that, Golden Bone Dan, after being strengthened by the treasure pot, it possessed 4 Dan lines. So the second time He Pingsheng put this thing in, it didn't work. For a time, it made He Pingsheng suspect that there was something wrong with that basin. Soon, the critical day came. Early in the morning, senior brother Haoyun called He Pingsheng out, arranging for him to reclean the inside of the main hall, and then transporting all sorts of sizes of timber to the alchemy room ahead of time according to the quantity. Not only was the wood prepared, but a large vat of clear water was also prepared. Master Yu Xian is a good-tempered one. With everything ready, Haoyun wiped the sweat from his forehead while saying, on Xiuzhu Peak, other than the Jindan stage elders, he is the one with the highest cultivation, and it is said that he has already reached the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage. And this time, he is afraid that this time, he is refining foundation establishment pills, so he is preparing it for the disciples. This Xiuzhu Peak above dozens of immortals big and small. Only Master Yu Xian has the best temper. You don't have to worry, even if the alchemy fails, Master Yu Xian won't be able to beat us up. He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief. Haoyun added, forgive me, we also need to be careful. The foundation establishment pill that Master Uncle Yu Xian is refining this time is a second-grade pill. Those materials would be extremely complicated to prepare. You need to have both strong financial resources as well as a vast network of contacts. Otherwise these materials would not be able to be assembled at all. Let's go. Just come with me and kneel at the door to greet senior uncle. Without waiting for He Pingsheng to speak, Haoyun tugged on his shirt and pulled him to the courtyard entrance of that alchemy room. Haoyun took out 2 more futons and threw them on the ground, saying, kneel down. The next step was to wait. After all, Elder Yu Xian only said that he was coming for alchemy today, but he didn't say what time of the day it would be. It could be in the morning, or it could be in the morning and afternoon, or even in the evening. One mustn't slack off. Just as He Pingsheng knelt for a full morning, his back aching and his knees about to cramp, a light suddenly flashed across that distant sky. Pious. Haoyun said 4 pious words in a row. Master is here. Hurry up and kneel down. He Pingsheng also hurriedly made a serious expression and respectfully knelt on the ground. His head lowered, but his eyes rolled upwards and secretly looked at the immortal light that flew over in the distance. But he saw that the light was moving extremely fast. In about a dozen breaths it arrived in the sky above the entrance of this Dan room. He Pingsheng could see clearly that it was an old Taoist man with a white beard and hair. He was wearing a green-colored Taoist robe and holding a strand of white duster in his hand. Under his feet, he was stepping on an immortal sword. The sword was flying, hissing. He Pingsheng marveled and envied at the same time. This mother is the immortal Swoosh. In the next moment, that Master Yu Xian fell down from a high altitude. You two get up. Don't kneel. A majestic voice came out. Yes, the two stood up. However, he saw the green-clothed old man wave his hand, and the 3-foot-long sword floating around him transformed into a small sword that was only the length of a finger and landed in his hand, which was in turn collected by a black cloth bag that he opened at his waist. He Pingsheng's parents had both been outer disciples of the Taixu Sect, so he still had some general knowledge of immortal cultivation. He knew that this black bag was called a storage bag, also called a Qiankuan bag. The outside looks only palm size, but inside has a heaven. According to the quality of the different sizes are different, but the smallest also has a Jiangsu square circle, can hold many treasures. Although He Pingsheng heard before, today is the first time to see this thing. In the past, his parents did not have. Not to mention the parents of this kind of outer disciples, is those inner disciples, also do not see everyone has. This kind of storage bag is basically a treasure that a cultivator can only have after reaching the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage. He Pingsheng drooled with envy. If he could have one of these things, then the treasure pot would have a place to put it, wouldn't it? There was also, the treasure pot could strengthen an item every day, and the strengthened item would also have a place to put it, wouldn't it? Unlike now, He Pingsheng strengthened more and more items, and because there was no place to put them for fear of exposure, he didn't even dare to strengthen them nowadays. Follow me in. The duster in Yu Xian's hand waved slightly, then he walked forward by himself. Hao Yun ah, when the elders got you in from outside and put you into this alchemy room, it is because of the word, Hao Yun, in your name. I hope that you can bring good luck to the old man. Hao Yun behind a face piled up smiles. Must. Master uncle, you must be able to alchemy success this time. But also everyone is top grade. Chapter 010 blown up. Nonsense. The elder Yu Xian in front of him walked while twisting his head to look at Hao Yun, saying, not to mention our Xiuzhu Peak. Throughout the entire Taixu Sect from ancient times to the present day, all the elders and disciples of all the peaks up and down this mountain have a single one to count. And can anyone refine a top-grade foundation establishment pill? It would be good to have old man become an elixir and refine a lower-grade elixir. Of course, if I can produce so much as 1 or 2 mid-grade, it would be inviting heaven's fortune. Yes. Hao Yun hurriedly changed his words and said, then disciple here will wish senior uncle that all of your pills in this furnace will be of medium grade. He. Master uncle Yu Xian laughed and raised the snow-white duster again, saying, you brat, you're one to talk. As he spoke, his gaze went back to He Pingsheng and asked, this disciple of yours looks familiar. What's his name? He Pingsheng saw that Yu Xian had asked about himself, and not being afraid, he arched his hand without being humble and said, disciple. Ah no, kid is called He Pingsheng. He's a handyman disciple. The Taixu Sect had a strict hierarchy of status, and different identities had different titles and etiquette. He was an odd-job disciple, but the other Hao Yun was an outer disciple. So Hao Yun could call himself a disciple and he can only call himself a kid. Handyman? Yu Xian looked at He Pingsheng and then asked, are you a spiritual rooted one? Yes. He Pingsheng bowed again. Kid is a 5-elemental spiritual root with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ha! The opposite Yu Xian real person was abruptly shocked and surprised. Actually still a 5-element spiritual root? Alas, it's a pity. He shook his head. After saying that, he asked, do you recognize one named He Sanjie? He Pingsheng nodded and said, He Sanjie is my father, but he has already passed away several years ago. Realist Yu Xian's eyes were like 2 nails staring at He Pingsheng, then asked in a low voice, do you know how your father died? No. He Pingsheng said, I heard my uncle Jiang say that he ran into a demonic beast and was scourged by that demonic beast, and then my mother went to seek revenge and died in the demonic beast's lair as well. As he said that, He Pingsheng's eyes turned red. It was just a few years ago when his parents passed away. It wasn't too far away. Alas. Realist Yu Xian sighed deeply and said, it is unavoidable for people in cultivation to have 3 deaths, and since they chose this path, they have no complaints or regrets. In the future, when you meet someone on the other side, and don't say that He Sanjie is your father. Remember, go, follow this seed inside and serve the alchemy. Yes, the duo lifted their feet once again and followed Yu Xian into the Dan room. Inside the Dan room, it was spotless. The floor, walls, and even above the beams overhead were all clean. Very clean. Not bad. Yu Xian nodded with a cry of approval before adding, Hao Yun, start burning the fire of this foundation building Dan. You should understand, right? Hao Yun smiled and said, disciple understands. The main ingredient of this foundation building Dan is the heavenly spirit fruit, and the auxiliary ingredients are cassia seed and zhengyang chrysanthemum. In the beginning, when boiling the heavenly spirit fruit with a civilized fire, then quickly boil the cassia seed and zhengyang ju with a large fire. Finally, fuse the 3 with a blazing fire, and wait for half an hour, and then use the civil fire to drive out the excess water in the Dan furnace. But when to do it, you'll have to follow your orders. It seemed that Hao Yun was quite familiar with alchemy. Well, not bad. Ha! Yu Xian laughed and said, then let's begin. Next, Hao Yun personally squatted down and began to build a fire to scorch the huge Dan furnace. A large scoop of water was added to the middle of the Dan furnace. Why? Because wood generates fire. Herbs belong to wood in the 5 elements, while fire naturally belonged to fire. If the medicinal herbs were put directly into the Dan furnace without reconciliation, they would instantly be roasted into flying ashes by the fire. Therefore, between this wood and fire, there should be an item to reconcile it. To reconcile, it was best to use various spiritual liquids. If there was no spiritual liquid, water could also be used. However, with the use of water, the success rate of this alchemy would have to be much lower. but that spirit liquid is also a heavenly treasure. Where can ordinary people get? Even disciples like Yu Xian at the foundation stage can't get their hands on it, so they can only use water to blend it. Of course, there is no need to add too much water. 1 scoop is enough. The water boiled, adding the main ingredient, heavenly spirit fruit. Then came the secondary ingredients. He Pingsheng couldn't see it. He was just in charge of transferring the wood from the side and cooperating with Hao Yun to adjust the fire. However, seeing Yu Xian take out herbs one by one from inside his storage bag, he still had a face of envy plus curiosity. Within a short time, a curling vapor rose in this Dan room. A fragrance that had never been smelled before came out from inside the Dan furnace, and even a single sniff was refreshing. It's almost done. Elder Yu Xian's eyes were fixed on the Dan furnace, and his divine thoughts extended into it. Kid, quickly reduce the fire. Yes, reduce it even more. Enough. Ha ha ha. Old man is coming. The most crucial step in alchemy was the fusion into a pill. Hearing the bright laughter of the Yu Xian realist, He Pingsheng thought that this furnace of pills was about to come out. As a result, the next moment, a loud bang was heard. A strong wave of energy rushed out from that Dan furnace. Yu Xian real person is not moving. That Hao Yun because lying on the ground to burn the fire also does not matter. This energy but impartial rushed to He Pingsheng's body, directly his body to hit the flying 3 feet high, and then flopped to the ground. Fell a dog gnawing mud. It's over. He Pingsheng didn't care about the pain on his body, and in his heart, he only thought about whether or not Master Yu Xian would rain down punishment after this furnace of pills blew up. At that time, when the foundation establishment stage powerhouse is angry, then my little life will not be gone? Not only him, but Hao Yun next to him was also trembling in fear. The air was filled with the scent of medicine, the smell of burning. There was also a death-like silence. After about 3 to 5 breaths, that Master Yu Xian then waved the duster in his hand and said, I don't blame the two of you. It's the old man's fusion that went wrong, and in the end, it should still be the quality of the heavenly spirit fruit that's a bit lacking. If I can purchase a top-quality heavenly spirit fruit, today's furnace of foundation establishment Dan will also have a landing. You guys pack up, old me will go too. Yu Xian's face looked bad. Although he was already a foundation establishment stage cultivator, this furnace of foundation establishment Dan had still cost him most of his worth. Now that the furnace had blown up, all of this wealth would become nothing. After Yu Xian left, Hao Yun exhaled deeply and said, I told you, this Master Yu Xian is the best tempered amongst the dozens of immortals in Shuzhou Peak, never blaming others. If another short-tempered one came today, a severe beating from the two of us would be inevitable. Learn well from me in the future, and be a bit sharp-eyed. Yes. He Pingsheng hurriedly nodded his head. Hao Yun said, go, and clean up the Dan furnace, and sweep the ground and wipe it with water again. Chapter 011 Linglong. He Pingsheng opened all the windows around the alchemy room, allowing the outside air to flow in. After about half an incense stick of work in this way, those fumes in the room were blown away. Next, the men brushed the pot. That's right, manually scrubbing the Dan furnace, cleaning out all the waste inside the furnace. He Pingsheng took a look. This furnace, not to mention the Dan, not even a waste Dan, all fried, blown into flying ash, a pot of flying ash. This clean-up can be laborious. It took an hour for He Pingsheng to clean the house, and then all the alchemy waste was piled up in the waste basket at the door. By this time, Hao Yun had already washed his face. He looked at He Pingsheng and said, go out the back door of the alchemy room, go forward up the hill, and when you get to the end of the steps take a turn to the left. There's the garbage dump. Take all this blackened Dan ash and furnace ash and send it over there. He Pingsheng had no complaints and nodded. Alright. He mixed the Dan ash and furnace ash together, put them in the trash basket, put the trash basket on his back again, and walked step by step through the entire alchemy room, went out at the small door in the backyard, and then followed the direction given by senior brother Hao Yun. It wasn't too far. After a while, he reached the end of the road, and below was a cliff about 3 feet high. Below the cliff was a gray patch, full of garbage accumulated from years of pouring furnace ashes. He Pingsheng didn't care. He directly waved his hand and dumped the furnace ash and Dan ash into the bottom of the cliff. He slightly cleaned the waste basket as he passed by the mountain spring, and then returned to the Dan room. You can take a break. Hao Yun waved his hand. He Pingsheng, however, wiped his sweat and sat down at the bottom of the steps, looking at Hao Yun. Senior brother, you're an outer disciple, so surely you know spell aptitude as well? Hao Yun sat 2 steps away from He Pingsheng and said with a disdainful face, Avatar? Spells? He Pingsheng thought he said something shocking, but the result was that the disdain on this guy's face instantly turned into disheveled. No, this, little Hia, Hao Yun said, you are humiliating me. No. He Pingsheng rubbed up and hurriedly explained. This is really little brother does not know the doorway of this. If there is offense, please senior brother chastisement. chastisement even if. Hao Yun also do not know where to touch out a teacup. Nuisance drink 2 mouths. And then said, I was lucky some years ago to get a book of cultivation law too. This left and right to follow the law cultivation of more than 20 years, but also only to the degree of the second layer of the refining period. Where can understand what spells of the avatar? He Pingsheng looked envious. Second layer. That's pretty impressive too. Awesome my ass. Hao Yun said. Other than having a better body than ordinary people, usually not getting sick, and then being stronger and jumping higher, there's really nothing else. Exactly the same as a mortal. Understand? He Pingsheng nodded, then asked in a low voice, Senior brother, this cultivation technique, where can I get it from? This question was silly. After asking it, He Pingsheng's own face turned red, but he did not regret it. The first step in practicing cultivation is to have a cultivation dharma. If you don't even have the dharma, then what's the point of practicing? Had ha. Hao Yun laughed and said, just your 5-element spiritual root. No father, no mother, no background. Still want to practice? Alright. He stood up and shook his Taoist robe, saying, don't think blindly here. It's useless even if you want to go to the sky. Even if you were given a gongfu, you wouldn't be able to cultivate 1, 2, or 3. Roll. Wouldn't it be good to go back to sleep? There's everything in your dreams. Hao Yun flung his sleeve, then turned around and walked into the Dan room. He Pingsheng is not a person without color. He knows that if he walks over to ask at this moment, the other party will definitely not give him a good face, or maybe he will also be angrily scolded. It doesn't matter. Today first buried in ambush. There will always be an opportunity later. He Pingsheng returned to the house to sleep and rest. For the next few days, there was nothing to do. He caught a fat squirrel in the mountains and secretly brought it into his room, then unlocked the door to his house. Squirrel, is a blessing or a curse? I don't know. I'm sorry. He Pingsheng broke open that squirrel's mouth with 2 hands, then pressed the little squirrel into that dark treasure-gathering basin. In the treasure-gathering basin, there was a basin full of green water. This water was condensed last night. He Pingsheng did this to see if this water was poisonous or beneficial. Voodoo. The squirrel took a sip. Then He Pingsheng brought a rope and tied the squirrel directly to the leg of the bed. Squeak. The squirrel had been tied above the bed leg for 2 days, and there was no special change. It seems, He Pingsheng muttered to himself, saying, the quality of this water has been upgraded to a limited extent, and I'm afraid that it's only refreshingly sweet, and nothing else. After thinking about it, he released the squirrel. Just after releasing the squirrel, he saw Hao Yun running over in a hurry, saying, it's not good. He Pingsheng, hurry up and follow me. Hurry up. He Pingsheng saw his fiery and frightened look and asked, Senior brother, what happened? Hao Yun said, Junior disciple Linglong Fairy under the door of Master Yudi came and said that she wants to refine that chi-gathering pill. This senior sister Linglong is notorious for her short temper and ruthlessness. This is the first time she's come to our Dan room to refine pills. If she doesn't succeed in refining the pills and loses her temper, the two of us will be in deep trouble. He Pingsheng's body trembled and said in a trembling voice, won't be beaten to death, right? Hao Yun said, it's hard to say. As they spoke, the two came to wait in front of the alchemy room. It wasn't long before they saw a woman in a purple dress walk over. Behind this woman, there were also 2 male disciples in green-colored Dao robes, each holding a sword, one on the left and one on the right to protect the purple-clothed woman, just like 2 bodyguards. It's you? The woman in purple on the opposite side saw He Pingsheng and frowned slightly. He Pingsheng hurriedly bowed his head and said, greetings aunt. He was bitter in his heart. This wasn't someone else. It was the same junior sister who had yelled that the mountain spring water had changed its flavor some time ago and wanted to dismantle He Pingsheng. Bad luck. He Pingsheng was almost ready to vomit blood. Aren't you over at the handyman class picking up water? Why did you run to this alchemy room? Linglong looked at He Pingsheng with a contemptuous face. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and said, it was arranged by the class leader, Boss Zhang, for fear that I would spoil the mountain spring water. Poof. Linglong was smart. She snorted coldly and said, I'm afraid that the 2 pills my sister gave you were uploaded by you to Boss Zhang. Then he arranged an easy errand for you, isn't it? Linglong chortled. He Pingsheng hurriedly nodded his head. Auntie is really clear-sighted. I dare not hide it. Indeed, if you don't turn it in, the brat is in danger. Chapter 012, Shelter and Ruthlessness. Let's go. Go inside and talk. Linglong's gaze only lingered on He Pingsheng for a very small amount of time before skimming right over it. Today, she was in a good mood and didn't see eye to eye with He Pingsheng. Hey. At this moment, Hao Yun was like a dog, bowing and serving on the left and right, even lower than when senior uncle Yu Xian came. He Pingsheng said it was a bit spicy, but he could understand. Entering the great hall, Linglong clapped her hands and said, I'm here today to refine the chi-gathering Dan. Hao Yun, tell me, can this girl refine this extreme chi-gathering Dan? This. Hao Yun was speechless. However, he was a good talker, and after a few eye movements, he said, "Senior sister Linglong is exceptionally gifted, and is bound to be able to refine a different kind of elixir. Some time ago, several senior brothers and uncles came here to refine pills, and this chi-gathering pill they made was only mid-grade at best. Junior brother has never seen that extreme grade of elixir. But, you, senior sister, are definitely different and can certainly refine an extreme grade." These words were half boasting and half mocking, incidentally allowing Linglong to recognize reality. Sure enough, Linglong coldly laughed and said, "You also don't be shady here. I get it. It's just that extreme grade pills are hard to refine, right?" "No." Hao Yun shook his head and said, "Auntie is not the extreme product pills are very difficult to refine. Is the upper product are very difficult? Little brother in this alchemy room has been serving 13 years. Never seen anyone who can refine that upper product. That is, the middle product, are also uncommon. The phoenix hairs and horns in general. I won't hide it from senior sister. Come here to refine pills. More than 80% are all blowing up the furnace." Linglong jade face a cold, a green-colored sword on Hao Yun's neck, said, "You mean, this lady today also cannot refine Dan? Heaven and earth." "Auntie, I didn't say that." Hao Yun's desire for survival was full, then said with a pleasing face, Senior sister, you this sword slightly back a little. Little brother is afraid Poof." Linglong put away the sword. "You continue." "Yes." Hao Yun continued to pile up a smile. "It's just that alchemy this thing, right? It has a success rate. Who can't say? In general, if it's a skillful alchemist, it's only 5 furnaces or 6 furnaces. It can become a furnace only. Then you tell me." Linglong said, "When will it be successful? And what can be done to make it successful?" "That's hard to say," Hao Yun said. "This thing of becoming a Dan is related to the fire, the quality of the herbs, and the alchemist's techniques. Of course, sometimes, it's also related to this luck as well." "Then I don't care." Linglong's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning. "Isn't your name Hao Yun? Surely you can bring me good luck. Come and start. Wait, if you can't become a Dan, Auntie, I'll take the 2 of you to ask. Life and death depends on yourselves." Hissing, He Pingsheng and Hao Yun, 2 people are pouring a mouthful of cold air. Really unreasonable But there is no way. It's time to work or work Yes. The duo began to work. First step, burn the fire, then add water. Hao Yun did all these tasks, and He Pingsheng was beside him, just doing some work of passing firewood. He Pingsheng only saw that Linglong's senior sister adding the herbs in her hand to the pot one by one. It didn't take long for a strong medicinal fragrance to come out of the pot. Of course, although Linglong was overbearing, her financial strength was still no match for senior sister Yuxian. She didn't have any storage bag. Everything that was there was placed inside a cloth bag. After an hour, the smell of medicine in this pot was getting stronger and stronger. The smile on Linglong's face was also getting more and more prevalent as she said, "It's getting close. Another quarter of an hour. This medicine of mine is going to be ready. Definitely can become Dan." Hao Yun nodded his head and complimented. "So far it looks like 80% of it has become." "That who?" Xiao He went out of the back door to the back and turned left. "It's the opposite side of that garbage pit. There's a few sections of what I placed. Remember, it's a big date with firewood. You go over and bring it over." He Pingsheng suddenly froze and said, "Senior brother, there is date with large firewood right next to it." Hao Yun's face suddenly darkened and said, "Why so much nonsense? Hurry up and go if you're told to go." Linglong's face also suddenly chilled. "Go quickly." He Pingsheng had no choice but to go out of the back door of the alchemy room, running all the way to the mountain road, to the opposite side of that cliff. He Pingsheng didn't find any large date wood. Looking around, he didn't find any either. He was worried that he would be scolded by Hao Yun and Linglong if he went back empty-handed, so he searched several more times. After searching for half an hour, he didn't see any jujube wood. He Pingsheng could only go back with a frown on his face. The alchemy room was quiet. A charred smell came from it. Not good. He Pingsheng's heart trembled. Is this a failure of alchemy? He cattily looked in from the window at the back of the hall and realized that at this moment that Linglong and the 2 male disciples she had brought with her had already disappeared. On the ground, there was only a Hao Yun lying. Elder brother. He Pingsheng felt like his heart was blocked by something as he ran back into the hall and helped Hao Yun to sit up. Hao Yun's face was pale and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother." He Pingsheng almost cried. "You knew that she couldn't make the alchemy, so you deliberately sidetracked me, didn't you?" Ha. Hao Yun laughed and said, that, one person taking a beating, is better than, cough, 2 isn't it? Put. As he spoke, another mouthful of blood sprayed out of Hao Yun's mouth. On his pale face, the pair of eyes shot out 2 morose rays, and he said fiercely, "This damned little, hit so hard, damn, dog days things, not reasonable, completely unreasonable." He Pingsheng said, "How are you doing, senior brother? Does it matter? I will go to call a doctor for you to see." Had ha. Poof. Haoyun spit out 2 more mouthfuls of blood and said, "This little dog leg is not simple. Ruthlessly smashed me 2 punches. I broke a few ribs on my side. Pain pain pain. Senior brother ah. Next, I may have to lie down for several months. In the future, you have to wait for me to eat, well, and help me pour the urinal." He Pingsheng was fine, but Haoyun himself was the first to have a lifeless look on his face. He Pingsheng unknowingly shed 2 tears and said, "Thank you senior brother." If Haoyun hadn't branched him out ahead of time, then perhaps it wouldn't be Haoyun alone who was lying on the ground today. Rather, it was 2. Haoyun didn't die. That was because he was older. His body was strong, and his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the qi refining stage. What about him? He Pingsheng? Can he survive? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life-saving favor. The key is, me and Haoyun senior brother. General feelings, general relationship. Why would people save me? Thinking about it this way, it's really just that other people have compassion. That's all. Haoyun senior brother is a good person ah. Chapter 013 Strengthening Waist Pills. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Be damn careful. My ribs. Cough cough. Amidst Haoyun's constant yelling, He Pingsheng carried Haoyun and placed him on his bed. "I'm going to recuperate for a while," Haoyun said. "That, Xiao He, the priority now is to clean the alchemy room. Then come over here and I'll show you some fire control methods for alchemy. I can't move during this period of time. The alchemy room is relying on you." "Yes." He Pingsheng hurriedly walked out and started cleaning the Dan room. First ventilate, then brushing the pot, opening the lid of that Dan furnace. He Pingsheng saw the pot of spent Dan. Unlike the previous blowing up of the furnace when Elder Yu Xian refined the pills, this pot of pills was just a hair short of becoming a success. Instead of becoming flying ash, he had become 12 grayish, ruined pills. Each one was black in color. A burnt flavor emanated from that Dan. With a wave of his hand, He Pingsheng swept out these 12 grains of ruined Dan with a broom and then ruthlessly threw them into the trash basket, scrubbing the Dan furnace clean. Then he began to clean the furnace ashes underneath. After the ashes were cleaned up, the ground was cleaned up again before He Pingsheng carried the trash basket towards the trash pit at the back of the mountain. However, while dumping the garbage, an aura flashed through his mind, and he reached out his hand in time to stop the 12 ruined pills. "Although this thing is ruined, but if I put it in my treasure pot, what will happen if I leave it overnight? Can it be strengthened? Let's give it a try. What if it succeeds? Anyway, there's nothing to put it in now, and it's quite a waste to keep a basin in the sky." With this thought, He Pingsheng then put these 12 black pills in his arms and returned to the alchemy room. Taking a glance at Haoyun, this guy was already asleep. He Pingsheng returned to his bedroom, then unlocked the door and topped off the bolt, and closed all the windows as well. It was only then that he drew out the dark treasure pot from under his bed. 12 blackened pills were thrown into the basin by him. As for whether or not it would work, it would depend on the will of heaven. Clatter. He Pingsheng used a wooden board to cover this pottery basin before pushing it under the bed. Then, he touched and searched again, and took out an elixir from the other end of the bed, the golden bone elixir. This pill was given to him by a certain green-clothed senior sister from before. There were 2 pills in total. One was taken by Boss Zhang, and the remaining one was inadvertently put into a clay pot by He Pingsheng to strengthen it into 2 top-quality golden bone pills. He Pingsheng had eaten one, and there was still this one left. Because he had eaten this item, He Pingsheng knew the magic of this item, and it could be said that he would immediately recover his entire body after eating it. Now there is still this one capsule left. Should I give it to senior brother Haoyun? He Pingsheng was suddenly torn. It wasn't that he didn't want to part with it, but because if he gave it to senior brother how would he answer in case he asked about it? He couldn't just tell him everything, could he? But if you do not give it, the heart really cannot pass. After all, people are saved his life. Well, it's better to think of a perfect reason first, and then give it. The night fell. After having dinner with Haoyun, He Pingsheng went back to his house, then opened the window and let the moonlight outside cast in. A little bit of moonlight then coalesced towards the treasure pot. He Pingsheng realized that the coalescing of moonlight in the treasure basin had nothing to do with whether the basin was covered or not. Even if it was covered with a thick layer of wooden boards, it still couldn't stop the moonlight from entering the treasure pot. After looking at it for a while, He Pingsheng rested his head and started to think about how to weave a perfect excuse to give this golden bone Dan to that senior brother Hao. Thinking about it, he fell asleep. When he woke up with a start the next day, He Pingsheng suddenly smelled a strong medicinal scent. Not good. Bang! He Pingsheng stood up from the bed with a carp, and then pulled out the clay pot under the bed at fire speed and opened the wooden board above. Hissing, the elixir inside surfaced. 1, 2, 3, 4. He Pingsheng slowly counted. A whole 24 grains. Each grain was the size of a broad bean, as white as jade, and on top of each grain, 4 more lines were branded, extreme grade? Gosh, but now He Pingsheng didn't have the time to continue appreciating it, because this medicinal scent was too strong, and it was the kind that was getting stronger and stronger. What to do? Hide it? But, where to hide it? Really don't understand that the golden bone dan's medicinal flavor is light. Why this chi gathering dan's medicinal flavor, but so strong? He Pingsheng first closed the window, and then a rummage, tried several places, found that cannot cover the medicinal scent. Clothes couldn't cover it, quilts couldn't cover it, wooden boards and treasure pots couldn't hide it either. What should we do? He Pingsheng was so anxious that large beads of sweat fell from his forehead. If someone came to make pills at this moment and smelled this strong medicinal fragrance, what would happen? I don't care. I'd rather not have these pills, but I can't expose the secret of the treasure basin. He Pingsheng clenched his teeth, uncovered a few floor tiles, then picked up the axe in the house, and with a few thumps he plowed a pit under the bed. Then he threw 24 pills of the best quality chi-gathering pills into the pit, covered it with soil, and finally covered it with the floor tiles. Sure enough, with this, the scent of the elixir disappeared. He hurriedly opened the window again, letting the wind in, blowing this strong medicinal scent cleanly. When everything was done, He Pingsheng took the 2 iron bowls and headed to the handyman class to fetch food, then sent it to Hao Yun's room and the 2 of them ate together. What was that smell just now? Why does it smell so good? Hao Yun took a bite of his meal and couldn't help but ask. It's like the flavor of chi-gathering dan. However, chi-gathering dan isn't this strong, unless it's the top grade. He stared at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's heart fluttered, but his face forced himself to be calm and said, I also smelled it. I was about to ask my senior brother for advice. Strange. Hao Yun shook his head and said, but I can't smell it at this moment. That's just it. Eat, eat, eat. He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Right. Hao Yun, who had just said that he wanted to eat, suddenly paused and asked, can the dan room be cleaned? Can all kinds of firewood be ready? Did anyone say they want to come to alchemy? Got. He Pingsheng answered again in detail, and only then did the 2 of them start eating. Just finished eating, He Pingsheng took a deep breath, ready to take out his own one, golden bone dan, to Hao Yun repair the injuries on the body, but this pill has not been taken out. The 2 heard a majestic voice coming from outside. Where is Hao Yun? Old man want to alchemize it. Where did you run away? This kid. Quickly. Hao Yun was so scared that he hurriedly shot He Pingsheng. Quickly go out to see the situation, or you will be beaten again. He Pingsheng rushed out of Hao Yun's room with fire speed, and saw a tall old Taoist man with white hair and beard standing in front of that dan room. This person's eyebrows and eyes had an immortal aura, as if he was an immortal. He Pingsheng was so frightened that he was about to kneel down. That person, however, said, don't kneel. The thing that old man hates the most is that you disciples kneel in worship. Kneeling too much will compromise the old man's young life. Chapter 014 Bong Dan. Thinking. Yes, yes, yes. He Pingsheng hurriedly arched his hand. This old guy in front of him, He Pingsheng had never seen before, but he recognized him, because the entire Shouju Peak above, there were portraits of this old guy everywhere. He was the disciple of the Taixu Sect's supreme elder nowadays, and he was also one of the Taixu Sect's elders, and he was the Shouju Peak's grandmaster, a great man of Jindan stage cultivation, the Reverend Chongyang. This realist Chongyang, in turn, was the master of Yuxian, Yu Da, and the rest of these people. In other words, he was also Linglong's master ancestor. This person's weight was enough, right? You look familiar. Zenith Chongyang looked at He Pingsheng and asked, just arrived? He Pingsheng nodded. Kid is from the handyman class, a handyman inside the dan room only. Outrageous. Chongyang Jinren instantly huffed, saying, I came here to refine pills. What is the reasoning behind that dan boy not coming to greet you, but sending you, a handyman, over? Where is Hao Yun? This kid was promoted from the outside by me. Where did he go? Still not coming to see me? He Pingsheng took a deep breath and once again bowed to this grandmaster in front of him, reporting back to the grandmaster. Hao Yun's senior brother, he was injured by someone who injured a few ribs, and now he is lying on the bed. He can't come over to see you. Injured? That Jindan stage ancestor took one step and crossed a distance of dozens of feet, instantly landing at Hao Yun's doorway. His eyes looked inside and saw Hao Yun lying on the bed with a pale face. He was immediately furious and said, what's wrong with you, kid? Who is so ferocious that they actually injured you to such a state? Hao Yun's face was bitter. Grandmaster, disciple can't kowtow to you. That's just it. Kowtow to what? Tell me, what's going on? Hao Yun said, yesterday, Master Yuda's disciple, senior sister Linglong, came to make pills, and because of the failure of the pills, he beat up the disciple. Outrageous, outrageous, outrageous. Chongyang Jinren was shaking with anger and said, if that's the case, then it's really rude to the extreme. It's a way of giving us shouju peak above to add karma to come? Old Tao decades of bitter cultivation, how can it be ruined? Humph. After saying that, this Chongyang real person's feet moved. The whole whoosh flew into the firmament into a bean-sized villain. A few breaths and disappeared. Hissing, He Pingsheng tilted his head and looked at the direction of the ancestor disappeared. Cannot help but heart a burst of envy. Immortal really good instantly flying sky and earth. Free side of the world. If I can cultivate immortality, how good it should be. Bad. The master lying on the bed in the house at this moment but with a lifeless expression, said, finished. He Pingsheng walked over and asked, what does the master mean? Hao Yun said, you don't know this grandmaster above our shouju peak. The most cynical like hatred Gungjie straight white. He went back this time. There is no wonder that Linglong's sister and Yudishir bow a piece of punishment. He Pingsheng is just a teenager. Can't figure out the twists and turns. Scratched his head and asked, is this bad? Hao Yun said, of course it's not good. That Master Yudi and this Linglong senior sister are both narrow-minded people. If I'm punished because of me, I'll still be dead? If the punishment is light it's fine. At most I'll be beaten again. If the punishment is heavy, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Hey. He Pingsheng thought about it left and right and said, senior brother, ancestor has punished them. Aren't they afraid, and still dare to come to retaliate? You. Hao Yun stretched out his right hand. Fingers forcefully nodded twice on He Pingsheng's head. Said, not everyone thinks like you are. Some people are narrow-minded. Can do anything. Also, they may not need to do it themselves. Casually find someone. Just need to come over in the middle of the night to sneak into our alchemy room, crackling me a beating. God knows who did it. He Pingsheng also sort of listened to understand. Heart to Hao Yun's senior brother a burst of admiration. Cannot help but stretch out the thumb said, or senior brother see through. Hao Yun said, what is penetrating, when I also like you this general, but see more, will be able to see through. The world's hearts are dangerous. You have not yet seen, such as you have been beaten and suffered, naturally able to understand. He Pingsheng nodded with admiration. After a few breaths, he then sneakily took out the golden bone dan from his bosom and sent it to Hao Yun's face, saying, senior brother Hao, this, you eat it, golden bone dan? Hao Yun's eyebrows trembled as he reached out and took that golden bone dan in his hand. Taking a closer look there were actually 4 dan lines on it. He couldn't help but raise his voice and said, this, is actually, said here. Hao Yun again hurriedly lowered his voice down. It's actually an extreme grade of dan? You kid, where did you get it? He Pingsheng lowered his head and said, don't you care, eat it first, it will make your injuries heal quickly. Hao Yun instantly slammed his face and said, you tell me first, if you don't, I won't eat it. He Pingsheng took out the lie that had been woven long ago and said, this thing is what my parents left me before they died, saying that they couldn't let others see it, and even the porcelain vase didn't give it to me, and I've been carrying it around with me. Your parents? Hao Yun was puzzled for a while. Aren't they all outer disciples? Can they also get this good stuff? This is the very best. Don't look at it as just a first-grade elixir. No one in the entire shouju peak can refine it. No, should say, the entire Taixu Sect. No one can practice it either. He Pingsheng was silent. Hao Yun asked again, are you sure it was left behind by your parents and not lying? He Pingsheng nodded with a sincere face. Hao Yun wasn't polite and said, lousy saved your life and ate one of your pills. We're both considered even. Snap. His hand snapped to his mouth, and the grain of elixir went down his throat. Hey, it's really good stuff. Hao Yun swallowed the elixir soon after. His face became flushed and said, how do I feel? This injury today can be good? No wonder that book once said that an extremely good elixir and a top-quality elixir are two completely different things. Hiss hiss hiss. Ni chao. It hurts. Shouju Peak. Teleportation Square. There were 2 teleportation arrays above the teleportation square. One was the transmitting end and the other was the receiving end. Then disciples who couldn't fly and wanted to enter or go out had to pass through this teleportation array. Therefore, this place was destined to be the most lively and crowded place in Shouju Peak. And at this moment, there were 3 disciples kneeling above the teleportation square. One was Linglong, and the other 2, the disciples who had followed her to the alchemy room and participated in beating Hao Yun. The 3 of them were punished for 3 days of contemplation. The so-called pondering was kneeling above the teleportation square to reflect on themselves. Chapter 015, The Method of Cultivation. Senior brother. Senior brother. Senior brother. He Pingsheng ran all the way from the outside of the alchemy room into the courtyard and came back outside Hao Yun's room. He found Hao Yun wearing a black Taoist robe and was leisurely pacing around his house. Are you? Well, He Pingsheng was astonished. Oh, Hao Yun said. Well I'm not eating the extreme golden bone dan you gave me? Hey, I used to read that this extreme grade elixir is compared to the top grade elixir. It is 2 different things. I thought that what this book said was bragging. So it's true. This golden bone pill has 4 grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. Haoyan looked at He Pingsheng, pinched his fingers and began to speak. For my injuries, if I don't use any elixir and just rely on my own recovery, it will take about 4 months. If I swallow a lower grade, golden bone pill, this time can be directly shortened to 2 months. If it's a middle grade, about a month will do. If it's a top grade, half a month will do. But the one you gave me is an extreme grade elixir that takes effect immediately. I've recovered in half an incense stick's worth of work, and there are no side effects. Shocking, Haoyan said while nodding his head, and finally looked at He Pingsheng and asked, by the way, let you inquire about the matter. Have you inquired about it? Inquired about, He Pingsheng said. I heard from Boss Zheng and the others that Linglong and the remaining 2 disciples who made the move were punished, saying that they were to contemplate for 3 days on top of that teleportation square. 3 days of contemplation? Haoyan shook his head and said, it's alright, this punishment isn't too heavy. I broke so many bones, and the 3 of them just pondered for 3 days. It's really cheap. Don't worry, turning around, this Linglong shouldn't be so bad as to come back to trouble me for a 3-day punishment. Come here, sit down. Haoyan greeted He Pingsheng. The 2 then sat down on each side of the table. He Pingsheng saw that there was a large bowl and some fruits on this table. He thought that senior brother Hao was going to treat himself to fruit. Don't move. Haoyan reached out and smacked the back of his hand, saying, I'll tell you a little bit about this cultivation today. You listen well. Know the distinction between spiritual roots? He Pingsheng said. Yes. Haoyan asked again, do you know why cultivators with a single spiritual root cultivate faster? He Pingsheng then shook his head. Pa. Haoyan placed the big black iron bowl fiercely in front of He Pingsheng and said, for example, the mouth of the bowl is a person's spiritual root. It's a single spirit root. When practicing, all the spiritual qi enters the body through the mouth of the bowl. Can you understand? He Pingsheng nodded. Oh. Haoyan took out 2 more crispy pears. 2 large crispy pears were put into the bowl, which would just squeeze the mouth of an iron bowl. Look. Now, these 2 shortening pears put in. This is the double spiritual root. Each of the shortcake pears is a spiritual root. Now look at one of the double spiritual roots. Is it much smaller than the single spiritual root? He Pingsheng read it. He nodded and said, yes, the iron bowl was a single spirit root. 2 pears were placed inside the iron bowl. Each pear was the thickness of a double spirit root. This comparison would reveal that the diameter of that single spirit root was twice as large as the double spirit root. Haoyan said, you also see for example, wood, fire double spiritual root cultivator. He is practicing. It is impossible to practice 2 spiritual roots at the same time, because there is only one set of human meridians. When running to refine fire aura, one cannot refine wood aura. Do you understand? That's why although dual spirit root cultivators have 2 spirit roots, only one of them is useful, and the thickness of this one spirit root is only 1/2 of that single spirit root. The thickness is 1/2, but its area is only 1/4, and the amount of spiritual qi that passes through it during cultivation is also 1/4. That's the difference. Cultivators with double spirit roots, theoretically, cultivate at 1/4 of the speed of a single spirit root. Get it? He Pingsheng nodded. Got it. Good. He Pingsheng took out the 2 pears and put 3 more oranges into the large iron bowl. Look, this is a 3 spirit root. 3 spirit roots, finer, slower cultivation. Taking out 3 oranges, he put in 4 more eggs. The eggs were even smaller. However, the smallest was a bowl with 5 plums in it at the same time. The plums were even smaller than the eggs. Look for yourself, Haoyan said. You're a 5 elemental spiritual root with 5 spiritual roots. The thickness of each of these spiritual roots is almost equivalent to 1/10 of a single spiritual root. In the case of the same resources, the same Gong method, people's single spirit roots, from the 1st to the 12th level of the qi refining stage, only need 10 years. You need 100 years. You tell me how you're going to catch up? How do you cultivate? Haoyan's analogy was apt. He Pingsheng was speechless. Looking at it this way, cultivation was still really too unfriendly to the 5 elemental spiritual roots. It was really a bit desperate. However, in the next moment, the fighting spirit in He Pingsheng's heart was once again ignited. That's right. Cultivation is indeed too unfriendly to the 5 elemental spiritual roots. But what does that matter? I have a treasure pot. With this thing, I'm still afraid of having a bad spiritual root? Spiritual roots are thin. The speed of absorbing spiritual qi is indeed slow, but those spiritual qi between heaven and earth are refuted and thin. In fact, even cultivators with double spiritual roots can't tap into the full potential of their spiritual roots, let alone single spiritual roots. What about the pills I eat every day? And they're all extremely high-quality elixirs? Back to this cultivation speed, who is faster and who is slower? It's not possible to say, right? Haoyan continued. I'm a 4 spirit root. You're a 5 spirit root. Both of us can't cultivate to that foundation stage in our lifetime. But, since you want to cultivate, I do have a rough breathing and vomiting method here. Take it and take a look. But don't hold too much hope. As he spoke, Haoyun touched out a tome that looked a bit old. He gently placed it on the table and then pushed it in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's heart thumped with excitement. The thing he had been dreaming of had finally come. Only a few words were written vertically on the cover of that book, the basic breathing and exhalation method. 7 days. Haoyun made a gesture and said, just give you 7 days. You can't transcribe it. You can only memorize it. I'm just showing you, not letting you practice, because this thing is what I memorized back then by memory. The first 3 layers may be correct, but I can't guarantee what comes after that. About 80% of it is incorrect. He Pingsheng's face immediately darkened. Good guy. So rough? However, 3 layers is 3 layers. It's better than nothing. Yes, senior brother. I'll take it first. He Pingsheng got the book, bid farewell to Haoyun, and returned to his bedroom, then closed the door and read it carefully. Chapter 016, Chi Sense. He Pingsheng returned to the house and closed the doors and windows before he sat down in front of his own table and began to read a book. Basic breathing and exhalation method. Open the first page. There was no content on the title page. Just a name, Haoyun. Good guy. Feelings of this book. Really Haoyun transcription He Pingsheng then flipped to the back. At the back was the table of contents. The first part of the catalog was the general outline. The second part is the method of chi attraction. The third part was the content of the proper cultivation techniques. He Pingsheng didn't hastily flip to the place where the cultivation techniques were, but started watching from the general outline. Through the general outline, he also understood the general steps of this cultivation. The first step was to refine the sense of chi. Yes, it was to cultivate the chi drawing technique, and then through the chi drawing technique to enable himself to feel those thin invisible spiritual chi outside between heaven and earth. So one must cultivate the sense of chi in order to truly begin cultivation. Then, first practice the sense of chi. He Pingsheng flipped to the page of the Law of Chi drawing, read through it once, and familiarized himself with it 3 times. And after figuring out the meaning of the chapters of this Law of Chi drawing first, he then began to sit on the ground with his knees crossed, and then he closed his eyes and hung his head, and used his divine mind to feel the spiritual chi between the heavens and the earth. Actually, this was bull *******, because at the chi refining stage, a cultivator's divine idea can only be seen internally and cannot be released externally. So using the divine idea is not able to feel the spiritual chi outside. Then rely on what? Rely on the 480 million pores around the body, as well as the body's skin, sweat, hair and so on. A little bit of sense. So practicing one night, He Pingsheng also did not cultivate what chi sense to. The next morning after eating, He Pingsheng once again sat on the ground with his knees crossed, and began to cultivate chi sense. Yo! A voice suddenly came from outside the window. Little he is this looking for chi sense? He Pingsheng turned his head, looked at Haoyun outside the window, and hemmed and hawed. Yeah, Haoyun asked. Did you find it? No. He Pingsheng shook his head and said, is it time to cut firewood? No. Haoyun waved his hand and said, so what? You find your chi sense properly I'll do the job of chopping firewood. You first slowly find. The chi sense is important. After saying that, Haoyun was really carrying an axe just like that out the door. Okay, since senior brother has personally gone to chop firewood, I'll just continue to look for chi sense. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. At dusk on the 3rd day, He Pingsheng suddenly found a sense of chi. His sweaty body stood up, and he could clearly feel the flow of aura outside. Also, the collision of various elements that filled this aura. Although it was very weak, but after all, it was considered to have found a sense of chi. He Pingsheng was exceptionally excited, carrying this basic breathing and vomiting method in his hand as he walked to Haoyun's bedroom. Yo! Haoyun, who was sitting next to the table, raised his head and looked at He Pingsheng and asked, you've found a sense of chi? He Pingsheng he laughed and said, yes, how senior brother, I just felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy outside. Am I finding a sense of chi? Sort of. Haoyun nodded. He Pingsheng sat in front of him with an excited face, an expression of you hurry up and praise me, but after waiting for a dozen breaths, he didn't see any comment from Haoyun. He couldn't help but ask, elder brother, how long did you, at that time, find a sense of chi? Haoyun took a sip of water and said, 1 day. 1 day? He Pingsheng's emotions, which were still proud just now, were suppressed in an instant. Yes, Haoyun asked, is there a problem? He Pingsheng's face was bitter. It took me 3 full days and 2 nights, and you did it in 1 day? This is too much of a bully, isn't it? Elder brother is gifted. I can't compare. He Pingsheng sighed. Haoyun said, changing. What the hell is this overly talented? Just those single spirit root geniuses. They can cultivate to the first layer in 2 days. What does this count for me? Ha? He Pingsheng said. 2 days? First layer? Yes. Haoyun slowly drank tea while responding flatly. The first layer of the qi refining stage is the simplest. As long as you draw qi into your body, and follow the method stated in the Gong method, guide the spiritual energy between this heaven and earth into your body, then run through your meridians for a week, and finally, you will be able to absorb the qi into your dantian, and you will be considered to have broken through to the first level. It's that simple. Oh, He Pingsheng nodded carelessly, then asked, then, those talented disciples, how long would it take for them to search for a sense of qi? Haoyun said, supposedly, half an hour. This. Haoyun seemed to see through He Pingsheng's mind. He smiled and said, don't ask. Those genius disciples and us, there is no comparison at all. Let's put it this way. It took me half a month back then to be able to channel my spiritual energy to run through my body for one cycle. That is to say, I only broke the first layer in half a month. And those talented disciples, they all took 2 or 3 days. And then, Haoyun continued, from this first layer to the second layer, the test is talent and resources. I don't have any elixirs, let alone refining any qi gathering pills. So it took a full 3 years to break through. After breaking through to the second layer, it's been another 9 years, and the third layer is still far away. I think, in my life, either I'll be at the second level for the rest of my life, or I'll still have a chance to break through to the third level of the qi refining stage. Further up, there is no possibility. Pa! Haoyun pressed the teacup in his hand on the table, then stood up and said, so Xiao Hia, I'm just lending you this book to look at. Don't really go and cultivate. In the end, it's just a dream after all. He Pingsheng looked unconvinced. Why, didn't you also cultivate to the second level? That's different, Haoyun said. I'm a 4 spirit root. You're a 5 spirit root. Can you compare to me? He Pingsheng was speechless for a while. A 4 spirit root despises my 5 spirit root? After a while, Haoyun took out another white porcelain vase and placed it in front of He Pingsheng. Load the elixir with the of the porcelain vase so that you can hide a large portion of the flavor of the elixir. If your parents also left you something good, use this to load it up. Don't let people see it. It's not good for you. He Pingsheng said, I can't use this without it. Haoyun said, don't worry, only you know if you have it or not. Anyway, I don't covet your stuff. Take it away. Go go go. The porcelain bottle was stuffed into He Pingsheng's hand by him, and then He Pingsheng's whole body was pushed out by him again. Looking at the porcelain vase in his hand, He Pingsheng suddenly felt if it was Senior Hao testing himself. It couldn't be that he intentionally gave me the vial and waited for me to put the elixir up, then suddenly appeared to snatch my spirit elixir. Right? No way. Definitely can't pretend. Must hold back. Chapter 017 Porcelain vase turned into jade vase. After dinner, He Pingsheng lit the oil lamp, then began to read a book. A knock came from outside the house. He Pingsheng walked over and first took the bolt off the top door and opened the unlocked door. Hey! Outside Haoyun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What are you kids doing in the house? Still shut the door so dead? Old half a day cannot open? After saying that, Haoyun's eyes focused their gaze and moved from top to bottom, landing on He Pingsheng's human center part. He Pingsheng fiercely used his hand to cover his crotch. Don't get me wrong, it's not what you think. I'm only 14 this year. I don't know anything. Alright, Haoyun lifted his gaze back up and threw a book in his hand on He Pingsheng's table, saying, see what this is? He Pingsheng and Haoyun sat down across the table, their gazes falling on the book. A few words were written on the cover, 36 formulas for alchemy. What does it mean? Didn't understand. This is the formula for 36 types of pills commonly found in the cultivation world, Haoyun said. Actually, in their world of immortals, it's not a secret. It's the most basic thing, almost one for each hand. Inside records this, Golden Bone Dan, Gathering Qi Dan, Peiyuan Dan, Marrow Cleansing Dan, Gathering Spirit Dan, Foundation Building Dan, and so on, a series of pills refining method. Although you're just a handyman, after all, you have to serve in the Dan room. Those specific how to refine, how to wash we cannot care, but the fire this one must remember clearly. Go back and study it. Don't be like me when the time comes to be beaten half to death. You read it first. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Oh, He Pingsheng picked up the book and flipped it open. The first of these 36 Dan formulas was the Qi Gathering Dan. It was very comprehensive, starting from all aspects of refining Qi Gathering Dan, types of herbs, selection of herbs, order of the pot, mastery of fire, refining time, precautions, etc. Just this one Dan formula. It was a voluminous 10 pages. However, for He Pingsheng, he didn't need to memorize the rest. He only needed to remember the fire when this Qi Gathering Dan was refined. After all, he was just a handyman, specializing in managing the fire. Alright, Hao Yun stood up. You look at it first. There is no rush on this. When you memorize it, then give this back to me. Well, He Pingsheng nodded. Hao Yun's side had just stepped out of He Pingsheng's room when he noticed a disciple dressed in green walking into the small courtyard of the alchemy room. This person had sword brows and a friendly expression. Are you Hao Yun? The visitor stared at Hao Yun. Hao Yun said, It's me. That's good. The man said, I'm a disciple under Yu Dejinjin, and also Linglong's senior brother. What happened before? It's my senior sister who can't do right by you. My master said that he can't just ignore it since you've been injured. Yuan with me Hongdi Yuan sighed to pay homage to the master. Hao Yun said, No need. My injuries have healed. The disciple laughed and said, Hao Yun, this is my master's father, Yu Dejinjin, who invited me. So if you want to go or not, you have your own discretion. If you really don't go, then I will truthfully report back to my master and say that you are not willing to go over there. Hao Yun's face sank. Refusing was not an option. Fine. He nodded, then looked at He Pingsheng and said, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll go over to Master Yu's side first and listen to the teachings. He Pingsheng was confused and didn't know what to do, so he could only nod his head, then watched his senior brother leave after the disciple of Master Yudi. After the two of them left, He Pingsheng saw that it was getting late and nightfall was approaching, so he locked the door to his room once again. He ignored the book, 36 Formulas for Alchemy, and instead took out the basic breathing and vomiting method and began to refine it. Now he was able to feel the outside world's spiritual chi, but drawing spiritual chi into his body to quench and condense it was yet another threshold. He didn't know how long it would take to complete it. In this way, He Pingsheng began to try again and again and again. As a result, he tried for a full 2 hours, but was unable to fulfill his wish. It could also be said that there was no progress. However, he wasn't discouraged because senior brother Hao Yun had said that even for that single spirit root heavenly material person, it would take several days before he could see any success. Oh, He Pingsheng yawned, so sleepy, not to mention that there was one more thing he had to do before going to sleep. He Pingsheng took out his axe and pried apart the 2 stone slabs under the bed, and pulled out the soil on top of it layer by layer, and the elixir that he had buried in the soil before was revealed. A strange fragrance spread throughout the room. He Pingsheng did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly took out 2 of the pills thrown into the porcelain bottle that Hao Yun gave him. Originally also afraid of Hao Yun gave him porcelain bottle as fishing, take the opportunity to spy on his secret. Now Hao Yun was shouted away. The entire damn room on his own. He Pingsheng naturally did not have this layer of scruples. Pop, capped the bottle. Originally, he thought that this porcelain bottle would be able to mask the fragrance of the extremely high-quality elixir overflowing out very well. In reality, it wasn't able to. It could only mask most of the potion's fragrance, yet it would still leak about 20%. He Pingsheng looked disappointed, then reburied the elixir into the ground, covering it with earth. He finally pressed on the 2 stone slabs. Finally, He Pingsheng pulled out the dark ceramic basin in the corner under the bed, lifted the wooden board on top, and threw this porcelain vase in. Since this pottery basin can strengthen anything, it should be able to strengthen the porcelain bottle, right? Even if it can't be strengthened, turning back a bottle into 2 bottles is also good. After doing this, He Pingsheng climbed onto the bed and fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, the sky had just dawned. He Pingsheng then climbed up from the bed, and then he couldn't wait to pull out the black ceramic pot from under the bed, lifted the wooden board to take a look, and was overjoyed. There it is, 2 porcelain vases, lying quietly in the pottery basin. No, this is not a porcelain bottle. He Pingsheng took one of the bottles over. This bottle is warm and cool in the hand. A closer look, actually like that sheep's fat precious jade. This is a jade bottle? It seems that porcelain bottles put into the treasure pot not only become more, but also the quality has been strengthened and enhanced. Just don't know if it can cover the fragrance of that elixir nowadays. He Pingsheng didn't rush to dig out the elixir, but first walked out of the room and came to shout a few words outside Senior Hao's door. Actually, there was no need to shout. Senior Hao's door was not closed at all. After going in, it was empty. Not a single person was there. It was exactly the same as yesterday. In other words, Senior Brother Hao didn't return yesterday? He Pingsheng's eyes swept across the entire damn room, shouted a few more times, and still no response. There was only the echoing sound that reverberated endlessly in the empty valley. His eyebrows jerked up, and an extremely uneasy feeling surged through his heart. Something won't happen to Senior Hao. What kind of important matter did Elder Yude have that he actually left him all night without returning? Chapter 018 Little Grits and Grass. Senior Brother Hao. Senior Brother Hao. He Pingsheng shouted a few more times before returning to his house with an apprehensive look on his face. What to do? His gaze swept across the room, taking in everything in the house. A clay basin, 2 jade bottles, 2 books. The 2 jade vases and 2 books in particular were particularly eye-catching. He Pingsheng was getting anxious at this moment. Why? because senior brother Hao didn't come back. The probability is that something has happened. Think about that Yuda's behavior. Can't talk to Hao about wine? Because of Hao. The woman called Linglong was punished to think for 3 days above the transmission square. Why is it so coincidental that after 3 days, the disciples of Yuda's disciples invited Hao to go? I am afraid that something has happened. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. He felt his hands shaking. Can't mess up the situation. Something happened to senior brother Hao. I must not have another accident. He Pingsheng forced himself to calm down, and then quickly dug up the ground, raking all 24 pills out of the soil and putting them into the jade bottles one by one. 12 grains were placed in each jade bottle. Put the lid on. Sure enough, the next moment, the scent was gone. Jade bottles can perfectly mask the medicinal flavor emitted by the best quality pills, but this elixir put in the hands certainly cannot. He Pingsheng again put these 2 jade bottles and those 2 books together, buried under the bed. Spread a layer of soil, cover the stone plate, sweep away the excess soil on top. There is no trace. As for the clay basin, He Pingsheng wasn't worried at all, because this thing was a plain old basin any way he looked at it. After everything was done, he took 2 iron bowls and ran to the handyman class to get his meal. Until he finished eating and the morning sun was rising, He Pingsheng did not see the figure of senior brother Hao Yun. However, in the small courtyard of this alchemy room, there came another Taoist who looked immortal. This person was tall and had a green-colored Taoist robe. His hair was white, but his beard was dark. His face did not look good. Greetings, master. He Pingsheng bowed respectfully. Anyway, if an immortal who didn't know him called out to a senior, it would be right on a dime. That middle-aged cultivator stretched out his right hand and stroked the 3 locks of green beard on his chest, and said indifferently, "Old man Yude." "You." He Pingsheng's voice trembled and said, "Master Yude?" "That's right." Yude nodded and said, "You're the handyman from the handyman class, right?" He Pingsheng nodded. "Yes, kid He Pingsheng." Yude looked careless. Hayan said that the reason why the injuries on his body healed so quickly was covered because you gave him an extreme golden mundane. Is that right? He Pingsheng thumped, his heart beating as if it was going to stop. Senior brother Hao actually sold me out? Bad. Finished. Now my secret is going to be discovered. It's a small matter for that treasure pot to be taken away, but it's a big matter in case I lose my little life. Speak, Yude suddenly bellowed. This sound was like thunder, exploding in He Pingsheng's ears. He Pingsheng knew that his hesitant expression just now had already betrayed him by half. However, in the recent days of practicing that basic breathing and exhaling method, although he hadn't been able to truly draw qi into his body, he was able to feel the fluctuations of the aura outside, and He Pingsheng's mind had opened up a layer, and his reflexes had become a little bit faster as well. Hearing Yude shouting, he said expectantly, "The master uncle, kid knows the golden bone dan, but the extreme golden bone dan that you said, and what is the thing?" So asked, but it is to Yude asked froze for a moment. Right, how could an odd job disciple know what an extreme product was? I heard that earlier, your senior sister Luo Yu once gave you 2 golden bone dan? Yude stared at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng said, "Yes, kid doesn't know the name of that fairy, but there was indeed a fairy who gave me a porcelain vase, and there were 2 pills in that vase." Yude asked, "Where is the elixir?" He Pingsheng said, "One was eaten by me, the other one, along with that porcelain bottle, was taken away by Boss Zhang, the leader of the handyman class." Toward the end, He Pingsheng's voice became lower and lower. Yude looked at him for a full dozen breaths. Then he took a step and actually walked directly into He Pingsheng's room. His eyes scanned the room for a while, and then he went around in circles, not finding anything suspicious, before he came out of the room. He Pingsheng. Yude tilted his head back to look at the sky and said, "There's something for you to do." "Yes." He Pingsheng followed closely behind Yude with a respectful face. Yude said, "Hao Yun is the Dan boy of the alchemy room. Yesterday this seat kindly invited him over and wanted to heal his wounds, but unfortunately, he argued with that disciple of the old man, Linglong, and in the end both sides made a move, and Linglong accidentally, and killed that Hao Yun." Boom! He Pingsheng's heart shook violently. He trembled all over. "Senior brother Hao, dead? Just gone? Don't be sad." Yude said, "All mortals have a heavenly destiny, and this was his destiny. This is his destiny. Do you understand?" At this moment, He Pingsheng had already committed himself to the ground, with a face of fear and confusion. Inside his heart, a trace of sadness also rose. How good of a person was senior brother Hao? Gone just like that? Life? Killing someone and saying they have a bad life? What kind of bull asterisk reasoning is this? He Pingsheng was so annoyed that he wanted to swear, but at the critical time, he still held back. "Why?" He Pingsheng raised his head and looked at Yude. "Can't we just talk things out? Why do you have to kill him? He's a very nice person." "Alas," Yude sighed and said, Old me is also saddened. Linglong made such a big mistake, and was already convicted by the ancestor yesterday night. This matter has already been concluded, and you need not ask more questions. In the eyes of an immortal, what's so pathetic about a mole cricket and grass? And what is there to pity? Bang! As he spoke, Yuta took out clothing from his storage bag and threw it to the ground very casually. It was a corpse. Hao Yun. On Hao Yun's chest, there were 7 sword wounds, each sword pierced through his body. He Pingsheng trembled as he looked at Hao Yun in front of him. Was this an accidental injury? I've asked. Hao Yun doesn't have any relatives or friends, and we don't know where his family is, but he was your superior after all. His remains are yours. You are responsible for helping him find a feng shui place to bury him. Oh, right. Yuta paused and added, the Shouju Peak is an immortal's treasure. It can't be defiled. Go to the outer gate and find a place. After saying that, Yuta drifted away. He Pingsheng sat on the ground, momentarily confused to the extreme, like a wooden sculpture, motionless. After a long time, He Pingsheng suddenly moved again. He stood up from the ground and first closed the courtyard door of the entire alchemy room. Then he closed the door to Hao Yun's room. Finally, he walked into his bedroom. It was time to make a cut. Chapter 019, Going Down the Mountain. He Pingsheng's heart was sad, but he didn't have time to grieve. If he didn't make a choice today, he believed that one day, senior brother Hao's tragedy would repeat itself on his body. Being a Dan boy, a Dan room handyman, sooner or later, he would be beaten to death by people like Linglong on this Shouju Peak. He Pingsheng was just an odd-job disciple. His mobilization had nothing to do with the immortal sect. The head of the odd-job class would be able to decide. Moreover, if he didn't want to be a servant disciple, he could still go down the mountain and find something to do in the outer sect again. This was not difficult for He Pingsheng. But what was difficult? Difficult is how to bring their own items to bring down the mountain. These are full of benevolence and morality of cultivation immortal. All day long delusion in the dark ditch to find opportunities. They search you at every turn, and they also run into your room and rummage around in their pockets in a big way. For what? It's not for the sake of chance. What if you find something good? Then you can imagine how difficult it was for He Pingsheng to bring his jade bottle and elixir down the mountain. In addition to this jade bottle and elixir, there were also 2 books, 36 formulas of alchemy, basic breathing and vomiting method. According to the pissy nature of the people up and down this Shouju Peak, if He Pingsheng were to go down the mountain, there would definitely be people who would interrogate him 1,000 times. What should we do? Bury him here? Then maybe he can't come and use it in this lifetime. Eat it now? No kidding. Although He Pingsheng hadn't set foot in the immortal cultivation world, he still understood some rough common sense. If he dared to swallow this extreme chi-gathering pill, he was afraid that he would be burst by the spiritual energy in the pill in a minute. Okay, back to the topic. What to do? How can I bring the item down? He Pingsheng undid the jacket on Hao Yun. There were 7 wounds above the location of his abdomen and forehead, all sharp sword wounds. 2 of the wounds were particularly long, and the internal organs inside were clearly recognizable. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Senior brother Hao Yun is sorry. He took 2 jade bottles and 2 books and stuffed them into Hao Yun's wounds. He also brought a thick needle and thread to stitch Hao Yun's 2 wounds together. Then he retied Hao Yun's clothes and carried Hao Yun on his back, out the door. Although He Pingsheng is only 14 years old, but the strength is very big. When the picking water is not a problem, now carrying a person naturally also easy. Little he, what is this for? This is Hao Yun's senior brother. This is senior brother Hao. Senior brother Hao Ah. Boss Zhang led the people and surrounded He Pingsheng. Xiao He, how senior brothers matter we have heard. Honestly, we are also sad. But, there is no way. What help is needed? You tell me. At this moment, Boss Zhang, for some reason, suddenly became good at talking. Perhaps, it was the rabbit's death. Boss Zhang. He Pingsheng carried Hao Yun on his back and headed towards Boss Zhang. Master Yuta asked me to send senior brother Hao Yun to the outer sect and find a place to bury him. I might have to keep his weight for a while. I may not be able to continue with this Dan Hall job. It's fine. Boss Zhang waved his hand and said, I'll turn around and find someone else. You get busy first. Hey. He Pingsheng carried Hao Yun on his back and continued to walk forward. After descending a section of the mountain road, he came to that teleportation square. The sun shone down from the center sky. The entire teleportation square was deathly silent. There were only 2 people here. One was the disciple guarding the teleportation array. The other was Linglong. She was kneeling here again. The difference was that last time she was punished with 3 days of contemplation. This time there were a few more days. That was all. When He Pingsheng carried Hao Yun's remains to Linglong's side, the woman actually glared at He Pingsheng and shouted, Gat! Away from me! Unlucky thing! Damn! You all deserve to die, for causing this ant to be punished here. He Pingsheng stopped and gave her a deep look before lifting his feet again to leave. Sorry, The disciple guarding the transmission array stopped He Pingsheng and said, "The transmission array is restricted to inner disciples only. Those who are not inner disciples are not allowed to set foot in it." This rule was naturally known to He Pingsheng. "Over there." The disciple guarding the formation pointed not far away and said, "There's a path down the mountain over there. Just turn around and go down from there." "Wait." As usual, all persons descending the mountain will be searched. Sure enough, He Pingsheng's face was gloomy to the extreme, but he still cooperated with that disciple to search his hands. That disciple not only searched He Pingsheng, even Hao Yun's corpse was not spared, and touched it once in its entirety. He didn't find any clues, and only then did he let He Pingsheng take Hao Yun down the mountain. The road down the mountain was long. He Pingsheng had been walking for most of the day before he came down from the top of Shouju Peak. Taixu Sect's outer sect was a designation. It occupied a place outside the sect, and although the spiritual chi of this place was thin, it also had clear mountains and water. He Pingsheng searched for a place where the mountains and water met, dug up the earth and rocks and buried Hao Yun. There was no coffin, but there was nothing he could do. He had no place to get one. Of course, before burying Hao Yun, He Pingsheng had already taken out the 2 pill bottles and 2 volumes of books from Hao Yun's body, wrapped them in a cloth and buried them in the soil not far from Hao Yun. After that, He Pingsheng split a stone and set up a monument for Hao Yun. After everything was done, He Pingsheng was already exhausted and sat on the ground. He was holding a black axe in his hand. He couldn't help but lament. What has been strengthened by the treasure pot is truly heaven-defying. Splitting stones is actually like cutting tofu. Against the heavens, against the heavens. After a short rest, He Pingsheng buried the 2 axes near Hao Yun's tomb as well, and then got up again to start climbing the mountain. It was only in the middle of the night that he climbed to this side of the alchemy room. At night, he also slept here in the alchemy room. The night wind is cold, the night whimpering and blowing non-stop. He Pingsheng easily slept half asleep. Halfway through the nightmare woke up several times. In the morning, he woke up with a limp look, and went out with a worn-out black clay pot. Inside the pot were a few of his clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. Other than that there was nothing else. Greeting Boss Zhang, He Pingsheng directly left. At this moment, he actually felt that a person like Boss Zhang was already considered a good person on this Shouju Peak. Stop right there. That Linglong who was kneeling above the teleportation square saw He Pingsheng and shouted, "He Pingsheng, come here for me." He Pingsheng naturally couldn't afford to offend her, and could only walk over with the basin. "Get closer to me." When He Pingsheng got closer, that Linglong suddenly opened her mouth and spat a mouthful of spittle in her face. The fine spittle sprayed all over He Pingsheng. If he hadn't protected his head, this face would have been unavoidable. Roll. Linglong tore her heart out and cursed again. He Pingsheng left decisively with the broken basin. He shook his head. This woman is really hopeless. Killed someone, just punished to think for a few days, and still angry like this? Alas, how senior brother you don't worry, when the cultivation is accomplished, I will kill her and take revenge for you. Chapter 020, Sect Contribution. This time, there was no weight to carry down the mountain, so with He Pingsheng's physical strength, it was naturally not a problem. In an hour or so, he came down from above that Shouju Peak. The mountain gate of Taixu Sect was underneath this group of mountains. Although there were no spirit veins outside, and the spiritual chi in the air was very thin, the terrain was quite open, and at the foot of the mountains a large river flowed around the mountains, washing out a huge river valley plain to the south of the foot of the mountains. On the other side of the river was a gathering point for humans, which after centuries of development had now become a small city. This small city was where the outer gate of the Taixu Sect was located. The outer gate is a mixture of fish and dragons, and there are all kinds of people from the 3 religions and 9 streams. It is said that at first, hundreds of years ago, this place was only a temporary shelter for those low-level cultivators, and then countless disciples of the outer door married, prospered in this place, and more offspring, and most of the descendants of these immortal outer sects were just ordinary mortals without spiritual roots. So over time, a human town was formed here. But no matter whether they were mortals or those low-level disciples who were only at the first, second or third level of the chi refining stage, they all came under the unified management of the Taixu Sect's outer gate. He Pingsheng was naturally in this situation. His parents were both low-level disciples of the outer sect, and although his parents left early, and all the things his parents left behind were looted by those low-level cultivators in the small town, his home was still there. It was a small courtyard. There were trees and flower gardens in the courtyard. Although small, it was exquisite. He Pingsheng took out the key to unlock the rusted iron lock, then lifted his foot and walked into his small courtyard. After being away for most of the year, the courtyard was already full of grass. Crossing the courtyard, He Pingsheng arrived at the door of the east room, then opened the door and pushed it in. This was the house he had lived in since childhood. In the future, it would be up to him. After putting away his clothes and the treasure pot, He Pingsheng closed the door and walked towards the town's outer gate hall. The outer gate hall is the place that manages the entire outside. There were deacon elders and many disciples in the hall. Although He Pingsheng was detached from Shouju Peak, he had to live just as much as he did when he arrived at the outer gate, and eating, drinking and all sorts of consumptions were essential, so he still couldn't leave this Taixu Sect. Walked into the outer door hall. It was very wide inside, and because of the dozens of night pearl hanging above the dome, there was not a lot of bright light in the hall, but rather it was bright. It was quite busy with people coming and going. There was a formation on the right wall, on which light flickered and a handwriting rolled by turns. Fire Cloud Peak Teleportation Array Caretaker, 50 points of contribution per month. Requires cultivation at the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. Guanyun Peak Tending Spirit Field Disciple urgently needs 6 people. 200 points of contribution per month. Requires a disciple at the 4th level of the Qi refining stage or above, and with a major cultivation of wood spirit root. Who knows wood spells? The Tongtian Peak Scripture Pavilion is in urgent need of 2 guard disciples, with a monthly contribution of 100 points, requiring a disciple at the 4th level of the Qi refining stage or above, and an easy job. The trading hall of the Taixu Sect needs 2 outer disciples. Cultivation above the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. Required to be female cultivators. 200 contribution points per month. He Pingsheng glanced at it. This was a job specifically for those outer sect disciples with cultivation. The treatment was generous. Not only could this sect contribution points be used to exchange for firewood, rice, oil and salt, but it was also of very high value. Let's put it this way, casually taking out 10 points. One would be able to exchange the rice that a cultivator needed for a year in the outer sect hall. The remaining contribution value could be used to exchange for cultivation resources, such as pills, techniques, and so on. Unfortunately, this stuff was not for He Pingsheng, because he wasn't even an outer disciple, just an ordinary handyman. The handyman's work on the left side of the wall. The left side of the wall looked the same as the right side. The same formation paved light film revealing scrolling words, but the content was quite different. Handyman, chopping wood. Complete each monthly task as required and receive 4 points of contribution. Carrying water. Complete the tasks as required and receive 8 points of contribution per month. Plowing fields. Complete the tasks as required, and you can get 120 points of contribution per year. Obviously, this kind of task was only suitable for He Pingsheng. Could it be, to be a handyman disciple again? He Pingsheng looked at the tasks on both sides, then shook his head and walked directly to the front desk. What is it? A certain disciple wearing the trademark Taoist robe of an outer disciple looked at He Pingsheng with an arrogant attitude. He Pingsheng directly ignored his attitude, then pulled out a red card from his pocket and said, "Please help me see how many contribution degrees are left in here." He hadn't been working at Shouju Peak for long, and he definitely hadn't earned a few contribution degrees, but it didn't matter. His parents had left him some before when they were still around. These contribution degrees, he had never utilized, so naturally, he didn't know how many there were. That disciple looked at He Pingsheng's card for a moment, then with a slightly startled brow, he said, "What's the name?" He Pingsheng said, "He Pingsheng, where did this card come from? How did you have so many contribution degrees on your card at your young age?" He Pingsheng said, "My parents are both outer disciples." Once these words came out, the outer sect cultivator on the opposite side of the card suddenly made a 180-degree turn in attitude, smilingly said, "So that's the case, little brother. The contribution points on your card total 1,686 points. He Pingsheng was slightly shocked. So many? If these contribution points were only used to live, it would be enough to eat and drink in this lifetime. After all, just to eat and drink, a mortal would spend a maximum of 20 points a year. 1,600 points. That's enough to last me for decades." He Pingsheng spent a few contribution points and purchased some necessities in the Great Hall before returning to his small courtyard. No one paid any attention to him, packed up his things. In the afternoon, He Pingsheng then brought some things and came to the mountain not far away, and after paying some homage to Hao Yun, he dug out the things buried near Hao Yun's grave one by one. 2 axes, 2 porcelain vases, 2 books. One good thing about this side of the outer sect is that no matter where they go, there is no one to interrogate them. Back home, He Pingsheng was still uneasy, so he buried those 2 jade vases in the ground again, the rest of the 2 axes and the gongfa, then he carried them with him. Even if this stuff is inventoried, it won't take his life. After all, my parents are both outer disciples. It's reasonable for me to have a copy of the basic breathing and exhaling method, and the 36 formulas of alchemy, right? For the next period of time, He Pingsheng lived in deep simplicity, practicing that basic breathing and vomiting method day after day. He hoped that he would be able to draw qi into his body one day earlier and complete a circumference, thus breaking through to the first level of the qi refining stage. Of course, the aura of the outer gate was extremely thin, but it didn't have much of an impact on his cultivation. After all, He wasn't at the stage of absorbing spiritual chi nowadays, just to run a circumference. Chapter 021 Changchun Xing Qi, Leaving Fire True Technique. For the next month, He Pingsheng spent his time in this boring life. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, it was cultivation, working hard to guide the spiritual chi outside his body into his body. However, in a month's time, He Pingsheng was not able to make these spiritual chi run through his meridians for a single week. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at the moonlight outside the window in a slight daze. Could it be that the 5-elemental spiritual root cultivation was really that difficult? At first, senior brother Hao Yun had said that he had used half a month's time to be able to draw qi into his body to run for one cycle, thus breaking through to the first layer of the qi refining stage. As for those daily talent disciples, they could even do it in 2 or 3 days. But it's been a month for me. Could it be that the gong method is wrong? He Pingsheng threw this basic breathing and vomiting method onto the table fiercely. Then, reaching under the bed, he pulled out the black pressurized clay pot. Over the past month, He Pingsheng naturally wouldn't give up groping and used the clay pot to condense items every day. Putting in 10 pounds of rice would turn it into 20 pounds, and it was also of a higher quality. But it wasn't as He Pingsheng had imagined. This rice turned into spiritual rice. After this month of experimentation, He Pingsheng sort of basically understood some of the attributes of this treasure pot. First of all, it could only make things more numerous and stronger, but it can't change the type. For example, rice and spirit rice, they were two species, two completely different things. Therefore, rice cannot become spirit rice. Similarly, the axe had only become much sharper. It didn't become a magic weapon in the hands of an immortal because this treasure pot was strengthened and thus turned into a magic weapon in the hands of an immortal. Then the question came, what to strengthen today? He Pingsheng looked around the house. Over the past month, almost everything that could be strengthened in their house had been strengthened by him. What with shovels, spoons, bowls, and even he strengthened his own pair of shoes. The moonlight was like water. He Pingsheng's gaze, however, fell on top of the book, Basic Breathing and Vomiting Method, on the table. A bold idea suddenly surged in his mind. This thing, the gongfu, can it be strengthened? Try. Anyway, I already know how to memorize the first 3 layers, so it doesn't matter even if I strengthen this thing to the point of nullification. Saying that he would do it, He Pingsheng threw the book into the pottery basin, which also made a crisp ringing sound. However, he didn't have much expectation for something as abstract as the polyjuice basin being able to strengthen the contents of the book, and so he fell asleep with a whimper not long after he threw that clay basin into the bottom of his bed. He woke up early the next morning. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes, then half asleep, half awake, stretched out his hand and habitually pulled out the wooden basin under the bed. Hit the eyes and look, hey, 2 books, really strengthened. He Pingsheng's heart jumped into his throat, and excitedly reached out and took out a book from inside the pot of treasure. Hissing, this texture, the previous one was hand-copied by Hao Yun. The texture is particularly touching. That is, ordinary a straw paper book. Now this into the hand. The toughness of the paper immediately felt out. Holding it in his hand, He Pingsheng's eyes shrunk slightly. He realized that the cover of this gongfu had changed. On the previous cover, the words, Basic Breathing and Vomiting Method, were written. And now, it had turned into the 5 words, Evergreen Traveling Air Technique. He Pingsheng's breath caught. It had changed. The technique had been changed. So needless to say, it must have been strengthened above the basic breathing and vomiting method. Take a look. So, he opened the first page. Above the first page, originally written was a name, Hao Yun, proof that it was Hao Yun's book. But now, there was only one word on it, heaven. What did it mean? He Pingsheng stared blankly at this word, heaven, and muttered, could it be that this book was created by heaven? Well, it should be so. As he spoke, he flipped open another page. General outline. Inside the general outline, it stated that this was a gong method suitable for the cultivation of wood attribute spirit roots. Then there were specific gong methods for each layer, from the first layer of the qi refining stage, all the way to the 12th layer of the qi refining stage. And looking at the content, it seemed to be a lot more detailed than the one Hao Yun had before. Take the first layer of drawing qi into the body. The method, he said, was very different from the previous one. And in addition to the cultivation techniques, there were also 2 wood attribute spells appended at the end. He Pingsheng was in no hurry to cultivate them. He reached out and took out a second book. Looking at the name, it was different again. The name of this book was, The Leaving Fire True Technique. This, different attribute of the gongfu. He Pingsheng picked this book up again and read it. On the first page, again there was only one word, heaven. Behind it was the general outline. Inside the general outline, it said that this was a fire attribute gong method, suitable for cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots to cultivate. Similarly, it was the entire gong method from the first level of qi refining to the 12th level of qi refining stage, with 2 small fire attribute spells appended at the back. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Try? Which one to try? His eyes looked towards this fire attribute gongfu, the fire separation true technique. Let's try this one first. He Pingsheng packed up all the rest of the things he couldn't use and put them under the bed to hide them. Finally, he sat down on the bed with his knees crossed and picked up the departing fire true technique. Read it familiarly first, then understand it. Of course, it was only necessary to understand the general outline and the first layer first. These things took He Pingsheng half a day, and by the time he could cultivate, it was already noon. After a simple meal, He Pingsheng once again began to draw qi into his body. This moment, the aura between heaven and earth slowly flowed through the surface of his body. The sense of touch became unusually clear. With a slight movement of his gong method, fire attribute spiritual energy condensed and clung to He Pingsheng's skin. Then, under his instigation, the fire attribute spiritual energy that clung to the top of his skin slowly entered the flesh through the countless pores on the surface of his body. From the skin, into the flesh. From the flesh, into the meridians. But before entering the meridians, there was still one more hurdle. Spiritual roots. The spiritual energy that was introduced into the body from the outside first entered the spiritual root. From the spiritual root, the meridians come out. He Pingsheng's spiritual root was a 5-spirit root. When the fire aura that he guided passed towards his spiritual root, the 4 attributes of gold, wood, water and earth naturally closed up, and only one fire attribute spiritual root was in an open state. Although this stream of spiritual qi was extremely weak, but even so, passing through the spiritual roots took him a great deal of time. Let's put it this way, a spirit root was like a water pipe. If it was too thin, it would jam the passage of spiritual energy, thus affecting the efficiency of accumulating spiritual energy. This was also the most fundamental reason why 5 elemental spiritual roots were not easy to cultivate. If it was a single spirit root, these problems would not exist, because the single spirit root was 10 times thicker than He Pingsheng's fire spirit root. The passage of spiritual energy off the passage speed was definitely very fast. After passing through the spirit root, this spiritual energy was compressed once before entering the meridians. It runs through the meridians for a week, and is then refined. After refining, it will be gathered in the dantian, and the first layer of the qi refining stage will be reached. Chapter 022, Third Level of Qi Refining. 1 hour later, boom! With a dull thud within He Pingsheng's body, he too had finally broken through to the first level of the qi refining stage. He Pingsheng, who was sweating profusely, was astonished and elated at this moment. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Before practicing for a month without the slightest movement, this only practiced for an hour and directly broke through? This treasure pot coalesced out of the gongfu is naturally heaven-defying, but it is also far from as heaven-defying as He Pingsheng thought. The reason why he broke through so quickly is because of the past month's efforts to constantly draw gas into the body. If not for this, even if he practiced this Li Huojian Fa, it would take a day to draw qi into his body. An hour would never be possible. He Pingsheng was suddenly shocked, because he had broken through the first level of the qi refining stage. He Pingsheng suddenly felt that he seemed to see the situation inside his body. He saw his own flesh and blood, his own meridians, his own dantian. In the middle of the dantian, there was a small, finger-thin pinch of fire attribute reddish-red qi whirlpool that was slowly rotating. Could this be internal vision? He Pingsheng was shocked. Legend had it that after a cultivator reached the qi refining stage, he would generate divine thoughts. This divine thought was extremely weak, but it was still enough to look into one's own body internally and see what was going on inside the body. This was great. Before, drawing qi into the body all relied on feeling, but now he could watch himself cultivate. Wouldn't that be faster? While He Pingsheng rejoiced, he also didn't forget about the difficult and dangerous future. The road to cultivation is long. Where has this gotten us? So, the next thing is still to continue practicing. He opened the second chapter of this fire truth method and carefully studied it. This second chapter said the method of cultivating from the first layer of the qi refining stage to the second layer of the qi refining stage. By the evening, He Pingsheng finally mastered the second chapter of the Dharma thoroughly. After dinner, he sat down on his knees and began the cultivation of the second chapter. The cultivation of the second layer of the qi refining stage was again different from the first layer. The first layer is that you just need to draw qi into the body to return to the dantian, that's all. But to the second level of cultivation, it is a matter of piling up with quantity. You must keep absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and then fill yourself up. This second layer just started practicing. He Pingsheng's face became bitter. The spiritual root was too poor. The problem now was that the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy outside was not slow. A large amount of fire attribute spiritual energy entered the flesh and blood through the skin. It then entered the meridians and spiritual roots through the blood and flesh. But when it reached the spiritual roots, problems arose. Because the fire attribute spiritual root was too thin, It simply couldn't accommodate too much spiritual energy passing through at once, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spiritual energy faster. He simply couldn't get through. Then again, the meridians. Spiritual energy from the spiritual root into the meridians began to operate and condense, but the problem was that his meridians were running, but the spiritual energy in them was always at a level of scarcity. It was still the same problem, the spiritual root was too fine. This thing was like drawing water from inside a large pool to a small pool. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was like a large pool, and the meridians were like a small pool. But right now, there was no shortage of water in the large pool outside, but there wasn't enough water in the small pool. The reason for this was still because the water pipe connecting the two pools was too thin and flowed too slowly. He Pingsheng's current cultivation was like this. No wonder the single spirit root was fast. Now by looking into his own body internally, he finally had a more intuitive understanding. Is it okay to have powerful gongfu? No. No matter how powerful the gongfu is, it is also fast to refine the spiritual energy. But the speed of spiritual energy coming in is too slow, or even no spiritual energy coming in. What can you do with a good gong method? That said, the 5 elements of the spiritual root really cannot cultivate? Not really. If there was a kind of spiritual energy that entered the meridians without passing through the spiritual roots, the speed of refinement would still be very fast. What spiritual energy could enter the meridians without passing through the spiritual roots? Pills. All sorts of externally replenished heavenly materials and treasures. After these things were devoured by the cultivator, unlike the spiritual energy between heaven and earth outside that passed through the pores of the body, flesh and blood, and the spiritual roots before entering the meridians, they entered the meridians directly after digestion. In this way, it was able to bypass the disadvantage of not being able to have a spiritual root. That said, in this way, wouldn't cultivators without spiritual roots also be able to rely on elixirs to cultivate? The answer is, no. Because the cultivation of the so-called meridians in Dantian were not equivalent to the meridians of human blood, it was a derivative of the spiritual root. Without spiritual roots, there are no meridians. So those cultivators who were born with no spiritual roots at all could not cultivate even with elixirs. This kind of rough common sense of cultivation, He Pingsheng still understood. Then what to do next? He Pingsheng walked out of the courtyard and looked around. Taking advantage of the night, he will be his doorway window and so on all stuffed tightly, and then broke a bottle of sesame oil, before the 2 jade bottles from the bottom of the bed stripped out, and took a superb gathering chi dan. A strong medicinal fragrance instantly spread throughout the hut. He Pingsheng hurriedly slapped this elixir directly into pieces, only taking 1/10 of it. The remaining 9/10 were reloaded into the porcelain bottle by him. This 10th of the elixir was put into a large porcelain bowl by He Pingsheng and poured with water. In an instant, the powder of the elixir was incorporated into the water. The surrounding medicinal scent also came to an abrupt end. He Pingsheng reburied the jade bottle into the ground, then took a sip of water and began to cultivate. Boom! As the water filled with pure energy entered his stomach, the grand and majestic energy surged into his meridians from all directions. At this moment, He Pingsheng only felt like his meridians were about to explode. Actually, it wouldn't. This was because, relatively speaking, the spiritual energy in the chi-gathering pill was the purest and softest. Even if one swallowed 1 pill at a time, it would not explode. It's just that pills that can't be refined in time will dissipate into the void, wasting a great resource. He Pingsheng hurriedly operated that fire attribute, leaving fire true method, and frantically refined it. The spiritual energy was refined as it ran through the meridians for a week, and then returned to the chi cyclone in the Dantian. After that, when the excess energy filled up the meridians again, it was refined again and returned to the Dantian. Week after week, again and again. This bowl of water supported He Pingsheng's cultivation for 3 days. During these 3 days of cultivation, although he didn't manage to break through to the second level of the chi refining stage, but when he looked into his Dantian internally, the wisp of fire attribute crimson-colored chi whirlpool in his Dantian was more than twice as large. 2 months later, after He Pingsheng consumed about 2 grains of the very best chi-gathering dan, his cultivation finally broke through. From the first layer of the chi refining stage, he came to the second layer of the chi refining stage. After another approximately half a year, He Pingsheng consumed another 7 extreme quality chi gathering dan. His cultivation, too, finally broke through to the third level of the chi refining stage. It took 8 months to go from the first to the third level of the chi refining stage. A total of 9 extreme grade chi gathering pills were consumed. Finally, at the third level of the chi refining stage, He Pingsheng took a deep breath. The current cultivation level has surpassed that of the original senior brother Hao Yunhao. He pushed open the door of the house. The world outside turned into a silver white. It's snowing. It's almost New Year's Eve too. It's time to go burn incense for my parents and senior brother Hao and the others. Chapter 023 Spells. Who? The gusty wind swirled around the chaotic snow and kept on whipping towards He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's body was only wearing a thin shirt, but he felt nothing about the cold. It was said that the early stage of qi refining stage was no different from mortals, but it was not. Entering the qi refining stage, there is a big difference between ordinary people. For example, they don't fear the cold, they easily won't starve and freeze, and they don't get sick easily, and so on. Rise. Above the mountain slopes, He Pingsheng often jumped up several feet in a single leap, so going up the mountain on a windy and snowy day was still like walking on the ground. Let's put it this way, at this moment, if he were to go to Shouju Peak to do the job of picking water again, 20 trips a day, at most 1 hour would be enough. The difference is so big. A pot of burnt wine, a few piles of paper money, 3 pillars of clear incense. After offering sacrifices to his parents and senior brother Hao Yun respectively, He Pingsheng slowly walked down from the mountain. He didn't directly return to his small courtyard, but instead walked towards the tall hall on the other side of the river. Outer Sect Great Hall. Although it was a windy and snowy day, there was an endless stream of people coming and going here, so no one would really pay attention to He Pingsheng's cultivation. He Pingsheng slowly walked into the hall and looked around. An eye-catching message on the screen on the left flashed in his pupils. The Shouju Peak Dan Room continues to have a Dan Boy with unlimited cultivation, and gives 200 points of contribution per month. People don't need to worry, there will definitely be no bullying of the Dan Boy. He Pingsheng frowned slightly. Good fellow, Shouju Peak still hasn't found a Dan Boy by now? Thinking about it made sense. The Taixu Sect was big, but not too big, and what happened above which peak would soon spread to the outer sect side. Hao Yun's tragic death will definitely give countless outer disciples a wake-up call. Compared to their lives, what was this mere 200 contribution points? Of course, from the notes behind that message, Shouju Peak couldn't find a Dan Boy for half a year, so I'm afraid that this moment is also really anxious. Oh, He Pingsheng smiled coldly and left from that left side of the formation light membrane and came to the counter in the center of the hall. There are more than a dozen people who handle miscellaneous affairs for outer disciples, and He Pingsheng didn't look for the one from last time, but changed the place. Senior brother, I'm purchasing some spirit rice. He Pingsheng didn't want to eat that ordinary rice. Spirit rice, it was greatly beneficial to a cultivator's cultivation. Good. The cultivator took He Pingsheng's card and looked at it, saying, what kind of spirit rice does this senior brother want to purchase? There are 3 kinds, top grade, middle grade and lower grade. He Pingsheng didn't even think about it and said, it's the lower grade. There was no need for him to purchase high quality, because of the existence of the Treasure Basin. No matter what quality it was, putting it into it could turn it into an extremely high quality. Oh, the cultivator said, lower grade spirit rice, 1 contribution point a caddy. How much do you need? He Pingsheng said, 200 pounds first. 200 pounds, that's 200 points. This stuff was much more expensive than ordinary rice. For ordinary rice, 200 pounds was only 2 or 3 contribution points. Okay. The cultivator handed He Pingsheng a pickup cardboard and said, just take this cardboard and go over to the warehouse to pick up the spirit rice. Thank you. He Pingsheng politely took the paper tag. That disciple said, senior brother is at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage, right? In fact, you can consider going over to the water dividing mountain to do some quests, and if you catch a spirit beast or pick a spirit herb, you can take it back to the sect in exchange for contribution points. Now that the snow has closed the mountain, so many spirit beasts have nowhere to hide. It's a good time to catch spirit beasts. Noi, there is a relevant task above the formation over there. The man pointed to the formation sign. He Pingsheng said, okay, senior brother. After leaving the counter and picking up the spirit rice, He Pingsheng bought some more small daily things and returned directly to his small courtyard. Doing a quest? I still have so many contribution points. What quest should I do? Cultivation doesn't smell good? Let's raise our cultivation first. He Pingsheng decided. This retreat directly break through to the 4th layer of the qi refining stage. Not to the 4th layer does not come out, just outside the hall. The reason why the cultivator can see through He Pingsheng is the 3rd level of qi refining stage cultivation. Cover because of his divine mind can be externalized. A thought sweep out, nothing to hide. But He Pingsheng could not, because if he wanted to release his divine thoughts, his cultivation level had to break through from the early stage of the qi refining stage to the middle stage of the qi refining stage. In other words, the 4th level. At the qi refining stage, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd levels are called the early stage. The 4th, 5th and 6th layers, called the middle stage. The 7th, 8th and 9th layers, called the late stage. And the 10th, 11th and 12th layers, are called the perfection stage. So if one wanted to externalize their divine thoughts, they had to be at the 4th layer at the minimum. Moreover, after divine thoughts were externalized, besides being able to use divine thoughts to scan the surroundings and other people's cultivation, there was another huge benefit, cultivating spells. Only after divine thoughts could be externalized could one cultivate various spells. Bang! After returning home, The door was closed. He Pingsheng blocked his doorway again, preventing all kinds of breath from leaking out. Then he continued to start his cultivation. He took out 2 jade bottles. In one of the jade bottles, there were 12 pills of elixir, and in the other jade bottle, there were only 3 pills of elixir, a total of 15 pills. In other words, he had previously consumed a total of 9 grains when he broke through from the first level of the chi refining stage to the third level of the chi refining stage. I hope that these 15 grains will allow me to break through my cultivation to the 4th layer. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then directly took out an elixir and swallowed it. That's right, with the increase in his cultivation level, his speed of refining spiritual energy was now much faster, and he didn't need to break the elixir and then swallow it with the aid of water as he did when he just started cultivating. Boom! A whole elixir entered his stomach, and countless pure energies surged out from above the elixir towards his meridians. There was another difference between swallowing an elixir for cultivation and drawing chi into the body. That was, to draw chi into the body, there were 5 types of spiritual chi: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which were filtered and screened before entering the body. But the spiritual energy in this elixir, does not distinguish between the 5 attributes. For the most pure energy, after the meridian refining, convergence to what attribute of the cyclone, will automatically be converted into that attribute of the spiritual energy. Winter and spring, everything is recovering. After another half year of work, He Pingsheng's cultivation finally broke through to the 4th layer as expected after devouring 13 spirit pills. Boom! At this instant of breakthrough, a bright realization was suddenly released from his body. Within a radius of 10 feet, even outside of the house, he was able to see everything. The divine idea was released outwardly. Great! He Pingsheng opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha! We'll be able to cultivate spells right away. The so-called spells were various means: attack, defense, assistance, to name a few. He Pingsheng flipped that departing fire true method to the very end, where the cultivation method of 2 spells was recorded. 1. Fire Crow Art. The second, the Fire Shield Technique. Chapter 024, Refining the Treasure Pot. Fire Crow Art, Fire Shield Art. Which one to cultivate? He Pingsheng looked at it first. This Fire Crow Art, after practicing it, was to condense fire crows outwardly with the fire spirit power in the body, which could be released to attack the enemy. It was just a low-level spell. However, the attack power was extraordinary. After practicing to a small degree, one can release a fire crow and manipulate it with divine thoughts, and it can attack enemies within a range of 10 feet. Any farther than that would not be possible, as He Pingsheng's divine thoughts could only be externalized 10 zhang away nowadays. If he had cultivated to the great perfection, he could release 9 fire crows at once to fight against the enemy. If one cultivated to the perfect realm, one could release 108 flames in one breath, and the attack power was unrivaled. A group of crows flying in a chaotic manner could easily kill even a 12th level chi refining stage cultivator. Of course, it was hard to cultivate to perfection. Besides, this fire shield technique, this is a defense type spell. After cultivating it, one could instantly form a fire attribute shield, capable of blocking the power of a strike from an enemy of the same realm. All in all, these 2 spells were both very useful to the current He Pingsheng. Which one should be practiced first? It must be the fire crow spell. Without attack, what was the use of having a bullish defense? Therefore, attack spells naturally took precedence. He Pingsheng first memorized the cultivation know-how of this fire crow art, and then began to cultivate it in his house. In the early stages, there was no need to worry about fire burning down his room. It was because he couldn't condense a flame at all. Whenever this fire spiritual energy was functioning properly in the meridians, he would be able to condense the shape of a fire crow. Spells were easier compared to cultivation. As long as one used the right spells, it was nothing more than honing the proficiency, and when one could introduce the fire spiritual energy in the body to the outside, the first step would be completed. This thing didn't depend on qualifications, only on proficiency. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. He Pingsheng was practicing the fire crow technique as usual on this day, when suddenly, there was a flame that emerged from the palm of his right hand, instantly transforming into a dazzling crow. The crow was not large, just slightly larger than a palm. This crow was covered with a blinding fire, and in the center of his hand, it kept lifting its wings, as if it was about to fly high at any moment. He Pingsheng was instantly overjoyed, took a deep breath and withdrew his mana. As this fire spirit power withdrew, the fire crow in his hand naturally lost its roots and instantly disappeared. The house is too narrow to perform. Well, find a remote place to try the divine ability. He Pingsheng stood up, patted his body, and was about to head outside when he suddenly saw the treasure pot lying under the bed. This place was different from Shouju Peak before. Anytime, anywhere, someone could break into his house. The scene of his parents' treasure being snatched away back then was still in front of his eyes. Therefore, He Pingsheng was not confident that he would leave the treasure basin in the house after he left, although the probability was that this thing would not be touched even by a thief. What if it was? This was a treasure. He Pingsheng couldn't afford to gamble, but if he were to bring it with him, it would be too much trouble. Hey! He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. How nice it would be if I had a storage bag. Unfortunately, it was just a good wish, because even those inner disciples in the Taixu Sect who were exceptionally gifted, more than 99% of them didn't have such a high-level item as a storage bag. It was something that often only elders at the foundation establishment stage were worthy of possessing. How could he dare to wish for it? Why don't we just bury it? He Pingsheng picked up the treasure pot. However, just as he wanted to dig up the ground, a spiritual illumination surged to his heart. When he was still young, he had seen that his father had cut his finger to drip blood on that magic weapon. Could it be that blood drops on this treasure could recognize the owner? Try it. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to bury it in the ground. With a try-and-see attitude, He Pingsheng took out a small knife from the table, and with a snort cut a small slit in his left hand. A few drops of blood flowed out instantly. He Pingsheng dropped the blood into the treasure pot. Soon, a magical scene happened, only to see that a golden light suddenly flashed out from the place where the drops of blood fell. Then the blood followed the invisible texture and instantly merged into the center of the treasure basin. In a few breaths of effort, the blood was gone. Again, He Pingsheng once again dropped a drop of blood, and another golden light flashed out. After a few times like this, the basin, however, suddenly changed and whooshed into a purple gold light that flew into He Pingsheng's body. He Pingsheng was dumbfounded. Where is my treasure? Where is the basin? It won't be lost, right? The next moment, He Pingsheng divine thought flashed. Internal vision of his body, but see that in the dantian, a crimson cyclone under, quietly lying a black basin. What is it if it is not a treasure basin? Come, He Pingsheng's divine thought moved. With a whoosh, the treasure-gathering basin re-emerged into golden light and flew out, landing in He Pingsheng's hand. Collect. With another movement of his divine thought, the treasure-gathering basin returned back to dantian. Hissing, great, He Pingsheng laughed out loud, then lay down on the bed with a bang and took a deep breath. In the future, there would be no need to worry about this treasure pot being stolen. After a long while, He Pingsheng's excitement disappeared, and he pondered anew. The treasure basin was put away, but there were still 2 jade bottles in the house. These 2 bottles also had 2 grains of top-quality chi-gathering pills. What about this thing? Carry it with you? I just don't know if this treasure basin can be put into items and then put away again. Well, try. Come. He Pingsheng's divine thought moved, and the treasure-gathering basin appeared in his hand. When there was a sound, He Pingsheng then threw 2 jade bottles into the basin. Collect. This was the time to collect this treasure-gathering basin. Swoosh. The pot of gathering treasure was really taken into the dantian. He Pingsheng's divine thought swept his own body and found that there were really 2 more jade bottles in the treasure-gathering basin in that dantian. Hey, it can really be taken in. Since it can be taken in, then together. Come. He Pingsheng summoned the treasure basin out of his dantian, and then put the 2 books in with it. In addition to the 2 books, after that, he found that there was also a pocket of spiritual rice in this room. It was about 100 pounds. This definitely couldn't be put in, because earlier, He Pingsheng had also tried. This basin could only hold about a dozen pounds of spiritual rice. Any more than that wouldn't work. Alas, he sighed and said, it's a bit small. If only this treasure basin could be a bit bigger. As a result, as He Pingsheng's words landed on the ground, the treasure-gathering basin sitting on top of the table suddenly became a bit bigger. From the normal size of a basin, it became the size of a bathtub. This time, there was indeed no problem putting the spiritual rice in. However, at this moment in time He Pingsheng was not in the mood to put in the spiritual rice. He excitedly looked at the polybasin and said, bigger, bigger, bigger. The treasure pot became bigger and bigger. In the end, the entire basin was 3 feet square, and only then did it not continue to get bigger. In other words, this 3 feet size was the limit of the basin. Chapter 025, Firecrow. Receive. He Pingsheng put all his items inside the treasure basin and then received them back into his dantian. What to do next? He still had 2 extreme quality, chi-gathering pills, on him, but these 2 grains were definitely not enough for him to break through to the 5th level of the chi refining stage. If he wanted to continue to break through, he could only rely on drawing chi into his body over a long period of time. According to He Pingsheng's 5 elemental spiritual root qualifications, that would really take days and days. Perhaps, it would be impossible to cultivate to the 5th layer by breathing and exhaling in this lifetime. So, it was still necessary to look for cultivation resources. Before looking for cultivation resources, it's better to go out and try how this spell is. He Pingsheng went out the door and made his way to the mountains. A small town was definitely out of the question. After all, no one knew how powerful this firecrow was, and it wouldn't be good if someone noticed it. Over the past year, as his cultivation increased, He Pingsheng's mind gradually opened up, and things that he couldn't think of before, or things that he couldn't turn his brain around, he was able to understand at this moment. Of course, character-wise, he was as cautious as ever. This caution of his was not innate, but was a realization after witnessing the murder of his parents. In the uninhabited mountains, He Pingsheng walked in the opposite direction from the Taixu Sect for 2 days in a row before stopping. It's all so far away, even if we make some noise, we won't be able to startle the Taixu Sect side, right? He Pingsheng stopped in the middle of a pristine jungle. In front of him, behind him, and all around him, there were all ancient trees in the sky. The ground was mossy and slippery, and raising his head, he couldn't see the sky. Only the sound of gurgling water coming from the stream flowing down from the top of the mountain on his left side seemed to make He Pingsheng feel a trace of reality in this world. Gather. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, and the fire attribute spiritual energy in his body ran out in a frenzy, quickly gathering a ball of fire in the palm of his right hand. Between the beating of this flame, it formed the shape of a crow. The crow flapped its wings in a realistic image. Go to. With a thought, He Pingsheng maneuvered this fire crow to fly forward. 3 feet away, the fire crow slammed headlong into a tree trunk that was as thick as a hug. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. An aura of the fire attribute poured out. He Pingsheng was caught off guard and was actually blown back 3 steps by this wave of heat. Then he looked up again, but he saw that a big black hole had been added to the trunk of the big tree that was 3 feet away, and there was a flame burning at the mouth of the hole. The flame was also getting more and more vigorous and crackling. Bang! In less than 3 breaths, this heaven-spanning ancient tree snapped at the waist, and together with its branches, it fell to the ground viciously. However, the fire above the tree trunk was getting more and more ferocious. Not good. He Pingsheng slammed his head and said, "Don't make a mountain fire just yet." He hurriedly took out his treasure basin and hurriedly ran to the creek not far away to fetch water, and after fetching the water, he directly poured it on top of the flame. A miraculous scene happened. He Pingsheng continuously poured 5 or 6 pots of water, but the fire was not doused, but also more and more vigorous. It's really strange. This fire actually can't be doused with water? He Pingsheng had a worried face, and personally ran over again, using rocks and dirt to extinguish the fire, and after a lot of effort, the flames finally went out on their own only because they burned out the entire tree. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then sat down on the ground in a somewhat wretched state, looking at the palm of his hand, and muttered, "Could it be that this flame refined with spiritual power spells is not the same as ordinary flames? The power of this strike was able to smash an old tree, so I guess it's not bad, right? It's just that I don't know how it would be if it were to hit a cultivator. Would it be able to catch up to a disciple of the same level?" Next, He Pingsheng didn't dare to hit the trees. He searched for a mountain rock that didn't have any trees or withered grass. Then he condensed another fire crow, and ruthlessly smashed it towards the top of that cliff face. Bang! The next moment, the mountain rocks crumbled. A large black hole was smashed out above the cliff. So strong. He Pingsheng was a bit staggered. He didn't expect that smashing a rock could also make such a big hole. Again! Bang! 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 After hitting 12 fire crows one after another, the fire attribute aura in He Pingsheng's body was finally depleted. In other words, with this level of attack, he could only strike 12 times in one breath. If he couldn't finish off the enemy within 12 times, then he would only have the chance to run away, because there was no comparison object, and because He Pingsheng had never fought against anyone, let alone knowing how powerful other 4th level chi refining stage spells were. He Pingsheng didn't know how he was compared to others. Even though he had seen his own spells, he felt that his qualifications were much worse than those talented cultivators, so he habitually assumed that the spells were also inferior to others. But if other cultivators of the same level saw his fire crow spell, they didn't know how shocked they would be. After the spell test, He Pingsheng returned to the small town along the same path. The round trip took 5 days. After arriving at the outer gate small town, He Pingsheng didn't go home first, but instead reappeared at the outer gate hall. Entering this bustling hall, He Pingsheng's divine thoughts couldn't help but stretch out, and the cultivation levels of the cultivators within 10 feet of the surrounding area were all clear to him. There were those at the first level of chi refining stage, the second level, and the third level. There were also 4th layer, but there weren't many at the 4th layer. As for those above the 4th layer, He Pingsheng realized that he was not able to see through them. However, of the more than 100 people bustling about in the entire hall, there were only 3 who could not see through their cultivation levels. He Pingsheng was secretly pleased in his heart. Senior brother. The disciple sitting in the middle of the hall in charge of chores saw He Pingsheng come over and took the initiative to stand up and shouted, "Senior brother." This kind of treatment, He Pingsheng had never enjoyed before. "Senior brother, what is it that you want to handle?" The handyman disciple looked at He Pingsheng respectfully. He Pingsheng swept his divine thoughts and realized that the other party was only a 3rd tier, so he smiled and said, "Senior brother, I heard that our Taixu Sect has a smooth and easy pavilion that is open for outer disciples. I would like to go over there and take a look, and I don't know how I can get in? The so-called smooth and easy pavilion was slightly more advanced than the miscellaneous handling office in this outer sect's main hall, which sold some cultivation items needed by outer sect disciples. But this place was not something that just any outer disciple could enter. Its entry threshold was the middle stage of chi refining, that is, the lowest 4 levels. Senior brother, you're already at the 4th level, right? The opposite disciple was full of respect. He Pingsheng nodded. Up to it. That's good, that person said. Senior brother, Chang'e Pavilion is on the 2nd floor of our outer gate hall. You can go in from the side there. There's a staircase over there. However, before going in, it is necessary to test your cultivation. As long as you reach the 4th floor, there will be a specialized person to guide you up. Good. He Pingsheng was overjoyed, so he walked towards that staircase leading to the Chang'e Pavilion. Chapter 026, Can't Afford It. He Pingsheng looked over in the direction that the 3rd level chi refining stage disciple was pointing to, and indeed saw the stairway in one of the corners of the main hall. Thank you, senior disciple. He Pingsheng arched his hand in thanks and walked over towards that stairway. Stepping onto the stairs, he walked to the 2nd level. First, he entered a room. In the room sat an old man dressed in gray robes. The old man's cultivation he couldn't see, but the old man's sharp gaze searched He Pingsheng's body and said, "The 4th floor, ah, is it your first time here?" He Pingsheng respectfully said, "Yes, it's the first time for the late generation to come here. There is no need to address you like that." The gray-clothed old man waved his hand and said, "You are at the 4th level of the chi refining stage. The old man is at the 9th level of the chi refining stage. Although there are some gaps, but all in all, they are both at the chi refining stage. You can just call me senior from now on." Senior, I can't bear the word. Yes, senior. He Pingsheng hurriedly changed his words. The gray-clothed old man said, "Go in." This hurdle, it was considered passed. He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief and politely saluted the gray-clothed old man again before turning around and walking into the hall on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor, the same size as the 1st floor. It was just that the hustle and bustle of the 1st floor was absent here. There were only a dozen or so disciples traveling back and forth amongst the various shelves. This senior brother, a disciple at the 5th level of the chi refining stage, arrived in front of He Pingsheng, smiled faintly and said, "Here to shop for items? Please follow me." He Pingsheng said, "No, little brother is coming up here for the first time, so I'll just take a look first." "Okay," the man said, "then you can take a look casually. If there are items you are satisfied with, you can purchase them. Each item has a price labeled underneath." He Pingsheng thanked him, and then wandered around the huge 2nd floor alone. In the 2nd floor, there were also other cultivators, but not many. For He Pingsheng, it would be best if he could purchase some waste pills at a very low price, then use the treasure pot to strengthen the quality and finally use it. But he also knew that this was delusional, because it was impossible to sell waste pills in the Smoothie Pavilion. Then it would be the lower grade chi gathering pills. I hope the price isn't too outrageous. He Pingsheng first searched all the way along the container, and it didn't take long before he arrived at this pill container place. A huge cargo container filled with all kinds of pills: chi gathering pill, golden bone pill, peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, grain resisting pill, and so on. Among them, the most numerous, was the grain rescuing pill. He Pingsheng looked at it and saw that for 1 furnace of grain rescuing dan, the price was 800 contribution points, and for 1 furnace, it was 12 grains. The grain resisting pill did not assist in cultivation, but it had one benefit, which was to dispel the grain. Chi refining stage disciples had to take care of chores such as eating and drinking while practicing, and couldn't concentrate on their cultivation. But with the grain expelling pill, they could avoid these chores. Each swallowed grain expelling elixir would allow a person to not need to eat or drink for a month. A single furnace of grain expelling pills would be able to support a cultivator's usage for a year. But after looking at the price, He Pingsheng said he couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. He only had a total of over 1,000 contribution points. Then he looked at the rest. Inferior grade chi gathering pill. This thing was much more expensive than the rescue pill. Because it was an elixir used for cultivation, it could raise cultivation levels. So it wasn't something comparable to something as crude as the Paigudan. This thing wasn't sold in units of 1 furnace, but by the grain. A lower grade chi gathering pill required 2 lower grade spirit stones. So, people don't want contribution points, they just want spirit stones. He Pingsheng would like to buy some chi gathering pills, but unfortunately, he didn't have any spirit stones either. Of course, as a disciple of a cultivation family, it was impossible for He Pingsheng to not know what a spirit stone was. Spirit stones, a special kind of stone. Each piece of lower grade spirit stone was roughly the size of a date, and was divided into 5 different attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. with different 5 elements of spirit chi contained within. This thing could aid in cultivation and could be used as a source of energy supply for formations. Of course, it could also be used as a source of driving energy for certain flying-type treasures. Because of its wide range of uses, it had become a common currency in the cultivation world. This thing He Pingsheng had also seen. After the death of his parents, there were dozens of pieces in the house, and then it was also snatched away by those unknown people. Not a single piece remained. Elder brother. He Pingsheng saw that guy's elder brother and walked over to ask, how many contribution points of this can be exchanged for a spirit stone? Ha! The disciple in green clothes laughed and said, senior brother doesn't know. Between this contribution points and spirit stones, they can't be exchanged freely. There are some items that can be purchased with just contribution points, but there are some precious items that must be purchased with spirit stones. Understood? Understood. He Pingsheng wasn't stupid. He understood at the slightest point. He Pingsheng continued to watch the shelves. Chi gathering pill. Lower grade. 2 spirit stones could purchase 1. Golden bone pill. Lower grade. 1 spirit stone for 1 pill. Marrow cleansing pill. Lower grade. 5 spirit stones a pill. These pills, all of them require spirit stones. He Pingsheng's eyes turned and saw some other herbs near the shelves. 7-leaf spirit grass, 10 plants, 1 spirit stone. Spirit apricot, 10. 2 spirit stones. Immortal shoots, 10. 1 spirit stone. Vermilion fruit, 10. 3 spirit stones. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed. The 4 spirit herbs, 7-leaf spirit grass, vermilion fruit, immortal bamboo shoots, and spirit apricot, were all first-grade spirit herbs, and together these 4 spirit herbs made up the refining materials for the chi-gathering pill. In other words, these spiritual herbs above were the number of ingredients for 10 furnaces of the chi-gathering pill. A total of 7 spirit stones were needed to purchase them. If all 10 furnaces were successfully refined, even if they were all inferior, then there would still be 120 of them. One was worth 2 spirit stones, which was 240 spirit stones. Hissing, a premium of more than 30 times compared to a material of 7 spirit stones? Of course, the success rate of alchemy was very low, and for some alchemists, often with 10 ingredients, they could only concoct 1 potion. Then these 12 pills could also be sold for 24 spirit stones. Calculating like this, the premium is also as much as 3 times. However, refining pills wasn't that simple. In addition to purchasing the materials, one would also need a Dan furnace, a Dan formula, a flame, and so on. Ordinary outer disciples simply didn't have the opportunity to walk into the alchemy room to make pills, and if they were to refine pills in their own homes, then the success rate would again be reduced by more than 10 times. Therefore, in an instant, He Pingsheng wrested the idea of selling materials for alchemy. The key was, he didn't have any spirit stones either. He Pingsheng shook his head and left from the shelf selling pills. Let's go around to other places again. Elementary flying sword, first-grade magic weapon, sold for 60 spirit stones. Greenwood shield, a first-grade artifact that can defend against spell attacks from cultivators of the same level when propped open, priced at 130 spirit stones. Ice needle talisman, a first-grade talisman. After using it, it can summon ice needles, equivalent to the full force of a 7th-level chi refining stage strike, priced at 60 spirit stones. What a good thing. Unfortunately, can't afford it. Really can't afford it. Chapter 027, Spirit Medicine Valley. Magic weapon, talismans, pills, cultivation techniques, and so on. There was everything. Of course, it was only limited to 1 item, all of which were items needed by some chi refining stage disciples. He Pingsheng also saw a paper crane. Paper crane, priced at 2 spirit stones. What is this item? He Pingsheng asked the green-clothed disciple next to him with some curiosity. The green-clothed disciple said, this is a paper crane. When mana is poured into it, it can be stimulated, and after it is stimulated, this thing transforms into an immortal crane that can carry 1,000 kilograms of weight, and carry a person for a day's flight, flying 10,000 miles in 1 day. He Pingsheng was stunned. 1 day? Fly 10,000 miles? Heavens! And, the green-clothed disciple held out 3 more fingers. This thing can be reused 3 times. It's an indispensable item for our chi refinement stage disciples when they are traveling far away. Saying this, He Pingsheng understood. To put it bluntly, this paper crane was equivalent to the puppet category. After a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, he can fly with a sword, instantly traveling thousands of miles. And less than the foundation stage disciples do not have this ability. Want to travel far can only rely on other external objects. This paper crane is one of them. What a good thing. Senior brother, He Pingsheng asked again, if there are good things in your hands, do you accept them here? Of course. The green-clothed disciple smiled and said, if you have good things, senior brother, we also acquire them. He Pingsheng pulled out a book from his pocket and said, do you see this acquisition? The green-clothed cultivator shot his eyes over, only to see a few big words written on the book, 36 Formulas for Alchemy. This was not the book that Hao Yun had given him earlier. The book that Hao Yun had given to He Pingsheng, 36 Formulas of Alchemy, had been placed inside the treasure basin by He Pingsheng, and after it was strengthened by the treasure basin, it had turned into 2 books, but the name didn't change. It was still the 36 Formulas of Alchemy. He Pingsheng had no way to compare, but with his previous memories of the 36 Formulas of Alchemy, he could tell that the 36 formulas after this enhancement had a lot more content, and some of it had been deleted. Obviously, the value of this thing was much more advanced than the original 36 formulas. He Pingsheng wanted to exchange some resources, and the only thing suitable to take out of his body was this. Why? Because there is no risk. If you check back on me, I'll just say that Hao Yun gave it to me. How will you guys find out? It's this one. The green-clothed disciple looked at the 36 squares in He Pingsheng's hand and couldn't help but snort a little, saying, "Senior brother, come with me." He Pingsheng followed him over, coming to a place where books were located, only to see that on that bookshelf, there was clearly the 36 Formulas of Alchemy. 36 Formulas of Alchemy, priced at 1 spirit stone. Ha. The green-clothed disciple laughed. The sect has plenty of this stuff. We don't accept it. This, He Pingsheng explained, mine is different from the ones you have here. This one of mine is more detailed and more advanced. Nonsense. That green-clothed disciple immediately looked unhappy and said, "This 36 Formulas of Alchemy is passed down since ancient times. We are not the only ones using it in the Taixu Sect. In the entire cultivation world, I don't know how many sects are using it. This formula of yours is different from the ordinary ones. Isn't this a trick? Senior brother, put away your book and please go downstairs. Don't force me to call someone over." Hi. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and could only put this 36 Formulas of Alchemy into his arms, then shook his head helplessly and left. It's not a loss anyway. Coming down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, He Pingsheng had a confused look on his face. The resources could not be afforded. What about the subsequent cultivation? How could one obtain spirit stones? Aha! Go ask this kid. He Pingsheng walked towards the counter in the middle of the hall. The disciple who had just received He Pingsheng stood up with a smile on his face. Has senior brother gone to the 2nd floor? Aha! He Pingsheng nodded, then said, "Brother, let me ask you something. How can an outer disciple like us get spirit stones?" That disciple hesitated a little, then said, "This kind of thing like spirit stone, normally, we outer disciples have no way to have it. What about this thing? The inner disciples of the sect, each of them, every month, have anywhere from 10 to 30 pieces. If we outer disciples want to obtain spirit stones, we can only trade them from those inner disciples, or help out, or else, sell some items. And then there's also the sect that has some special tasks that will also give spirit stones." He Pingsheng nodded. The special missions of the sect were usually dangerous. No one would be willing to do this kind of mission if they didn't give spirit stones. Just for example, that disciple continued, over at Xiuzhu Peak, some time ago, they had been unable to recruit Dan children, and then after promising to pay them 2 spirit stones per month, weren't they just as crowded by everyone? He Pingsheng turned his head and couldn't help but look towards the left side of the formation light membrane. Sure enough, that Xiuzhu Peak's news of recruiting Dan children was gone. There's actually another way. That green-clothed disciple whispered. I heard that the work over at the Spirit Pill Valley is still relatively good. If one can enter the Spirit Pill Valley and take care of the Spirit Pills, then the elders of the Spirit Pill Valley, once they are happy, will reward them with some spirit stones. And it is said that this Spirit Pill Valley is still the most greasy place in the Taixu Sect. I wouldn't dare to hide it from senior brother. That disciple continued. The elders of this Spirit Medicine Valley are actually very fierce. If they don't take good care of these herbs, they will often be reprimanded and beaten at every turn. But the good thing is, the Spirit Medicine Valley has not had a human life, that the elders also have a light hand. Look, right now there's a Spirit Medicine Valley recruitment notice for outer disciples right here. He Pingsheng looked over, but he saw that there was indeed a message on that light membrane. Spirit Medicine Valley is recruiting a fire attribute disciple to take care of the valley's blazing sunflower, for 200 contribution points per month. The specific message, that was all. He Pingsheng's mind spun. This job, he was suitable for it. First, he was the disciple of the fire attribute. Secondly, he possessed the treasure pot, and the herbs he picked at that time could be slightly toned down in quality, as long as he took out the ones that the elders liked. Then getting some spirit stone rewards should still be possible. Besides, I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. My treasure pot can turn 1 into 2. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to get some spiritual herbs. Dry up. Okay, He Pingsheng said. Senior brother, I'll take this mission in the Spirit Medicine Valley. I happen to be majoring in the fire spirit route. Alright, the green-clothed disciple said. I'll contact the senior brother of the Spirit Medicine Valley. However, he'll also have to test the strength of your fire spiritual force. Senior brother. If it doesn't meet his requirements, he won't want it. There were also 3 or 5 people who applied for the job before, and none of them were selected. Saying this, He Pingsheng was a bit disappointed. No one else can do it. Can this 5 elements spiritual root of mine do it? Chapter 028 Deadwood Realist. It was only after about an hour's effort that a disciple with an obese figure and wearing a green-colored Dao robe arrived in the outer gate hall. Senior brother Wang is here. I've helped you find a disciple who majors in fire spirit root. You take a look first. Alright. Senior brother Wang's face didn't look too good. He looked at He Pingsheng and said, it's just a 4th level of chi refining stage. Can it work? That disciple immediately had a bitter look on his face. Senior brother Wang, how long has this been going on? No one has asked for it at all. You know the situation of your Spirit Medicine Valley yourself. Let's put it this way. You try first. If it doesn't work, then you can continue waiting again. Senior brother Wang, name Wang Dun, 6th level of chi refining stage. Wang Dun listened to the words of that green-clothed disciple, took a deep breath and said, that's just it. That's it. You. Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng and said, release some of the fire spirit power in your body. I'll see how the quality is first. If there is a 7 or 8 points, then take you to the valley to test it. Yes. He Pingsheng didn't dare to be slow. He slowly stretched out his right hand. The fire-attributed spiritual energy spewed out from his hand in a matter of moments as the fire-attributed true method operated within his body. The flame was crimson in color, with a little bit of white in between. Yo. Wang Dun, slightly surprised, said, look at the color is good. This fire spiritual power is extremely pure. Go. Collect your mana. Go with me to the Spirit Medicine Valley and test it again. Hearing Wang Dun say this, He Pingsheng also let out a sigh of relief. Then he followed Wang Dun and went up the mountain again. Taixu Sect. The entire inner sect was on the mountain. Last year, He Pingsheng had also gone up and down a few times on this side of the Taixu Sect, and every time, he was half dead from exhaustion. But now, after he possessed the cultivation of the 4th level of the chi refining stage, it was much easier for him to go up the mountain again, and he could often cross a distance of tens of feet with a single jump, flying over the eaves and walking on the walls as if he were walking on the ground. If he were to follow the standards of the mortal world, he would already be a proper martial arts master. After about half an hour, Wang Dun and He Pingsheng came to a valley. Taking a deep breath, He Pingsheng only felt that the richness of the aura here was more than 10 times that of the outside. However, it wasn't of much use to him. If the spiritual root was too weak, even the best spiritual chi would be useless, as it would not be refined as well. He Pingsheng, right, come with me. Watch your step. Don't run around. Wang Dun led He Pingsheng, walking through the valley. On both sides of the valley, there was a piece of spirit field. Various plants were planted on the rice surface of the spiritual fields. Most of them were spiritual rice. A small portion was some medicinal herbs. The further in, the more dense the spiritual chi became. And when they reached the innermost part of this valley, the plants planted inside the body spirit fields on both sides also turned into spiritual grasses. What with the 7-leaf spirit grass, spirit apricot, vermilion fruit, immortal bamboo shoots, and so on, there was everything, but they were all just some first-grade herbs. He Pingsheng recognized all of these things because he had already read through that 36 formulas of alchemy, and he recognized all of the herbs on it. In the innermost part of this valley, there was a patch of fiery red plants. This is the blazing sunflower. Wang Dun pointed at the fiery red plant and said, it is now in its flowering season. There are a total of 560 plants here. They are 2nd-grade spirit medicine. Come here. Not far from the fiery sunflower, there was a huge rock. Wang Dun said, send out some of your spiritual energy and spit it onto the stone, and the stone will naturally show the purity of your spiritual energy on top. If you pass, you can stay. Begin. Good. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then revolved the spiritual energy in his body. The fire spiritual energy was mobilized by him from his dantian, flowed through his meridians, and finally spewed out from the palm of his hand. However, this time, He Pingsheng kept an eye out. He didn't spew out his spiritual energy at full strength. He just spewed out about 1/2 of the amount, and then covered towards that stone, buzzing. It was as if the stone possessed magic, suddenly changing color when He Pingsheng's fire spirit power was sprayed up. It turned from gray to crimson, then from crimson to yellow, and yellow to gold. In that Wang Dun's shocked gaze, He Pingsheng put away the fire spirit power in his hand. Awesome. Wang Dun clapped his hands and said, awesome, awesome. Senior brother is awesome. You are only at the 4th level of the chi refining stage, and the quality of this fire spiritual energy has actually reached the top grade? The gong method that senior brother cultivates must be extraordinary. He Pingsheng's heart trembled, bad, exposure. However, it is good that Wang Dun added those disciples before. Some of them reached the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refining stage, and the quality of this fire spiritual energy can't reach the top grade. But of course, we are here, and the middle grade is enough. Senior brother, come with me to see Elder Deadwood. He is the elder of our Taixu Sect Spirit Medicine Valley. Yes. He Pingsheng hurriedly followed Wang Dun. The two of them continued to walk inside the Spirit Valley, and the misty fog rose up at an unknown time. The deepest part of this valley had a dreamlike appearance. Wang Dun explained. There are formations set up by seniors here, so there are such illusions. You don't have to come here to serve at unusual times. Don't ever break in. He Pingsheng said. Yes. As they spoke, the two of them abruptly arrived at a cave. Elder Deadwood. That Wang Dun arched his hand in front of the cave and said with a respectful face, Disciple has already found this candidate to shine the blazing sunflower. Please give orders to Senior Kuki. As soon as Wang Dun's words fell, a thin layer of mist at the entrance of that cave instantly disappeared. From inside, a thin, short old man walked out. This person's face was like withered wood and his beard and hair were white. He glanced at He Pingsheng and said, 4th level of Qi refining. Can you withstand it? Wang Dun smiled bitterly. Elder, I have searched for many these days, and this is the only qualified one. That's all. Realist Kuki took out a black token and handed it to He Pingsheng, saying, This is the token of the Spirit Medicine Valley. With this token, you can enter and exit the valley in the Taixu Sect as you please. But remember, don't run around. If you run to another peak and get a good beating, that's not my business. He Pingsheng took the token and said, Yes, latecomer keep in mind. Withered wood reality continued. That kid did originally good before, but it's a pity that this guy died outside in a good fight with someone. There are still 3 months left for the blazing sunflower's flowering period. You finish the rest. Finish it well, I'll have a reward. If it's a perfunctory failure, Withered wood realist looked at He Pingsheng, sneered twice, then waved his hand. Go. How to take care of this blazing sunflower. How to harvest the pollen. Wang Dun will teach you. Get lost. After saying that, without waiting for He Pingsheng to speak, the old man turned around and walked back into the cave. Chapter 029, Intense Sunflower Pollen. Senior brother He, please follow me. Wang Dun led He Pingsheng and walked out from the cave where the Deadwood realist lived. After walking for a small amount of time for half an incense stick, the two of them once again came to the place where the fiery red blazing sunflower was located. Let me explain it to you a little bit. Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng, then pointed at the sea of flowers next to him. This blazing sunflower is a second-grade spiritual plant. Among the cultivation world, spiritual plants, also known as immortal grasses, were graded. It was divided into first grade, second grade, all the way up to 9th grade. Similarly, pills were also graded. A first-grade spirit plant could only refine first-grade pills. A second-grade spirit plant could refine second-grade pills, and so on, and so on. These two are second-grade spiritual plants. Fire attribute. It was originally grown in the ground fire outcrop. Must draw on the power of the fire attribute in order to grow. Of course, this is not absolute. Artificially planted sunflower. In the absence of ground fire out of the dew, to the array to supply the fire attribute of spiritual power is also the same. And the condition was that it needed a stable source of fire attribute. Fire spirit stones were possible, but the unrefined spiritual energy in the fire spirit stones was quite refreshing, and although it could be used to supply this formation and the flaming sunflower, it would easily cause the flaming sunflower to die on a large scale. The survival rate is very low. In addition to the fire spirit stone, it is the cultivator's own fire spirit power to nourish. The fire spiritual energy that has been refined by the cultivator is pure and stable, and can continuously supply fire attribute spiritual energy to the blazing sunflower. This was the reason why it was necessary to look for a cultivator who majored in fire spirit root. See this stone? Wang Dun pointed at the stone that had just tested He Pingsheng's fire spirit energy concentration and said, This is the energy center of the entire formation. Let me tell you again. This stone has 4 colors: crimson, yellow, gold and purple. Turn around and send all the spiritual energy in your body into it. If it's crimson, then this spiritual energy will only last for a day's amount, and you'll have to keep supplying it daily. If it's yellow, you can leave it alone for 3 days, and the power in it will last for 3 days. If you're gold, then you can manage 7 days at a time. Got it? Wang Dun's voice was a bit loud. He Pingsheng nodded and repeated. Got it. Red for 1 day, yellow for 3 days, and gold for 7 days. Not bad. Wang Dun saw that He Pingsheng was so up to speed, smilingly said, All right, now you can ask me if you don't understand anything. He Pingsheng asked, How many days can the purple one manage? Wang Dun's face suddenly darkened and said, Don't even think about the purple one. It's not that Wang Dun is unwilling to say. Really, when the kooky real person explained him Wang Dun, He also only talked about the golden color, and didn't say the purple color. Oh, He Pingsheng nodded his head. Wang Dun added, your job, besides supplying the fire spirit power of this formation, there is another item, which is to collect the pollen of this blazing sunflower. He Pingsheng was stunned. Pollen? I'm not a little bee. That's right, it's pollen, Wang Dun said with certainty. Of course, this pollen won't fall off by itself, and you don't need to collect it every day. You just need to collect it every 3 to 5 days. You don't understand. He's seen your brother. The most useful thing about this entire blazing sunflower is the pollen. After the pollen of the blazing sunflower is collected and ground into powder, it can then be combined with beast blood to make rune ink, talisman ink. He Pingsheng heard another new term. What is that? He felt that he was talking a bit too much today, but if he didn't ask, he was unwilling to do so. Wang Dun was friendly and answered all the questions He Pingsheng asked. The so-called talisman ink is a kind of thing used by the cultivator who draws talismans. The pollen of the blazing sunflower is one of the main materials for drawing the second-grade talisman, blazing fire talisman, which is extremely expensive. Of course, the pollen was also divided into 4 grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade, which could be easily distinguished by their colors, and their corresponding colors were almost the same as that stone, which were also red, yellow, gold, and purple. Go this way and take a look. Not far away, directly opposite this piece of blazing sunflower, was a section of cliff, and on top of the cliff there was no telling who had dug out a round hole. Wang Dun pointed at the hole and said, in the elixir garden, for fear of water and fire, so the construction of palaces and houses is not allowed, including the kooky real person. All people live in caves. Don't worry, the accommodation in this cave is wide, and there is a fire attribute spirit stone inside, which can ensure that it is dry all year round and will not be humid. This used to be where the last disciple who looked after the blazing sunflower lived. Now it belongs to you. Follow me. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun into the cave. It was indeed very large inside. There were 3 interconnected houses alone, each with a stone door above it. It was quite quiet and self-contained. On the stone wall above the center of the hall, there was a red spirit stone the size of a jujube, constantly flickering with a faint light. A channel of hot air swept down from above. It was just as Wang Dun had said. There was no dampness in this cave, and it was quite comfortable to live in. This is a tool for taking pollen. Wang Dun pointed to the jade bottle on top of the shelf in the room. This jade bottle looked similar to the jade bottle that contained elixirs. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dun said, you can collect 10 bottles every month. After collecting the pollen, it has to be ground here into powder. All of the pollen obtained should be handed over to the Deadwood realist. No hiding, or in case you are discovered, you will not be spared a severe beating. Alright, that's all, Wang Dun said. You can figure out your own way to eat on weekdays, but if there is a lack of rice and grain, I have plenty there, and I can even give you 30 pounds of spirit rice every month. You take care of yourself. After saying that, Wang Dun directly left. He Pingsheng didn't go to work first, but first familiarized himself with the environment here. This place was about the innermost part of the entire valley, far away from Wang Dun's side. It is not too far from the Deadwood realist, but if you walk slowly and leisurely, it will take half an incense stick of time. It was still considered clean and undisturbed. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, He Pingsheng came to the side of the spiritual field of blazing sunflower. With a stretch of his hand, he pressed it against that stone. Rumble! The fire attribute aura in He Pingsheng's body surged and flowed out like water towards that stone. Above the stone, light shone brightly. It first showed a reddish color, and then a yellow color. By the time He Pingsheng had injected about 80% of the spiritual energy in his body into it, the stone finally showed a golden color. Phew! He Pingsheng took a deep breath and collected his mana. This is enough. It was actually a golden color. Of course, he didn't know if he had the ability to make this stone reveal its purple color, but even if he did, He Pingsheng wasn't going to try, because exposing this matter would not do him any good. Chapter 030 Being Flexible. During the test, the stone was also golden in color, but it just flickered for just a bit. Now, because of He Pingsheng's mana infusion, the stone didn't just flicker for a bit, but was always golden in color. After the energy was supplied, He Pingsheng observed from the side for another half a day before returning to the house and starting to learn some techniques for collecting pollen and grinding it. It wasn't easy. Of course, it wasn't difficult either, because one infusion of spiritual energy could last for 7 days. He Pingsheng was considered to have enough time to practice. He found an unoccupied time, then took out an extreme-grade chi-gathering pill. The fragrance quickly spread out. There wasn't much of a problem though. First, although the scent was strong, there were very few people in the valley and it was far away, 20 feet away. It would be difficult to smell the fragrance of this extremely high-grade elixir. Secondly, this was originally a place where spiritual plants were cultivated. and with all sorts of spiritual grasses and flowers competing to open. The valley was originally filled with the scent of all sorts of medicinal herbs. After this layer of scent masking, the flavor of the top-grade elixir in He Pingsheng's hand was washed away by another 50%. He picked up the small, dark axe and divided this one elixir into 4 parts, because He Pingsheng had calculated that he would have to collect pollen about once every 3 days. So every 3 days, one would have to interrupt their cultivation. It just so happened that a quarter of the elixir would be enough for 3 days of cultivation. With everything done, He Pingsheng put away the remaining 3 pieces of the elixir and only took out one of them and threw it into his mouth and started practicing. As his cultivation increased, the speed at which he refined this elixir became faster and faster. Before, when this quarter of the elixir, he had to refine it for more than 10 days before he could completely digest it, but now he could refine it without using it for 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days, He Pingsheng completely digested the energy in this piece of elixir. Then, he picked up the bottle and tools and went to the blazing sunflower spiritual field. It was time to collect the pollen. He Pingsheng took his tools to this side of the blazing sunflower field and saw that the color of the stone had changed. From a golden color, it had turned yellow. In other words, the fire spiritual energy in here could still be enough for the blazing sunflower for 3 or 4 days. In this spiritual field, the number of blazing sunflowers was not very large, only 300. He Pingsheng took about an hour to collect them and got a total of more than 1 bottle of pollen. These pollens were all red in color. Obviously, it was nothing more than an inferior product. Collecting the pollen was not the completion of the job. It had to be ground. The next step was to grind the pollen into a finer powder. After all, this thing was going to be mixed with talisman ink, to ensure that the writing was smooth enough. After grinding, it was put into a jade bottle and sealed. Originally, He Pingsheng wanted to use his own pot to try to see if it could be strengthened, but in the end he gave up, because the risk of exposure was a bit high. In this way, the pollen was collected every 3 days, and after collecting enough for about 10 times, the 10 bottles of milled pollen were uniformly sent to the cave entrance of the withered wood realist. He Pingsheng worked carefully and made no mistakes. There was no merit in the middle of the road. In a flash, 2 months passed. The only 2 extreme-grade, chi-gathering pills, left on him were also consumed by him. The cultivation resources were completely cut off. But of course, he was still far away from the 5th level of that chi refining stage. On this day, realist Deadwood walked out from his cave and called both He Pingsheng and Wang Dun before him. In these 2 months, He Pingsheng has done a good job. Withered Wood realist looked at He Pingsheng and gave an approving comment, then reached out and took out 2 spirit stones, tossing them to He Pingsheng through the air. "This is old husband's reward for you." He Pingsheng was instantly overjoyed. "Many thanks, senior." Wang Dun, who was next to him, was envious. "Well," Deadwood nodded again and said, counting carefully, "there is still the last month of the flowering period of this blazing sunflower, but I have something to do this time and need to leave the sect for a period of time. During this period of time, the blazing sunflower, you take care of it for me. After a month, the flower will wither, and you don't need to care about it." "Yes." He Pingsheng arched his hand. Deadwood added, "However, this thing is not easy to keep. The fire attribute in it will be lost after a long time, and with more loss of fire spiritual power, this thing will not be able to draw the fiery flame talisman. But the old man doesn't know when he'll be back. This way, Wang Dun. At that time you take He Pingsheng, go to the Horsehead mountainside. Will this last month obtained pollen to bring that inside the market? Looking for a store called Feng Chuang. Give this thing to the shopkeeper of the time can be." "Yes." Wang Dun and He Pingsheng arched their hands. Deadwood took out another paper crane and gave it to Wang Dun. Next, Deadwood left the Spirit Medicine Valley. In the large valley, only He Pingsheng and Wang Dun were left. Next, He Pingsheng continued to work as usual, outputting spiritual energy, collecting pollen, and grinding the pollen. During this period, that Wang Dun came to monitor from time to time, as if he was afraid that He Pingsheng would steal something. He Pingsheng felt funny in his heart, just as the Deadwood real person said. These more than 300 plants of blazing sunflower, after the last month, then all withered in one night. The pollen that He Pingsheng obtained in this last month was a little more than 10 bottles in total. He worked these 3 months. In the first month, he got more than 10 bottles of pollen. The second month was also more than 10 bottles, but this month, for some reason, there was directly 1 more bottle, reaching more than 11 bottles. This couldn't keep him from thinking about it. After all, during the flowering period, how much pollen to collect every day? This matter originally does not have an accurate standard. He only has a general range. More, less, who knows? Should he embezzle a little? He Pingsheng could guarantee that even if he embezzled some, neither the Withered Wood realist nor Wang Dun would be able to find out. Phew! Faced with these 10 bottles of pollen, He Pingsheng didn't hesitate much. He directly took away one of the bottles and poured it into his own jade bottle. "I'm sorry, Senior Deadwood, the late generation is really lacking in cultivation resources. Today, I will first lend you a bottle of pollen. When there is an opportunity in the future, Senior will definitely repay today's karma. You have to be more flexible as a human being. You can't be an elm, can you? He Pingsheng took a bottle of pollen without changing his face between his thoughts, and after he packed all the remaining pollen, he then went to the front to look for Wang Dun. Senior brother Wang, He Pingsheng said, the blazing sunflowers have all withered. The remaining pollen has been collected and all ground up. It's all here. Take a look. Wang Dun opened the cloth bag that He Pingsheng had sent and looked at the 11 bottles, saying, Senior He, didn't you think of leaving some for yourself? He Pingsheng immediately looked serious and said, Elder Deadwood has treated me well. I would never do such a thing. Had ha. Wang Dun smiled and said, in this way, let's hide half a bottle. Withered Wood Senior may not know. When we say the withering date of the flower 2 days in advance, who can know? This half bottle of pollen sold after the proceeds of the spirit stone. We brother and sister 2-1-5. How? Chapter 031 Horsehead Mountain. Senior brother doesn't know, right? Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng, smiled lewdly, and said, this bottle of pollen from the lower grade blazing sunflower is able to sell for a high price of more than 90 spirit stones. Let's two brothers get half a bottle and sell it. When the time comes, you'll split 30 pieces and I'll split 20. How? He Pingsheng shook his head and said, elder brother is confused. This pollen is going to be sold to Fenghe Villa. That Fenghe Villa and Elder Deadwood are definitely familiar with each other. If we go to sell it privately, aren't we throwing ourselves into the net? Had ha. Wang Dun laughed and said, there is some truth in what is said. In this case, we can keep it first and sell it after some time, and that Fenghe Zhuang may not notice us. He Pingsheng added, senior brother you're confused again. Withered Wood Senior said, this pollen is extremely easy to lose fire spirit power. After a while once this fire spirit power is lost, won't it become useless? How can we go to exchange for spirit stones? Ha 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 ha. Wang Dun heard He Pingsheng's words, immediately laughed out loud and said, well said, senior brother. In fact, just now my brother was testing you, just afraid that you secretly hid the pollen. You're right, this pollen, it's useless for us to hide it. First of all the two of us definitely can't sell it. Secondly, if we hide it for a long time, it doesn't take too long. Within 3 months, the spiritual power in this will definitely be lost. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Senior brother, you saw it at a glance. Come, here are 3 spirit stones. Wang Dun took out 3 spirit stones and handed them to He Pingsheng. Elder Deadwood asked me to prepare them, saying that if you pass the test, these 3 spirit stones will be entitled as your hard-earned money for these days. If you fail the test, you won't be able to avoid a severe beating today. He Pingsheng was instantly covered in goosebumps. Mother asterisk. These people really are one by one, all good at calculating. Many thanks, senior brother. He Pingsheng bowed and received the 3 spirit stones. At this time, he already possessed 5 spirit stones. This fellow, realist Deadwood, was quite generous. Well, I'm afraid it's because he earns a lot. Just now, senior brother Wang Dun also said that a bottle of this stuff can be sold for more than 90 spirit stones. 10 bottles per month. That's $900. Hiss. Sure enough, still earning more. Let's go. Wang Dun took out a paper crane. He Pingsheng said, what for? Wang Dun said, what else can I do to go? To the Horsehead Mountain Workshop Market, to sell these pollens of the Withered Wood Seniors. Otherwise wait for this fire attribute to be lost in the future. Who can afford to take responsibility? Open. Wang Dun's spiritual energy within his body input a trace, and that paper crane instantly transformed into a yellow immortal crane to come. Of course, it wasn't a real immortal crane, it was just a puppet, and it wasn't particularly similar. This paper crane, before the time He Pingsheng had seen in the outer door of the 2nd floor of the Smoothie Pavilion, sold 5 pieces of spirit stone A, can carry 1,000 pounds of weight, a day can be feasible thousands of miles, and it could be energized 3 times. Go! Wang Dun was the first to land on this paper crane, and then said, senior brother you also come up quickly, it's not too late. Good. He Pingsheng expected that Deadwood and Wang Dun wouldn't be able to count on him as a poor man, so he landed on the back of that paper crane with a single leap. Catch it! Roar! Go! Swoosh! The wings of that paper crane flickered slightly, and in an instant it flew high into the sky. The valley under his feet slowly shrunk, and the entire Taixu Sect slowly shrunk as well. He flew for the first time in his life, and the whole person had a kind of unreal feeling, and he reached out his hand and fiercely twisted it on his leg. Next to him, Wang Dun laughed loudly. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Senior brother first ride, right? He Pingsheng nodded. Yes, it's fine. Wang Dun comforted him. Just ride it a few more times in the future. As he spoke, he controlled the speed and direction of the paper crane. heading southeast. This Horsehead Mountain Market is 3,000 miles away from our Taixu Sect. It's not too far. We can get there in the morning. We'll leave in the morning and arrive in the afternoon. And we can still return to Taixu Sect before night. The wind was hunting, blowing Wang Dun's voice a little distorted. As Wang Dun said, about 2 hours later, the two of them flew down from the void and landed in a valley. This valley was very large, and there was a small town at the mouth of the valley. The town was filled with people of all shapes and colors, all cultivators. It was extremely lively. He Pingsheng's divine thoughts swept out. Most of the cultivators coming and going here had cultivation levels at the 4th level and below. He's seen your brother. Wang Dun said, don't use your divine thoughts casually. This is very impolite. If you run into those well-behaved cultivators, you can't help but have another fight. And it's not uncommon to have your life spoiled. He Pingsheng did not know this before. He hurriedly contracted his divine thoughts. Wang Dun continued. This is the Horsehead Mountain Marketplace. Within the 10,000 miles around here, there are dozens of sects like our Taixu Sect, and these dozens of sects belong to the same alliance called the Daoxian Alliance. And Horsehead Mountain is basically at the most central location of this Daoxian Alliance, so a workshop market was set up here, for everyone to communicate with each other, to share what they have and what they don't. Of course, not only are there disciples from various sects, but there are also many loose cultivators. After listening to Wang Dun's words, He Pingsheng had some understanding of this Horsehead Mountain and the Daoxian Alliance. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun all the way over. He found that there were very many chambers of commerce here in Horsehead Mountain. At a glance, both sides of the street were full of chambers selling various items. There were also quite a few individual cultivators setting up stalls on the ground. Wang Dun pulled He Pingsheng and directly entered the store called Feng Yizhuang. Shopkeeper Lu. Wang Dun walked up to the counter, hemmed and hawed, and said, I'm from the Taixu Sect, a disciple under the disciple of Realist Kuki. Yo, that Lu shopkeeper raised his head and said, so it's a disciple of Taoist Kuki. Please, you guys are. Wang Dun said, my master is unable to come when something happens, so he asked his disciples to come over to help him sell some pollen. All of them are good blazing sunflower pollen. Take a look. As he spoke, He Pingsheng opened a cloth bag with 11 bottles inside. Oh, Lu shopkeeper laughed, said, okay, let me take a look. He carefully opened all the bottles, and after looking at them once, he nodded and said, not bad, a total of 10.5 bottles. The color is all inferior. In accordance with the previous price, each bottle to give 96 pieces of spirit stone, a total of 1,008 pieces. Alright, you guys can go now. After saying that, Boss Lu directly waved his hand. He Pingsheng froze, if you don't give the spirit stones, you have to leave? Then, the Lu shopkeeper said, wait, I have to open a seal for you, otherwise you two can't explain to that guy in Deadwood, right? Chapter 032, Borrowing Money. Soon, a sheet that looked like an ordinary folk contract was handed to Wang Dun by shopkeeper Lu. Wang Dun in turn gave it to He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng took it and looked at it. There was a signature and seal on it, thinking that there should be no problem. After all, since the old man Deadwood dared to let his disciple bring something here, he thought that this risk must be very low. Thank you, Boss Lu. He Pingsheng arched his hand and thanked him and was about to leave, but he was given a hand by Wang Dun and said, Senior brother, don't rush off first. It's not easy to come to Horsehead Mountain once. How can I not take a stroll? He Pingsheng naturally did not have the right to decide whether to stay or go, and could only nod his head. Wang Dun was immediately overjoyed. He placed the already unfolded paper crane behind the counter of shopkeeper Lu and said smilingly, Shopkeeper Lu, please help me look at the paper crane. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand. No problem. This thing, the paper crane, could only be inspired 3 times. Each time it was able to last for a day. Wang Dun was prepared to use it for 1 day to go back and forth, so it would save an opportunity to inspire it not. The duo went around the counter from the front door and ran up to the 2nd floor with a bang from a staircase behind the counter. Wang Dun with an excited face pulled He Pingsheng, said, he's seen your brother. Go. I'll take you to see a good thing. Hey. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun to a certain cargo container on the 2nd floor and said, look. With his chubby little hand, he pointed at the container that was covered by transparent jade. He Pingsheng saw that there was a tiny, brown embroidered gold silk pocket placed there. Seeing this pocket, He Pingsheng's eyes also shrunk slightly, saying, this is a storage bag? Wang Dun nodded, his eyes letting out a longing light, saying, that's right, it's the storage bag. Look, here are 3, respectively, primary, intermediate and advanced storage bags. He Pingsheng was naturally thirsty for the storage bags as well, but he didn't look like Wang Dun, who was a little bit gone off the deep end. As he moved his gaze away from the top of the storage bag and looked at the price below, 2,250 spirit stones, hissing, so expensive. Moreover, this was only the primary storage bag. The intermediate one was even more expensive, requiring over 8,000 spirit stones. The advanced one, on the other hand, was nearly 20,000, reaching over 18,000. He Pingsheng asked, if the level of this bag is different, isn't the size inside different as well? That's right, Wang Dun said as if he were counting his family's treasures. This storage bag is a Sumeru world created by a high-level cultivator after compressing space. Take this primary storage bag for example. Inside, there is only 1 foot of space. In terms of length, width and height, He Pingsheng nodded, and his mind suddenly had some concepts about the space of this primary storage bag. Length, width and height are all 1 foot? Then isn't this thing about the same as when I maximized my treasure pot? The intermediate one is higher. Wang Dun said, 3 feet, length, width and height, all 3 feet, can put many things it. He Pingsheng asked, what about the advanced one? Wang Dun said, the length, width and height inside the advanced one is 1 foot. However, the reason why the advanced one is advanced is not just because it's a bigger space. It's because this thing can change the shape of the space with the shape of the items. He Pingsheng sighed in awe. So advanced? Go this way. Wang Dun said, Senior He, show you there are more advanced goods over here. Spirit beast bag, know what it is? After crossing the 2 cargo containers, He Pingsheng saw the so-called spirit beast bag again. It looked like there wasn't much difference between the spirit beast bag and the storage bag. Just that this spirit beast bag had a beast head embroidered on it. This thing can also hold your own immortal pet. Wang Dun said, know what an immortal pet is? Xiaozhu Peak's Master Yudi has a golden python immortal pet. Now that immortal pet has also reached the foundation establishment stage, and when you go out with an immortal pet, your combat power doubles. However, that golden python of his has bitten quite a few disciples to death. Wang Dun shook his head. The duo made a big circle inside the Chamber of Commerce. Go! Wang Dun pulled He Pingsheng out of the Chamber of Commerce and said, there are also good things on the ground stalls outside, and in general, they are also much cheaper than inside, so let's go around as well. Okay. The duo went around in front of the many stalls again. It had to be said that the things here were really varied. All sorts of magic weapons, herbs, pills, books, cultivation aids, talisman pens, talisman paper, and so on. There was almost everything. Of course, there were no high-grade ones. They were all low-grade goods. Brother, do you want the seeds of the blazing sunflower? After planting it, you'll be able to get a second-grade immortal herb. A certain woman in peach-colored robes held a few seeds and waved them in front of He Pingsheng and Wang Dun. He Pingsheng raised his eyebrows. How do you sell it? What how to sell? Wang Dun immediately pulled him back and said, Senior brother, don't buy the seeds here. Who knows what will be planted when you go back? Moreover, even if it's true, how will you plant it? He Pingsheng's heart did heat up just now, and now that he was told by Wang Dun, he instantly calmed down. Right, how to plant it? This thing has to be planted in a spiritual field. The key is that even if you have fire attribute aura, there is no supply formation. Brothers, want pills? A certain middle-aged uncle in green clothes looked at Wang Dun and asked with a smile, the pills I have here are of good quality and cheap. Come, look and see. The duo stopped and looked over to the uncle's stall. There were so many things on it. Pills, spiritual herbs, talismans, paper cranes, and even books. How do you sell the chi-gathering pills? Wang Dun asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, lower-grade chi-gathering pill, cheap count for you, 2 spirit stones a pill. Ch changing. Wang Dun instantly looked dissatisfied. Our own clan is even cheaper than you. Well said. The stall owner said, you buy more. I have 12 grains here. You buy all of my 12 grains in 1 furnace. It should total 24 spirit stones. I'll count 20 for you. How? This time, Wang Dun was a bit moved. He thought for a moment and looked at He Pingsheng, saying, he's senior brother. You see, can you lend me a few spirit stones? He Pingsheng's face was suddenly dark. Damn, am I familiar with you? You come up and borrow my spirit stones? This is not good, right? He Pingsheng's face was bitter as he said, Senior brother Wang, I only have 5 spirit stones on me as well, and I have to buy something as well. He Pingsheng really didn't lie. He picked up a paper crane on that stall and said, Big brother, how do you sell this paper crane? The middle-aged stall owner said, this paper crane is 5 spirit stones apiece, but this one in your hand was used twice by me, and can still inspire the last time. If you want it, 2 spirit stones. Why do you want the paper crane? Because He Pingsheng still had to come over. He still had a bottle of blazing sunflowers pollen on him. It was always for sale. Chapter 033, Dan Furnace. God refining. Big brother, you're asking for a price. He Pingsheng was speechless. 5 spirit stones for 3 times. 2 at a time? Big brother, what do you say to sell it? The middle-aged stall owner also had a helpless face and said, look, if I sell you 1 spirit stone, I won't be at a loss. After all, this thing he wasn't made by me. I also purchased it from inside the store. But if I sell you 2 spirit stones, you think it's expensive. How about this then? Sell this thing to you for 2 spirit stones and I'll give you another treasure. How about it? He Pingsheng asked. What treasure? The middle-aged stall owner said. You wait I'll look for it. He opened his backpack and fiddled with it for a long time before taking out a volume of books made from the skin of an unknown animal. Here you see said the stall owner. This is a record of divine power. You take it and refine it. In case of enlightenment, that would be great. My ancestor was a marvelous alchemist. This thing was also passed down from him. It's a pity that these descendants of ours can't learn how to do it. Alas. The middle-aged stall owner handed the item to He Pingsheng and also sighed. He Pingsheng took that treasure and looked at it. Then his brows wrinkled. I say, big brother, your general outline is all missing? The first article is missing. The second piece is missing a large portion. The third is missing 80% of it. The fourth is directly missing. He Pingsheng was dumbfounded. This general outline says that there are a total of 6 articles. But this, what's the point of refining? And because the general outline was missing, He Pingsheng didn't even know what this one divine ability actually did. If one were to look at the name of this book from the word, Tongshan, one wouldn't be able to see anything. So he couldn't help but ask. Also, the name of this book's name, Tongshan, what does it mean? The middle-aged stall owner blackened his face and said, it's Tongshan Law. There's a word missing. Look, here, it's been too long. The writing on this is worn off. He Pingsheng was speechless for a while. That middle-aged stall owner said, if it's really a complete one, can I still send it to you? Little brother, don't be ungrateful. Comprehending this method, in case you can gain some insight, it's enough to last you a lifetime. Okay. He Pingsheng thought about it, then took out 2 spirit stones. The deal was struck. Of course, he knew he had bought something useless, but it doesn't matter. After I go back, I'll put it in the treasure basin to strengthen it, and maybe I can strengthen a full version of it, and it can also be advanced. Senior brother Wang. After doing so, He Pingsheng took out the remaining 3 spirit stones. If you still need them, these 3 can be lent to you. Well, senior brother He, thank you so much. Don't worry, Wang Dun, am the most reputable. I have an alchemy furnace at home. Turn around and I'll bet on you. In this world, there were alchemy furnaces, small alchemy furnaces that could be used by individuals. However, compared to the large alchemy furnace, this small alchemy furnace was unevenly heated, and it was difficult to control the temperature. So if it wasn't for cultivators with strong divine thoughts, no one would normally use it, especially for lower-ranked disciples. Good. He Pingsheng gave 3 spirit stones to Wang Dun. Wang Dun painfully spent 20 spirit stones and purchased a furnace of Qi gathering pill. Of course, this price was still okay. At the very least, it was much better than purchasing it from the smoothie pavilion inside the sect. Alright, senior brother He, it's getting late. We should also go back. Wang Dun took the paper crane from the Feng He Zhuang, and the 2 of them rode on the paper crane and flew up in an instant, heading towards the Taixu Sect again. Horsehead Mountain here belongs to the territory of the Daoxian Alliance. There are dozens of sects in the neighborhood. Wang Dun and He Pingsheng are wearing the robe of the Taixu Sect, so basically they will not encounter any danger. Things like roadblocks and robberies, killing people and seizing treasures, hadn't happened in the territory of the Daoxian Alliance for many years. Of course, since the duo were both poor and didn't have any treasures, naturally that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. When the sun set, the 2 finally returned to the Spirit Medicine Valley. Senior brother He, you wait a moment. Wang Dun took out a palm-sized copper furnace from his own place and said, this is my alchemy furnace. First, I'll pledge it to you, and when I have 3 spirit stones to return it to you, you can turn around and give it to me. This thing you can also use, with spiritual power can hold open. Hey, He Pingsheng nodded, and without being polite, he directly took away that alchemy furnace. Because Taoist Deadwood hadn't returned yet, He Pingsheng couldn't leave either. He just stayed in the valley, practicing while waiting. Night fell and all was silent. The valley that was usually foggy, at this moment also gradually cleared up. On the void night curtain, the stars and buckets were like pearls glittering. The full moon was like the size of a wheel hanging in the middle of the sky. A channel of moonlight spread down, illuminating the entire valley. He Pingsheng closed the stone doors in his cave one by one, and then he couldn't wait to take out the treasure basin from his body. The rest of the items that were originally in the treasure basin were placed on his bed. He also threw the tattered and mutilated Tongshan Law into the treasure basin. Swish! Then he pushed the treasure pot into the bottom of the bed. The inside of the stone cave was dark, with no light at all. However, the moonlight condensed from the moonlight outside was like translucent smoke, which slowly floated through the stone door to the bedroom, and then was absorbed by that treasure-gathering basin. He Pingsheng no longer paid any attention to it, and rolled over on one side and slept. The next morning woke up. The first thing he did was to pull out the treasure pot under the bed. Taking a look, He Pingsheng was overjoyed. There are really 2 books in this basin. Taking them out and taking a look. The first book, named Heavenly Demon Seed God Law. He Pingsheng didn't even bother to study it, but directly took out the second book. The second book, titled Xianmen Meditation True Technique. This one was good. He Pingsheng directly picked up this Xianmen Meditation True Knowledge and watched it. On the first page, there was only one word, heaven. The second page of the general outline, complete. The first chapter, Qi Refining, complete. The second chapter, Foundation Building, complete. The third chapter, Jindan Chapter, complete. Below that, there was the first Infant Chapter, the Transformation of God Chapter, and the Refining Void Chapter. All 6 chapters were complete. But what the hell is this thing? He Pingsheng took a deep breath and carefully studied the general outline of this Xianmen Meditation True Technique. After an hour, he finally understood what this was. That stall owner really didn't lie to me. This thing was a divine refining technique. It could strengthen one's divine soul after practicing it. When the divine soul was strong, there were endless benefits for the cultivator. The first point was that it could better support alchemy. Secondly, during a fight, a cultivator with a strong divine soul had better control over spells. For example, if they were at the same 4th level of the Qi refining stage, everyone's divine thoughts were similar, and they were all externalized by a distance of about 10 feet. However, if you have practiced the divine refinement technique, then your divine mind can be externalized for 20 zhang, or even 50 zhang. In this way, wouldn't you be able to perfectly suppress your opponent with distance? Attack distance lengthened. Chapter 034, Don't Give Old Husband Troubling Ideas. This kind of thing, divine idea, was amazing. When a cultivator draws qi into the body and runs the circumference of the sky to reach the first level of the qi refining stage, it will automatically arise. Then as the cultivation of the cultivator rises, the divine idea will gradually become stronger and stronger. There was no need for specialized cultivation. In addition to possessing an indispensable role in alchemy, talisman making, and formations, divine thoughts also had a huge boost when fighting against the enemy. There was also the fact that the strength of the divine idea determined the strength of enlightenment. But then again, this is something that can also be cultivated. It's just that the techniques in the world that can cultivate divine mind are exceptionally rare. So most people don't specialize in divine mind when they cultivate. This time, He Pingsheng had accidentally obtained a broken divine mind cultivation technique, and after strengthening it, it had become 2 books, and when he flipped through them, on the first page of both books, there was a large, heaven, character. He Pingsheng combined with the previous word Tian above that Li Fire True Technique and Chang Chun Xing Qi skill to speculate, and felt that this should be an indication of the grade of the Gong method. Of course, whether it was or not was just a guess. Don't worry about it. It doesn't affect the general outline and content behind it. What to do? Repair. There was nothing to do anyway. Raising cultivation was impossible because there were no resources. So, it's better to practice divine thoughts first. He Pingsheng once again took out that Xianmen Meditation True Technique, skipped the general outline, and directly started reading the first Qi Refining chapter. When this God refining technique was practiced, it was the same as the cultivation enhancement. For each realm, there were also 12 layers. After half an hour of familiarization, He Pingsheng began to refine the God. Directing a strand of divine thoughts from the sea of consciousness, he swept through the meridians in his soul. The next moment, He Pingsheng screamed out in pain. Refining the gods was different from cultivation. When cultivating, it wouldn't produce that kind of severe pain, but when refining the gods, it would. He Pingsheng gritted his teeth and started over. There was another miserable scream, but he was indomitable, and after repeated defeats, he finally succeeded in guiding the divine thoughts in his sea of consciousness to run a circumference throughout his soul after one day. Divine thought layer 1, reached. As night fell, He Pingsheng ate something slightly and closed the stone door. Too tired. When one cultivates drawing qi into the body for cultivation, it removes one's exhaustion. But God refining is different. After God refining, the entire person is muddled, as if the soul has been drained, and wants to sleep. But before sleeping, there was one more thing to do. He Pingsheng casually threw the paper crane that he purchased from the stall inside the treasure pot, and then pushed the treasure pot under the bed, and huffed and puffed his way to a great sleep. The next morning when he woke up with a start, He Pingsheng immediately felt refreshed. Boom! The next moment, his divine thoughts stretched out. The distance of the divine thoughts had improved a bit. Let's put it this way. Before, his divine thoughts could cover a distance of about 10 feet around him, and now, that distance reached about 15 zhang. Increasing the distance was not the key. The key was that He Pingsheng felt that the quality of his divine thoughts was better, sharp and agile. Great! I didn't expect to achieve such an effect in just one day of practicing divine thoughts. By the way, He Pingsheng hurriedly got down and drew out the treasure pot under the bed with a clatter. His eyes looked into the basin. Ooh, two. That's right. The paper cranes that he had thrown into the pot of treasures earlier had now become two. He Pingsheng excitedly held the two paper cranes in his hands. Previously, there was only one chance left for each paper crane to be energized. Great! Now he could inspire it twice. He Pingsheng's divine thought gently swept towards the paper cranes. Then, this. He Pingsheng snapped in shock and jumped off the bed. 12 times. That's right. Each paper crane possessed 12 chances to be excited, which was a total of 24 times. Moreover, the duration of each excitation remained the same. It was 1 day, but the flying speed of this paper crane was twice as fast as the original. That is to say, before, it took 2 hours to fly from the Spirit Medicine Valley to that Horsehead Mountain Market, but now with this paper crane, it only takes 1 hour. So, this paper crane also has a grade. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed. Then, isn't it possible to consider selling one? It should be able to sell for quite a bit of money, right? What He Pingsheng lacked now was cultivation resources. Cultivation. Dharma couple wealth land, without wealth. Cultivation my ass. Collect. He Pingsheng put away the two paper cranes and didn't care about him, then focused on starting to cultivate divine thoughts. In a flash, another month passed. The autumn wind was sluggish, and the leaves in the valley were yellow. When He Pingsheng's divine idea cultivation reached the second layer of the chi refining chapter, the Deadwood realist returned to the Spirit Medicine Valley. His face was pale and the wrinkles on his face appeared a little deeper. Cough. Seeing He Pingsheng, he coughed lightly a few times and said, Little he accounted for you. Have you done everything? Seniors He Pingsheng said, done. The last month collected a total of 10.5 bottles of pollen. And finally, under the leadership of senior brother Wang Dun, went to the marketplace of Horsehead Mountain, and handed the things over to Boss Lu's inside the Fenghua Villa. This is the seal that Boss Lu gave to open. He Pingsheng gave the piece of paper to Deadwood. Not bad. Deadwood looked at the seal and nodded, saying, you did well. He Pingsheng, you're a good kid. It's a pity. Kuki put away the seal letter while saying, it's a pity that you majored in the fire spirit route and can't last long in the Spirit Medicine Valley. Let's do it this way. When the old man plants the fiery sunflower next year, I will seek you over to help. You can leave now. Go away. This is being driven away? He Pingsheng was in a bit of a trance, because these few months in the Spirit Medicine Valley were still quite good. What? Deadwood said. What else is wrong with you? He Pingsheng arched his hand and said, Elder had done things in Xiuzhu Peak's Dan room before, and I know that many of their Dan rooms' grass and wood ashes are dumped in a valley, so if Elder is willing, I can collect all of those grass and wood ashes and use them as fertilizers for all kinds of spiritual plants in Spirit Medicine Valley. This grass ash is something that can fertilize the fields. Poof. Deadwood coldly grunted and said, He Pingsheng, don't give old me any bad ideas. Grass ash to raise spiritual plants? Your brain is broken. Right, to come up with this kind of law? Or is it you yourself who wants to go over there to look for something? Deadwood's gaze was like a knife, sweeping over He Pingsheng's body. He Pingsheng's heart tightened. This was right. He was indeed harboring selfishness, thinking of going over there to find some waste pills so that he would have enough resources for his future cultivation. But which one of the cultivators in this Taixu Sect is a little cutie? The higher the cultivation level, the higher the mind. Often the core message could be captured in a single thought. He Pingsheng didn't dare to look at his eyes, just arched his hand and said, it's the latecomer who was abrupt. Go! Deadwood waved his hand. He Pingsheng hurriedly retreated. After watching He Pingsheng leave, this Deadwood real person's eyes suddenly shrunk, then instantly flew on his sword and arrived at the place where that Xiuzhu Peak had dumped the grass and wood ash. This kid definitely won't say he wants to come here for no reason. Could it be that there really is some kind of end here? Realist Deadwood's divine thoughts roared out and searched the surroundings. The ashes of the furnace at the foot of the mountain were peeled away by him little by little. There wasn't much inside. Aside from the ash being still ash, there were just some waste and it seems that it was old me who was overthinking. Taoist Deadwood shook his head. An outer disciple is just an outer disciple. Even if he has a little heart, I'm afraid it won't be a chance. That's just it. Delaying old me. Realist Kuki shook his head and left Xiuzhu Peak. Chapter 035, Strengthening Pollen. It's not that Elder Deadwood drove you away. At the very front of the valley, Wang Dun accompanied He Pingsheng all the way across, comforting him as he walked, saying, it's because you major in the fire attribute spiritual route, and you really can't be used here on a normal day. Don't worry, Senior Deadwood will plant the blazing sunflower every year. When next year if there are still disciples to care for, I will definitely choose you to come over. He Pingsheng smiled and said, it's fine. By the way, Senior Brother Wang, this alchemy furnace of yours. He took out the palm-sized alchemy furnace. The flesh on Wang Dun's face twitched slightly and said, Senior Brother, this thing is a lower-grade magic weapon, and at first it was also me who spent more than 50 pieces of spirit stones to buy it. I had thought that I also have this gold, fire, and wood 3 spirit roots, so I can make pills, and in the future, I might even be able to become a marvelous alchemist, so that the road of cultivation will be quite flat. Unfortunately, then I realized after trying a few times that I am indeed not this material. Hey, it's a waste of money. This thing first put you here. I turned back to have a spirit stone, and then go to your place to redeem back. Manly man, a word 9 tripods, cannot go back on his word. Alas. Finished, Wang Dun sighed deeply again and said, in fact, the last time I went to Horsehead Mountain, I should have sold him, just that there are still some thoughts stored in my heart. I always feel that I can still become an alchemist. That's all, let's not talk about it. Seeing that Wang Dun is so insistent, He Pingsheng nodded and said, also good, this is the address of our home. When the time comes, you can just go and find me in advance. He Pingsheng gave Wang Dun a note, which was the address of his home in the small town under the outer gate mountain, delivered to the mouth of the valley. He Pingsheng then bid farewell to Wang Dun and went down the mountain alone. He returned to his own small courtyard again. He Pingsheng closed the door to his room, then took out all the items he had acquired in recent times and took stock of them. First, 2 god refining techniques, one belonging to the Devil's Path, and one belonging to the Xianmen Sect's authentic sect. Secondly, 2 paper cranes, each of which could fly 12 times. Finally, there was a bottle of blazing sunflower pollen. Of course, there was also an alchemy furnace, but this thing didn't belong to He Pingsheng right now and couldn't be considered his own. It could only be said that it was temporarily deposited in one's own place. The harvest this time was not small, but looking left and right, it didn't serve the purpose of his cultivation. After all, there were neither spirit stones nor pills. The fire attribute energy of the blazing sunflower's pollen has pretty much been lost. He Pingsheng took out the jade bottle, opened the lid and glanced at it, skimming his lips. I'm afraid that in another 10 days, this thing will become a complete waste. The original crimson-colored pollen was already somewhat whitened. To sell it now? I'm afraid that people from Fenghe Zhuang won't accept it even with this high quality, right? Besides, I've just come down from that mountain. If I run towards Horsehead Mountain in a hurry, I'm afraid that Guy Kuki will be suspicious too. What if he's watching me? Forget it, can't take the risk. He Pingsheng stared at the pollen in his hand, thinking that this thing should still be salvageable. Come on. He Pingsheng took out his polyjuice pot, opened the bottle, and poured a whole bottle of pollen all into the polyjuice pot. The next step was to wait. While waiting, He Pingsheng couldn't possibly be idle. Although he couldn't cultivate that leaving fire true technique, he could refine his spirit. Keep coming. Early the next morning, He Pingsheng pulled the treasure pot out from under the bed. The powder, which was already white, had directly changed color. Purple color. Hissing. This is the very best? He Pingsheng was stunned, because he had heard Wang Dun say before that the quality of this blazing sunflower was divided into 4 types. The lower grade was crimson, the middle grade was yellow, the upper grade was gold, and the extreme grade was purple. Originally, He Pingsheng only wanted to restore the quality of this thing, but he didn't expect that a carelessness would directly drive the quality to the top. Extreme grade can. Looking at the thing in the basin, He Pingsheng was in trouble again. If this thing was taken to that Fenghe village, or somewhere else, it would definitely cause a stir. Not to mention whether he would be directly pulled over and then sliced up for study. On this matter, if it reached the ears of Deadwood, He Pingsheng would not be able to explain and account for it. His face was bitter. Might as well give me a medium grade? Forget it. Put it away first. He Pingsheng put away the pollen again. Originally poured in just 1 bottle, but now it was filled with 2 whole bottles. It wasn't useful anyway, so let's put it away first. In the next few moments, He Pingsheng continued to refine his spirit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. For 4 months, he didn't do anything. He practiced that Xianmen meditation true technique. His divine thoughts, too, had come to the 4th layer of the Qi refining chapter. Finally, he had caught up with his cultivation. Boom! At this moment, He Pingsheng's divine thoughts spread out. The divine thoughts that could only be put out for about 10 feet could now be stretched out to 30 feet away around his body. Inside the house, outside the house, everything was visible in every detail. This is snowing? He Pingsheng was so focused on practicing that he forgot about the time, and opened the door of the house to see that the snow was already falling outside. On the ground, on the roof, on the distant mountains, everywhere was a pure white color. Another year has passed. He Pingsheng looked at himself with emotion. The current him was already considered 16 years old. Nowadays, he had completely changed his appearance from the year before when he went to Shouju Peak to pick water. His body had grown a foot taller, and he was also much stronger. and his appearance had also transformed from a slightly tender child's face into a resolute teenager. If someone unfamiliar with him looked over at first glance, they would definitely not recognize him. Hey! He Pingsheng looked at the snow falling down in the void, and his gaze turned to the direction of the Taixu Sect again. Wang done this kid. This is 4 months, and also do not say return my spirit stone thing Dan Furnace don't want it? As he spoke, He Pingsheng returned to the house and brought out 2 jade bottles. In this jade bottle, it was originally filled with the pollen of the extremely high-grade, blazing sunflower, but now after 4 months of losing its medicinal properties, its quality had dropped quite a bit. It now showed a yellow color and should only be of medium grade. Looking at the flying snow outside, He Pingsheng felt that it was time to make a trip to that Horsehead Mountain Market. However, before leaving, he still had to put all the items into the Treasure Basin before he could do so. Finally, he changed into some ordinary clothes and took off the Taoist robe with the Taixu Sect's logo on it. This way, even if it caused some ripples, there was no worry that someone would check into the Taixu Sect's side. Cold wind came to his face, and the snow drifting down in the void was like chaos. He Pingsheng felt that this snowy day was just right, and flying around could also obscure other people's gazes. He didn't dare to take off in his own small courtyard, but walked all the way to Hao Yun's grave before taking out the paper crane and sparking it. A spiritual light flashed, and the paper crane instantly transformed into the size of a zhang. He Pingsheng jumped onto the paper crane and drove it to fly with a single movement of his mind. The paper crane whooshed into the air. He Pingsheng's eyes looked down to his feet. Between heaven and earth, it was vast and chaotic. Chapter 036 600 Spirit Stones arrive. The cold wind pierced his bones. Fortunately, He Pingsheng is a cultivator. The fire attribute of the spiritual energy in his body turns. There is a warm air flow to conduct the whole body. Even in the heaviest snow and wind, he didn't feel cold anymore. 1 hour later, the paper crane landed directly in front of the market on Horsehead Mountain. He Pingsheng didn't care about this once or twice excited paper crane, so he directly put it away. He did not stop on his feet and walked all the way through. The weather was cold and the void was still snowing, but there were not a single cultivator setting up a stall here. He Pingsheng came to the familiar middle-aged uncle's stall, looked at his pills, and asked, "How do you sell qi-gathering pills?" The middle-aged stall owner glanced at He Pingsheng and actually didn't recognize him. Instead he said, 2 spirit stones per pill. If you want a furnace, it can be cheaper, counting you 20 spirit stones. He Pingsheng's divine thoughts swept out silently, shocked to realize that he actually saw the cultivation level of this cultivator in front of him. 8th level of qi refining stage. That's right. This made He Pingsheng shocked for a long time. How is this possible? In the cultivation realm, cultivators could only peek at their cultivation level from above. Normally, at most, they could only see through the cultivation of cultivators in the same realm, and could not see through the specific cultivation of cultivators whose cultivation was higher than their own. But now, he saw it. Obviously, he was only at the 4th level of the qi refining stage, but he could actually see through someone else's 8th level of cultivation? Who? He Pingsheng took a deep breath. He was sure that this must be a benefit from his own cultivation of the divine thought technique. Otherwise there was no other reason at all. Okay, please help me keep 2 furnaces. I'll go inside and get some things. I'll be right there. He Pingsheng pointed towards the Chamber of Commerce, then walked all the way there. It didn't take long to arrive at that Fengyi Zhuang, but this time, he didn't go in. After all, this was a place where the Deadwood realist often traded, so it would be greatly unattractive if he was recognized by that boss Lu. Walking through Finghua Manor, there were many stores lined up inside. He casually chose one and walked in. The shopkeeper was a dry and thin old man with a stooped figure. He Pingsheng didn't dare to scan this old man with his own divine thoughts, but respectfully arched his hand. After all, it was a very impolite behavior to easily scan others with one's divine thoughts. Hello there, the old man smiled and said, "Young man, what would you like to buy? I have here most of the things you need." He Pingsheng said, "I don't want to buy anything, so I'll ask the shopkeeper. Do you accept blazing sunflower pollen here?" Yo! The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows and said, "In this winter, you still have the pollen of the blazing sunflower? This is cultivated in the place where the earth fire is exposed, right?" He Pingsheng's heart snapped. He almost revealed himself. But fortunately, the shopkeeper himself made an excuse. He Pingsheng then went along with it and said, "I'm not sure. It's cultivated by my master and asked me to come over and sell it." The old man said, "Okay, take it out and show me. How many in total?" He Pingsheng said, "There are only 2 bottles. You see." He took out the 2 jade bottles. A little less. The shopkeeper brought the jade bottles in front of him, then opened the lid, and was shocked, saying, This is actually a middle grade?" Hissing, "Terrific, terrific. It's actually possible to cultivate a mid-grade fiery sunflower in the middle of winter. It's really awesome. Your master is a marvelous character. Alright, I'll take these 2 bottles of blazing sunflowers pollen. The old man capped the bottles and said, "Young man, did your master say how many spirit stones to sell?" His eyes were small and focused, with an extremely shrewd look. He Pingsheng, however, revealed a naive look and said, "I don't know my master didn't say either." The old man asked, "What sect are you from?" He Pingsheng said, "Disciple from the north." Did not directly say the sect. This thing, he did not want to say, lest he leave himself in trouble, is not it? Of course, one can't just make up a sect, because that would easily reveal mistakes. I said that I came from the north. That is, I don't want to tell you. It's best if your old man knows something. Fine, and so be it, the old man said. What about according to the rules? A bottle of lower grade, blazing sunflower pollen is worth around 100 spirit stones. These 2 bottles of yours are both of medium grade, good quality. We'll give 300, 2 bottles, a total of 600 spirit stones. Do you think it's okay? He Pingsheng nodded and said, "Okay, normal price will do." Good. The old man waved his hand again and pointed inside. "We have everything inside the store. Do you want to take a look and purchase something?" He Pingsheng smiled. "No, thanks. The spirit stone is my master's. I wouldn't dare to use it." Joking. How could one purchase here? Go back and purchase pills, spirit herbs, and these things. People would know at a glance that you are a casual cultivator, a wild cultivator without a master. Won't what you said before be exposed? Okay. The old man brought a cloth bag and threw it onto the counter, saying, "Inside here are 600 spirit stones. Count them." Actually, there was no need to say, He Pingsheng, but he had divine thoughts, and with a sweep of his divine thoughts, the number inside was clear to him. The individual spirit stones were very small, only about the size of a date, but 600 pieces would still be quite a lot. He Pingsheng had to carry this cloth bag on his back, then slowly walked out of the store and strolled down the street. There is no way, can only take the cloth bag shopping. It couldn't be in front of so many people, and then take these spirit stones into the treasure pot and then into his body. Could it? This practice of He Pingsheng immediately attracted countless people to stop and watch, but there was no need to worry that someone would make a move to grab it here. After all, this was the Horsehead Mountains marketplace. He Pingsheng next turned to several stores and bought quite a few things. 7-leaf spirit grass, spirit apricot, immortal bamboo shoots, and vermilion fruit. These were the materials for refining the chi-gathering pill, and had to be purchased. Anyway, there was a Dan furnace now, so go back and try it out in case it was refined. For each of these materials, He Pingsheng purchased a quantity of 20. Of course, one couldn't just purchase spirit herbs, but also some spirit pills. He purchased 2 stoves of chi-gathering pills at the store, and another 2 stoves at that middle-aged cultivator's stall. Now, this was considered enough for a short period of time. "Little brother," that middle-aged stall owner said. "Actually, you can also purchase some spirit cleansing pills. This is something you should need." He Pingsheng asked, "And what is the clear spirit pill?" The middle-aged stall owner laughed. "Little brother doesn't know. When this devouring pill cultivates, although it's a shortcut, able to quickly refine spiritual energy to fill the dantian, but everything he has disadvantages and advantages. If he devours pills for a long time to cultivate, the poison in this pill will build up in the body. Over time, it will instead affect cultivation. So the cultivator has to assist in devouring the spirit cleansing pill, while devouring the elixir, which can remove the elixir poison from the body." He Pingsheng touched his head and said, "Dan poison? There's still such a thing? How can there not be?" The middle-aged stall owner said, "When refining pills, it's impossible to completely drive out the impurities in the herbs. If there's not a single trace of impurities, wouldn't it be a superb pill?" He Pingsheng's eyebrows twitched. "You mean, this extreme grade pill has no Dan poison?" "Nonsense," the middle-aged man said. "That's natural, but this extreme grade pill, however, only exists in legends. How can anyone refine it?" Chapter 037, Death of Wang Dun. Hearing the middle-aged cultivator say this, He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief. "Dan poison? All I eat are extremely high-quality pills, so naturally I don't have to worry about this type of thing." "Don't!" He Pingsheng smiled and said, "I usually don't eat many Dan, so when I really have Dan poison pestering me, I'll look for you to buy it again. After all, I don't have a lot of money on hand." The middle-aged cultivator's gaze moved from He Pingsheng's face to the cloth bag he was carrying on his back. "You still don't have a broad hand?" He Pingsheng fiercely took that backpack from his back and held it tightly in his arms, saying, "The spirit stones in this bag are not mine, they are my master's, and I don't dare to spend them indiscriminately." "Oh," the middle-aged cultivator nodded. He Pingsheng put away the purchased pills and asked the middle-aged cultivator for 2 empty porcelain bottles, then left the Horsehead Mountain Market with a big grin. The 3 ferocious big men immediately trailed behind. That middle-aged cultivator shook his head and sighed for a while. a small cultivator of the 4th layer of the district, now being targeted by the Black Wind 3 Furies. This kid is in a bad way. Alas, the reasoning that wealth is not exposed is not understood. Not to blame others. Black Wind 3 Furies is the Daoxian Union. This generation is notorious evil cultivator. It was rumored that the 3 of them killed people and did nothing evil, but there wasn't any evidence that fell, so the Daoxian Alliance couldn't convict them. All the stories were legends, but there was no doubt that these 3 people were definitely not any good people. Brother, after walking out of the Horsehead Mountain Square Market, the oldest 2 said, "This way, quickly, catch up, go." Whoosh! A paper crane shot up into the sky, heading in the direction where He Pingsheng disappeared in the wind and snow. The speed of the paper crane thing, he wasn't set in stone. The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator manipulating it, the faster that speed would be. The idea of the Black Wind 3 Fiends is very simple. How fast can you run as a disciple of the 4th level of the Qi refining stage? Although we are a bit late to catch up, we can always catch up. However, it didn't. The 3 of them had been flying through the void for half a day in a hurry, but they hadn't even seen He Pingsheng's ghostly shadow. As for He Pingsheng, he landed on a hillside not far from the sect after an hour, and then collected the paper cranes and walked all the way to the side of the outer sect's small city. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know that someone was following him. He Pingsheng didn't go home directly, but went to the outer gate hall to turn around. It was also time to resupply the various living materials. After purchasing some spirit rice with his contribution points, He Pingsheng came back to the center counter in the hall. It was a circular counter with a few disciples sitting inside, ready to receive those who came. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" Seeing He Pingsheng approaching, a disciple personally stood up and asked He Pingsheng gently. He Pingsheng said, "Good day, senior brother. I would like to ask if this Spirit Pill Valley has recently recruited disciples?" "Spirit Medicine Valley?" The man nodded slightly and said, "Yes, there is. Senior brother wants to work over at the Spirit Medicine Valley? Are you a wood attribute spirit root?" No. He Pingsheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Junior brother is not a wood attribute spirit root, and I'm not going to the Spirit Medicine Valley to do something. I just want to request senior brother, if someone is going to the Spirit Medicine Valley, can you help me to bring a message to the valley's senior brother Wang Dun Wang with a message? I have some urgent matters for him." He Pingsheng didn't want to get back his 3 spirit stones, but rather he felt that he needed to discuss with him about using his Dan furnace to refine pills. After all, the Dan furnace was someone else's, but the disciple in front of him shook his head and said, "I can't bring it, don't you know? Senior brother Wang Dun was killed some time ago when he was fighting someone outside." "Ah?" He Pingsheng instantly opened his mouth wide. "No, he is gone?" "Gone." That disciple's face showed a saddened look as he said, "Senior brother Wang is still a good person." He Pingsheng asked, "Who killed him?" That disciple looked at He Pingsheng and hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "It's said to be an inner disciple above Shouju Peak. I don't know who exactly. Like senior brother Wang Dun. No division, no shelter. Dead is dead. No one asks. Alas. Cultivate immortal. That's all. By the way, what are you looking for, Wang Dun?" That disciple asked again. He Pingsheng shook his head and said, "Senior brother Wang borrowed me a few spirit stones. Before people die and accounts are eliminated. Thank you, senior brother, for solving the confusion." He Pingsheng bowed to that disciple and left. Wang Dun died. Theoretically, this Dan furnace would belong to him. However, He Pingsheng did not rejoice at obtaining the Dan furnace. Instead, he only felt filled with sadness. It was Shouju Peak again, another inner disciple. In the eyes of those inner disciples, perhaps we, the outer disciples, are really no better than ants. Killing a Hao Yun is just 7 days of contemplation. I also wonder how many days they contemplated when they killed Wang Dun. He Pingsheng shook the snow from his body and returned to his house, shut the door behind him. Sitting on the edge of the bed, He Pingsheng's brows were furrowed and his heart could not be calmed for a long time. It couldn't be that vicious woman Ling Long again, could it? Is the life of an outer disciple so worthless? Then in this town, are the countless mortals as worthless as grass in the eyes of immortal cultivators? He Pingsheng thought and thought, unable to move for half a day. Only after half a day had passed did he shake his head to get rid of those chaotic negative emotions in his mind. And with a movement of his divine mind, the treasure basin was taken out of his dantian. The basin was 3 feet in size, and the things inside were varied. The first and foremost thing was spirit stones. After purchasing 20 pills and 14 medicinal herbs, a total of 54 had been spent, and now there were 546 remaining. In addition to the spirit stones, there were 4 jade boxes containing the 7-leaf spirit grass, immortal bamboo shoots, vermilion fruit, and spirit apricot. These were the raw materials for refining the chi gathering pill. For each of these, there were 20 copies. In addition to this small herb, there were 4 other porcelain bottles, 2 bottles with a total of 24 lower-grade, chi-gathering pills. The rest were miscellaneous things. Hey! Looking at the room full of things, He Pingsheng couldn't help but sigh. If there is a storage bag, how good it should be. If there was a storage bag, everything could be collected inside. Unlike now, once it was time to use the treasure pot to strengthen something, everything else would have to be taken out and thrown on the floor, or on the bed. It was really inconvenient. But think about it, that one of the most elementary storage bag costs more than 2,000 spirit stones. Forget it. He Pingsheng shook his head and threw all 4 herbs totaling 20 portions into the treasure pot. Strengthen it. In the next few days, He Pingsheng went out and inquired several more times, and after ascertaining the fact that Wang Dun had already fallen, he threw Wang Dun's Dan furnace into the treasure pot as well. Materials: Dan furnace, porcelain vase, pills. One by one, they were strengthened. He Pingsheng was not idle. He picked up that 36 formulas of alchemy, and studied it for several days. In these few days, only some basic knowledge of alchemy was read, and there was also the Chi-gathering Dan formula among the 36 formulas, because it was time to start alchemy. The preparation for alchemy was not only these, but also the wood, different pills, different firewood, the same kind of elixir, different periods of boiling and refining, also need to have different firewood. There is also a difference in size and specification. With all this, the wood needed is still quite a lot. He Pingsheng picked up the axe again and personally went up the mountain to cut down the firewood. Chapter 038 Alchemy. In the cultivation world, alchemy was a profound discipline. If one reaches a certain level, one can use divine thoughts to move the Dan fire to directly roast the herbs so as to burn off the dregs and retain the essence, extracting the medicinal juice from the spiritual herbs. All the different kinds of herbal medicinal juice are purified and then fused. When it cools down, it will be a pill. This was a profound method of alchemy. Obviously, it was impossible for Qi refining stage disciples and foundation establishment stage disciples to use this method to make pills. On the one hand, they didn't have powerful divine thoughts and couldn't separate the medicinal juice from the dregs with their divine thoughts. On the other hand, because there was no golden Dan condensed in the dantian, there was naturally no way to sacrifice the Dan fire. Therefore, the method of alchemy for low-level disciples was simple and crude. Boiling water was added to the furnace, and then the herbs were washed and cleaned and put in as well. Then the boiling begins. After boiling, the essence of the herbs will be released into the water, and finally the water will be boiled dry, and what you get is the essence of the herbs. This method was extremely stupid, and the rate of successful pills was extremely low, often only succeeding in 1 out of every 10 stoves. But this is the alchemy means of the low-level disciples in the cultivation world. There is no other way but to do this. He Pingsheng could only use this stupid method now. The medicinal materials and the Dan furnace had all been strengthened. What was originally 20 portions of herbs had now become 40. The key was that these 40 portions of herbs were also all extremely high-quality herbs. Previously, it was one of Wang Dun's Dan furnace, which was a lower-grade artifact with only a layer of forbidden restrictions on it. Now, after being strengthened by He Pingsheng, this Dan furnace had become an extremely high-grade artifact, with 4 layers of prohibitions on it, and there were still 2 such Dan furnaces, a square tripod and a round tripod. In the cultivation world, the grading of treasure weapons is relatively strict. From low level to high level, the order is magic weapon, spirit weapon, magic treasure, Xian treasure and so on. Generally, the treasure weapons used by disciples in this Qi refining stage were of the magic weapon level. Those used by foundation establishment stage disciples were spirit weapons. Jindan stage disciples then possessed the basic conditions to warm up their magic treasures, so normally cultivators above the 3rd level of the Jindan stage would possess magic treasures, Xianbao and other things. On the other hand, were the treasures used by Yuaning stage cultivators. Of course, it wasn't always the case. For example, it was possible that those poor early foundation stage cultivators were still using magic weapons, and whether it was a magic weapon, spirit weapon, magic treasure and Xian treasure, they were all categorized into 4 qualities: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. In the case of a magic weapon, a lower grade magic weapon had a layer of prohibition on it. A medium grade magic weapon had 2 layers of prohibitions on it. A top grade magic weapon had 3 layers of restrictions on it. For an extremely high grade magic weapon, there are 4 layers of restraints on it, and so on. When it comes to the level of spiritual weapons, the lowest grade spiritual weapons, there are also 5 layers of restrictions. It can be understood that the more prohibitions branded on this treasure, the higher the level of the treasure, the more powerful it is. He Pingsheng reached out and took out this round Dan furnace in front of him, the size of a palm. Open! He shouted, and the mana in his body rumbled over. That Dan furnace instantly transformed into the size of an iron pot with 4 layers of prohibitions on it. But unfortunately, these 4 layers of prohibitions, none of them had been refined. so if one wanted to use this Dan furnace as they wished, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to. Before refining the Dan, the first thing to do was to refine the Dan furnace. Come on, I don't know how long it will take to refine it. The next step was to refine this Dan furnace. Without realizing it, another 2 months passed. He Pingsheng refined all 4 layers of prohibitions above this Dan furnace. Open, receive, out. After refining, He Pingsheng found that this Dan furnace could be used even more at will. It could be freely taken out and also be put into the Dantian. Of course, this Dan furnace also has a certain amount of holding space, so it can temporarily place some items. The next step was alchemy. The first step was to sacrifice the Dan furnace, transforming it into the size of an iron pot and placing it in the courtyard. It could only be placed in the courtyard because there was still a fire to be burned, and it definitely wouldn't work in the house. Step 2. Add water to the pot. Then put in the herbs in order to start boiling. The boiling process required the most care and caution, but the problem is not big. The method of boiling and refining this elixir, the control of the fire size, when the pot will be what will be the situation. All these things in that Alchemy 36 formula are recorded clearly. These things, He Pingsheng has long been memorized. The first thing that was put in was the immortal bamboo shoots, then the 7-leaf spirit grass, the third was the spirit apricot, and finally the last thing that was put in was the vermilion fruit. Everything was safe and sound. Half an hour later, a strange fragrance emanated from the Dan furnace, but it wasn't particularly strong. Only He Pingsheng could smell it. His neighbors could not. Even if they smelled it, they wouldn't come over to ask about it, because He Pingsheng's left and right neighbors were all ordinary people, and there wasn't a single cultivator. After a few more hours, He Pingsheng fished out the debris in the pot and discarded it, then began to boil the few bits of mixed medicinal juice in the pot. As he watched, the elixir gradually took shape and finally transformed into 12 pills, but before it could really take shape, a loud bang was emitted from the pot. Bang! Exploded. First time alchemy. Failure. But what made He Pingsheng more comforted was that although the alchemy failed, he got 12 waste pills. It was similar to those 12 grains that he had gotten from the alchemy room at Xiuzhu Peak before. Phew! He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief and put away the waste pills. This thing was a waste Dan to others, but to He Pingsheng, who possessed a heaven-defying item like the treasure-gathering basin, it was a treasure, because it could be directly purified, and after being strengthened with the treasure pot, it would be an extreme quality chi-gathering Dan. The first furnace failed. He Pingsheng didn't rush to refine the second furnace, but calmly began to ponder. Why did it fail? Where did it go wrong? What was the problem? How to solve it? With the problems and solutions in mind, He Pingsheng started refining the second furnace again, but the result was without a doubt. The second furnace also failed. In alchemy, there weren't many shortcuts. All it relied on was failing over and over again, piling up experience and feel. The good thing was that he was always able to refine waste pills when he failed. The next few days, He Pingsheng spent in refining pills. Every day, he refined 2 furnaces, 1 furnace in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, day after day. When He Pingsheng had refined to the 17th furnace, he finally succeeded. He Pingsheng was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, I can refine pills. I can refine chi-gathering pills. What he didn't know was that for a normal mid-stage chi-refining stage cultivator, wanting to refine the first furnace of Dan was basically impossible without more than 100 or 10 furnace attempts. The reason why He Pingsheng was able to find his touch in the 17th furnace was firstly because his divine idea was stronger than disciples of the same level, and secondly because he had the heavenly ranks, 36 formulas of alchemy, to add to it. Otherwise, he would have been just as unable to refine it successfully. Again. Next, He Pingsheng continued to refine the pills, but it wasn't successful every time. The probability of him succeeding in alchemy was about a quarter. In other words, on average, 4 herbs would be able to refine a single pot of elixir. This success rate was already very heaven-defying, because those ordinary skilled alchemists, the success rate of pills was only so high. If they were just starting out, some might not even be able to refine 1 out of 10 pots. Of course, He Pingsheng felt that if he were to switch to the Xiuzhu Peak's Dan room for alchemy, this success rate could still be increased. In addition, if the cultivation grows and the divine mind continues to grow, then the success rate of alchemy will also increase dramatically. Chapter 039, the 5th level of chi refining. There were many factors that determined the success rate of alchemy. In addition to these, there was the spiritual root. That's right, it was the spiritual roots. Theoretically, cultivators who possessed the 3 attribute spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire also had the greatest success rate in alchemy. According to ancient texts, having a gold spirit root allows one to better perceive the attributes and state of the Dan tripod, having a wood spirit root makes it easier to control the essence of grass and trees, and having a fire spirit root allows one to better control the attributes of the flames, and be able to regulate the differences of the flames in a more detailed manner. All of these, He Pingsheng currently had not studied in depth. No matter, continue refining the Dan. Anyway, as long as there were waste pills, it was all the same to him. The next 10 days or so, He Pingsheng again spent in this monotonous life. The 40 medicinal herbs were also finally refined by him. A total of 12 furnaces with 144 pills were obtained. The quality of these 10 furnaces of pills was more or less the same. 11 of the furnaces were all of lower grade. Only the final furnace had 4 middle grade and 8 lower grade pills. 28 furnaces of waste pills, fortunately, did not explode into powdered kind, at least is also a waste of Dan. The next step was good. Directly throwing the ruined Dan inside the treasure pot and then strengthening it to double it. While strengthening, 1 cultivated. These 28 stoves of waste Dan and 12 stoves of adult Dan, a total of 40 stoves. And finally, after He Pingsheng's treasure basin's reinforcement and doubling, it became 80 stoves of the best quality, Qi gathering Dan. He Pingsheng purchased several more times to strengthen the porcelain vials into jade vials and put away these pills one by one. Later on, because there were just too many to put away, he even buried a portion of the pills in the soil underneath his bedroom. In a blink of an eye, several months passed. He Pingsheng day-to-day running that, the fire true method, cultivation. Cultivation also from the 4th layer of the refining stage, broke through to the 5th layer of the refining stage. During this period, he didn't experience too much difficulty. When He Pingsheng practiced, he did not just meditate like that wooden sculpture, but alternated between meditating and refining his spirit. Therefore, when his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, the Qianmen meditation technique that he practiced also reached the 5th level. He Pingsheng's divine thoughts had become quite powerful again, and with a single thought, he could even cover a distance of 80 feet in a circle. This distance was already quite far. Open the door. The falling leaves were sullen. It was another year of fall. Unconsciously, more than 2 years had passed since He Pingsheng started cultivating. It's time to go and resupply in the outer disciple hall. This was because the spirit rice and other items at home had also been eaten by him. This time, He Pingsheng planned to purchase some of the materials needed for the grain-resisting pill. If he refined that grain-resisting Dan, 1 capsule would be able to top a month, and 1 furnace would be a year. It would save the trouble of making fire and cooking every day. He Pingsheng closed the door, and then came this way without slowing down. Today's outer gate hall was exceptionally lively, and the inside could almost be described as a sea of people. He Pingsheng's divine thought swept inside. The cultivation levels of the surrounding cultivators were all pretty much seen by him as well. He could now sweep a range of 80 feet around him with a single thought, and the concealment of this strong divine thought was also good. So the person who was swept was generally not easy to notice, and even if he did, he might not know that it was his He Pingsheng's divine thought. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid. Hey, a thought. He Pingsheng suddenly heart-shocked. Good high cultivation. There were those of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th layers. On the contrary, those of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd layers are almost non-existent. This was too counterintuitive. The big guys were divided into dozens of small teams, lined up and were waiting for something. He Pingsheng instantly became curious as he arched his hand towards a cultivator beside him and said, "Hello, this senior brother. I would like to ask, why are you all lining up here? Is it something important?" "I don't know." The man glanced at He Pingsheng and shook his head with an icy face. He Pingsheng was also drunk. "Don't know? You're in the ing line here and you don't know? It's just, seems that the other party does not want to say. But it does not matter. You do not say. There is always someone to say it." He Pingsheng asked several in a row, and finally got the result. Selection. To be precise, it is the inner disciple selection of the Taixu Sect that has come. In the Taixu Sect, there is a huge group of outer disciples, and relatively few inner disciples, and sometimes, from time to time, they will look for some outstanding talent and high cultivation from among the outer disciples to enter the inner door. The condition for entering the inner sect is to be at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, or above the 5th level. But it doesn't mean that if you are at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, you can definitely enter the inner sect. This thing depends on your bone age, spiritual roots, and skills. Of course, it also depends on your luck. This time, for the inner sect selection, there were only 20 places, but right now, throughout this side of the hall, there were thousands of disciples waiting to line up, so it was evident that the competition was fierce. He Pingsheng also understood why when he asked, others would respond coldly. After all, one more person, one more competitor. Then the question came, to go or not to go? Of course one should go. Inner sect disciples had an extremely high status, and it was easier to obtain resources. Although after arriving at the inner sect, he was closer to those great powers. He Pingsheng wasn't afraid because his treasure pot was now able to take it inside his body, and it wasn't normally exposed. There was more. The benefits of the inner sect didn't stop there. One could also participate in various quests and trials. Other than that, Let's just say that the dozens of sects in this Daoshin alliance were in joint control of 2 secret realms. Every once in a while, they would organize disciples from various sects to enter them for treasure hunting, trials, and so on. This thing must also be an inner sect disciple to be able to participate. Outer sects want to go in? Dream on. So now since there was this kind of opportunity, He Pingsheng definitely wanted to take a shot at it. So, He Pingsheng casually found a queue and followed it. The line moved forward quickly. After about an hour, it was his turn. In front of him, there was a table. Behind the table sat 2 people, a man and a woman, both wearing the inner sect's standardized Dao robe, which was black, but the collar and cuffs were embroidered with a gold border, and there was the unique cloud pattern logo of the Taixu Sect. The outer sect disciple's attire was the dark green color. Senior, He Pingsheng respectfully arched his hand. No need for that. The woman nodded and said, just call us senior brother and sister. What's your name and what spiritual root? He Pingsheng said. He Pingsheng, 5 elements spiritual root. Oh, the woman looked at He Pingsheng with some surprise and said, 5 elements spiritual root cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refining stage now. Senior brother is also tough-minded and has great fortune. He Pingsheng smiled and didn't reply. The woman asked again, how old is this year? He Pingsheng arched his hand and said, 17 years old. In fact, he lied about his age. He is now, full reckoning, only 16 years old. Of course, if it is according to the false age, saying 17 is not wrong. What? This time, the male disciple next to him couldn't sit still. 17 years old? 5 elemental spiritual roots? 5th level of Qi refining stage? Chapter 040 Wooden Dantian. One must know that under normal circumstances, this 5 elements cultivator would not be able to raise his cultivation by devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and would almost never be able to break through to the 4th layer in his entire life. At the top of the day, the 3rd layer of the Qi refining stage, which is also known as the early stage of the Qi refining stage. But this guy, He Pingsheng, actually cultivated to the 5th level of the Qi refining stage at the age of 17. How could he not shock people? Of course, regarding his own cultivation, He Pingsheng had already found a good way to say it. Senior brother doesn't need to be surprised. He Pingsheng was calm and said, junior brother possesses the 3 attribute spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire, and is very talented above the alchemy course, so his usual cultivation is done by devouring pills. It's not what senior brother thinks. Oh, that senior brother took a deep breath, nodded his head, and said, there is this possibility. Wait, the female cultivator suddenly looked at He Pingsheng and asked, you just said that you are good at the art of alchemy? He Pingsheng said, yes. This was not bragging. He was now refining the Qi gathering Dan, and his success rate was basically around 30%, a success rate that was extremely terrifying, not to mention at the Qi refining stage, or even at the foundation establishment stage. Then, the woman asked again, what's your success rate in refining pills about, senior brother? He Pingsheng said, about 4 furnaces of herbs, can become 1 furnace of pills. Hiss hiss. No wonder. The woman was shocked and drew cold air, said, 4 furnaces into 1 furnace, and as far as I know, the raw material of this Qi gathering Dan is 7 spirit stones can be purchased for 10 copies, 10 copies counting you to refine into 3 furnaces. Then there are 36 grains, each grain is sold for 2 spirit stones, which is more than 70 pieces, 7 for more than 70. Senior brother's money-making ability is extremely terrifying. If you were to swallow pills and cultivate, you would naturally be able to cultivate to the 5th level. However, the woman added, swallowing pills, after all, there is a Dan poison in. Senior brother must also remember to detoxify his body in time. Yes, He Pingsheng had a sincere face. Many thanks for reminding senior sister. Go! The woman waved her hand and said, the results will come out a month later, and will be announced inside the outer gate hall at that time. So don't forget to come over and take a look at it at that time. After saying that, the woman stared at He Pingsheng and said, you must come, senior brother. Because as far as I know, there are some masters and uncles that need disciples who know the art of alchemy. Yes, He Pingsheng arched his hand and then left. After leaving from the 1st floor, He Pingsheng went to the 2nd floor again, purchasing some living supplies as usual and then taking a look inside. He had wanted to purchase a little defense-type treasure or something, but after looking around for half a day, he didn't see any and could only call it quits. Returning to his small courtyard, he once again began to refine pills. This time, he was refining the grain-resisting Dan. With the enhancement of his divine idea, the success rate of alchemy also followed the enhancement of some, now almost 1/3 or so. After refining 10 stoves, the 4 finished pills and 6 spent pills were all thrown into this treasure pot at the same time, and then they were strengthened and doubled overnight. A total of 240 top-quality, grain-resisting Dan were obtained. This grain-rescuing Dan with different qualities, also had different effectiveness. For the lower-grade grain-expelling pills, eating one would allow you to go without food for a month, but for the very high-grade grain-expelling pills, devouring one would allow you to go without food for half a year. That is to say, the grain-preventing pills in He Pingsheng's hand were enough for him to use for 120 years. That's how exaggerated it is. The good thing is that this grain-preventing dan does not have any flavor, and can be held in an ordinary porcelain bottle. The next time, He Pingsheng did not go to meditate and practice, but took out that the fire true law behind the spell refining up. There were only 2 fire attribute spells in total. One was the Fire Crow technique and the other was the Fire Shield technique. The Fire Crow art, which He Pingsheng had already refined, was an attack spell. The Fire Shield art, on the other hand, was a defense-type spell. After it was refined, the fire spirit power in the body could condense a fire shield for defense. As for how great the defense was, it was unclear, but after all, something was better than nothing. Thus, He Pingsheng began to cultivate this Fire Shield spell. Cultivating spells wasn't difficult, and after more than 20 days, He Pingsheng managed to cultivate this Fire Shield art. Open! As He Pingsheng let out a soft shout, fire attribute spiritual energy condensed out from his fingertips, instantly transforming into a round shield. The shield was not large, only 2 feet in diameter. It was able to cover the upper half of He Pingsheng's body. This was already enough, because this thing was grasped in the hand. It was like a physical object that could be moved at any time. When the opponent's attack came, it still wasn't difficult to block it with the Fire Shield art in time. In terms of how much blocking ability this Fire Shield technique had, it was still an unknown because it wasn't like the Fire Crow technique that could be tested. It can only be tested in future battles. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then sat on his knees. He was thinking about another thing, the inner gate. If, in case the inner gate selection was successful, what would happen in the future? Still swishing through cultivation like in the past, breaking a layer of cultivation every few months? That would be bull ********. Under the eyes of the old ancestors, if you dare to cultivate like this, it would be strange if you weren't caught out and carefully studied. The increase in a cultivator's cultivation level is related to 2 things. First, spiritual roots. Second, gong method. If the spiritual root is not good, even the most powerful techniques won't work. But if one relies on cultivation by swallowing pills, one can bypass the spiritual root. But even if one is cultivating by swallowing pills, there is a difference between fast and slow. That would be related to the cultivation technique. For example, if the current He Pingsheng, even if he also devoured the extremely high-grade Qi gathering dan, but instead of practicing the leaving fire true technique, he went to practice the basic breathing and exhaling technique, then the speed would have to be much slower. So when the time comes, even if you tell others that you relied on swallowing the dan to break through so fast, they won't believe you. What to do? There is no way. This was a deadlock. The only way to break through is to slow down. But if you slow down, won't you lose more than you gain? It doesn't matter. There was still a way to remedy the situation. With a wave of his hand, He Pingsheng picked up another book, The Evergreen Traveling Air Technique. Unable to continue cultivating the fire attribute dantian, then I will cultivate the wood attribute dantian. Among the cultivation world, spiritual roots corresponded to dantians, and for one type of spiritual root, there was a dantian. For example, if He Pingsheng was a 5-element spiritual root, then he had 5 dantians, which were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was not strange. It was just that most people would only cultivate one of the dantians because of their limited energy. But from ancient times, those who cultivated dual dantians or even triple dantians were not few. He Pingsheng decided that he would also give it a try, because cultivating dual dantian or multiple dantian had one great benefit, deep mana. Imagine, the same Qi refining stage 5th level cultivation, others only have 1 dantian storing spiritual energy, while you have 2. Wouldn't you have the upper hand in a fight? Try it. He Pingsheng immediately sat down and began to study this evergreen traveling air technique. 2 hours later, the general outline and the first few layers of the technique were finished, and he started practicing. Step 1, drawing Qi into the body. This wasn't difficult, no matter what attribute it was. As long as it had been done once, it was now easy. Therefore, in almost only a few breaths of time, He Pingsheng introduced a strand of wood attribute spiritual energy into his meridians through his spiritual root. Step 2, refinement for 1 cycle. This was a bit harder. It took about a day for He Pingsheng to complete 1 circumference. The breath rushed into the dantian. The wood attribute dantian successfully connected with the meridians. Chapter 041, Another Shouju Peak. 10 days later, He Pingsheng's cultivation of that wood dantian broke through to the 2nd layer. He took a deep breath. Then after slightly packing up his belongings, he stepped out and headed for the outer sect hall. This was because today was the day when the results of the inner gate selection would be announced. Speaking of which, This inner sect selection was also odd. Neither a competition nor a test. Just a few simple questions were asked and it was able to be decided. He Pingsheng did not hold much hope for himself. He slowly walked into the outer gate hall. The place was packed with people everywhere, but the disciples of the inner sect had not yet arrived. Since they hadn't arrived, let's wait, wait and wait. 1 hour later, there was a yellow crane flying down from the high mountain of the inner sect, and it landed right in front of the outer sect's hall. He Pingsheng saw that this yellow crane was actually a paper crane. On top of the yellow crane came down a man and a woman. This man and woman, He Pingsheng had never seen before, and he didn't dare to easily scan the other party's cultivation with his divine thoughts. Gentlemen, these two did not enter the hall either, so they waved their hands outside the outer gate hall and said, "Gentlemen, please be quiet." The man in the black Dao robe looked at the disciples surging out of the doorway with a majestic face and said, "The disciples who have been selected as the top 20 disciples of the sect have been determined. Those whose names I call out, please stand behind me. Sima Ju, Lu Tsong Yuan, Zhang Kuayun, Shi Dajun, Gu Zhiyun." One by one, the cultivators wept with joy and came out from the crowd, then stood behind the black Dao-robed man. He Pingsheng's divine thoughts secretly stretched out and poured over the cultivation levels of these people. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th level of the chi refining stage, and none of them were at the 5th level like him. It's just, 80% is no me. Just as He Pingsheng shook his head and wanted to leave, the man said, "Last one, He Pingsheng." Ha! He Pingsheng was stunned, then his heart rejoiced. There's actually me? Great! There will be a chance to participate in the secret realm trials in the future. He hurriedly stepped out from the crowd, and then hurriedly stood behind the man in black. He Pingsheng immediately felt countless divine thoughts sweeping over his body. However, the next moment, someone was unconvinced. On what grounds? Someone on the opposite side said, "He's only a 5th level chi refining stage. Why should he be chosen over me? I'm an 8th level chi refining stage. That's right, I'm at the 7th level. I also have a higher cultivation level than him." In an instant, countless people opened their mouths, all expressing their dissatisfaction with the inner gate selection. Unbridled, the man in black shouted, "The inner gate selection has its own rules. It's still your turn to say anything?" Swish, a crisp ringing sound came, only to see that man in black instantly drew his sword and said, "Who is still not convinced? Come and ask me. Now." No one dared to speak. Scram, the man bellowed once again, and those outer sect disciples all scattered like birds and beasts. The entrance to the outer sect hall was empty. The man turned his head to look at the 20 or so people behind him, then his face became gentle again. "Senior brothers and sisters, you will all be inner disciples soon. In the future, we should all be in the same boat. You all wait a little bit. Immediately the receiving disciples from each peak will come. Many thanks, senior brother." The crowd bowed their hands towards the male disciple, and on all of their faces, there were looks of excitement. After all, to be able to join the inner sect, the benefits would be truly numerous. It wasn't long before He Pingsheng waited for about half an incense stick's worth of effort before he saw the figures of a dozen or so people falling one by one on yellow cranes from the high mountains behind them. Of course, this so-called yellow cranes were all paper cranes. Paper cranes were almost the only choice for low-ranking disciples in the cultivation world to help them on their way. After the dozen or so disciples landed, each of them immediately shouted, "Lu Tsong Yuan and Sima Ju, you two follow me. Gu Zhiyun, follow me. He Pingsheng and Shen Shirgu, you two come here." A female disciple wearing a moon-white robe stood in front and shouted. Then, He Pingsheng and another tall man moved forward together and came to the woman's side. The Dao robes of this Taixu sect were all of a uniform style, but the inner disciples didn't only have one piece of clothing, so this moon-white robe was considered the uniform clothing of the inner disciples. "Greetings, senior sister." He Pingsheng and Shin Shirgu both arched their hands towards the woman. The woman nodded her head and said, "You are He Pingsheng?" She was very nonchalant and extended her divine thoughts to sweep over He Pingsheng's body right then and there. He Pingsheng arched his hand. "Disciple He Pingsheng," the woman asked again, "I heard them say that you are able to refine first-grade pills?" He Pingsheng said, "Yes." The woman nodded. "You'd better not lie. The master is precisely because you can refine pills. That's why he let you enter the inner sect. If you lie, then you'll surely die." He Pingsheng nodded his head in a dignified manner. "Come with me." After the woman finished speaking, she jumped onto that yellow crane's back with a jump of her feet. "Both of you, come up as well." "Yes." He Pingsheng and Shin Shirgu didn't dare to disobey and both jumped onto the back of the yellow crane as well. This thing was able to carry 1,000 pounds of weight when it normally flew, so the weight of 3 people naturally didn't matter. Whoosh! The yellow crane flew up, heading towards the Taixu sect. Previously, when He Pingsheng went up the mountain from the foot of the mountain to reach Shouju Peak, he needed to spend half a day. But now that he was on the yellow crane, it could be said that he arrived in a matter of moments. In the midst of He Pingsheng's tangled expression, The yellow crane stopped at a place he was extremely familiar with, Xiuzhu Peak. Mother asterisk. He Pingsheng cursed fiercely in his heart. No way, it's Xiuzhu Peak again? Although it was Xiuzhu Peak, it was a height that He Pingsheng had not been to before. The place where the three of them landed was like a fairyland. Directly across the street was a magnificent hall. Next to the hall, there were three other palaces that were one size smaller. Next to each palace, there were countless more pavilions and pure courtyards. This is Xiuzhu Peak. The woman looked at the two of them and faintly said, "My surname is Zhao. My name is Zhao Linger. From now on, you can just call me Senior Sister Zhao." "Yes, Senior Sister Zhao." The duo arched their hands at the woman. Zhao Linger added, "I'll give you two a brief explanation. You guys look opposite this grand scale hall. It's the Ancestor Master's dojo. Unusual times. Remember not to approach." Ancestor Master. He Pingsheng nodded his head. This ancestral master, he had seen once during the previous 2 years. The three halls in the back are the dojo of the ancestral master's three foundation establishment stage disciples. Zhao Linger continued. From front to back, they are the dojos of Grandmaster Yu Xian, Grandmaster Yu Dai, and the last one is the dojo of my master, Yu Ning. Shun Shirgu, you now go to the center Hondi Yuan. That's Senior Uncle Yuda's dojo. From today onwards, your Senior Uncle Yuda's disciple. After you arrive, someone will receive you. Yes. Shen Shirgu arched his hand and left. He Pingsheng, you come with me. Zhao Linger led He Pingsheng all the way forward, saying as she walked, "From today onwards, your master teacher's disciple, and the two of us will be fellow disciples." Chapter 042 Real Yuning, Refining Pills. He Pingsheng followed that senior sister Zhao all the way to the back. First, he crossed over the grand hall of the ancestral master. Then he walked through the east side of Master Yu Xian's dojo. When walking to Taoist Yuda's dojo, senior sister Zhao suddenly said, "Senior brother He, in the future, when you're not doing anything, don't come to Senior Uncle Yuda's side. He has a spirit beast under his door that is tyrannical and unpredictable, and has injured people's lives in the past." Oh, He Pingsheng cautiously nodded his head. Beyond Taoist Yuda's dojo, behind it was realist Yu Ning's residence. It was also a palace, and although it wasn't big, it was paired with a main hall and a side hall. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the master. The master brothers are there too." Zhao Linger led He Pingsheng into a courtyard, then to the entrance of that palace. He Pingsheng looked up, but saw three big words carved on the lintel above that palace, Yu Ning Palace. "Master, the person has been brought." Zhao Linger respectfully bowed towards the entrance of the main hall. "Well," a rather calm female voice came from the great hall, saying, "You two come in together." Then, He Pingsheng and Zhao Linger entered the palace. The palace was very wide, and although the light from the sky outside couldn't come in, there were a few night pearls set above the dome of the palace, illuminating the entire hall brightly. The ground above was spotless. Right in front sat a Taoist nun who looked to be about 50 years old. She wore a green-colored Taoist robe and had a solemn face. In front of the Taoist nun, another 10 or so disciples sat. The people sitting on the bushes all curiously turned their heads and bodies, each looking at He Pingsheng with different expressions. Some of them, He Pingsheng had met 2 years ago, but it was impossible for them to recognize He Pingsheng when they saw him. On one hand, He Pingsheng's status at that time was extremely low, and no one looked at him squarely. On the other hand, He Pingsheng's body, appearance, or temperament had changed drastically over the past 2 or 3 years. "Quickly kneel down and kowtow to master," Zhao Linger reminded He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng naturally didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the master above him. Only then did the Taoist nun above nod her head and smiled. "Not bad. Yuan, get up." He Pingsheng cautiously stood up, respectfully standing in the middle of the hall. The Taoist nun said, "This seat's Taoist name is Yu Ning, and from now on, I will be your master. From today onwards, you are a true disciple under my Xiuzhu Peak Yu Ning Palace, and you should be ranked 9th in order of precedence. These are your senior brothers and sisters. You have each met them." He Pingsheng swept his gaze over the remaining few people in front of him for a moment before hurriedly arching his hand and saying, "Junior brother has met each of your senior brothers and sisters." The crowd laughed. Yu Ningjinren said, "You are now at the 5th level of the qi refining stage. What method do you cultivate?" He Pingsheng had long been ready. He took out a copy of his own hand-copied, basic breathing and vomiting method, and respectfully presented it to Yu Ning, saying, "Reporting back to my master, this is what my disciple cultivates, but with the fire spiritual root as the main focus. The basic breathing and exhaling method, regardless of attribute, it was at a relatively low level, and only taught how to draw qi into the body to refine spiritual qi. And what kind of spiritual qi you refined was what attribute spiritual root you were majoring in." Yu Ning nodded, brought that gongfa and flipped through it twice, saying, "It's hard for you to actually be able to cultivate to such a degree with the basic gongfa. It seems that just as Linger said, you should be adept at the art of alchemy. This, He Pingsheng hurriedly said. I don't dare to say that I'm proficient. Disciple is only occasionally able to refine successfully. This seat here has a book of fire attribute Gongfu secret arts, just right for you to cultivate. Yu Ning took out a book and threw it in front of He Pingsheng through the air, saying, you take it back and comprehend it well. It's considered this seat's meeting gift to you. In addition, these 20 pieces of spirit stones, temporarily for you to use. In the future, every month you can receive the usual inner disciple benefits. There are still 10 pieces of spirit stones per month. He Pingsheng was overjoyed and took the things and thanked him again. I have to say, this inner disciple is good. Just worshipped the master, have everything. Feats, spells, and spirit stones were all given. In addition, there are mansions on the left side of this seat's palace. You can choose one. All of you masters and brothers are of the same specifications. There are also 16 sets of 4 seasonal regular Taoist robes. Go, choose a mansion, change into your Tao robes, and come back to me. Yes, He Pingsheng, together with Zhao Linger again, chose a relatively more remote mansion to stay in, and received another 16 sets of the 4 seasons standing clothes Tao robes, and another inner sect disciple token, and so on. Finally changing into his new clothes, he returned to this Yu Ning palace. Not bad. The Jade Ning realist nodded and said, earlier, you said that you were good at alchemy. Then well, this seat will test your alchemy skills. Here are 10 copies of the materials for the Qi Gathering Dan, for you to try. As he spoke, realist Yu Ning threw out a jade box. The jade box landed in front of He Pingsheng. Homa Xian, realist Yu Ning said, you go out and bring a few copies of the wood needed to refine the Qi Gathering pill? Yes. A long-bodied male disciple wearing a moonlight white Taoist robe stood up and left the Yu Ning palace. After about half an incense stick's worth of effort, this Homa Xian walked into the courtyard with a few more handyman disciples. Go, Yu Ning said, go out and take a look. The firewood was brought, but it definitely couldn't be refined in Yu Ning's palace. It could only be refined in real Yu Ning's courtyard. Open. With a wave of his hand, realist Yu Ning took out a Dan furnace. That Dan furnace was the size of a palm, dripping and spinning in the void, instantly transforming into a foot square and landing in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng, Yu Ning said, according to the rules of the cultivation world, this seat will give you 10 chances. If you can successfully refine the Qi Gathering Dan among the 10 chances, then you will be considered to have passed this seat's examination. If you believe in nonsense, don't blame this seat for being merciless with a hot hand. On her face, a trace of coldness appeared. To be honest, at the 5th level of the district Qi refining stage, Yu Ning still couldn't look at it. Such a disciple, she did not need. What she valued was He Pingsheng's alchemy skill. If He Pingsheng dared to cheat, he would surely end up miserable. Yes, He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Normally, his success rate in refining was 1/3. Now that he had given 10 copies, if he couldn't refine 10 copies, then he really didn't need to mix. Master, He Pingsheng arched his hand and said, disciple has a request. Yu Ning said, speak. He Pingsheng said, disciple has his own Dan furnace, and I'm used to refining Dan with this thing, so I can't change it temporarily, so I'd like to ask master to allow disciple to use his own Dan furnace. Yu Ning nodded and said, so be it. With a wave of her hand, she collected her own Dan furnace. In fact, this Dan furnace of Mistress Yu Ning was superior in rank to He Pingsheng's Dan furnace. He Pingsheng's Dan furnace was an extreme-grade, fabricated artifact, with 4 layers of prohibitions on it. On the other hand, realist Yu Ning's furnace was a mid-grade, spiritual artifact, with 6 layers of restraints. Yu Ning added, these 2 handymen, they are both used in my Yu Ning palace when I make my own pills. They have no problem controlling the fire. You can rest assured that you can boldly let them control the fire. Alright, you may begin. Chapter 043, Dan Completion. Fate Sign. Yes, He Pingsheng respectfully fished out his Dan furnace from his sleeve. The round, 3-legged cauldron was an extremely high-grade magic weapon. An extreme-grade magic weapon that possessed 4 layers of prohibitions on it. It's actually an extreme-grade magic weapon? Seeing this Dan furnace of He Pingsheng's, Yu Ning was a bit surprised. Although it was said that it was much lower in rank than her spirit artifact, an extreme grade was an item that was not easy to obtain. She had lived for over 100 years, yet she had never seen an extremely high-grade magic weapon yet. It was because there were too few extreme-grade items. Don't look at the low grade of this thing. There were only 4 layers of prohibitions on it. But for a refiner, the difficulty of refining this thing was much harder than even her medium-grade spirit weapon that had 6 layers of prohibitions. You kid is lucky. You actually managed to get an extremely high-grade magic weapon. Yu Ning looked at He Pingsheng and praised him. The surrounding master brothers and sisters, their eyes were also hot as they were filled with curiosity. In order to dispel the crowd's curiosity and some unrealistic thoughts, He Pingsheng smiled and directly said, I don't dare to hide it from master. Before, Spirit Pill Valley's disciple Wang Dun owed me a few spirit stones, so he staked this Dan furnace with me, and later on, he died in an unknown manner, and this Dan cauldron became owned by a disciple. This, Yu Ning was immediately speechless. This luck of yours. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters, one by one, became envious again, envious that He Pingsheng could have such good luck. The curiosity just now was gone. He Pingsheng's purpose had also been achieved. I'm not afraid of your hot eyes. I'm afraid of your curiosity to study me. He. Open. He Pingsheng softly shouted. The fire attribute spiritual power in his body surged into the furnace. This furnace instantly opened to 1 foot in size. As He Pingsheng waved his hand, this furnace also fell to the ground. Burning fire. He Pingsheng said, first use the pearwood fire to burn for half an hour. As he spoke, He Pingsheng took water and poured it into the Dan furnace again. Then, following the previous order of alchemy, he put the 4 ingredients, immortal bamboo shoots, 7-leaf spirit grass, spirit apricot, and vermilion fruit, into the Dan furnace in turn. It was boiled down. It was a long process, but the surrounding senior brothers and sisters were all watching with joy. He Pingsheng's method of refining the Qi gathering Dan was not the same as the original 36 formulas of alchemy above, so his technique was not exactly the same as most of the alchemists. But again, the differences were subtle and not so obvious. Therefore, even Yu Ning did not see the subtle differences between He Pingsheng's alchemy and that of the others. After about an hour and a half, an aroma came out from that Dan furnace. It's done. He Pingsheng was overjoyed and reached out to uncover the lid of the Dan furnace. 12 grains of Qi gathering Dan jumped out and were grabbed by He Pingsheng's outstretched hand and placed into the porcelain bottle. He usually refines Dan. The success rate is only 30%, about 3 out of 10 furnaces. He didn't expect to be so lucky today. The first furnace was made. Hey! Yu Ning was instantly overjoyed, saying, it really came true. Ah, come, let the master take a look. She walked over and took the porcelain bottle and looked at it, saying, although the 12 grains are all lower grade pills, they are already rare. Not bad, not bad. He Pingsheng, from today onwards, you are this palace's personal disciple. Come with me. The crowd reappeared in Yu Ning's palace. Yu Ning sat on the main seat, and the disciples sat at the bottom. Only He Pingsheng didn't have a seat and stood there somewhat uncomfortably. Master, I've been lacking Qi gathering pills when I've been practicing lately, and I'd like to ask Junior Brother to help me refine a furnace. Me too, Junior Senior Brother. There's me. I'll provide the materials for this. Just follow the rules of the cultivation world. 10 materials to refine a furnace of pills. And me. One by one, the senior brothers and sisters shouted at He Pingsheng. Yu Ning nodded and said, He Pingsheng, what do you think? He Pingsheng smiled bitterly and said, back to master. It's not that disciple is unwilling. It's really that disciple has reached the juncture of breaking through the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. I'm afraid I don't have the time in the recent period of time. Why don't we do it this way? After I break through the 6th level, I'll be alchemizing pills for all of you senior brothers and senior sisters. Yu Ning nodded and said, how about this? Every month, you will provide 5 furnaces of Qi gathering Dan to the division, and the division will give you 50 materials for refining Qi gathering Dan. Do you think it's a good idea? In the future, all the tasks of the Master Sect will not require you to do them personally, and the annual contribution points will be counted on your head. 5 furnaces? He Pingsheng frowned. 5 furnaces was quite a lot, knowing that his success rate was about 1/3. Successfully refining 5 furnaces would mean refining 15 furnaces or more, and one day could only refine 2 furnaces, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. These 15 furnaces would then take 7 or 8 days. If one was unlucky, one would have to bury oneself in refining pills for 10 days in a month. If you want to shorten the time, you can only work overtime, refining 3 furnaces a day. It would take 5 days. Good. Having just entered the division, He Pingsheng did not have the capital to bargain with his master. He could only nod his head and agree. Good. Yu Ning smiled and said, this furnace today also counts as your. All of you disperse. Yu Ning waved his hand at the disciples and added, He Pingsheng, you come with me. Yes. He Pingsheng hurriedly followed. Yu Ning circled around from the front of the Great Hall to the back of this Great Hall. After leaving the Great Hall and heading backward, crossing over a garden, the two of them arrived in front of a small house. Although this house was small, it was equally splendid. Yu Ning waved his hand to open the door, but saw that the house was also inlaid with several night pearl. Underneath the brilliant pearl light was a high platform, on top of which sat a dozen jade tiles. Above each jade tablet, there was a name. Yu Ning, Homa Xian, Xiao Xuejian, Chang Siu. Yu Ning pulled out a snow-white jade tablet from within the storage pouch at her waist and placed it in front of He Pingsheng, saying, cut your finger and drip out 2 drops of blood on this, and my master will help you make a life tag. Fate tag? He Pingsheng looked puzzled. Yu Ning raised her hand and pointed at the pile of jade tags in front of her, saying, "As you can see, your senior brothers and sisters, everyone has a jade tag. This jade card is the life card, equivalent to what mortals call the life lamp. People in the card in, people die card broken. In the future, if you fell outside, the teacher can also be the first to know." He Pingsheng instantly understood what this life sign was. It was a kind of life indicator card. When the sign was intact, it meant that the person was still alive, and once the person died, the life sign would simply shatter. In the cultivation world, every sect has this kind of thing, so that the sect knows the status of the disciples at all times. The more important the person was, the more the life tag had to be kept. Good. He Pingsheng took out a dagger and cut his finger, placing a few drops of blood on top of the snow-white jade tag. Then, Yu Ning struck a few Dao symbols, and a snow-white fate tag was created. She lifted her pen again and wrote a name on top of the jade token, He Pingsheng. Chapter 044, Strengthening Spirit Stone. This is the 100 treasure bag. This palace is giving you one, for you to use on weekdays. Go on. Yu Ning waved the duster in her hand and said, "For the next few months, this seat is also closed. If there's anything you don't know about cultivation, go ask Zhao Linger first." Some of the taboos of this Shouju Peak and Taixu Sect. You also need to find her and ask her clearly, otherwise it's not worth losing your life for nothing. 100 treasure bag was a pocket that could hold things. It was similar to a cloth bag in the mortal world. The difference was that this 100 treasure pouch was refined with special materials that could block even the divine thoughts of foundation stage cultivators. It allowed others to not see what was inside. Yes, He Pingsheng took the 100 treasure bag, then respectfully bowed and left the Yu Ning palace. In the afternoon, He Pingsheng paid another visit to the side of various senior brothers and sisters, sort of getting to know them all. Eldest senior brother Ho Ma Xian, second senior brother Xiao Shuejian, third senior sister Cheng Siyu, fourth senior brother Yang Qingyun, oldest 5 is Wu Zhongyang, the sixth was Zhao Linger, the same female cultivator who had brought He Pingsheng over from the outer sect. The seventh was also a female cultivator named Tian Shaoqing, and I heard that she was also a descendant of Master Yu Ning. The eighth was a big fat man named Su Kunlun. The ninth is He Pingsheng. Although He Pingsheng had paid his respects to his senior brothers and sisters, he didn't dare to scan their cultivation levels with his divine thoughts. After paying his respects to his senior brothers and sisters, He Pingsheng returned to his own small courtyard, and then took out a sign that said, "Closed," and hung it at the entrance of the small courtyard. This way, those who came to disturb would naturally not knock on the door. The night fell. It was only then that He Pingsheng took out the item bestowed by Yu Ning today and looked at it. A book. It was a fire attribute cultivation method called the Fiery Flame Qi Refining Technique. This thing still needed to be cultivated. Why? Because it was necessary to understand some of it. Otherwise, if the master asks about it and he doesn't know anything about it, wouldn't he be giving himself trouble? Pretend also to pretend will. After reading through this gongfu once, He Pingsheng's gaze was placed on that spirit stone again. Today, Yu Ning had also given him 20 spirit stones as a gift. He Pingsheng originally had around 550 more. Now that there were 20 more, 507. In fact, a long time ago, He Pingsheng had the idea of throwing the spirit stones into the treasure basin to strengthen them, but he did not do so. The reasoning was also simple. According to He Pingsheng's experiments and observations over the past 2 years, if more than 500 spirit stones were thrown in, the next day they would surely double and turn into more than 1,000 spirit stones. This was not the key. The key was that the treasure pot would be strengthened while doubling the items that were put into it. Spirit stones, on the other hand, were categorized into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades, based on past experience. It was speculated that if 500 lower grade spirit stones were put in, 1,000 extreme grade ones would appear tomorrow. What was an extreme grade spirit stone? What is its function? Will it be earth-shattering? He Pingsheng didn't know anything about these, so he didn't dare to rashly put in the spirit stones. The point is, if I put it in and all that comes out are extreme grade spirit stones, how am I going to take them out and spend them? A guy at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage goes to the Horsehead Mountain Market with a large amount of extremely high-quality spirit stones. Would you guess that he would be chopped into 8 or 16 pieces? But today, looking at this spirit stone, He Pingsheng couldn't help but think in his heart, why don't we put a piece in first and try it out? See what can come out? Ding bell. A small spirit stone was thrown into the treasure pot by He Pingsheng. Then, He Pingsheng continued to pick up that Fiery Flame Qi refining technique and memorized it, even practicing it specifically. This technique was too much worse compared to his departing fire true technique. Forget it, don't cultivate it, just understand it, just to cope with the master teacher. Can't be at the time the master teacher asked up not know anything about it, is not it? The next morning, the day just dawned. He Pingsheng climbed up from the bed in a single bound. Hey! He Pingsheng took a deep breath. What rich spiritual energy! He hurriedly climbed down and reached out to pull out the poly treasure basin underneath the bed. Inside the treasure gathering basin, there were 2 spirit stones. An ordinary lower-grade spirit stone in the cultivation realm was about the size of a date. However, these 2 spirit stones were clearly not. They were much larger, about the size of an egg. This is. He Pingsheng reached out and picked up the 2 spirit stones. He hadn't seen any higher-grade spirit stones before, so he couldn't confirm whether the ones in front of him were the very best or not. However, the dense sea of spiritual energy in this room was evolving from above these 2 spirit stones. It was absolutely correct. Collect. He Pingsheng didn't dare to let these 2 spirit stones be exposed too much, and hurriedly included them in his dantian along with that treasure basin. After a quick wash, he waited in the house for another long time, and the rich spiritual qi in the house slowly disappeared. When the sun rose, He Pingsheng had opened the courtyard door and walked out. Senior sister Zhao. He Pingsheng found Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger smiled and said, "What's wrong, junior brother?" He Pingsheng said, "Senior said that I should come over and ask you about anything I don't understand." Good. The smile on Zhao Linger's face became even more intense. Senior brother, what don't you understand? Tell me. Oh, He Pingsheng said, "Actually, I know too much about many common sense issues in the cultivation world, but I can't ask you about each and every one of them." So junior brother was thinking if there are any writings about some common sense in the cultivation world, I'll also go get it and take a look. Zhao Linger said, "Hey, this you found the right person. Our Taixu Sect has a Hall of Hidden Scriptures, and there is this kind of book you're talking about in the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, and I even borrowed it back in the day. What is it called? Let me think. That's right. It's called Miscellany of Cultivation. It records many common sense issues in the cultivation world. You can go borrow it, of course, or you can purchase a copy. It's not expensive." "Yes," He Pingsheng said, "many thanks senior sister. And where is this Hall of Hidden Scriptures?" Ha ha ha. Zhao Linger laughed and said, "The Hall of Hidden Scriptures is in our Taixu Sect, in the Jade Dragon Peak at the back. You go to the square in front, take the teleportation array to the Great Void Hall first, and then from the Great Void Hall, take the teleportation array again, and you'll be able to go to that Jade Dragon Peak. Remember, it's Jade Dragon Peak. Just ask when you arrive at Jade Dragon Peak." "Yes." He Pingsheng arched his hand and thanked him. Then he trekked to the plaza of Xiuzhu Peak. There were 2 teleportation arrays here. A few years ago, He Pingsheng had also come here. Back then, that disciple Linglong under the Jade Virtue Sect was precisely here to contemplate because she had killed someone. Therefore, when He Pingsheng walked on top of this square, he couldn't help but think of senior brother Hao Yun from back then again. That familiar face still seemed to be jumping in front of his eyes. Senior brother. After the outer disciple in charge of guarding the teleportation array saw He Pingsheng, he respectfully bowed and saluted, his head going to the ground. Years ago, when He Pingsheng was still an odd-job disciple, this outer disciple guarding the transmission array was still shouting at him. The difference in status. The treatment was really a world of difference. No need to be polite. He Pingsheng looked at this person in front of him blandly. If he wasn't mistaken, this guy was still the same guy from 3 years ago. "I'm going to the Taixu Sect. Help me teleport." "Yes." The outer disciple was instantly overjoyed and said, "Senior brother, please, I'll start the teleportation array." Chapter 045 Cultivation Miscellany. Buzzing. There was a flash of white light in front of his eyes. He Pingsheng only felt his entire body faint for a moment. Then when he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him changed. In front of his eyes, there was a row of dozens of teleportation arrays, neatly arranged and combined. After the teleportation arrays was a wide plaza, and behind the plaza was another lofty grand hall. The grand hall was huge, even several times taller than the Xiuzhu Peak Ancestors Dojo. Above the lintel of that great hall, there were 4 more guild characters, Taixu Divine Hall. He Pingsheng knew that this was the most important place in the entire Taixu Sect, the palace of the Taixu Sect's Supreme Elder, and the core of the entire Taixu Sect. The Supreme Elder that was the Xiuzhu Peak Ancestors Master, Master Yuning's Thai Master, a terrifying Yuaning stage powerhouse yet. He Pingsheng looked at it for a couple of moments, then hurriedly retracted his gaze and asked the surrounding disciples guarding the array, saying, "I want to go to Jade Dragon Peak. Which teleportation array should I take?" "Senior brother, is over here." An outer disciple guided He Pingsheng to another teleportation array. Buzzing. A flash of white light. The same feeling, the same fainting. He Pingsheng had appeared on top of Jade Dragon Peak. Looking around from the top of Jade Dragon Peak, a layer of clouds obscured everything and nothing could be seen. Therefore, He Pingsheng didn't know where he was in the Taixu Sect, nor did he know in which direction Xiuzhu Peak was again. "Dare I ask, this Hall of Hidden Scriptures, where is it?" He Pingsheng asked the outer disciple. The outer disciple guarding the teleportation array stood up and respectfully said, "I heard that it's at the back of Jade Dragon Peak. Junior brother is not qualified to go there." "Senior brother, You'll know if you go over there and look for it. Good. He Pingsheng walked towards the back of Jade Dragon Peak from the teleportation array, inquiring as he went, and it didn't take long before he saw that Hall of Hidden Scriptures. The Hall of Hidden Scriptures, too, was guarded. There were 2 outer disciples at the entrance of the first floor, and He Pingsheng took out his name tag, which allowed him to enter it. On the first floor, there was another old man who was like a shopkeeper. This person had a white beard and hair, and his cultivation could not be seen. Young man, the old man looked up at He Pingsheng. Didn't your master teach you that it's impolite behavior to casually scan seniors with your divine thoughts? Seniors? He Pingsheng was instantly startled and hurriedly arched his hand, saying, disciple knows the error of his ways. Humph. The old man did not pursue the matter, but nodded and asked, which peak? Whose disciple? He Pingsheng said, Xiaozhu Peak, my master, realist Yu Ning. Oh, the old man nodded and said, so it's the disciple of senior sister Yu Ning ah. Line. Young man, from now on, just call out to my senior uncle. Yes, senior uncle. He Pingsheng's heart shook dramatically. The old man said, with this cultivation, you can only turn around on the first floor. Go, there are items to be purchased. Just bring them to me. He Pingsheng arched his hand and thanked him, then walked forward. The first floor was huge, but it was all empty inside, and there was only a bookshelf in the very center. The bookshelf was about 10 feet long and was divided into several layers. As he got closer, he realized that most of the techniques placed here were those used by some chi refining stage disciples for cultivation. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, there were all kinds of attributes. In addition to the techniques, there were also some alchemy techniques, artifact refining techniques, talisman making techniques, formation techniques, and so on. There were also some spell aptitudes. Underneath each type of book, there were prices labeled. For the merit laws, most of them were low-level merit laws, so the prices were relatively low, all between 100 and 300 spirit stones. As for the lowest, it was that basic breathing and vomiting method, which could be bought for only 30 spirit stones. He Pingsheng looked around and finally found this, Cultivation Miscellany. It's a thick book. Take a look at the price, 10 lower grade spirit stones. Not too expensive. He Pingsheng looked around and didn't have anything useful other than this, so he took that Cultivation Miscellany and came back to the old man. Chosen. The old man glanced at the Cultivation Miscellany and smiled. 10 spirit stones. Hey, taking out 10 spirit stones. He Pingsheng then left the scripture collection building holding this Cultivation Miscellany. Why did he buy the Cultivation Miscellany? Because He Pingsheng really lacked too much general knowledge about cultivation. Moreover, he desperately wanted to know what the strengthened spirit stones inside his treasure pot were and how valuable they were. After walking out of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, He Pingsheng's gaze looked further back. Behind, there was another building. The name of the building, the Hall of Hidden Treasures. What was this for? Could it be similar to the one in the outer gate, where various items could be purchased? He Pingsheng curiously walked to the entrance of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion at the back and asked the outer gate disciple guarding the entrance. Sure enough, this was the same as the second floor of the outer gate hall, a place where various cultivation items were sold. He Pingsheng took out his nameplate and naturally entered it with ease. Here the Hall of Hidden Treasures was much more lively. There was an endless stream of disciples coming and going inside. Unlike the front side of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures where the doors were bare, He Pingsheng entered it and looked at it with interest. Pills, spiritual herbs, all kinds of materials, talismans, paper cranes, magic weapons, and so on. There's everything. A talisman used at the chi refining stage was about tens of spirit stones. A magic weapon used at the chi refining stage, the lowest grade would only cost 50 spirit stones. A middle grade was about 100 spirit stones. The top grade 200 spirit stones. Extreme grade. Sorry, there are no extreme goods. The truly expensive ones are the things used by foundation establishment stage cultivators. For example, spirit weapons. A medium-grade spirit weapon costs over 1,000 spirit stones. A second-grade talisman of the foundation establishment stage also costs a few hundred spirit stones. Of course, the attack power of this kind of talisman was also extremely powerful, and a random one could pose a huge threat to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. If it was used on a chi refining stage disciple, it could be directly exterminated. He Pingsheng thought about it, then took a lower-grade magic weapon, Flying Sword, a lower-grade magic weapon, Greenwood Shield, and 2 talismans, which were Fireball Talisman and Ice Needle Talisman. Among them, the Flying Sword was priced at 50 spirit stones. As for the first-grade talismans, each one was 60 spirit stones. The most expensive was the Greenwood Shield, priced at 100 spirit stones, a total of 270 spirit stones. He Pingsheng paid the spirit stones, then walked out of the treasure hall with a face of flesh pain. He returned the same way. When he returned to his small courtyard, it was already close to noon. He Pingsheng once again took out the sign that had the word, closed door, written on it and hung it at his door. After returning to the house, he couldn't wait to take out that cultivation miscellany and flip through it. Soon, he flipped to the page about the introduction of spirit stones. Spirit stones, according to their quality, could be categorized into 4 types, which were lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. The introduction on it said, lower grade spirit stones, as big as a red date, middle grade spirit stones, as big as a chicken egg, upper grade spirit stones, as big as a fist, and extreme grade spirit stones, as big as a human head. This is just a middle grade? He Pingsheng instantly resented it. In these 3 years, no matter what item was strengthened, it was always directly strengthened to extreme grade. Why is it that when it comes to the spirit stone here, it gives me a medium grade? Is it hard to give an extreme grade? I'd like to see what this extreme grade spirit stone is again. Chapter 046, Crazy Reinforcement. Lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. These were the 4 grades of spirit stones. As for why the spirit stones he strengthened out were only medium grade and not extreme grade, He Pingsheng couldn't figure it out. Let's continue to see. What are the uses of these spirit stones? He once again buried his head to read. After about half an incense stick of work, He Pingsheng raised his head in shock. He finally understood why his treasure pot hadn't been strengthened with extreme grade spirit stones. Because it was too heaven-defying. Ordinary lower-grade spirit stones could be used as currency and tools for trading in the cultivation world. A mid-grade spirit stone contained rich spiritual energy, and even if there was only one, it could support the cultivation of a chi refining stage or even a foundation establishment stage disciple. As we all know, cultivators in the cultivation realm want to cultivate. They must look for a place with abundant spiritual energy. Where is the place with abundant spiritual chi? Answer: cave, heavenly fortunate places, famous islands and immortal mountains. For example, the Taixu Sect here. The reason why a sect was established is because the mountain below the Taixu Sect has a spiritual vein exposed, can be a steady stream of spiritual energy to be used for cultivators to draw cultivation. Once one left the Taixu Sect, there would be no spiritual energy outside, and one would not be able to cultivate. However, if one possessed a medium-grade spirit stone, then even in an ordinary place, one could still cultivate. This was because a mid-grade spirit stone contained abundant spiritual energy within it, supplying a person with spiritual cultivation that was even denser than the spiritual energy provided by those low-grade spirit veins. This was still only a mid-grade spirit stone. What if it was a top grade? The top grade was even better. A top-grade spirit stone buried underground. This was a small spirit vein. Let's put it this way. A top-grade spirit stone was enough to support a cultivation family. As for an extreme-grade spirit stone, it was even more heaven-defying. An extreme-grade spirit stone the size of a human head buried in the ground was equivalent to a medium-sized spirit vein, which could already support a huge sect like the Taixu Sect. Therefore, the point that the Treasure Basin had only strengthened out the medium-grade spirit stone was something that He Pingsheng finally understood at this moment. If it had directly strengthened out that very high-grade spirit stone, what else could it be? Of course, what He Pingsheng didn't know was that the Treasure Basin could indeed strengthen the very high-grade spirit stone, only that this strengthening ability was related to his cultivation, and the degree to which the Treasure Basin had been refined was also related, and the fact that it didn't work now didn't mean it wouldn't work in the future. On top of that, there was an exchange ratio between several different levels of spirit stones. For example, one medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 lower grade. A top grade, in turn, could be exchanged for 10,000 medium grades. As for the value of an extreme grade, this miscellany of cultivation didn't say so above, but it was certainly even more heaven-defying. 10,000 pieces. He Pingsheng was staggered. He had 20,000 lower grade spirit stones in his hand right now, but it was useless. Although there were middle grade, He Pingsheng wasn't stupid enough to actually take out middle grade spirit stones and spend them before having enough strength. Taking out items that didn't match his status would only invite trouble. Phew. Looking at the remaining approximately 300 spirit stones, He Pingsheng gently sighed. I still don't know when I will be able to scrape together enough spirit stones to purchase a storage bag. There's no rush. Take your time. The first step was to throw that lower grade magic weapon, flying sword, into the treasure pot, and then push the treasure pot under the bed. Strengthen it one by one. While strengthening, He Pingsheng was not idle. He took out his own Dan furnace and began to refine pills. Master Yuning had said that he would provide 5 furnaces of chi gathering pills to the sect every month, and this was a dead task that couldn't be delayed. After spending about 7 days, these 5 furnaces of pills were finally refined by him. The rest of the waste pills would not be wasted. They were put away, and could be strengthened into extreme grade chi gathering pills in the future. During these 7 or 8 days, the items purchased from that treasure hall were also all strengthened by He Pingsheng. First of all, the lower grade magic weapon, flying sword. after being strengthened, got 2 extreme grade, flying swords. Of course, the grade was still a magic weapon. Above each flying sword, there were 4 more prohibitions. Secondly, the lower grade magic weapon, Greenwood Shield, after being strengthened, obtained 2 spirit shields. One was the Vine Armor Shield, and the other was still the Greenwood Shield. However, after being strengthened, the shields were also both extremely high-grade magic weapons, possessing 4 prohibitions. The Talisman, Fireball Talisman, got 2 Explosive Bomb Talismans, after being strengthened. After the Talisman, Ice Needle Talisman, was strengthened, it obtained 2 Ice Arrow Talismans. After strengthening the 4 talismans, their grades had been greatly improved. Although they were still first-grade talismans used at the Qi refining stage, but their power was several times greater. Looking at these treasures, He Pingsheng frantically calculated in his heart. The 4 talismans, the Explosive Bomb Talisman and the Ice Arrow Talisman, should definitely be kept for his own use. For self-defense, 1 flying sword to keep, and 1 of the 2 shields could be kept. In this way, he would be able to take out an extremely high-grade magic weapon flying sword, an extremely high-grade magic weapon Greenwood Shield, and an extremely high-grade magic weapon, Alchemy Furnace. 3. The prices of the flying swords weren't too clear, but they could be roughly guessed. For example, the top-grade flying sword was about 200 or so spirit stones, so this extreme grade one would definitely not be less than 300 or so, and even 400 was possible. The price of an alchemy furnace could not be lower than a flying sword. The most expensive one was this, Greenwood Shield. Inside all magic weapons, defense-type magic weapons tended to have the highest prices. Exactly why He Pingsheng didn't know, but the fact that he had seen from inside the stores was that the price of this thing was very high. A top-grade, Greenwood Shield, was sold for a high price of 400 spirit stones. So what about the very best? 800? Or 1,000? In that case, these 3 magic weapons would be able to sell for about 15 to 2,000 spirit stones, which was almost enough. Enough to buy the storage bag. Originally, He Pingsheng wanted to make another trip to that treasure hall to purchase some magic weapons to strengthen, but in the end, he dismissed this idea. Still, don't let others stare at it is not good. Be careful in order to travel for a long time. Pick up 5 potions. He Pingsheng went out the door. Master Yuning was in seclusion, and said before that he would be in seclusion for a long time, so He Pingsheng didn't bother. He directly came to the door of 6th senior sister Zhao Linger's courtyard. Zhao Linger's courtyard entrance didn't have a signboard, indicating that she wasn't in seclusion. It was sufficient to directly knock on the door. Junior senior brother? Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng in surprise and said, "What are you?" He Pingsheng smiled nervously and took out 5 porcelain bottles. Junior sister. Refined pills this month. Take a look at them. Master said, "Let me just hand them over to you." Great. Zhao Linger was instantly overjoyed, saying, "Senior sister, please come over and have a seat." Yes. He Pingsheng wasn't polite, so he followed Zhao Linger and arrived at her courtyard. Zhao Linger's yard specifications were about the same size as He Pingsheng's. It could almost be said to be exactly the same, but the outlook was so much better. This woman had planted many flowers and grasses in her yard. A gorgeous sight, and it smelled good too. He Pingsheng's gaze crossed over these flowers and grasses, but it landed on the earth-colored film of light at her entrance. What is this thing? Chapter 047, Formation. Inventory. This is a formation. Seeing He Pingsheng's look, Zhao Linger then smiled and explained, "Senior brother doesn't know it yet. This thing can be useful." He Pingsheng took a deep breath, his eyes flickered a few times, and he followed by asking, "6th senior sister, what is this formation for?" "Hi." Zhao Linger pulled He Pingsheng to the front of that formation, only to see that she casually took out a jade tablet and just brushed it on top of that earth-colored formation's light film, and the formation disappeared. "How come it's gone?" He Pingsheng asked. Giggle. Zhao Linger covered her small mouth and laughed, saying, "Senior brother, this is not gone. It was shut down by me. Look." She picked up the jade tablet again and swiped it. Buzzing, the formation rose up again. "Awesome, awesome." He Pingsheng gave a shocked thumbs up. "What's so awesome about it?" Zhao Linger explained. "We cultivators must pay attention to protecting ourselves. Although we are all brothers and sisters in the sect of masters, and there is a master above us to cover us, but knowing people, the ones who can jeopardize you the most are also often the ones closest to you. The so-called defense against people. A formation, for cultivators is still necessary. Look at this one of mine. It's a first-grade, confinement array." He Pingsheng asked, "Confinement array? What's the function?" "That serves a great purpose," Zhao Linger said. "First of all, after this thing is opened, it possesses a defense function that can prohibit people outside from casually entering or exiting their own small courtyard. Secondly, it can also isolate a portion of the divine thoughts, lest there are those who are misbehaving sneak over with their divine thoughts to peek, especially us girls. We must protect ourselves, or else we won't even know if we're secretly looked at by those old perverts." As she spoke, Zhao Linger's face even turned red. He Pingsheng said, boys must also protect themselves. Put. Zhao Linger sputtered with laughter. That's true. Right. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, there's a guy called Su Kuei under Master Yuda's door next door. We all call him Senior Brother Huang. This person is the best at peeping. Not only does he love to peep on female disciples, he also likes to peep on male disciples. Disgusting. You have to be more careful. Junior brother, it's best to get a formation like me. He Pingsheng's heart was on fire. Why? The so-called anti-peeping is secondary. He needs to use pills for his cultivation, and the pills are of extreme quality. The scent instantly spreads out of the house after taking it out. How can it be if it's discovered by his senior brothers? So into the inner door is almost half a month. But He Pingsheng has not practiced once. Sometimes he even wanted to go back to his own home under the mountain to practice. Now it was good. If he could get a formation to shroud his small courtyard, he wouldn't have to worry about the aura of the extreme chi-gathering pill leaking out. Senior sister. He Pingsheng had a sincere face. How is this formation set up? Can you teach little brother? Hey, Zhao Linger said. This is simple. You go over to the treasure hall and purchase a set of confinement formation materials. Just follow the formation diagram and set it up to activate it. A first-grade formation. Half a day will do. Alright, thank you senior sister. He Pingsheng left after delivering the pills and getting the delivery article. Coming out of Zhao Linger's small courtyard, he directly went to the Jade Dragon Peak Hidden Treasure Hall. In the Hidden Treasure Hall, He Pingsheng found the formation material. The formation materials for the first-grade formation, confinement formation, included 1 formation disc, 16 formation flags, 2 formation talismans, and 1 formation diagram. The total selling price, 280 spirit stones. Hissing, He Pingsheng drew a mouthful of cold air. Good fellow, it was really expensive. He only had 294 spirit stones now. That meant that after buying the materials for this confinement formation, it would be completely empty. To buy or not to buy? Of course I'll buy it. How could one cultivate with peace of mind if they didn't buy it? Senior. He Pingsheng took this formation material to this side of the counter, looked at an old man behind the counter, and respectfully said, Elder would like to ask, can this thing be set up by an ordinary person? Aha! The old man said gently, no problem. It's just a first-grade formation. It doesn't require any formation foundation. Just follow the layout above this formation diagram and place the formation disc and the formation flag in the prescribed position. If any problems arise during the activation process, you can come to us at any time. Okay. He Pingsheng poured out all the spirit stones in the bag. After paying, there were only 14 lower-grade spirit stones left. When he returned to his courtyard, He Pingsheng picked up the formation diagram. There were instructions on top of the formation diagram. How to place the array disc, where to place each of the array flags, how to support the spirit stones, how to activate, how to enter and exit, and so on. There were all detailed descriptions. After reading it, He Pingsheng's eyes slightly shrunk. How about strengthening it? It was necessary, right? It wasn't long before a cacophony of sounds came from outside the courtyard. He Pingsheng put all his belongings into his dantian, then walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard door, the senior brothers and sisters were all there, and Zhao Linger was explaining something to a cold-faced Taoist nun wearing a moon-white robe. Senior sister, what's wrong? He Pingsheng was confused. Zhao Linger said, Senior brother, did you just purchase formation materials from the treasure hall? Yes. He Pingsheng nodded his head. That cold-faced Taoist nun looked at He Pingsheng and smiled coldly, saying, He Pingsheng, right, you've only been worshipping in the inner sect for less than a month, yet you've recently gone on a buying spree over at the Hall of Hidden Treasures, spending a total of more than 500 spirit stones. This seat has come to ask, where did you get this spirit stones from? If you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, don't blame me for being ruthless. This, He Pingsheng's mouth opened wide in shock. No way? I'm just buying something. Really staring at me? I go. The Taixu Sect. It's really a bit too much. It's like this. He Pingsheng said, what about my spirit stones? On the one hand, it's what my parents left me. On the other hand, the latecomer was also able to refine some chi-gathering dan, and before, through the alchemy of selling it to the same sect, he also earned some spirit stones, and all of the savings over the years added up to only 500 or so spirit stones. Look, if you don't believe me. He Pingsheng brought out a pocket. There are only 14 pieces left. Yes. Zhao Linger followed to explain. Uncle Feng, my senior brother really knows how to refine pills. My master has even said that he will let him refine 5 furnaces of chi-gathering pills for my division every month. If you don't believe me, I'll ask my master to explain it to you later. Taoist Nun Feng looked at He Pingsheng again and asked, where are your parents? He Pingsheng said, my parents were both outer disciples of the Taixu Sect, and now they're both gone. Oh, Taoist Nun Feng nodded and said, that's fine. After saying that, she turned around and left. Because both of He Pingsheng's parents were dead, and because this guy could also refine pills, there was no way for her to investigate thoroughly, so she could only point to the end. It's alright, senior brother, Zhao Linger comforted. That's how it is in the sect. There are often disciples being questioned. As long as there's no problem with where your spirit stones came from, there's usually nothing wrong with it. Oh, He Pingsheng was cloudy on the surface, but secretly he grew a memory. Chapter 048, 6th level of Qi refining. The crowd dispersed. He Pingsheng re-entered his house. He had thought of using the treasure pot to strengthen this formation, but now he didn't dare. Why? Because if he strengthens a formation that is too high in level, he will be recognized at a glance and will be in trouble. Let's make do with what we have. Thus, He Pingsheng spent a day to finish arranging this formation. In fact, this kind of low-level formation was very simple to set up, without too much complexity. All the array flags and array discs were placed according to the location. The last thing was to snap on the spirit stones to provide the energy source and then excite it. Open! He Pingsheng softly shouted, buzzing. Instantly, a film of earth-colored array light rose up, enveloping He Pingsheng's house and half of the small courtyard. Off! He took the formation and brushed it, and it immediately shut down. When he entered the formation, he took the formation talisman and brushed it again. Open! The formation rumbled open once again. The energy source of this thing was spirit stones. A single inferior spirit stone could support the operation of this formation for about 2 months. The consumption was not too big or small, and every inner disciple could accept it. Walking into the formation, He Pingsheng then took out an extreme-grade Qi gathering pill and released it. Immediately, a familiar rich scent came out. He Pingsheng also specifically ran outside the formation to try it out, and the outside really couldn't smell a single trace of the fragrance. Great! In this way, there was no need to worry about others recognizing that he was cultivating with an extremely high-grade elixir. Let's cultivate honestly then. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For the next 3 months, He Pingsheng spent his time in this kind of dan-swallowing cultivation. During this period, every month, he would spare a portion of his time to refine pills and send them to Zhao Linger's place. And as for how Zhao Linger distributed them, it was none of his business. Of course, the materials needed for refining pills were provided by the division. 5 furnaces per alchemy. 50 copies of materials provided. He Pingsheng, however, would not waste a single penny. He will not waste any of it. He will refine the dan to the sect, and use the wasted dan to strengthen it into a superb Qi-gathering dan, which he will keep for himself to eat. One day 3 months later, a slight sonic boom suddenly came from He Pingsheng's house. He had broken through the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage, because he had told Master Yuning that he would break through when he paid his respects to the master before. This breakthrough would not appear to be sudden, but further on, one would have to be careful. He Pingsheng took out that cultivation miscellany and flipped through it again. Soon, he flipped to the information he wanted. In the cultivation world, the speed of cultivation is related to the cultivator's talent. Single spirit root cultivators, in the middle and late stages of the Qi refining stage, break through a layer about every year. Ordinary 2 or 3 spirit root cultivators need 2 years or even more. Phew! He Pingsheng exhaled deeply. 2 years. We are damn 5 spirit roots. Even if we devour pills, don't be shorter than 2 years. 2 years a layer. Others may not suspect, but it definitely can't be any faster. Then the question came up again. He Pingsheng usually devours extremely high-quality pills and can break through a layer in half a year at most. What about the remaining time? Refine the gods. He Pingsheng made an excuse for himself. In addition to refining the gods, I can also cultivate the wood attribute Dantian and bring up the cultivation level of this wood attribute Dantian as well. If the speed was still fast, then continue to open up the other dantians and cultivate the other 3 attributes of gold, water and earth as well. In this way, it would not be too abrupt. Spring went to winter. In the blink of an eye, it was another season of snowflakes. He Pingsheng's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. Not just one dantian, but the fire attribute dantian and wood attribute dantian, both had reached the 6th level. Of course, others couldn't tell. His Xianmen meditation true technique had also cultivated to the 6th layer. It was already beyond repair. The point was, it had only been less than a year. There was still more than a year to go before the next breakthrough time node that He Pingsheng had set for himself. What to do? He couldn't waste his time, could he? He Pingsheng stood in his house and looked at the spirit stones in his hand. There were only 7 left. These spirit stones were only enough for the formation to consume for a year. It was time to go out and have a look. He planned to go to Horsehead Mountain's workshop market to exchange some things for some spirit stones. However, before leaving, He Pingsheng directly collected the formation. He threw all 4 parts of the formation disc, formation flag, formation talisman and formation diagram into the treasure pot. After a night's time, the reinforcement was complete. A set of formation materials for the confinement formation was strengthened by him into 2 sets, and the grade followed suit. Before, this was a lower grade confinement formation, and now, this thing was capable of constructing an extreme grade confinement formation. What was the difference? Firstly, the defense ability was upgraded. Secondly, the defense range was also upgraded. This extreme grade array, the coverage area was expanded from 10 zhang in a circle to 100 zhang in a circle. Not to mention He Pingsheng's small courtyard. If this is spread out, it can cover the surrounding several small courtyards together. Of course, the very best formation has its own flexibility. This thing can cover a distance of 100 feet. Of course, it can also shrink the distance and only cover 10 feet. I just don't know how much this thing can be sold for. He Pingsheng put everything into his dantian before going out and paying a visit to his senior sister Zhao Linger. You're going down the mountain? Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng with some surprise and said, for how long? He Pingsheng said, just to go down the mountain to do some errands for about a day. Oh, Zhao Linger nodded and said, if it's only for a day, there's no need to inform Master Teacher, but if you're going out for more than 3 days, you have to tell Master Teacher. Good. He Pingsheng nodded, then descended the mountain. Only after arriving at a hidden place did he take out that paper crane to inspire it, and with a whoosh, he flew high into the sky, heading in the direction of Horsehead Mountain. This was the 3rd time He Pingsheng went to the Horsehead Mountain market. The first time, it was with Wang Dun, selling the pollen of the blazing sunflower. The 2nd time, he sneaked over to sell the blazing sunflower pollen by himself. This time, He Pingsheng's main objective was to give up the magic weapons in his hand one by one. If possible, purchase another storage bag. Without a storage bag, it was really too inconvenient. Riding on the yellow crane, He Pingsheng took out those things in his dantian one by one again and put them into the 100 treasure bag. Extreme grade magic weapon flying sword 1 extreme grade magical artifact, vine armor shield, 1 extreme grade spell weapon, alchemy furnace, an extreme grade formation, confinement formation, complete set of materials. Because after arriving at the marketplace, it would be inconvenient to take this stuff in and out of the treasure pot, so it was important to prepare it in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for how much these things can actually be sold for, He Pingsheng also do not know. Let's take a step and see what happens. First give someone else a valuation and wait for the valuation to be completed. After doing this, He Pingsheng changed his clothes again, changing the inner disciple's clothing into an ordinary Dao robe without any markings. Why? To avoid running into fellow disciples. Shoo! More than an hour later, He Pingsheng landed at the entrance of the Horsehead Mountain Market on a paper crane. With a wave of his hand, the paper crane fell back into his hand. Chapter 049, Storage Pocket. He Pingsheng collected the paper cranes, then carried a huge pocket on his back as he headed inside the Horsehead Mountain Marketplace. Most of the Qi refinement stage disciples here were carrying the 100 treasure pouch on their backs. There were so many stallholders along the roadside. Pills, materials, magic weapons, all sorts of things could be bought here. He Pingsheng saw that middle-aged cultivator selling pills again. This person was the same as always, yelling non-stop, selling things such as the Qi-gathering pills that he himself had refined, all the way through, directly to the location of the stores inside. There were many stores here, not just 1 or 2. He saw the Feng Yizhuang again. It was here that he had sold the pollen of the blazing sunflower on behalf of the Deadwood realist in the first place. In order not to cause trouble, He Pingsheng naturally didn't enter the Fenghe Manor, but found a store next door to the Fenghe Manor and walked in. Behind the counter was a middle-aged woman. Good day, senior. He Pingsheng saluted the woman. Hey! The other party's divine thoughts swept over him. Seeing that He Pingsheng had cultivated to the 6th level of the Qi refining stage at a young age, the woman was still a bit surprised, and her tone of voice became gentle. Hello, young man, what do you want to order? Like He Pingsheng, such young age can be cultivated to the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage. In the view of others, 80% is the core disciple of a clan. So the Horsehead Mountain this side of the Chamber of Commerce, do not dare to be easily offended. After all, there was no need. I don't want anything. He Pingsheng took out a square 4-legged Dan furnace from his 100 treasure bag and said, Senior, I have an extremely high-quality artifact here. It's an alchemy furnace. You should acquire it on your side as well. Give a price. Yo! That middle-aged Taoist nun raised her eyebrows and said in shock, It's actually an extremely high-grade magic weapon? As she spoke, she reached over and took the 4-legged square tripod in her hands. After looking at it, she said, Extreme quality magical artifacts are relatively rare, let alone an alchemy furnace. Young man, you wait, I can't do it myself. I have to go to the back and ask. Good. He Pingsheng nodded. The Taoist nun took the 4-legged square tripod and left. After about half an incense stick of work, she re-entered and said, Well, if you are sincere in selling, this thing will count 800 spirit stones for you. He Pingsheng shuddered inwardly, 800 pieces. Hissing, good guy, far beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would already be thankful if he could sell it for 300 to 500 spirit stones. He didn't expect it to actually sell for such a high price. Good. He Pingsheng forced himself to hold back his excitement and nodded his head in a seemingly bland manner. The woman gave the spirit stones very quickly, and these spirit stones, too, were put into the 100 treasures pocket by He Pingsheng in a brain. Then, he left the store with his pocket on his back. After leaving the store, He Pingsheng didn't rush to the next store, but circled around the outside of Horsehead Mountain before walking back into Horsehead Mountain and finding a new store to enter. Why was it so troublesome? It wasn't to be careful and not let others pay too much attention to them. The second store, named Shun He Tang, He Pingsheng walked in slowly. The specifications of these stores were actually much the same. The same counter, a shopkeeper behind the counter. This shopkeeper was a middle-aged male cultivator, and he did not know the other party's cultivation level. He Pingsheng arched his hand and respectfully shouted, "Senior," the middle-aged man said. "No need to be like that. Senior brother, you are already at the 6th level of the chi refining stage. In fact, I am not higher than you by a few levels. Just call me senior brother." "Yes." He Pingsheng changed his words. "Senior brother, I want to sell an item." "Oh." The man instantly became interested and said, "What item do you want to sell?" He Pingsheng touched and searched, and fished out a vine armor shield from within his 100 treasures pouch. This vine armor shield, too, was an extremely high-grade magic weapon. There were 4 layers of prohibitions on it. My master said that amongst magic weapons, defensive treasure weapons are the most expensive. He Pingsheng handed the rattan armor shield to the man while saying, "This one of mine is again an extremely high-grade magic weapon, and when fully braced, it can easily defend against the full force of a 12th level chi refining stage cultivator's power of a single strike. Take a look. How many spirit stones can I give? It's actually a superb magic weapon." The man looked at the rattan armor shield in his hand. His eyes flashed with greed, saying, Good stuff, ah, I am lacking such an item. Little brother, do you think this is okay?" The man lowered his voice and whispered, "You also don't sell it to the Chamber of Commerce. I personally pay a spirit stone to take this thing. How do you see it? You've also asked several chambers of commerce. Right, you make a bid. If it's suitable, I'll personally take it." He Pingsheng frowned slightly. A personal acquisition. He didn't care. But, this price, how do I set it? His mind flew into a reckoning. A superb, Dan furnace. He sold it for 800 spirit stones. This greenwood shield must be slightly more expensive than the Dan furnace. Then, 1,000? No, can't ask for less. 1,200 spirit stones. He Pingsheng looked at the man and reported his offer. The man immediately had a meat-ache. 1,200. This price was simply quoted to his family's bottom. How to say it? Extremely high-quality magic weapons had a price without a market. You can't even buy them normally. Defense-type magic weapon. At least 1,000 spirit stones. 1,200 is a bit high, but it is reasonable. Let a little. Brother, you let a little. The man's face pleaded. $1,100. He Pingsheng said. $1,150. The man gritted his teeth. Okay, well, just say it. You wait, ha. The man ran upstairs with a thump, and came down with 100 treasure bag in a short while. 1,100 spirit stones. A good big pile. He Pingsheng gave the vine armor shield, then collected the spirit stones and slowly went out. There were already 1,950 spirit stones, 300 short of 2,250. In He Pingsheng's pocket, there were still 2 items. One was an extremely high-grade magic weapon flying sword. The second was a complete set of confinement formation materials. Which one to sell? Of course it's the formation materials. It's better to sell more. He Pingsheng turned in a big circle and walked into the 3rd Chamber of Commerce. The name of this Chamber of Commerce is very distinctive, Kunlun Pond. It was also unknown what this Kunlun Pond meant. Ha. An old man with white hair and white beard behind the counter looked at He Pingsheng and smiled, saying, "Young man, what do you want?" He Pingsheng said, "Storage bag." Yo. The old man was slightly startled, stood up straight and said, "Outstanding. At a young age you can have a storage bag. Amazing. Come. Old man, I'll introduce you." He brought He Pingsheng to a certain shelf and said, "Look, there are 3 kinds in total. Lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. Which kind do you want?" Chapter 050 Purchase. Tailgating. Regarding the grades of storage bags, Wang Dan had previously introduced them to He Pingsheng. For the lower grade, it possessed 1 foot of space. The length, width and height are all 1 foot. In the middle grade storage bag, it possessed 3 feet of space. In the upper grade storage bag, it has 1 foot of space, and the advanced part of the top grade is that the space can change shape. For example, let's say you have a lance that is more than 1 zhang. It doesn't matter, it can fit in there as well. as long as the total volume doesn't exceed it. It's that counterintuitive. He Pingsheng's gaze swept above the storage bag. Lower grade, 2,250 spirit stones. Middle grade, 8,600 spirit stones. Top grade, 18,500 spirit stones. There was no choice at all. The spirit stones He Pingsheng had on him right now weren't even enough to buy a lower grade storage bag. This one. He pointed at the lower grade storage bag and said to the shopkeeper, "Lower grade it is." But, the shopkeeper, "I almost have spirit stones." Oh, the shopkeeper thought He Pingsheng was going to haggle, and asked with a smile, "How much difference?" He Pingsheng said, "I now, on my body only 1,950 pieces, still short of 300 it." Hey, the shopkeeper's face darkened, and immediately said angrily, "You little guy overdoing it which has such a counteroffer? A breath of air returned me $300? No, minimum $2,100, no less." He Pingsheng froze. He didn't think about returning the price. It was just really bad. Good. He Pingsheng rejoiced and said, "Boss, it's like this. I'm really still close to this spirit stone. Why don't you take a look at this thing I have? How much money can be offset?" As he spoke, he took out a whole set of formation materials from within his 100 treasure pouch again. Confinement array. The shopkeeper picked up the materials and looked at them carefully. Then shocked. This is an extremely high-grade formation? Yes. He Pingsheng nodded and said, "Although it's a first-rate formation, the quality is extreme. Once it's activated, it can cover a distance of 100 feet in a square circle. This thing is just as useful even for foundation establishment stage cultivators. Moreover, it also has a much stronger defense." "That's right." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "It can indeed be used by foundation establishment stage disciples. This is good stuff. How many spirit stones are you going to sell it for?" He Pingsheng said, "You give a price. I'll sell it if it's suitable." The shopkeeper stared at the formation material for a while and thought, and finally said, 1,500 spirit stones. He Pingsheng actually didn't know how much it was appropriate to sell this thing, but it could be referenced. That Dan furnace sold for 800, and the vine armor shield sold for 1,150. This formation material was going to be a bit more expensive, so 1,500 was acceptable. Alright, He Pingsheng nodded his head in agreement. 1,005 is 1,005. He then took out another 600 spirit stones from his pocket and said, "Is enough now? Enough. The old man smilingly took out a storage bag and said, "Little brother, this storage bag is yours. You try. Attach a trace of your divine idea to it, and you can open it at will. No need to refine it." Good. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and stretched out his divine thoughts towards the top of this storage bag, and soon, he was able to completely grasp the opening and closing of the storage bag. As expected, just as Wang Dun said, this thing only had 1 foot of space, 1 foot long, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot high. Very small. Normally, it could only hold some ordinary items. Clattering, He Pingsheng put all of the remaining 300 or so spirit stones into this storage bag. With this, the storage bag was nearly full, but although it was filled with items, the weight of this storage bag did not change much in He Pingsheng's hands. Really good stuff. Waiting back to use the treasure pot to strengthen a bit. Certainly can upgrade. At least can upgrade to the middle grade, right? He Pingsheng shrunk the storage bag into his sleeve and tied it up, then continued to carry that 100 treasure bag out the door. Originally, he was planning to sell the flying sword, Dan furnace, formation material, and vine armor shield to be able to exchange for a storage bag, but he didn't expect that the extremely high-quality magic weapon was so valuable. 3 prices were enough, and there were still more than 1,000 spirit stones left. Then, this flying sword doesn't need to be sold. Just keep it for your own use. This senior brother, how can I sell this gongfu? He Pingsheng stopped in front of a stall where he saw a local attribute gongfu. Of course, this gongfu only had a general outline, and there was no content inside. Reading the general outline would allow him to understand the quality and function of this gongfu. 70 spirit stones. The cultivator glanced at He Pingsheng and made a solemn bid. He Pingsheng said, 30 pieces. It was directly cut at the waist. Okay. The cultivator opposite actually agreed very painfully. He gave the complete earth attribute technique to He Pingsheng, who saw that there were no problems, and only then did he feel out 30 spirit stones from his sleeve and handed it to the other party. In order not to be discovered by others that he ate extremely high-quality pills to raise his cultivation, He Pingsheng's cultivation then couldn't be raised too quickly. It would be best to ascend 1 level in 2 years, or even slower, but the point was, he could actually use about half a year to upgrade once. The rest of the time couldn't be wasted, could it? So he decided to buy another technique to cultivate. Earth attribute main defense power. Cultivate it. Back in case he fought with someone, he also had some more means to save his life, no? After buying this earth attribute technique, He Pingsheng went back to the store area, casually walked into a store, and spent more than 200 spirit stones to purchase a set of lower-grade, confinement formation materials. Why purchase? Because it was to be used. Although he had extremely high-grade ones, it wouldn't be good in case he was discovered when he used them. After all, many people knew that he had purchased a lower-grade, confinement formation from the sect. Be careful. This extreme-grade formation. Wait until you have the chance to use it in the future. At this point, He Pingsheng's purpose of coming to Horsehead Mountain had been achieved and he could leave. He walked out of the Horsehead Mountain market, found a relatively hidden place, then released his paper crane and came towards the Taixu Sect. As He Pingsheng flew away, 3 burly men emerged from some hidden place behind him. The 3 Black Wind Fiends. This kid is repairing so fast. One of them said. It's only less than 2 years. Actually broke through from the 4th layer of the Qi refining stage to the 6th layer. It's not simple. On this guy, there are a lot of good things. Actually even bought a storage bag. Ha. The 3 of them That's right, they chased after He Pingsheng last time, but unfortunately they didn't catch up because their speed was too slow, and He Pingsheng ran away. He can't run away this time. With a wave of his hand, the boss of the Black Wind 3 Fiends offered a flying boat. This flying boat was the size of a palm, but under the support of the mana in his body, it actually transformed into the size of a zhang in an instant. I can't carry too many people in this flying boat, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with this guy. Old 2, you wait here, Old 3 and I will go forward to chase after him. Chapter 051 Talisman Chopping the Enemy. Black Wind 3 Fiends. It was a notorious evil cultivator in the area of Horsehead Mountain. Legend had it that the 3 of them specialized in robbing low-level disciples. But then again, these 3 were very cunning, and they specialized in targeting those powerless, and backgroundless casual cultivators, or the outer disciples of the sects. In this way, even if they killed 1 or 2, those sects wouldn't spend a great deal of effort to track them down. Besides, there was no evidence, wasn't there? All about the 3 fiends of the Black Wind were all legends, and this time, it was clear that the 3 fiends treated He Pingsheng as an ordinary loose cultivator. You're a casual cultivator with no division background, able to break through 2 layers in less than 2 years. There's definitely something good on this body, and you damn well have a storage bag? Whoosh! The flying boat took the 2 of the Black Wind 3 fiends, the oldest and the 3rd, and flew into the clouds, chasing after He Pingsheng's direction. The flying speed of this flying boat was fast. It was quite a bit faster than He Pingsheng's paper crane. This was still a treasure that the 3 Black Winds had obtained after killing a loose cultivator the previous time, and it was just the right thing to use for chasing. In about half an incense stick of effort, in the air above a lofty mountain range, the flying boat caught up with He Pingsheng. Kid, give me down. Above that flying boat, the boss waved his hand violently, and a fireball was shot from afar. He Pingsheng was immediately startled and hurriedly controlled the paper crane to lower its height, then jumped directly to the ground. Why? Because if he was sneak attacked in the air, he might not have been killed, but fell down from a high altitude and died. Poof! The oldest and the 3rd watched He Pingsheng land on the ground and followed suit. He. Black Wind Boss looked at He Pingsheng with a fierce face and said, "The kid is still quite wealthy. Actually purchase storage bag this kind of high-grade goods. Hand over your storage bag. I can consider sparing your life." He Pingsheng catapulted his body and kept retreating as his divine thoughts swept out. The cultivation levels of the 2 people opposite were also seen through by him. A Qi refining stage 7th layer, one at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Both were higher than him. I'll say it again. Take out your treasure and I can spare you. The Black Wind Boss followed He Pingsheng and walked up step by step. Although he said spare his life, his hands did not stop. Fiercely, a ball of fire was blasted out by him and thrown at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng had also been careful to deal with it for a long time, so the first time the fireball was blasted at him, he rolled on the ground to dodge it. However, when He Pingsheng had just stood up from the ground, he suddenly realized that the opposite side of that Black Wind Elder San had another fireball blasted over. He Pingsheng had no experience in fighting, and for a moment he actually did not know how to respond. He could only hastily offer up his palm-sized alchemy furnace, temporarily propping it up and throwing it out. Bang! The fireball fiercely bombarded the alchemy furnace. That alchemy furnace wasn't a defensive treasure weapon in the first place, so it was directly blasted away and landed on the ground more than 10 feet away, not knowing whether it was damaged or not. Hey, Black Wind Old Di Dao said, this guy has so many treasures on him. It's actually an extremely high-grade magic artifacts alchemy furnace. Old 3, together, slaughter him. The 2 of them once again condensed fireballs and blasted towards He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng was instead much calmer at this time. You have spells, but I don't? With a thought, 2 fire crows flew out from his palm, and under the control of his divine thoughts, one on the left and one on the right, they blasted towards that Black Wind Boss and Lao San. the spell behind the leaving fire true technique, the fire crow technique. Bang, bang, the two fire crows slammed right on top of the fireballs of those two. The two fireballs were smashed into pieces. However, those two fire crows didn't collapse and continued to head towards the Black Wind Boss and the oldest three. And because He Pingsheng's divine idea was powerful, he could manipulate the two fire crows steering. The Black Wind Boss and Old Three were immediately at a disadvantage. But these two were, after all, experienced in battle, and had endless means of defense. With two spiritual power shields gathered, they easily blocked the fire crows. After all, the fire crow was also at the end of its strength. It was only at this time that He Pingsheng suddenly remembered that he had also practiced the fire shield technique. Hey, how did he forget to use it just now? There was also, the extremely high-grade magic weapon, Greenwood Shield, had not been refined. Otherwise, taking the Greenwood Shield would also be able to block the fireballs from the duo just now. At this time, He Pingsheng suddenly had some regrets. A lot of time. Why did not think of refining all the treasures? This kid is somewhat evil. Fight from a distance. Whoosh. The two brothers immediately backed up and pulled away from He Pingsheng. Chop. With a wave of his hand, the boss threw out a palm-sized flying sword. This flying sword was a middle-grade magic weapon that rose up against the wind under the support of mana, instantly transforming into a 3-foot-long sword that chopped towards He Pingsheng's body through the air. Of course, it couldn't be too far away. It had to be within the control range of divine thoughts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maneuver the flying sword. He Pingsheng was very calm this time. He took a deep breath and a fire attribute chi shield immediately surfaced outside his body. Fire shield art. Ka-ching! The flying sword ruthlessly chopped on top of He Pingsheng's shield. The light above the shield dimmed slightly. However, it did not break. Of course, the cracks were still there. Chop! However, the three fiends of the Black Wind were not alone in their attack. After the oldest's flying sword chopped, the oldest three's flying sword also followed. This fire shield art of He Pingsheng shattered immediately after enduring the two flying sword chopping. With a smooth roll, he pulled away from the Black Wind Boss and older three. It was necessary to keep the distance outside of the duo's divine sense. But the other party was not stupid. As you retreated and I advanced, they bit He Pingsheng to death. Ha 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 ha. No hurry. Black Wind Boss laughed loudly. Let's also consume him. Don't worry, the treasure belongs to us. He Pingsheng couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. He swore that when he went back, he must refine the flying sword and that Greenwood Shield. Go. In the gap between He Pingsheng's defenses, he condensed two more fire crows and fiercely slammed them towards those two brothers. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he flipped out another talisman from his sleeve, Firebomb Talisman. This thing, he had previously strengthened it with the Fireball Talisman. I don't know how powerful it is. Try. Open. He Pingsheng's mana surged out. That talisman instantly unfolded, and a fireball flew out. Unbiased, it blasted straight towards that Black Wind Boss, saying it was a fireball. It was better to say it was a firebomb. The speed of this thing was so fast that it carried a massive amount of fire attribute power, and it slammed into that Black Wind Boss's chest with a bang. The Black Wind Boss didn't have any time to react at all. Bang! The Black Wind Boss pawn, and there was no pain, because his body had been blown into countless pieces. Damn! Seeing that He Pingsheng had actually taken out such a powerful talisman, that Black Wind Boss couldn't care less about his boss and pulled out his legs to run. The speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, he swept over a distance of several dozen feet. He was about to disappear into the depths of the jungle. He Pingsheng, however, took out another talisman, the Ice Arrow Talisman. Go! Whoosh! A 2-foot-long ice arrow blasted out, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing Lao San before piercing his heart with an arrow. Black Wind Old Third died. Chapter 052 Stealthy Storage Bag. Who? He Pingsheng panted heavily. Just now, a duel hadn't consumed much power or spiritual energy. However, this first time killing someone had consumed a lot of his mental energy. Fear, trance, aftermath, celebration. All sorts of emotions turned over in turn in the heart of an 18-year-old boy. It put a lot of pressure on his psyche. However, He Pingsheng's mind was clear as he came to the side of the Black Wind Boss that had been blown into countless pieces and picked up the Black Boss's 100 treasure pouch, opening it and looking at it. A few 100 spirit stones, some earth-ranked magic treasures, and 2 cultivation techniques. That was all. He Pingsheng didn't have time to take a detailed inventory, so he emptied the contents of this treasure bag into his own treasure bag. Then he came to the side of that Old Three. Old Three was already dead. There was a 2-foot-long ice arrow sticking out of him. The ice arrow pierced through his body from the back of his heart. The entire person had become an Iceman. He Pingsheng ignored the Iceman and took out his 100 treasure bag as well. The things inside were taken away in a brain. Go! Swoosh! Setting up the paper crane, He Pingsheng once again flew into the clouds and headed for the sect. There were many more items and spirit stones in his 100 treasure pouch, to the point where it couldn't even fit anymore. Therefore, He Pingsheng naturally didn't dare to just go back to the sect with a big grin on his face, in case he was searched in the 100 treasure pouch. How to explain so many spirit stones? Then there was only going to die. Therefore, He Pingsheng returned to the outer sect, his own family's small courtyard. After closing the far door, he sat on his bed with his knees crossed and threw all of his belongings onto the bed and took stock. Having killed the boss and the oldest three of the 3 black wind fiends, he had gained quite a few items yet. First was the spirit stones. There were about 800 in total. Together with He Pingsheng's original 1100, it was now about 1900. In addition to the spirit stones, there were also the magic weapons. 2 flying swords, 1 medium-grade magic weapon and 1 lower-grade magic weapon. A middle-grade magic weapon, cloud-piercing boat. This is a bit interesting. He Pingsheng picked up the palm-sized flying boat magic weapon and looked at it, muttering to himself, "This thing is actually so fast, so I can use it in the future when I'm rushing long distances." Other than these, there was nothing else in the way of magic artifacts. He Pingsheng took out 4 more books. These 4 books were all merit laws. 2 books of fire attribute gong methods, 1 metallic merit law and 1 wood attribute merit law. Both the fire and wood attributes were of little use to He Pingsheng. However, this metallic gongfu could be strengthened. In this way, He Pingsheng possessed 4 attribute techniques of gold, wood, fire and earth, with only the water attribute missing from the 5 elements. After taking stock of the items, night fell. He Pingsheng took out the storage bag again, and with a clatter, poured all the spirit stones in the bag onto the ground. Then, he threw the storage bag into the treasure pot. Reinforcement. Let's see what this storage bag can be strengthened into. Holding infinite fantasies, He Pingsheng lay down in his family's hut, and then huffed and puffed as he slept. At night, he woke up several times dreaming about the battle with the 3 black wind fiends. The night finally passed in a sloppy manner. The next morning, He Pingsheng rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes and got down from the bed, reaching out and dragging out the treasure basin under the bed. Inside the treasure pot, there were 2 storage bags. Seeing the 2 storage bags, He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief. The reinforcement was successful. Just don't know. This storage bag was strengthened into what quality? He reached out and casually took one over. Divine thought attached to the storage bag above, and then stretched into the space therein. In the next moment, He Pingsheng was startled. 10 feet of space? Not bad. Within this storage bag, there was 10 zhang of space, 10 zhang wide, 10 zhan long, 10 zhan high. It could hold many items. It's much more than anything stored in a top-grade storage bag. He Pingsheng sucked in a breath in shock. It can't be an extreme product? After the divine thoughts attached, some other messages of this storage bag were also captured by He Pingsheng. In addition to the increased space, this storage bag had another function, which was invisibility. That's right. After hanging it around his neck, the storage bag would directly turn into nothingness. Even He Pingsheng himself couldn't see it, and could only use his divine thoughts to communicate with the storage bag. Great! He Pingsheng was completely relieved this time. Originally, he was worried about how to deal with the storage bag. For example, if it was seen by the elders, wasn't it too ostentatious? Even if you hide it inside your clothes, it's still useless. Others can sweep your storage bag just as well with a sweep of their divine thoughts. But now it's good. The storage bag is directly invisible. The other party is to use the divine thought also cannot sweep to the kind of. Then, in the future, can be used recklessly. Ha 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 ha. Load. He Pingsheng clattered and loaded all of his belongings inside this storage bag. In the future, there would be no need to bury things in the earth anymore. As for the other storage bag, it was also hung on his body after he attached his divine idea. Anyway, can be invisible? Hanging 1 and 2 no difference. As for the 100 treasure bag, He Pingsheng still used it to contain some things. For example, a lower grade flying sword, an alchemy furnace of his own, and then there are a dozen or so spirit stones and a lower grade confinement array material and a few worn out low grade techniques. With these things, there was no fear of others knowing about them. After doing this, He Pingsheng left his courtyard and went straight up the mountain. After returning to Xiuzhu Peak, he greeted Zhao Linger, and then He Pingsheng closed up again. This time, there were still more things to do. First of all, refining the flying sword and greenwood shield magic weapons. In the future, when facing the enemy again, one attacking and one defending, it will be able to be a lot more relaxed, unlike yesterday's fumbling. Reinforcement technique. He strengthened 2 more merit laws of metallic and earth attributes respectively, then chose a native attribute and practiced it, day after day. In a flash, another year passed. He Pingsheng practiced that earth attribute and metallic gongfu, and cultivated both of them to the 6th level of the qi refining stage each as well. Looking internally at himself, he could see 4 chi cyclones rotating in his dantian. Each of these cyclones was a gathering of spiritual energy of one attribute. The reason why he cultivated so quickly was because He Pingsheng had already broken the flesh barrier from the 1st to the 6th layer earlier. There was no bottleneck, and the so-called subsequent cultivation of another attribute was just an accumulation of spiritual energy. When the water flows into the water, it is naturally faster. In addition to cultivation, He Pingsheng also placed great importance on spells after the last battle. He cultivated another earth attribute defense spell called Earth Armor Spell. After this spell was cast, it could form a layer of armor outside the body as if it were a mountain or stone, and the defense was extremely strong. One more means to save one's life. He Pingsheng felt that at this moment, if he encountered the Black Wind 3 fiends again, he would definitely be able to deal with them calmly. Chapter 053 Medium Grade. Seeking Dan. Gold, wood, fire, and earth. He Pingsheng had practiced 4 types of techniques, yet there were only 3 spells: Fire Crow Technique, Fire Shield Technique, and Earth Armor Technique, 2 of them for defense and 1 for attack. Combined with the greenwood shield that had now been refined, he had 4 means of defense. The means of attack, on the other hand, was only the Fire Crow Technique, a little bit less After flipping through a few merit laws, there were no better spells to cultivate. However, for He Pingsheng, this is already enough for the time being. He believes that with his 4 dantians, he can definitely form a crushing force when he meets with opponents of the same level. The last big battle had also made him realize one thing: talismans were important. If necessary, it was still necessary to buy more talismans. What next? Continue to cultivate and break through the 7th layer of the chi refining stage, or look for the 5th gongfu to cultivate and make up for the 5 elements? He Pingsheng wasn't obsessive compulsive, but he felt that if the 5 elements were brought together, it would definitely be beneficial. Then let's go and take a look. He opened the door to his courtyard and headed outside. This time, he didn't go to the hidden treasure building in the back, but went directly to the bottom of the mountain, to the store on the 2nd floor of the Outer Sect's main hall. Senior brother, please, what do you want to order? The Outer Sect disciple had a respectful face after seeing He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's divine thoughts directly swept out without any scruples. There was no need to care about the other party's feelings at all. The other party's cultivation level wasn't low either. It was actually a chi refining stage 5th layer. I'd like to have 2 copies of the Golden Bone Dan's materials. Golden Bone Dan was the first kind of elixir He Pingsheng came into contact with. Back then, or when he was doing odd jobs, that Luo Yu's senior sister gave 2 grains of it, and after being strengthened by He Pingsheng, it became an extreme grade Golden Bone Dan. Extreme Golden Bone Dan, after swallowing it, can instantly repair flesh and skin injuries on the body. It was very counterintuitive. Of course this thing was important. If you swallowed one at a critical time, then you could save your life. After the last fight, He Pingsheng felt that the Golden Bone Pill must be prepared. After taking the 2 Golden Bone Dan ingredients, He Pingsheng turned around in this big hall. After looking around, he didn't see any water attribute techniques. There are no water attribute ones? He Pingsheng asked. No. That Outer Sect disciple smiled bitterly. The Outer Sect is lacking in resources. However, if you, senior brother, need a water attribute technique, I do have a way. Oh, He Pingsheng looked at the Outer Sect disciple. The outer disciple whispered, what my little brother cultivates is the water attribute technique passed down from my family. If senior brother wants it, I'll just transcribe a copy for you. Ha. That outer disciple looked at He Pingsheng and smiled in a seemingly naive manner. There were some words that he was too embarrassed to say directly, but He Pingsheng naturally understood. He thought for a moment and said, the outer gate peddlers of merit laws are usually 35 spirit stones. If it's a complete water attribute merit law, I'll give you 30. If it's one with that water attribute spell, I'll give you 50. The lower ranked gong methods, some came with spells behind them, some didn't come with spells. It varies. That's why He Pingsheng said that. Good. That disciple said, I'll go and transcribe it first. Senior brother, come back in a few days. Don't worry, behind that gongfu of mine, there is a water attribute spell. Aha! He Pingsheng nodded, and after the 2 of them agreed on the place and time of the transaction, he returned to his own small courtyard at Shouju Peak, continuing to refine pills. It was because every month there was a task. For the next few days, He Pingsheng was refining pills. He first refined 2 furnaces of Golden Bone Dan, and he didn't expect it to come to fruition in a single breath, and there was no wasted pills. Moreover, in one of the furnaces of the Golden Bone Dan, 4 of the finished products were actually of medium grade. This made He Pingsheng overjoyed, although for him, the quality was not important, because there was a treasure basin that could be strengthened, but refining a medium grade meant that his alchemy had improved, so naturally it was worth rejoicing. After the Golden Bone Dan was refined, the Chi Gathering Dan was refined. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces, the success rate didn't improve much. He was still refining qi gathering dan with about a third of the success rate. However, he realized that of the 5 furnaces of qi gathering dan that were refined, 4 of them had medium-grade pills, and each of the furnaces also had 4 middle-grade pills and 8 lower-grade pills. He Pingsheng didn't hide anything, so he took all these pills and handed them over to Zhao Linger. When Zhao Linger examined them and realized that there were actually so many middle-grade, she was overjoyed and said, "Junior senior brother, you can even refine a middle-grade qi gathering dan?" This was really good news. A middle-grade elixir could be too much stronger than a lower grade. The first thing was the medicinal power. For the same elixir, a middle-grade qi gathering dan was more than twice as strong as a lower grade. Second was the poison. All medicines were poisonous, and elixirs were naturally no exception, because no matter whether it is top grade, middle grade and lower grade, there are more or less impurities in the elixir, and these impurities are the source of the elixir poison. The poison of a middle grade elixir was 1/10 of that of a lower grade elixir. In this way, the middle grade was naturally more popular with cultivators. Maybe it's because I've refined more, so this alchemy technique has advanced. He Pingsheng smiled and scratched the back of his head with a naive look. Senior sister, I've been in the division for 2 years, and I've been refining pills for 2 years, so it's normal for my technique to improve a bit. Right, Zhao Linger said. This is a good thing. Let's go. Let's report to master. The two of them entered the Yuning palace together, and the Yuning realist was quite happy and rewarded He Pingsheng with 200 spirit stones as a reward. After coming out from the Yuning palace, He Pingsheng went down the mountain again and went to the outer gate, because the time he had agreed with the outer sect disciple had arrived. Outer sect, some remote place. Senior brother, look, this is my ancestral gong method, and this is a copy that junior brother copied for you. You compare. He Pingsheng picked up the 2 gongfa and compared them. It was necessary to be serious, because this thing called gongfa was very special. Not a single word could be wrong. It took half an hour before He Pingsheng finished comparing this transcript word for word and said, "Very good. Right, this is 50 spirit stones. This matter, don't tell anyone else." Senior brother, don't worry, that disciple said. This is my little brother's family's technique. I'm afraid of losing face. How could I possibly pass it on? Okay. He Pingsheng arched his hand. Farewell. Returning to the small courtyard of Xiuzhu Peak, without saying a word, He Pingsheng threw this water attribute gongfu directly inside that treasure basin and began to strengthen it. After staying in the courtyard for less than half an incense stick of effort, he heard noises coming from outside. It was also interspersed with a rude knocking on the door. Master He, is Master He in? Come out. He Pingsheng's brows frowned slightly. How rude. He remembered very clearly that the sign he had just hung at the door was a closed door sign. All saw that I'm closed, but still ing knock on knock? But since there was someone shouting outside, it was still necessary to go out and take a look. He Pingsheng reluctantly got up and opened the courtyard door. Outside the courtyard door stood a woman dressed in red. When she saw He Pingsheng, she opened her mouth and said, "You're He Pingsheng, he's senior brother. That's great. Come on. I have 10 ingredients here. You help me refine 10 furnaces of medium-grade qi gathering dan." Chapter 054, Golden Python. He Pingsheng's eyes shrunk slightly, because the person who came, he recognized. Ling Long, a disciple under Master Yuda's door. Back then, when he was still a handyman, it was this Ling Long who raised an accusation, insisting that the deterioration in the quality of this mountain spring's water was caused by him, He Pingsheng, and as a result, he was severely beaten by Boss Zheng. No matter what, that beating back then was caused by Ling Long, but it didn't matter, it was just a beating. The point was, it was also this poisonous woman who beat up her senior brother, Hao Yun, and then killed him. It's all her. Today, she actually came to my door looking for me to make pills? What's wrong? Are you stupid? Ling Long asked as she looked at He Pingsheng. Obviously, she didn't recognize He Pingsheng. This was because He Pingsheng was worlds apart from the half-big kid back then in terms of appearance, age and temperament. It was normal for her not to recognize it. As for the name, Ling Long didn't even know what the handyman's name was back then. He Pingsheng was not polite. The divine thoughts in his mind stretched out and ruthlessly swept over Ling Long. The 10th level of the qi refining stage. Hissing. So strong. The cultivation level is really high. Yo. Ling Long's mouth carried a hint of teasing, saying, "Why?" Sneakily sweeping senior sister me with divine thoughts. "Is it to see that I'm beautiful, and then you want to peek at people's bodies?" Ling Long's eyes flowed as she stared at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng, however, had a face as flat as water, lightly arching his hand, saying, "Sorry, I just subconsciously wanted to look at senior sister's cultivation, but I didn't realize that senior sister's cultivation was high and deep, and wasn't something I, a disciple of the 6th level of the qi refining stage, could peek at." "Poof," Ling Long said, "counting you still have some self-knowledge. Well, She handed over the jade box in her hand. It's no problem to refine 10 furnaces of mid-grade pills for me, right? I just heard that you can now refine a mid-grade chi-gathering pill. The fact that He Pingsheng could refine pills was actually known to all the disciples above Shouju Peak. At first, others didn't care. Why? Because everyone could refine pills. Isn't it just the success rate location? A material is only 7 spirit stones. Affordable. But when He Pingsheng refined a mid-grade elixir, things became different. Middle grade in the entire Shouju Peak, no one could do it except for the old ancestor and a few foundation establishment stage masters and elders. That's why Linglong came at the first opportunity after getting the news. Senior sister. He Pingsheng politely arched his hand. First of all, alchemy has a success rate. You gave me 10 ingredients to make 10 pills. I can't do it. You are finding the ancestor master. I'm afraid he can't do it either. Linglong nodded and said, then you say, how many stoves can you succeed? He Pingsheng didn't answer her question at all. Instead he said, secondly, I'm a disciple of the Yuning Palace. I don't have the obligation to refine pills for you. I have to refine 5 furnaces of pills for my master every month, and that has already consumed 10 days of my cultivation time. So for the rest of the time, I'm going to use it for my cultivation, and won't be helping others to refine pills. Senior sister, please return. Linglong's face suddenly changed and said, what do you mean? He Pingsheng once again said, no time, sorry. After saying that, he directly closed the courtyard door. Alchemy? Thinking too much. Bang bang bang. Outside Linglong knocked violently on the door. He Pingsheng, you don't think you can offend me just because you are an inner disciple. I'm telling you, realist Yude is my grandfather. If you offend me, you definitely won't be able to mix well in Shouju Peak. He Pingsheng was stunned. Yuda's granddaughter? No wonder no wonder. No wonder this woman was so arrogant and domineering. Killing Hao Yun was just a matter of thinking about it for a few days. But what about Yuda's granddaughter? I'm not a member of the Yuda sect. He Pingsheng did not bother to pay attention to him, shook his head and returned to his own dojo. After Linglong outside pounded on the door for a while, there was no sound. But after about half an hour of light, Zhao Linger came again. Senior brother, I'm your 6th senior sister. He Pingsheng had to open the door again. Beside Zhao Linger, there was also an outer disciple. What's wrong, senior sister? He Pingsheng was a bit surprised. Zhao Linger said with some concern between her brows, this is a Taoist boy under Master Yuda's door. He came over to say that Master Yuda wants to invite you over to talk. He Pingsheng's heart immediately trembled. Mother ****** her. I just rejected this Linglong woman. And Master Yude is looking for me? This is too protective, isn't it? Master Uncle Yude is looking for me. What's the matter? He Pingsheng looked at the Taoist boy. The Taoist child only had a cultivation of the 4th level of the chi refining stage, but his looks were handsome and small, and I felt sorry for him when I saw him. I don't know. That Taoist child shook his head. Master Yuda didn't say. Zhao Linger said, it's 80% because of Linglong's alchemy. Don't worry, although senior martial uncle Yuda is strict, he's not an unreasonable person. In this way, junior brother, you follow him over first. I'll go and report the matter to master teacher, so that master teacher, her old man, can step in. You can rest assured, will not let you suffer. As for alchemy, this kind of thing, you want to alchemize on the alchemy, do not want to alchemize on the alchemy. Our Yuning Palace people do not need to look at their Hongde Yuan's eyes. Okay. He Pingsheng nodded. There was only so much he could do. He believed that when it mattered, Master would be on his side. So the soldiers split into 2. Zhao Linger went to Yuning Palace, while He Pingsheng followed that Taoist boy and went to Hongde Yuan. Hongde Yuan was not too far away, and it didn't take long to get there. After arriving at the entrance, that Taoist boy said, please wait here first. I'll inform the ancestor. Yes. He Pingsheng nodded. After about another dozen or so breaths of time, without seeing that Taoist boy come out, He Pingsheng fiercely smelled an extremely dangerous aura. Exactly what it was he didn't know, but his intuition told him that if he didn't hurry, he would immediately be in danger of losing his life. So He Pingsheng used all his strength and violently jumped away. At this time, however, he saw a golden python suddenly rush out from that Hongde Yuan and blasted towards the place where He Pingsheng had just stood. Bang! The huge force smashed the ground at the entrance of Hongde Yuan into a deep pit. He Pingsheng was trembling in fear and ran without saying a word. The golden python, however, whooshed after him. He Pingsheng's speed was no match for the python's speed. In less than a breath, the python chased after He Pingsheng, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting down on He Pingsheng's body from above. If he was bitten, He Pingsheng's entire body would be swallowed. He Pingsheng had also heard of this giant python a long time ago. It was bred by Master Yude, and now it was already comparable to a human's foundation stage cultivation. He Pingsheng couldn't fight it no matter what. He reached out and fished out a talisman from his sleeve, the firebomb talisman. Whether or not he could repel this giant python, he didn't know, but there was always a struggle on the verge of death, right? Chapter 055, Heart Like a Snake. Open. He Pingsheng was already unable to retreat. With a wave of his hand, the talisman transformed into a foot-sized fireball that flew out with a roar and shot towards the giant python's mouth. The speed was too fast. That python couldn't dodge it at all. Boom! The fireball talisman exploded in the python's mouth, clattering. Immediately, red blood fell from the air. The python, under the pain, naturally could not continue to devour He Pingsheng. Only it was in great pain, and that huge head twisted and threw itself violently, but it crashed into He Pingsheng's body. At this time, He Pingsheng had also long been prepared. A layer of earth armor outside his body held open, and another layer of fire shield held open. On top of that, the extremely high-grade magic weapon, Greenwood Shield, was also held open by him. There were 3 layers of defense. These 3 layers of shield. Even a cultivator at the 12th level of the chi refining stage might not be able to break through in one breath. However, the golden python above it was at the foundation establishment stage. Bang! He Pingsheng was instantly sent flying. The 3-layer shield he had held up was torn apart like paper mache. That greenwood shield was also knocked to the ground far away. He Pingsheng's body also flew up a dozen feet before it ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Pfffff. Pfffff. After landing, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood in succession. The toughness of the foundation establishment stage was not something that a chi refining stage disciple could understand. Fortunately, He Pingsheng had a 3-layer shield, and the power of that blow just now was just the python's power venting when it was in pain, not a real attack. Otherwise it was really hard to say whether He Pingsheng could survive at this moment. Roar! The golden python looked at He Pingsheng. A pair of vertical pupils surged with infinite hatred, and then was about to fly. Right at this time, He Pingsheng's master Yuning finally came. And dared to injure my disciple? Yuning took one step and landed in the void. The duster in his hand shook violently, and white silk threads flew down and wrapped around the giant python. The giant python and Yuning fought together, and for a moment they were actually indistinguishable. Damn it! At this time, the master in that Hongdi Yuan, the jade deity realist, also finally walked out from his dojo, and with a loud shout, he took control of the golden python. What's going on? After controlling the golden python, Yuta looked towards Yuning. Senior sister, how did you get into a fight with this? Poof! Yuning coldly snorted and said, it's not to ask yourself why the giant python suddenly flew out of your palace to hurt people. Yuan, look at my disciple. If he is half a breath later, he won't have a life. At this time, He Pingsheng had already stood up from the ground. He sought out and picked up his greenwood shield. Then he also didn't dare to raise his head for fear that Yuta would recognize him. Of course he was over-worried. Yuta did not recognize He Pingsheng. Kid, what's going on? Yuta asked He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng said, back to master. There was a Dao boy under your door who said that he came under your decree and asked me to go to Hongdi Yuan for questioning. So I followed him to the entrance of Hongdi Yuan. And then I didn't see your old man, but only saw this giant python scurrying out from your Dao field and almost swallowing my disciple. Daoist child? Yuta's eyes shrank. Said, no this seat did not pass you You must not wrong this seat. Yuta stared at He Pingsheng. Senior. At this time, Zhao Linger stepped out and said, I can testify that it was your disciple's Taoist boy, Mingzhu, who did it. Good. Yuning laughed coldly and said, Senior brother, this is a Taoist child under your discipleship, using your name to kill people. Yuta's face blackened into a ball. Where is Mingzhu? Get out for me. I would like to ask, who gave him the guts? Grandpa. Just at this time, Linglong, but with a group of people from that Hongdi Yuan, came out. Said, Grandpa, Mingzhu, this guy actually dared to fake the imperial decree, but also almost harmed Master Yi. I've already put him on the spot. Look. Bang. A few disciples then threw a corpse onto the ground. Who else was there if not Mingzhu? The crowd was all stupefied. Dead without proof? He Pingsheng took a deep breath. His eyes looked towards Linglong. At this time, if he still don't know what was going on, he could really go to hell. It must be that he refused to help this woman refine pills. Then this woman held a grudge, so she casually made up a reason to trick him into going before driving the golden python to kill. If he killed He Pingsheng, then he would put all the blame on Dao Tong Mingzhu. Good calculation. So vicious. What a snake woman. Linglong's gaze also looked over. The gaze was filled with provocation, arrogance, and a hint of superiority. Senior brother, Yuning said, as far as I know, this disciple of mine has no dealings with the Dao children of your Hongdi Yuan, much less any grudges. If I am not given an explanation for this matter, I will have to ask for an explanation even when I get to my master. He Pingsheng, do you have a beef with Mingzhu? After Yuning finished speaking, she turned her head to look at He Pingsheng again. He Pingsheng shook his head. No, before just now. I didn't even know Mingju's name. Then it was an accident. Yu did directly concluded. This doesn't understand human nature, and may have never seen Master He nephew before, so much so that he was shocked and attacked. No! In the distance, Zhao Linger exclaimed, saying, Elder, is clearly Linglong looking for Master He to refine pills and being rejected, then designing a frame-up. Your elder must find out. Otherwise why did Mingju falsely transmit your decree to let He Pingsheng go forward? It doesn't make sense. Swish, everyone's gazes looked at Linglong. Linglong was flustered for a moment and said, Nonsense. I didn't. Yuda's gaze, too, fell sharply on Linglong's body. What character of his own granddaughter he was more than familiar with, but he couldn't fold his granddaughter just because of this. Could he? What do you think? He nephew. Yuda looked at He Pingsheng. You're the one involved. You have the right to speak. He Pingsheng thought for a moment, then arched his hand, saying, Disciple doesn't know how the truth is. At that time, I thought that it was only because of the refusal of alchemy. Senior sister Linglong shouldn't be so serpentine. He Pingsheng naturally wanted to kill Linglong, but he knew that it was impossible. Since he couldn't kill the other party with a single blow, it would be better to take a step back. Otherwise vocalizing was just a stupid cry. How could someone high and mighty go and kill his granddaughter for himself, even if he was an inner disciple? So what? This wasn't wimping out. It was taking a step back so that he could hide and look for an opportunity. Ha. Master nephew, he has a point. Yuda laughed and said, Just as well. I feel that this is just a misunderstanding. Just as well. I will continue to pursue this matter. I also hope that he master nephew do not take offense. This is some compensation. You take it first. When there is progress on my side, I will definitely give you an explanation. 100 treasure bag was thrown over. He Pingsheng directly asked for it. Don't for nothing. Senior sister. You see? Yuda looked at Yuning again. Yuning nodded. Just as well. So first, Pingsheng, Linger. Yuning turned her head to look at her disciples. You too, come with me. Chapter 056 Yellow Turban Turbans. Linger, today you are reckless. Just after stepping foot in the Yuning palace, real person Yuning's face sank as she looked at Zhao Linger and reprimanded. How can you be full of nonsense based on speculation without solid evidence? What she was talking about was naturally the matter that Zhao Linger had just accused Linglong of being the murderer behind the scenes. Zhao Linger was unconvinced and said, It's clearly her. What kind of person is she? Who on the Xiuzhu Peak doesn't know? Who doesn't know? My silly disciple. Yuning said, Even if you know, you can't call it You think your senior uncle Yuda doesn't know? Telling the truth without evidence is rather easy to get caught in a passive situation. This shall not be the case next time. Oh, Zhao Linger looked resigned. He Pingsheng said, Master, senior sister is also for my good. She that is cynical to be so. Well, Yuning nodded and said, I know, you are all good children. Pingsheng, Yuning looked at He Pingsheng and said, You did the right thing. We cultivate people. Cultivation is the heart. She looked for you to refine pills. You want to refine. Do not want to refine. Do not have to condescend to make things difficult for yourself. You give the division to refine pills. This is to fulfill the division's mission. The two are not the same. Yes. He Pingsheng arched his hand. Yuning added, Is there anything you don't understand above your cultivation these days? This time, her gaze looked at the two of them, not just at He Pingsheng. Zhao Linger thought for a moment and said, I haven't encountered too much difficulty, and I'm about to break through the 9th layer with senior brother's pills holding me up this time. But it's just that, eating a bit too many pills, the toxins in my body have accumulated excessively and I haven't cleaned them up. Eating too many pills would result in Dan poison, and there was no solution to this matter. If you wanted to detoxify, you could only swallow the spirit cleansing pill. This is fine, He Pingsheng hurriedly said. Just turn around and disciple will refine a few furnaces of first-grade spirit cleansing Dan. Yuning nodded and said, Then it will be hard for you. I'll have Linger send you some of the ingredients for the spirit cleansing pill later. Pingsheng, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? These days, you should be close to making a breakthrough as well, right? He Pingsheng said, I'm afraid it'll be a while before I break through the 7th layer. And I'm afraid that disciple has the same problem as senior sister. I can't swallow too much Dan. However, to say that there is no problem encountered while practicing to know, is that disciple lacks some spells? That's a problem. Yuning slapped his storage bag and took out a few books, saying, The spells that my master usually practiced were not fire attributed, and they may not be applicable to you. So how about you take a look at these spells? Spells weren't always appended to the back of feats. There were some powerful spells that could be in a separate book. He Pingsheng flipped through a few times and picked up a spell called Golden Fist, saying, Master, disciple wants to practice this. Good. Yuning was very quick, saying, Just take it down and make a copy. This originally still needs to be returned to me. However, this spell is a metallic spell, and although you can manage it with your fire spirit power, I'm afraid that the effect of turning around and casting it out will be at a discount. In the cultivation realm, spells were divided into attributes just like feats. Spiritual energy of different attributes could catalyze different spells, but it was not absolute. There were some spells that could be catalyzed by all 5 types of spiritual energy: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. For example, this golden fist, it is best to use metallic spiritual energy to catalyze. Practiced to the fullest will be able to turn both hands and arms into gold. As if metal, a fist down, the same level of opponent's 80% cannot be received. But if you don't have gold spiritual energy, you can also use fire spiritual energy to catalyze it. By the time the arms turned crimson and contained fire spiritual energy, this fist will lose its strength, and often do not play against the full power. In the best case, it is only a 80% discount, but for He Pingsheng it didn't matter. This was because he was a practitioner of all 5 elements. There was both a fire attribute Dantian and a metallic one. Thank you, master. He Pingsheng put away that golden fist originally. Yu Ning said, "Go, but keep in mind that spells are just side issues. Cultivation is the main thing. When your cultivation is high, your power is naturally strong. You must not put the cart before the horse. You must not over-delve into these things." Yes. He Pingsheng once again arched his hand. The two of them exited the Yu Ning palace. Many thanks to senior sister for her righteousness. He Pingsheng looked at Zhao Linger with a grateful face. Zhao Linger said, "It's fine. This woman is ruthless and vicious. You remember. Stay away from her in the future." "Aha!" He Pingsheng nodded. Zhao Linger added, "You go back first. I'll go find some of those spirit cleansing pill ingredients for you." He Pingsheng re-entered his small courtyard, and then directly closed the door and started transcribing this golden fist. Early the next morning, He Pingsheng woke up and first pulled the treasure basin out from under his bed. 2 books were in the basin. Those were water attribute feats being strengthened to come. He Pingsheng took a look at them. They were both heaven level. One of them had spells behind it, and one had no spell appendix behind it. The one with spells, this gongfu was named Thousand Nani True Explanation, and the spell with the talisman behind it was Nani Water Transportation Method. It is not an offensive spell, just an auxiliary water recluse method. To put it bluntly, it is a life-saving method of escape. He Pingsheng was a little disappointed. He already had a few means of saving his life, and now what he lacked was a means of attack that could only strengthen the golden fist. However, the result of this strengthening is something that He Pingsheng cannot control. Surely 2 metallic spells could come out, but whether they were defensive or offensive spells, it was hard to say. Throw the copy of Golden Fist into the treasure pot. Strengthening began. The next day, he got up and saw that he had gotten 2 metallic spells. The first book, Adamantine Shield. He Pingsheng's face swished black, without having to look at the content. Just by looking at the name of this Vajra shield, he knew that this thing was a defensive spell. Then he looked at the second book, Yellow Turban Warrior. Yellow Turban Powerhouse? What is this thing? He Pingsheng opened this spell and began to study it. Just after studying the outline, He Pingsheng became excited, because this was an attack-type spell. As the name suggests, Yellow Turban Force, this spell was the ability to summon a Yellow Turban Force to help one fight. The Yellow Turban Force was a virtual shadow, but his combat power was not to be underestimated. His ability was related to the summoner's cultivation level, the thickness of his mana, and the strength of his divine thoughts. Great! Without saying a word, He Pingsheng began to study it. Gather. 20 days later, He Pingsheng suddenly opened his eyes and casually pointed at the void in front of him. Bang! Immediately, a golden shadow fell. The Yellow Turban Warrior. That Yellow Turban Force was a Zhang Tall, holding a huge axe, and under the control of He Pingsheng's divine thoughts, he swung axe after axe towards the void in front of him. Each swing carried a huge amount of power. Chapter 057, Shui Ping Mountain Trial. Bang! A certain stone pier inside He Pingsheng's room was directly chopped to pieces by this yellow scarf warrior with an axe. So strong. Seeing this scene, He Pingsheng himself was shocked. If this axe chopped onto a cultivator, a chi refining stage cultivator would be seriously injured at the very least. Collect! With a wave of his hand, He Pingsheng collected the spell, and the yellow scarf warrior also retransformed into a piece of golden spiritual energy that returned to He Pingsheng's dantian. For the next period of time, He Pingsheng continued his cultivation. The days were quite simple. It was just meditation, cultivation, and alchemy. After about half a year or so, He Pingsheng's cultivation also finally came to the peak of the 6th level of the chi refining stage, only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 7th level. He estimated that it would be completed in a month's time at most. At this time, in the Yu Ning Palace, 3 mellow bells suddenly rang out. He Pingsheng hurriedly collected his things and stood up. He knew that the 3 bells ringing represented that the master had summoned the disciples under his door. Presumably there was something important to command. He Pingsheng did not dare to be slow, hurriedly changed into a clean robe, and then went to the entrance of Yuning Palace. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered here. All come in. In the Jade Tranquility Palace, the master's voice came out. One by one, the disciples respectfully walked into the great hall. In the main hall, right in the center was a stone-colored green lotus platform, and Master Yuning was currently sitting on top of this lotus platform. On the ground below, there were 3 more rows of futons, 3 in each row, a total of 9. He Pingsheng ranked 9th, so these 9 futons were naturally for the disciples. Greetings, Master. One by one, the disciples saluted towards Yuning. The Taoist nun sitting on the lotus platform, looking about as similar in appearance as a woman in her 50s in the mortal world, nodded slightly and smiled. Children, all sit down. Many thanks, Master. The crowd sat down in order. Needless to say, He Pingsheng naturally sat in the last seat. To his left was old 8 Su Kunlun, and further to the left was old 7 Tian Shaoqing, and in front of He Pingsheng sat old 6 Xiaolinger. Hey, old 9, you're all at the 6th level now. Next to him, Su Kunlun's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. When did this happen? If you go one step further and wait until you reach the 7th level of Qi refining stage, you'll catch up with me. He Pingsheng's divine thoughts swept over Su Kunlun's body. Sure enough, this guy was at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Idiot. Above, realist Yuning instantly looked at Su Kunlun with a pitch-black face and said, "What have you been doing all day? Old 8, your foundation isn't that bad. Why haven't you progressed? How many years has it been?" Su Kunlun's face was bitter. "Master, not my stupidity. I also do not know what is going on. This cultivation, it just does not enter." Yuning said. "Or you're just not paying attention. Turn around your senior brother to catch up with you, surpass you. You don't think about being the oldest 8. Let him be the oldest 8. You go to be the oldest 9. If you can't do it again, Master will return you back to the outer sect." Su Kunlun are going to cry. "Master, don't." Poof. Yuning coldly snorted. Then his eyes crashed into He Pingsheng. "Pingsheng, this seat remembers. You just worshipped the master not long ago. Then you broke through from that Qi refining stage 5th layer to the 6th layer. And now it's been almost 3 years. Why is it still at the 6th level? Why is that?" Obviously, Yuning resented He Pingsheng's slow breakthrough. He Pingsheng could only talk nonsense and said, "Disciple, ate too many pills before and hurt his body, so he recuperated for a while. Master, don't worry. I'm not far from that 7th layer now. At most 1 month. I can break through." Oh, Yuning heard that He Pingsheng could break through in a month, so she nodded and said, "That's best." After saying that, her gaze was withdrawn, and she turned to look at the crowd, saying, "Gentlemen, for the master to recruit you all to come here this time, some of you might have guessed why, right? That's right, in half a year's time, this Chui Ping Mountain's secret realm will be opened. According to the regulations, when the Chui Ping Mountain's secret realm opens, our Taixu Sect's inner disciples, as long as their cultivation reaches the late Qi refining stage, can participate. This seat hopes that all of you will be able to participate, and all of you will be able to find your own chance in it. Therefore, Pingsheng, you need to intensify your cultivation steps, enter the late Qi refining stage as soon as possible." He Pingsheng's heart was suddenly clear. No wonder his master teacher had repeatedly urged him to step into the 7th level of the Qi refining stage earlier. So this was the reason. The Qi refining stage was roughly divided into 4 levels, namely, the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the complete stage. Early stage refers to the first 2 or 3 layers. The middle stage is the 4, 5 and 6 layers. The later stages are the 7, 8 and 9 layers. Perfection, it was the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers. And the minimum requirement to participate in the Chui Ping Mountain secret realm was the late stage of Qi refining. Therefore, as long as one entered the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, one theoretically possessed the qualifications to participate in that secret realm. "Yes, Master." He Pingsheng arched his hand and saluted. Yuning nodded and continued. "This Chui Ping Mountain secret realm only opens once every 30 years, and for Qi refinement stage disciples, it is an unparalleled place of trial. This seat will speak to you today about the doorways of this, and listen carefully." "Yes." The disciples saluted. Yuning then narrated. It turned out that this Chui Ping Mountain secret realm, which belonged to the public resource area of the Horsehead Mountain Daoxian Alliance, was shrouded by a gigantic formation, which was not known to be of a certain grade, but was definitely set up by the old ancestor. The formation had a unique feature. It excluded cultivators above the Qi refining stage from entering it. In other words, as long as they were foundation establishment, they could not go in. Of course, it wasn't really impossible to enter. Legend has it that there was also a time in history when a sect's foundation establishment disciple pretended to be at the chi refining stage to enter it, and as a result, this formation detected that foundation establishment disciple and directly closed it down, resulting in everyone not being able to try out the treasure hunt. In the end, it caused the trial, which was only open once in 30 years, to directly fizzle out. The angry cultivators united and not only slaughtered that cultivator, but even destroyed that fake cultivator's clan directly. So after that, no more foundation stage disciples dared to impersonate chi refining stage disciples to go to the trial. As for the rules inside after entering, it was simple. The answer was, there were no rules. After entering, you can fight for whatever you see, but in general, the clan still abided by one thing, and that was unity within the clan. Searching as a clan, but really found any extraordinary treasure. The clan disciples fight each other or even life and death. It is not unheard of. Much more, dead is dead. No one asked for it. The sects basically reached a consensus that disciples lost in the midst of the trials are not considered sect feuds. If you have the ability, you can settle it inside the land of trials. As for the items obtained in the land of trials, generally speaking, the sects and individuals split it in half. Chapter 058, The Truth. Let's go. Senior brother. After coming out of the Jade Ning Palace, Zhao Linger pulled He Pingsheng's hand. Let's go to He Old Eight's side first to drink a cup of spirit tea and chat. Next to him, Old 8 Su Kunlun, Old 7 Tian Xiaochang. All looked at He Pingsheng. The two were full of anticipation. Okay, go. He Pingsheng naturally couldn't be ungrateful, so he directly agreed. Ha ha ha. Big Fatty Su Kunlun immediately rejoiced. Said, great. Go Lao Jiao. I tell you I have a spiritual tea there. Drink it to keep you satisfied. Go. At first, He Pingsheng thought that this few people were pulling themselves together because they wanted him to help them refine pills. He didn't refuse, nothing more than thinking that it didn't matter if he refined pills. One more furnace per month would be enough. But he thought wrong. The other party had no intention of letting him refine pills. Walking into Su Kunlun's small courtyard, the crowd sat down in his house. Su Kunlun said, come, drink tea. This time, the few of us are getting together for the upcoming Ping mountain trials. While pouring tea for the crowd, he said, this thing comes around once every 30 years, and none of us have gone in, but it's said to be very dangerous inside. One by one, the senior brothers have all reached the minor perfection of the chi refining stage, and they won't take us with them, so the four of us who are in the late chi refining stage will have to get together and play together. He Pingsheng nodded his head. This was true. There were 9 master and brothers under Yuning's door, and the cultivation level of the first 5 were all at the 10th level of the chi refining stage and above, which was the consummate realm of the chi refining stage. The 5 of them usually hugged the group and usually did not bring Su Kunlun and the others. Let me mention one thing first. Su Kunlun said, we are all from the same sect, not brothers and sisters, better than brothers and sisters. Turn back to that secret realm. The 4 of us are in the same boat, looking for opportunities together. The treasures we get, we'll distribute them according to how much we contribute. Okay? Su Kunlun looked at a few people. I have no opinion. Zhao Linger raised her hand in agreement. Tian Xiaoqing said, I have no opinion either. He Pingsheng also said, I have no opinion either. For He Pingsheng, it would be great to have someone to team up and work together. He didn't think that he was just a disciple at the 7th level of the chi refining stage, and that he would be able to encounter any heaven-defying chances after going in. Of course, right now it was still only the 6th layer. The 7th layer was said to be afterward. That's fine. Su Kunlun said, that's it. Also, when Lao Jiao breaks through, after he breaks through the 7th layer, we'll go over to Horsehead Mountain together and purchase some items for defense, so we can be prepared. The crowd naturally had no opinion. After saying that, Su Kunlun looked at He Pingsheng again with a solemn face and said, Senior He, some time ago when I wasn't in the sect, I heard that you almost swallowed that senior Yuta raised? He Pingsheng nodded and said, yeah, it's not that it was someone who was counting on me. I understand. Su Kunlun said, it's that little Linglong. Mom, turn around and plant it in the hands of the old man. The old man will certainly put her first J. Raised his head and glanced at Tian Xiaoqing and Zhao Linger next to him. Su Kunlun suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to say so, and then hurriedly changed his words. Get her killed. This woman is really too arrogant. Too cheap. You don't know. Senior brother. She relies on being Master Yuda's own granddaughter. She has really harmed a lot of people over the years. In the past, there was a Dan boy inside our Shuju Peak alchemy room called Hao Yun. Su Kunlun broke his fingers and said as if he were counting. She went to the alchemy room to make Dan, and when it failed, she blamed it on Hao Yun. Hao Yun beat a half dead. The result of Hao Yun this kid also do not know where to get a superb, golden bone Dan, 8. Small in order to get the source of that, golden bone Dan. on Hao Yun for a night of torture. Hao Yun, this kid's mouth is also hard enough. To death did not say. In the end, he was killed by little. He Pingsheng surfaced bashful, but in his heart rose layers of horror. How senior brother, to death did not give me out alas. Tian Shaoqing sighed and said, so what? Hao Yun is just a rootless outer disciple, while Linglong is the granddaughter of Master Yude. Even though she beat Hao Yun to death, in the end, is it not just 7 days of contemplation? This is a human life. There was also some time ago, when she failed to frame Master He, and in the end, didn't that Dao child Mingzhu also die? That was also killed by her. Tian Xiaoqing's face was ghastly white. 2 lives, gone just like that. This woman is really ruthless. That's not all. Su Kunlun continued. I remember some years ago. At that time, I was still only at the 5th level of Qi refining stage. At that time, this Linglong had killed a couple. Back then, there was an outer disciple called He Sanjie out there, who angered Linglong because of something, and was commanded by her to devour the giant python alive. He Pingsheng's body shook violently. He Sanjie? He Sanjie? Isn't this my father? And then what? He asked in some panic. Su Kunlun said. Then this He Sanjie's Taoist couple came to the theory, and was beheaded by Master Yudi again. Alas, this woman is really evil. He Pingsheng gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried hard not to let his tears flow out, trying hard to keep himself calm. Father, mother, so that's how he died? At first, Uncle Jiang told him that his father was killed by a demonic beast because he went out and encountered it, and in order to avenge his father's death, his mother went in search of that demonic beast and was killed as well. So it wasn't a demonic beast. It's a human being. It was the grandparents and grandchildren, Linglong and Yuda. Senior brother He. Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng and said, what's wrong with you? He Pingsheng's face was a bit white as he opened his eyes, forced a smile, and said, I'm a bit scared. Also a little bit scared afterward. Don't be afraid. Zhao Linger reached out and patted He Pingsheng's shoulder, saying, it's all in the past. Just be careful when you see her in the future. Right, Tian Shaoqing suddenly said. I'm afraid that senior brother He has offended Linglong. If we go to the secret trial this time, what if she stares at us? Afraid of what? Su Kunlun thumped the table and said, the 4 of us will be together at that time. I don't believe that she will still dare to come and kill and silence us. Tian Shaoqing said, that's true. A few people spoke one sentence to another, but He Pingsheng didn't interrupt. He tried to keep himself calm. Some things from the past were strung together and there were causes and effects. He still remembered that back then, when he was working as a handyman with Hao Yun in the Dan room, Master Yu Xian had once gone to refine pills, and at that time, when he saw He Pingsheng, he asked, do you recognize He Sanjie? He Pingsheng of course said he did. Later on, Master Yu Xian even reminded him, saying in the future, in front of outsiders, don't say that you are He Sanjie's son. At that time, He Pingsheng was puzzled. Now, it seemed that Elder Yu Xian was trying to protect him from letting the Yude grandchildren know his identity. With such a comparison, then the enemy who killed his parents was also right. It was the 2 Yude ancestors and grandchildren. Chapter 059 Bottleneck. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, silently calculating in his heart when he would be able to break through the foundation establishment stage so that he could slaughter this dog. Yuda. However, it should still be quite far away. Senior brother Yu. He Pingsheng looked at Su Kunlun and asked, how much do you know about this secret realm? Is there a map? There is. Su Kunlun said, there is definitely a map, but it's useless to have a map inside this secret realm. The map is just the distribution of the terrain inside, while every 30 years, the location of the heavenly treasures in it is different again. He Pingsheng asked again, inside this, are there any heavenly materials and treasures? That's a lot. Su Kunlun said, there are countless heavenly treasures inside. Think about it, senior brother. This various spiritual roots and herbs, don't they need aura to flourish? He Pingsheng nodded his head. Su Kunlun said, this secret realm originally had a few spirit veins, and the outside was shrouded by an immense and incomparable formation, so the spiritual chi in it couldn't escape out, and it became more and more dense. Thus, a secret realm was formed here. 30 years of accumulation. How many spiritual plants are in it? Can you imagine? Of course, at most, it's still first-rate spirit plants. It's also those various materials for refining, spirit cleansing pills, chi gathering pills, golden bone pills, peiyuan pills, and other pills of this type. These things are the most numerous. And secondly, it's the second-grade materials. In this secret realm, there are again various materials for refining that second-grade elixir, spirit gathering pill, foundation building pill, tongming pill. But the materials for this second-grade pill are much less than those for the first-grade pill. Apart from these, occasionally you can see some third-grade spirit roots, and that stuff is worth a fortune. Su Kunlun spoke with excitement. Spittle flying, his mouth dry as he hurriedly picked up the spirit tea again and took a sip. Next to him, Zhao Linger added, in addition to these, there's also a more heavenly treasure that's more heavenly, and that's that, water yuan spirit apricot. Someone once searched for that, water origin spirit apricot, in the heavenly pond in the secret realm. Right, Su Kunlun said, the water elemental spirit apricot, that's the real treasure. He Pingsheng looked puzzled. Dare I ask senior brother and senior sister, what is this water elemental spirit apricot? Zhao Linger said, water elemental spirit apricot? It's the ceiling of a first-grade heavenly treasure. Swallowing a single one of this thing will allow a chi refining stage cultivator to break through a layer without any hindrance. I heard that when the secret realm opened last time, some people fought over a single water elemental spirit apricot, and 6 or 7 chi refining stage 11th layer cultivators died. He Pingsheng said, it's not so bad this thing is even more precious. Can it still be more precious than a life? The big deal is that we don't want it, and there's no need to fight for it, although the cultivation is slow, but 2 years cannot, 3 or 5 years still cannot break a layer? Zhao Linger touched her forehead. Tian Shaoqing laughed. He Pingsheng said, what are you guys laughing at? He. Su Kunlun said, senior brother you don't know, we cultivators in the early, middle and late stages of chi refining, as you said, there is no need to worry when practicing, as long as there is enough aura, or as long as there is such a thing as an elixir, then the breakthrough is just a matter of time. What about faster? 1 year to break through a layer. The slower ones, 2 or 3 years may also break a layer. Of course, I'm talking about when there are enough pills. But senior brother, Su Kunlun smiled and looked at He Pingsheng. You may not be aware that this elixir is in everything, because at this stage of chi refining stage perfection, all cultivators, without exception, will encounter the first bottleneck in their cultivation. He Pingsheng echoed, bottleneck? Right, Su Kunlun continued, otherwise cultivation would be so easy. Wouldn't there be foundation establishment stage cultivators everywhere? But the truth is the opposite. There are very few cultivators who can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. It's because of this chi refining stage bottleneck. Of course, I haven't stepped into the 10th level of the chi refining stage yet, so I don't understand the bottleneck, but I heard my brothers say that once you reach the 10th level of the chi refining stage, this bottleneck is something that you will encounter sooner or later. Some people have good talent and encounter it later. It will come at the 12th level. Some people with weak talent will encounter it at the 10th level of the chi refining stage, and most will encounter the bottleneck at the 11th level of the chi refining stage. Older brother Su Kunlun looked at He Pingsheng with a smile and said, for those with 5 elemental spiritual roots like you, with all due respect, I'm afraid that at the 10th layer, one will encounter a bottleneck. He Pingsheng hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter at this time, and just asked curiously, bottleneck, is it hard to break through is it? No. Su Kunlun shook his head. Bottleneck. It's not that it's hard to break through, it's that it's simply impossible to break through. There are only 2 ways to break through the bottleneck. The first is that you find something as heaven-defying as the water elemental spirit apricot, swallow it in one gulp, and you'll be able to break a layer of the bottleneck. The second is that you have a great chance, and suddenly realize what great truth between heaven and earth. You can also break the bottleneck. Anyway, it's just very difficult. The bottleneck for most people in this world just can't break through, is the end of cultivation. Moreover, old brother, in your case, it's useless even if you break through a layer of bottleneck. If you break through the 10th layer is a bottleneck, then breaking through the 11th and 12th layers behind you is also a bottleneck. When these words came out, He Pingsheng was instantly silenced. This means, turning back and swallowing Dan is useless? Then when will I reach the foundation establishment stage after all my hard work and cultivation? If I can't reach the foundation establishment stage, how can I take revenge? The point is, what if there are 3 bottlenecks? Alright, don't scare him either. Zhao Linger blankly glanced at Su Kunlun and said, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. It's not like people with 5 elemental spiritual roots are bound to hit 3 bottlenecks. There are times when those with single spirit roots, don't they have 3 bottlenecks as well? That can't be generalized. Zhao Linger stood up and said, alright, let's not talk about this. It's better to cultivate well for the moment, and in the future, there's no need to worry about the future as soldiers come and go. Right, Tian Shaoqing said, no need to worry about the future. He Pingsheng thought about it and was right. It's only the 6th level of the chi refining stage now, and I don't know when I'll have to wait for the 10th level. Besides, I'm the man with the treasure pot in my body. What bottleneck am I afraid of? Senior brother you. He Pingsheng stood up and arched his hand towards Su Kunlun. Junior brother might as well go back to his cultivation first. If I can't break the 7th layer, everything is a delusion. That's true, Su Kunlun said. You go first. By the way, I have spirit tea here. You take it and drink it. give you 2 pounds. This is good stuff usually drink more of it, it has a meditative effect. Between words, he gave He Pingsheng a big bag of spirit tea. Chapter 060 Making Preparations. Back in his small courtyard, He Pingsheng first checked his formation. It was only after it was fine that he began his closed-door cultivation. It was time to go and impact the 7th level of the qi refining stage. He Pingsheng took out an extremely high-grade, qi-gathering dan, then swallowed it in one gulp, and immediately afterward, that departure fire true method in his body was running wildly. In fact, He Pingsheng had already practiced for a long time before, and was not very far from breaking through the 7th layer. According to his estimation, in another month, he would be able to make a complete breakthrough. However, the breakthrough came even earlier than his estimation. After about 10 days, He Pingsheng broke through the flesh barrier in his body and poof, his cultivation broke through. Qi refining stage 7th layer. After the 7th level of the qi refining stage, his divine thoughts also suddenly improved a lot. Breakthrough. He Pingsheng took a deep breath in great joy. Then with a wave of his hand, one of those invisible storage bags was revealed. Clattering, many items were poured out by him. In here, there were magic weapons, talismans, and spirit stones. In some time, he would be entering this Chuiping Mountain secret trial. And although this was a place of hidden treasures, it was also a place of life and death, so he could not fail to deal with it carefully. One must be fully prepared before entering before being able to do so. Therefore, He Pingsheng then began to take stock of the items he possessed today. Let's see what else needs to be added. First of all, magic weapons. He had quite a few magic weapons. There were 4 flying swords, 1 greenwood shield, 1 dan furnace, and 2 cloud-piercing boats. Of these 4 extreme-grade flying swords, 2 of them were obtained from his purchase of enhancements. The other 2 were obtained from strengthening the Black Wind Boss's flying sword. As for the cloud-penetrating boat, it was originally obtained from the Black Wind Boss and the 3rd boss after killing them, and was only a medium-grade artifact, but was later put into the Treasure Basin by He Pingsheng, and was strengthened to produce 2 extreme-grade, cloud-penetrating boats. The 2 cloud-piercing boats after strengthening were exactly the same, and could be propped up with mana and then harnessed. The speed was extremely fast. However, if the mana in the body was not enough to support it, it didn't matter. One could also fill the spirit stone inside the slot of the cloud-piercing boat, using the spirit chi inside the spirit stone as the source of energy, thus driving the cloud-piercing boat to fly at high speeds. In addition to magic weapons, there were also talismans. He Pingsheng also had 2 talismans, 1 ice arrow talisman and 1 fire bomb talisman. These 2 things could be considered as big killers. When he used these 2 talismans, he slaughtered the oldest and the oldest of the 3 Black Wind Fiends respectively. Both were killed in a single blow. He Pingsheng felt that even if this thing dealt with a strong person at the 12th level of the qi refining stage, it would be enough for the other party to drink a pot of water. As for whether it could kill, it was unknown. It was a pity that there were only 2 of them. Well, He Pingsheng decided, turn back and go to the Horsehead Mountain Market to buy some low-grade talismans too, and then through the treasure pot. All of them were strengthened one by one into extremely high-grade talismans. It's good to use it for self-defense. Other than that, it was spirit stones. In front of He Pingsheng, there was a large pile of egg-sized medium-grade spirit stones. The treasure pot could strengthen everything, but He Pingsheng's treasures were limited after all. So when there were no treasures to strengthen, he would take out spirit stones for the treasure pot to strengthen. In the beginning, he put several hundred spirit stones into the treasure basin in a brain. However, on the second day, he realized that this treasure-gathering basin also had a limit. It could only strengthen one of them, strengthening 1 lower-grade spirit stone into 2 middle-grade spirit stones. It was a bit slower, but it didn't matter. Thus, whenever there were no treasures to strengthen, He Pingsheng would take out the spirit stones to strengthen them, and after days and days, he had obtained more than 400 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the Miscellany of Cultivation, this 1 middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. More than 400, that's more than $4 million. He Pingsheng was a rich man. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, so he couldn't manage this middle-grade spirit stone. He could only save it for future use. In addition to talismans, artifacts, and spirit stones, there are pills. He now had mainly qi-gathering pills on him, with more than 100 furnaces, all of which were of the highest quality. In addition to the qi-gathering dan, there were 2 more furnaces with a total of 24 grains of the very best quality, golden bone dan. There were also some that were rescue pills. These pills were already enough for him to use at the moment. As for spells, there were 2 with offensive attributes, the Fire Crow technique and the Yellow Turban power. The defensive ones were much more, the Water Escape technique to escape quickly with the help of water currents, then the Fire attribute, Fire Shield technique, and the metallic Vajra shield. There are still half a year before the opening of the secret realm of Ping Mountain, so there is no hurry to add other items. He Pingsheng didn't come out of the gate and continued his closed-door cultivation. The fire attribute Dantian has already been cultivated to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, so there are still the remaining 4 attributes of gold, wood, water and earth. Continue. He Pingsheng began to cultivate the wood attributes, evergreen traveling air technique. A month later, the wood attribute Dantian broke through and came to the 7th layer. Actually, this breakthrough was different from the fire attribute Dantian breakthrough at the beginning. Because his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, the rest of the Dantian was easier to raise, only needing to accumulate spiritual energy, and there was no flesh barrier to break through. After another 4 months, He Pingsheng finally repaired all the 5 Dantians to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. At this moment, there was only more than a month left before the opening of the secret realm of Ping Mountain. At the same time, the 2 spells of Imperishable Water Escape and Vajra Shield were also learned by him. He Pingsheng opened the formation and walked out of the small courtyard. Not far next door was old 6th senior sister Zhao Linger's courtyard. Great! Senior brother, you've broken through. Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng and said, Tian Shaocheng, he older 8 and I. A few of us were worried that you couldn't make a breakthrough. Why have you been in seclusion for so long? Not long after, that Su Kunlun and Tian Shaoqing both came as well. The 2 naturally also swept He Pingsheng with their divine thoughts, and everyone was relieved to see that He Pingsheng had broken through. He Pingsheng was also not polite. You guys swept me with your divine thoughts. It shouldn't be considered rude for me to sweep back. He realized that Zhao Linger had also broken through and was now at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Tian Shaoqing was at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. As for Su Kunlun, like him, he was at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Go go go. Zhao Linger said. Everyone has gotten together. I'm going to ask my master for instructions. Let's go to the workshop market over at Horsehead Mountain to buy some items. Good. As soon as everyone heard that they were going to the Horsehead Mountain workshop market, they all immediately became excited. Zhao Linger personally ran to the Yuning Palace and spoke to the Yuning realist, so a few people joined forces and went down the mountain together. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zhao Linger took out a paper crane and said, I'm afraid that a paper crane can't carry the 4 of us. Do any of you still have paper cranes? I have. Ha ha ha. Su Kunlun also took out a paper crane, said, Go, Lajio, you sit behind me. It wasn't long before the 2 yellow cranes shot up into the sky and came towards that Horsehead Mountain's workshop. Zhao Linger and Tian Shaoqing sat together, while He Pingsheng and Su Kunlun sat together. Normally, an action like this one, which was dressed in the clothing of disciples of a prestigious sect and was a joint operation of 4 people, would not be dangerous, such as the Black Wind 3 fiends who were the kind of strong men who robbed the road. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to touch these inner disciples of the prestigious sects. After all, this was the Dao Xian Alliance. Chapter 061, Purchasing Talismans. Senior Sister, Senior Sister, Senior Sister, Senior Sister, Taixu Sect, Xiuzhu Peak, in Hongda Court. At the entrance of a certain ornately decorated palace, an inner disciple wearing a dark green Taoist robe ran over in a panic. The palace door opened, and a woman dressed in red stepped out from inside. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the granddaughter of that jade virtue realist, Linglong. What's wrong? Linglong's eyes flashed with some unhappiness. That disciple said, Senior Sister, didn't you ask the disciple to keep an eye on He Pingsheng? He broke through to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, and he just went out. Linglong's eyes lit up and said, Great, where did he go? Horsehead Mountain Square Market. But, it wasn't that he went alone, but with Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun and Tian Shaoqing. Hearing this, the smile that had just risen on Linglong's face receded as he looked at the disciple in front of him and said, I see. Senior brother Qin, you go down first. Yes. Senior disciple Qin respectfully arched his hand and left. Linglong's face immediately flickered with a shadowy color. Damn. Actually went in a group? Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Anyway, it won't be long before this Ping Mountain trial will begin. Since you broke through to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, you kid will definitely participate in the trial, right? Wait until the trial place. This girl will clean you up again. Let you know what happens when you reject me, Linglong. Bang. The tall red door of the remote hall was ruthlessly closed by her. 2 hours later, 2 yellow cranes landed at the entrance of the Horsehead Mountain marketplace. Ooh, so many people. Su Kunlun looked inside and was startled. He Pingsheng was also startled. There were simply too many people here. I see. Su Kunlun instantly reacted as he said, Look we'll soon be hosting the Ping Mountain trials. These disciples are all here to prepare for the upcoming trials. Saying this, the crowd nodded their heads. This so-called Ping Mountain trial wasn't the only sect participating in the Taixu Sect. the entire Daoxian alliance, dozens of sects, and hundreds of clans were going to participate as well. There were a lot of people. Go go go. There's a lot of people and a lot of stuff. The four joined hands and walked into the Horsehead Mountain Market. Not only were there more guests here, but there were also more ground stalls. Let's take a look at this side of the ground stalls first. Su Kunlun took the lead and walked towards the ground stalls. The so-called ground stalls were the stalls set up by individuals in the open space at the entrance of the Horsehead Mountain Market, which had a very small footprint. A piece of cloth would do. And the stall owners, also messy, all kinds of. There were nearby casual cultivators, disciples of the major clans, and disciples of the major cultivation sects. Want an elixir? It's cheap. 3 spirit stones apiece. Chi gathering pills now. Chi gathering pills. This stall owner He Pingsheng recognized. Back then he also bought a crippled gungfu in the hands of this stall owner, and went back and strengthened it into a god-refining gungfu, Shenmen meditation true technique. However, normally, wasn't this chi gathering pill one that could be purchased for 2 spirit stones? How come the price has increased? He Pingsheng was not interested in these pills as he continued onward. Flying swords, magic weapons, talismans, pills, there were all sorts of items, and even saw people selling 100 treasure bags and selling wine. There were even people setting up stalls on the street to sell such heaven-defying items as storage bags. That stall selling storage bags was surrounded by people. He Pingsheng swept out a divine thought, but realized that he had no way to see the stall owner's cultivation. Then, needless to say, 80% of them were disciples of the foundation establishment stage. In this kind of situation with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, He Pingsheng used his divine thoughts, but he was not afraid of others finding out. With so many people, do you know whose divine thoughts swept in? Gosh, a storage bag. Su Kunlun looked on with an envious face and said, this is a really good thing. With this, it's much more convenient than the 100 treasure bag. That's not true. Zhao Linger also followed. Too bad it's too expensive. Normally, only those seniors at the foundation establishment stage can afford it. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. The main thing was that chi refining stage disciples had a limited source of spirit stones, and the limited resources also had to be put on a knife's edge to purchase items such as pills that could raise their cultivation level better. So few people wasted spirit stones on storage bags. Although storage bags were precious, in the end, they were only an auxiliary tool, and did not help much in terms of cultivation itself. When I have money in the future, I will definitely purchase one. Su Kunlun took his gaze back and looked at He Pingsheng again. Senior brother I think, you can consider it. You're an alchemist. You alchemists are all fat as hell. He Pingsheng laughed and said, right now I don't have enough spirit stones. I'm already saving up. Just a few more years. The crowd joked and laughed all the way over. He Pingsheng curiously asked, what are you all going to buy? Zhao Linger said, I want to buy a lower grade defense type magic weapon. Tian Shaoqing said, me too. Su Kunlun said, Master gave us some offensive lower grade magic weapons at that time, but there were no defensive type ones, so we need to buy our own. But this defensive type of magic weapon is the most expensive. Let's see if we can buy one. What about you? Senior brother The crowd looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng said, I don't use defense type magic weapons. I want to buy some talismans to try. I've heard that these are very good. Okay, Zhao Linger said. Then you stroll around first. Let's go to the store over there. Let's split up and meet back here. This Horsehead Mountain Market was bustling with people, and any form of fighting was prohibited inside, so there was no need to worry about any safety issues. He Pingsheng walked to a ground stall and squatted down. This stall was not big, but there were many talismans on it. Little brother, are you looking to purchase talismans? The stall owner was a Taoist nun who looked to be about 30 years old. He Pingsheng said, hey, senior, what kind of talismans do you have here? The Taoist nun laughed and said, they are all chi refining stage disciples, so don't be a senior. I can't afford it. I'm a disciple of Heavenly Talisman Mountain. I have some common talismans here. Look, this is the Fireball Talisman. This is the Ice Needle Talisman. This is the Winding Talisman. This is the Thunderbolt Talisman. He Pingsheng asked, how is the power? The Taoist nun said, take this Fireball Talisman. It's equivalent to the Fireball art, attack issued by a disciple at the 7th level of the chi refining stage. In human terms, it was just like that. Since the Fireball Talisman's attack was about as powerful as an ordinary person's spell, why would anyone buy this? It was simple, instantaneous. There were times when other people's attacks had already reached their heads, and when it was too late to cast a spell, they could just take out the Fireball Talisman and slap it over, equivalent to sending out a single strike. In addition, when spiritual energy was depleted, one could also use this low-grade talisman for emergencies. Chapter 062, 2nd grade. But for He Pingsheng, none of this was a problem, because it could be strengthened. How do I sell them? He Pingsheng asked. These talismans, 65 spirit stones apiece. The Taoist nun smiled. He Pingsheng nodded. The selling price of talismans here was a bit more expensive than the treasure hall he had previously been in within the sect. Over at the treasure hall, just 60 spirit stones would do. Of course, that was before. Now that the Chui Ping mountain trials were about to begin, I heard that the prices of the things in the clan's treasure hall had also increased. Besides, after the last experience of purchasing items and then being scrutinized by the sect afterward, He Pingsheng always felt that it was not safe to purchase things in the sect's hidden treasure hall, even if it was more expensive. How convenient was it to purchase from Matu Mountain, wasn't it? This kind of defensive talisman is more expensive. 150 spirit stones for each. The Taoist nun picked up another talisman and placed it in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng asked curiously, "What kind of talisman is this?" The Taoist nun said, "This is an earth shield talisman. After opening it, it can form an earth attribute shield around the body, capable of blocking the power of a single strike from a chi refining stage disciple. If the opponent doesn't break it, the talisman can continue to be used, and it can be opened a total of 3 times. Of course, if it is broken by someone, then it will become a disposable item." Little brother, in addition to the cultivators from various sects in this Chui Ping mountain trial, there are quite a few demonic beasts in the secret realm itself, so bringing a defensive talisman would be perfect. He Pingsheng nodded and asked, "You here, do you have a second-grade talisman?" Second-grade talismans, those were for foundation establishment stage disciples. The Taoist nun smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Sorry, not really. I'm just a chi refining stage disciple. How can I produce a second-grade talisman? Besides, going to Chui Ping Mountain, I can't use second-grade talismans. If you really want to buy it, you can go to the Chamber of Commerce over there and ask." "Alright," He Pingsheng said, "give me 2 of the Ice Needle talismans, 2 of the Thunderbolt talismans, and yes, there's also this Earth Shield talisman. Just give me 1. Okay." The woman was overjoyed and said, "A total of 411 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, give me 400 on the line. Erase the change." He Pingsheng took the talisman, then pulled out 400 spirit stones from the 100 treasures pouch and gave it to the other party. The spirit stones in this 100 treasure bag were what he had put in ahead of time. Of course, his storage bag was invisible, hidden inside his clothes, so he could sneak the spirit stones inside the storage bag to the 100 treasure bag anytime, anywhere. As for the several talismans in his hand, they were also secretly put into the storage bag without a trace. With these talismans, He Pingsheng was instantly much more at ease. At least he didn't have to worry when he went to Chui Ping Mountain for the trial. However, he really wanted to purchase a second-grade talisman. Why? Because of Yuda. Yuda and him, however, had a father-killing feud. In case one day Yuda really found out about his He Pingsheng's true identity, would he make a move to clean up the hidden dangers in advance? You have to know, Yuda is a foundation stage The power of a single blow from an expert of the foundation stage can easily shoot dead a mole cricket of the chi refining stage. And at that time, what defense treasure is useless. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from harming you. If you have a second-grade talisman on you, turn around and use the treasure pot to strengthen it. If it really came to the day when he faced Yuda, he would be able to take out the talisman and directly send him to heaven, right? Well, go and ask. He Pingsheng walked briskly all the way, skimming past countless stalls, and finally arrived at the store area in the back. Here, it was equally shoulder to shoulder. Previously, he had come to Shunyi Tang, Fengyi Zhuan, and a few other stores to sell his items, in order to prevent himself from being recognized. So this time, He Pingsheng didn't go into these chambers of commerce, and instead, switched to a different one. Walking into the store, the back of the counter was actually empty. The shopkeepers were all busy, serving guests coming and going everywhere. He Pingsheng greeted them and looked around the store by himself. That's right, the commodities here have increased in price a lot more than before. Of course, they are all low-level items that can be used by disciples at the chi refining stage, but the prices of slightly more advanced things have not increased much. For example, the storage bag. This primary storage bag is still priced at more than 2,000 spirit stones each, but almost no one bought them. He Pingsheng swept past one cultivator to the talisman area. The talismans here were even more expensive. A lower grade, Fireball Talisman, or Ice Needle Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman, all cost 70 spirit stones. As for the second grade talismans, the quantity is much less. To be precise, there was only one that was in front of He Pingsheng, the Fiery Flame Talisman. This was something he knew. Back then, he had once helped realist Deadwood collect the pollen of the blazing sunflower in the Taixu Sect Spirit Medicine Valley. It was said that the pollen of the blazing sunflower, after being crushed, could be mixed into the talisman ink to draw this blazing fire talisman. He Pingsheng looked at the bottom of this flame talisman. There was no price labeled, so he had to run to the side of the shopkeeper and asked, "Senior, ask, What is the price of this flame talisman? Flaming talisman? The shopkeeper's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at He Pingsheng, then smiled coldly and said, "Little brother, you can't use this. This is a second-grade talisman for foundation stage disciples." In his opinion, He Pingsheng was just casually asking. He Pingsheng, however, said with a serious face, "What about the price?" "Fine," the shopkeeper said. "This fiery flame talisman you're holding, of lower quality, is priced at 1,800 spirit stones. If you have 1,800 spirit stones, I can sell this to you." Hissing, 1,018. He Pingsheng's body shook in shock. This was too expensive. Was a second-grade item this much more expensive than a first-grade item? He Pingsheng thought that this thing was not worth 600 or 700 spirit stones apiece, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. "Want it?" The shopkeeper looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's old face flushed and said, "Too expensive. I don't want it." Ha. The shopkeeper laughed, flung his sleeves and left, the color of mockery above his expression leaping out. He Pingsheng grayed out of the store. 1,018 spirit stones. He really did not have. Last time he had come to Horsehead Mountain, he had sold out once, and then after purchasing the storage bag, he still had about 1,900 spirit stones left. Then these days he strengthened 200 of them one after another, and just spent another 400 to buy a level 1 talisman. Therefore, He Pingsheng's current hand of spirit stones was only 1,300 and 400. Of course, there are plenty of medium quality ones, but that thing cannot be taken out all. Well, change the store to see. Don't be this old boy intentionally trick me. Changed to a different store to take a look. Blazing fire talisman, priced at 1,800 spirit stones. The third store, 1,800 spirit stones. The fourth store, again, still 1,800 spirit stones. It seemed that the other party hadn't lied to themselves. He just simply couldn't afford it. Chapter 063, Transfiguration Talisman. All came to see. All came to see. Strange, really strange. Rare and weird. The things here are all mysterious and unpredictable, and those who don't have great chances and great fortune can't explore one or two of them. Just after leaving the store area, He Pingsheng saw a stall. The stall was only 3 feet square. The owner of the stall was an old man with white hair. He was wearing a worn-out Taoist robe, and at this moment, he was jumping behind the stall, attracting the guests coming and going. Looking closely at the top of his stall, there were indeed some unusual things, all sorts of strange and bizarre materials. He Pingsheng swept with his divine mind and actually found that he didn't recognize any of them. Of course, countless people were just as curious as He Pingsheng, and they all gathered around. "What is this, old man? What is this?" The white-haired, white-bearded old grandfather's face was solemn with anger as he said, "Call the old-timer." "What old man? Ha. The crowd of onlookers burst out laughing. Someone said, "You dead old man don't know how to be ashamed. You're just a guy at the 6th level of the chi refining stage. Actually letting people call you an old senior?" He Pingsheng hadn't paid attention before, but now with a sweep of his divine thoughts, he immediately saw this old man's cultivation really a chi refining stage 6th layer? Good guy. His mouth is not a door. "You guys know." The old man's face was red, saying, "Don't look at the old man's current cultivation of only the 6th level of the chi refining stage." But the old man's cultivation was high in earlier years. He was just knocked off his cultivation. "Forget it, don't talk to you guys who don't have any knowledge. Come, take a look at my treasure." The old man traveled the entire continent back then, and got countless treasures, these that are now in front of your eyes. Even the old man doesn't recognize what they are. The so-called chance. Perhaps old me and these items are not destined for each other. Let's put it this way. You guys can look at them as you like and take them as you like. If there is anything you like, I will sell it to you at the lowest price. The crowd rushed up and looked at the old man's things and studied them. He Pingsheng juvenile nature is also curious. He walked over to squat in a corner of this stall. Casually will stall a rounded black beads to take in the hand. This take does not matter. This bead lying in the palm of the hand actually let He Pingsheng in a certain moment there is a kind of mind-clear indistinct feeling. This, He Pingsheng was immediately startled, and then held the pillar in his hand. That feeling of a clear mind became even stronger. Ha. The white-haired old man looked at He Pingsheng with a smile and said, "Young man, everything is about fate. Some things, others look at the ordinary, but only those who have the fate of the Lord can recognize this baby's extraordinary place. How about it? Is there a person with destiny?" The old man looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng thought for a moment and asked, "How much is this bead?" The old man stretched out a finger. "Let's put it this way. It looks like you've met a person of destiny. I'll give you this amount." He Pingsheng froze. 100 spirit stones? The old man said. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about 10,000. Put. He Pingsheng almost vomited blood. He threw the beads on the floor stall and directly stood up and left. Just kidding, 10,000? I do not have Don't go, don't go, don't go. As soon as the old man looked at He Pingsheng standing up and leaving, he said, I want 10,000. You can bargain like this. 1,000 spirit stones I also sell. Want it or not? He Pingsheng shook his head. You old man, see, do I look like I have 1,000 spirit stones? The old man said, how about 100? He Pingsheng sneered. At this moment his heart had already concluded that this person was a Jianghu liar, ignored him and continued to leave. 10. Lads, 10 spirit stones will do. But He Pingsheng has already disappeared in the sea of people. Heavenly Talisman True Scripture, want it or not? This is a book that records how to make talismans. Little brother, do you want 100 spirit stones? Monkey's wine, monkey's wine. 1 spirit stone for an altar. He Pingsheng walked all the way through and realized that this workshop market sold everything. Not long after walking, he saw another cultivator who set up a stall to sell talismans. This person was dressed similarly to the previous Taoist nun, so he thought that he should be a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Mountain. He Pingsheng had nothing else to do, so he squatted down in front of the girl's stall. Fireball Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman, Ice Needle Talisman, and so on. Or some cultivation world low-level disciples between the unusual talisman. He Pingsheng looked from beginning to end. The only difference between this young girl's stall and the Taoist nun's stall was a yellow talisman with words He Pingsheng couldn't understand. What kind of talisman is this? He Pingsheng picked up the yellow paper talisman and asked the stall owner. The young girl who was reading a book raised her head, hissing. He Pingsheng's breath caught in his throat. So beautiful. This woman's face was truly beautiful to the extreme. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and between her long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes flashed as if they were black gems. Her skin was white as snow, and her face was serene. It was as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. He Pingsheng was actually stunned for a moment. The woman smiled, seemingly not surprised by He Pingsheng's reaction, and said, this is the Transfiguration Talisman. Transfiguration Talisman? He Pingsheng looked at the talisman in his hand and asked, what can it be used for? Although he had just been momentarily surprised by the maiden's stunning beauty, after all, his mind was still quite tough, and in just a moment's effort, He Pingsheng returned to his normal state. This in turn made the young girl on the opposite side quite astonished. Transfiguration Talisman. Of course it can change one's appearance. The woman smiled and said, for example, make yourself more perfect and beautiful. Oh, He Pingsheng instantly understood. No wonder the stall owner was so beautiful. So it was the Transfiguration Talisman that gave the change. He shook his head, feeling that this talisman was rather ribald. Of course, the young girl, however, faintly said, changing your appearance is also not just as simple as being able to become beautiful. It allows you to instantly change your appearance, so that people who are familiar with you won't be able to recognize that it's you. This, at times, can save lives. In He Pingsheng's mind, a light flashed. Right, this one talisman of mine. The young girl continued, it's a lower grade, that can disguise 3 times. Each time it can only last for 2 hours of time. And, even cultivators at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage can't see through it. Of course, if you meet a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, this disguise will be useless. The foundation establishment stage cultivator's God's mind is strong. A glance can see through. After the introduction, the young girl calmly looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng was a bit tempted to buy, so he asked, how many spirit stones? The young girl said, $200. He Pingsheng, so expensive. First grade talismans, aren't they all 60 or 70? The young girl closed the book in her hand and smiled. Of course not. The Transfiguration Talisman belongs to the rare talisman, and the refining materials are also different, and cannot be measured by the value of an ordinary first-grade talisman. Well, let's put it this way, if you sincerely want it, just give me $180. He Pingsheng thought about it and said, okay. Chapter 064, 3 Little Cuties. What's the use of spirit stones? There's no use. Only by turning it into something useful can the value of spirit stones be reflected. After spending another large amount of spirit stones, He Pingsheng felt a little heartbroken, then murmured self-compassion while secretly throwing the newly purchased Transfiguration Talisman into his storage bag. There were only 1,100 or so spirit stones left in his hand that he could use. Feeling that he had bought enough, He Pingsheng stopped wandering around and instead found a less crowded shade and sat down, waiting for Su Kunlun's trio. After about an hour's work, the 3 of them came over with excited faces. Senior brother, old 9, Su Kunlun said, what did you buy? He Pingsheng said, bought a few talismans and stuff for defense. Did you guys purchase defense spells? No. Zhao Linger shook her head and said, it's too expensive. By the way, I just saw an extremely high-quality defensive magic weapon over at Shunyi Hall. It's called something like a Vine Armor Shield. It's really great. Yes. Su Kunlun followed suit. If we can get our hands on this thing and then refine all 4 layers of formations on it, casually propping up our defenses, will be able to withstand the attacks of cultivators of the same level. With this thing, it's that if you run into a guy at the 12th level of the chi refining stage, you'll have a chance to escape. He Pingsheng's heart stirred as he said, so powerful? He really didn't know how powerful an extreme magic weapon was. The key was, why did this vine armor shield sound so familiar? There was also the Shun He Tang. He Pingsheng remembered. Back then, he was the one who sold an extreme attribute magic weapon to that shopkeeper at Shun He Tang for a total of 1,150 spirit stones. That's right, Tian Shaoqing said, that's an extremely high-grade magic weapon, but unfortunately it's too expensive. We people definitely can't afford it. He Pingsheng hurriedly asked, how many spirit stones? Tian Shaoqing said, 1,500 spirit stones. He Pingsheng instantly felt a little bad. 1,500? Charging me 1,115 and turning around and making 415? Black. These chambers of commerce are really black. However, on second thought, people also need to make money. And at this moment, it is the opening of the secret realm once every 30 years, and the price of everything is almost always increasing. So, this price looked, well, okay, go. Zhao Linger said, we can go back to the sect. Back to the sect. Good. The 4 of them no longer spoke much, but instead re-sacrificed their paper cranes and jumped up to fly into the clouds. At sunset, the 4 of them then landed directly on the peak of Shouju Peak. Senior brother, go, I'll show you a treasure. Zhao Linger took a deep breath, then pulled He Pingsheng towards her small courtyard. Behind them, that Su Kunlun and Tian Shaoqing naturally followed. Close the door. Senior sister, open your formation. A first-rate confinement formation opened. Only then did Zhao Linger carefully take out her 100 treasure bag and said, Old 9, the 3 of us bought a treasure together today. I'll give you a palm, but we don't know what this treasure is, so we'll have to show it to Master Teacher later. As he spoke, he saw Zhao Linger take out a dark bead from that 100 treasure bag. Seeing this bead, He Pingsheng was instantly dumbstruck with surprise. This is not that dead old man selling beads? This bead when He Pingsheng also wanted to buy to come, but unfortunately the other side of the opening is 10,000 spirit stones. The asking price is too expensive. He Pingsheng refused after the other side and then several times to reduce the price. He realized that this is a scam. Not, how was it bought by these 3 little cuties? Wait, just now old 6 Zhao Linger seemed to say, saying that it was bought by the 3 of them together? Feelings also spent a lot of spirit stones chanting? Old 9, this is a really good treasure. Su Kunlun said, if you don't believe me, there's a special feeling when you hold it in your hand. It's like the whole person is permeable. Right. Tian Shaoqing said, when I hold it in my hand, it's as if my divine mind is permeable. He Pingsheng didn't hold it, because he had already gripped it. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Linger and asked, how many spirit stones did senior sister spend? Zhao Linger looked excited. Only 1,000. Put. He Pingsheng almost vomited. $1,000. And still only? I actually don't have that many spirit stones on me. At that time, I put together 400. Then old 7 and old 8 and the 2 of them each put together 300. So this treasure is considered to be shared by the 3 of us. Senior brother. Zhao Linger had an expectant look on her face. What do you think? How is this thing? He Pingsheng didn't want to make them sad, so he shook his head and said, I can't see it. Su Kunlun said, don't worry, it's definitely not wrong. You don't know that the old man who bought the stuff, at a glance, he looks immortal, definitely a senior. Zhao Linger also nodded, very graceful. He Pingsheng, since we don't even recognize him, let's let Master Teacher take a look. Su Kunlun suggested, let's go find Master Teacher. Go. He Pingsheng looked at the way the 3 of them were walking happily together towards the Yuning Palace, and immediately rubbed his forehead. No, people who cultivate, isn't it true that with the thickness of the divine idea, the mind will gradually be propped up as well? Why do these 3 little cuties feel like they don't have much of a mind? While pondering, that Zhao Linger even turned around and waved her hand towards him. Junior brother, you also come over together. Okay. He Pingsheng could only quickly follow. The 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the Yuning Palace. Disciples Zhao Linger, Tian Shaoqing, Su Kunlun, and He Pingsheng pay respects to Master. Zhao Linger respectfully bowed to the gate, calling out all 4 people's names in one breath. Yuning's voice came from inside. Come in. Buzzing. Between heaven and earth, a trace of invisible qi disappeared. He Pingsheng knew that this was the Yuning Palace's defense array being withdrawn. The 4 of them opened the door of the Great Hall, then fishtailed in. Master Teacher Yuning sat high above the stone platform. Greetings, Master Teacher. The 4 people saluted in unison. Yuning nodded and said, what is it? Zhao Linger said, Master Teacher, the 3 of us, 7th senior sister and 8th senior brother and I combined our efforts to purchase a treasure, but we don't recognize what function it has, so we've come here to show it to Master Teacher. Oh, a light flickered within Yu Ning's eyes, and she instantly looked delighted. She took a step out and landed in front of the four. Where is the treasure? Take it out and show it to Master. Her voice was even a bit eager. Zhao Linger was unambiguous and directly took out the blackish bead. Master, Su Kunlun laughed and said, you hold this object in your hand and feel it. Good. Yu Ning took the bead and held it in her hand. Then, she said in shock, heavens, this seat feels like the entire divine idea is cleared. Treasure what kind of treasure is this? Boom. Her huge divine thoughts roared out and swept towards this black bead, but at a glance, it looked lonely. It didn't sweep out. This object is not simple. Yu Ning held the bead and shook her head, saying, it's amazing that even this seat can't tell where it came from. How many spirit stones did you guys spend to purchase it? Yu Ning looked at the three. Chapter 065 Ancestor Chongyang. Thinking of the past. $1,000. Zhao Linger was so excited that she couldn't even speak properly. I put up $400. Senior brother and sister each put up $300. The three of us, we came up with $1,000. Yu Ning looked at the black bead in her hand and said with some love, this item should be a treasure that can aid in the cultivation of the divine soul. The three of you are all in the chi refining stage now, so there's no use in wanting it. Tell you what, give me this bead. I'll give you 2,000 spirit stones to collect it. Okay? Yu Ning looked towards the three. The three of them immediately showed a difficult color on their faces. A treasure we don't even know what kind of treasure this is, and for you to take it away, isn't this a disguised looting of the disciples? But the opposite side was a master teacher. The three naturally did not dare to refuse. Just and unwillingly, everyone was silent. Yu Ning laughed and said, I know what you guys think. In fact, the master is not coveting your treasures. He just thinks that this item is in your hands and can't be used. This is not. Your grandmaster grandfather is about to celebrate his 300th birthday. I searched left and right, but did not find any suitable treasure. What I mean is that you guys transfer this item to the master, and the master will take this treasure and contribute it to the ancestor grandfather as a birthday gift. By no means is it for the master's greed. How so? Yu Ning looked at the trio. Fine. Zhao Linger said. I'll listen to master. Zhao Linger agreed, and the remaining two naturally didn't dare to say no. I'll listen to master. I'll listen to master as well. Good. Yu Ning smiled, then took out 2,000 spirit stones. You guys split it. Go with me to pay respects to the ancestor. Yu Ning wanted to take a few disciples with him to meet the ancestor, proving that he had not embezzled the treasure, and that he had really taken it over to the ancestor to celebrate his birthday. Master, I won't go. He Pingsheng didn't really want to go. Why? Because this so-called ancestor was the only Jindan stage powerhouse of Xiuzhu Peak. Reverend Chongyang, and true Lord Chongyang, he had met him earlier. No, Yu Ning said. You haven't seen the ancestor master since you worshipped under me. How can this work? Come with me and kowtow to the ancestor master today. He Pingsheng naturally didn't dare to disobey, and could only follow his master out of the palace with an apprehensive face, and then headed for the ancestral master's dojo. The ancestral master's dojo was at the highest point of Xiuzhu Peak. The aura here was all twice as rich as the Yu Ning Palace. Rumbling, outside the huge palace, several layers of formations opened up one after another, and Yu Ning walked into it with 4 disciples. Although there was no sunlight inside this dojo, golden light was flowing everywhere. It was dazzling. He Pingsheng didn't dare to look left or right, and only saw a Taoist dressed in green sitting on top of the lotus platform in front of him. Around that Taoist, a golden light flashed, looking as imposing as an immortal. Reverend Chongyang, greetings to the ancestral master. Greetings to the ancestral master. The crowd saluted together. Only then did the Taoist above that lotus platform open his eyes, and he said with a kind face, Yu Ning don't even bother saluting. As he spoke, the Taoist's gaze swept to He Pingsheng's body and said, It's you, kid? He Pingsheng's heart trembled. Back then, when he was working as a handyman in the dam room, he had met the Grandmaster once, and he didn't realize that the Grandmaster's memory was that good. However, what He Pingsheng didn't know was that it wasn't that Realm Chongyang had a good memory, but that for Jindan stage cultivators, a retreat could be several years in the past, and things that happened a few years ago were as clear to them as if they had been there yesterday. As for He Pingsheng has changed in appearance, that is not a problem. Jindan stage cultivators look at people to see the bones, to see the breath. They don't look at looks. Now that He Pingsheng had appeared, Chongyang could naturally see through it at a glance. Disciple He Pingsheng, kowtowing to the ancestor master. He Pingsheng hurriedly bowed again. Don't kowtow. True Master Chongyang hurriedly stopped it, saying, Old Master doesn't like this. Yu Ning asked, Master actually recognizes this disciple of mine? Realist Chongyang shook his head and said, No, I don't know him. I've seen him once before by chance, and at that time, he wasn't even a disciple of our Shouju Peak. Without further ado, Yu Ning, what is your reason for coming to seek me out today? Yu Ning said, Master, your 300th birthday is coming up. Disciple has found a treasure that seems to have a unique effect on divine soul cultivation. I've come to offer it to Master Teacher. Please take a look at it. As he spoke, Yu Ning took out the black bead in his hand and gave it to realist Chongyang. True Lord Chongyang took the beads with a smile and said, You have a heart. But after receiving it only just a few breaths of effort, the Taoist's brows furrowed. Master, realist Yu Ning asked, Is there something wrong? You've been tricked. With a slight increase in force in the hands of the Chongyang realist, black dust peeled off the black bead, and the stund revealed an emerald green seed. This, Yu Ning said. Master, what is this? Chongyang Jinren said. There is a kind of poisonous grass named Manhwa in the extreme west of the west, and the seed that this thing bears out is highly poisonous, slightly revealing a trace. It can paralyze the divine mind. This is the seed of the Jilanhua flower. Put, He Pingsheng almost vomited. He thought that it was the Taoist mind that was enlightened, but in the end, it turned out to be the divine thoughts that were paralyzed. Grandma, that dead old man, really is a big liar then. Master, forgive me. Yu Ning was about to vomit as well. True Lord Chongyang was a good-natured one. He waved his hand and said, There is no need to do these things. What 300 years of longevity? The old man doesn't really care. The old man still has to close the door for cultivation. You guys and go down. Yes. Yu Ning trembled. Reigning Sun asked again, How many spirit stones did this thing cost? Yu Ning said, 2,000. Hey, Reigning Sun said, In the future, do not be greedy for small bargains. The old man, here are still some spirit stones, temporarily not used. Patch to you. Swoosh, a storage bag flew over through the air. Yu Ning got the storage bag and hurriedly left the hall with his disciples. Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Shaoqing immediately shrunk their heads, not daring to utter a single breath, lest they touch their master's mold. Only when they arrived in Yu Ning's palace did Zhao Linger say, Senior, it's better to return this spirit stone to you. Yu Ning's face sank as he said, What do you take master for? In this way you three, in front of the teleportation square, think for 7 days. Go, Zhao Linger beamed, saying, Why, master, disciple, why? Yu Ning said with a dark face, You still have the nerve to ask master why? Because you and others are stupid. Go, wait. Yu Ning looked at He Pingsheng and said, You go along too. He Pingsheng was instantly unsettled. Master, this disciple was not involved. I didn't even know when they bought it. This damn, I wasn't the one who was stupid. Why are you punishing me? Yu Ning, however, waved her big sleeve. Let you go. Go, mother-in-law. Believe it or not, this palace will give you double. Chapter 066, Final Preparations. 4 people sat on their knees in the teleportation square. The blazing sun was blinding and shaking the eyes, almost making it impossible to lift one's head. Those miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples above Shouju Peak naturally didn't dare to watch from here. But the inner disciples who came and went were all laughing and joking, especially the disciples under Hongde Yuan Yude sect. Yo, Linglong, who was dressed in pink, clutched a sword and stood in front of the 4 people with a smile, saying, What kind of mistake has been made here that you've actually been brought here to contemplate? He Pingsheng, you didn't kill anyone, did you? He Pingsheng ignored it. Linglong didn't care either, and was just beside him anyway, mocking left and right. Luckily, this situation didn't last long. Master Yu Ning had originally punished the 4 for 7 days of contemplation, but just after half an hour's time had passed, she softened her heart and dispatched her eldest disciple, Ho Ma Xian, to this place. Senior disciple, get up quickly. Ho Ma Xian looked at the 4 of them blandly and said, Master said that this time, you will be exempted from 7 days of contemplation, and if there is a next time, you will be directly expelled from the division. The crowd was stupefied one by one. He Pingsheng 4 people, however, slowly stood up, then looked at each other and left this transmission square at fire speed, heading to their respective residences. The first thing He Pingsheng did when he returned home was to hang up the sign at the entrance that said, Enclosed circumstances, then opened the formation and walked into it. Being punished by his master for such a small matter, he had never put it on his mind. What was this small grievance? Compared to the hatred of his parents, it was simply insignificant. He Pingsheng sat on the ground with his knees crossed, first meditating for an incense stick to let all the negative emotions in his body dissipate. Then he opened his eyes. There was less than a month to go before this secret realm would open. The preparations were almost done. However, there was still a final grouping to be done. There was no way to continue raising his cultivation level anymore, which was the 7th level of the chi refining stage. Spells that were unskilled, or those that hadn't been practiced, could still take this opportunity to continue to be skilled. Then, there were the various treasures. Especially the talismans purchased from this trip to the Horsehead Mountain Market were to be strengthened properly. He Pingsheng took out all the talismans. It wasn't much, a total of 6. Ice Needle Talisman, 2. Thunderbolt Talisman, 2. Earth Shield Talisman, 2. Transfiguration Talisman, 1. Without saying a word, He Pingsheng brainlessly threw all the talismans into that treasure pot. Then, he started to familiarize himself with the various spells. First, an inventory of the spells. Metal attribute spells 2, Yellow Turban Force, Vajra Shield. What attribute spells? None. Water attribute spells 1, nonetheless Water Transportation. Fire attribute spells, Fire Crow, Fire Shield. 1 Earth attribute spell, Earth Armor Technique. In total, there were 6 spells, 2 of which attacked, Yellow Turban Power and Fire Crow Technique. These 2 were learned. 3 for defense, Vajra Shield, Fire Shield Technique, and Earth Armor Technique. Only Vajra Shield was not learned. Of course, He Pingsheng didn't feel the need to learn it either. With the Earth Armor Technique and Fire Shield Technique, it was enough. 1 spell for escaping, the nonetheless Water Transportation Technique. This one needs to be learned. In the next time, He Pingsheng kept practicing this non-linear water escape technique. After 10 days of work, this spell was also mastered and skilled by him. It was only after he became skilled that he realized the power of this spell. Simply put, in places where there is water, you can hide in the water and quickly disappear. The speed of traveling through the water was extremely fast, almost indistinguishable from running on land. Another thing is that you can be invisible, hiding in the water. Unless the other party's divine thought was strong enough, it could not be discovered at all. It was just so heaven-defying. During this period of time, He Pingsheng not only mastered the non-water escape method, the talismans were also strengthened by him one by one. Ice Needle Talisman, strengthened to Ice Arrow Talisman. Thunderbolt Talisman, strengthened to Heavenly Thunder Talisman. The Earth Shield Talisman was strengthened into the Tenacious Stone Talisman. The Transfiguration Talisman, after strengthening, was still a Transfiguration Talisman. However, the quality of the Transfiguration Talisman after strengthening had increased again. Before strengthening, according to that beautiful woman, this Transfiguration Talisman could be used 3 times, each time lasting only 2 hours, and could fool disciples at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage. After strengthening, the talisman became 2, each of which could be reused 12 times, with each duration becoming 1 day. As for whether or not it could fool a foundation establishment stage cultivator, He Pingsheng didn't know, but he knew that there would definitely be an improvement. To briefly summarize, the total number of talismans he could use on him today were: Ice Arrow Talisman, 7, Fire Bomb Talisman, 3, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, 4, Tenacious Stone Talisman, 4, Transfiguration Talisman, 2. As for the treasures, the ones that were refined by He Pingsheng were: 1 Extreme Grade Flying Sword, 1 Extreme Grade Magic Artifact Greenwood Shield, 1 set of Extreme Grade Confinement Array, and 1 Extreme Grade Magic Artifact, Cloud Piercing Boat. All of this added up, not to say armed to the teeth, but only to say that it was already enough for He Pingsheng to use. The other materials were put into the storage bag, and these magic weapons and talismans that were to be used at any time were put into another storage bag for easy access at any time. After this, He Pingsheng opened the door of the house and walked out. There were only 7 days left before this secret realm opened. "Junior brother, you're out of the gate?" Just as he went out the door, he saw old 6th Zhao Linger dashing from afar. Quickly, Master Teacher is asking me to find you. Quickly go to the Master Teacher's dojo for a meeting." He Pingsheng did not dare to be slow, hurriedly followed Zhao Linger, then hurriedly came to the Yuning Palace. He found a futon and sat down. On the stone lotus platform, there was a Taoist nun who looked to be about 50 years old, and that was Master Yuning. Seeing that the disciples were all arriving one by one, a trace of a smile surged on Yuning's face as she said, "Good job. This time, all 9 disciples of our Yuning Palace have the qualifications to enter the secret realm." Senior brother Homaxian arched his hand and said, "It's all because Master Teacher taught them well." The rest of the disciples, including He Pingsheng, also arched their hands and patted their asses. "Master Teacher taught us well." Ha. Yuning laughed and said, "Don't pat my ass for now. You guys, there are still 7 days to go before the day of the opening of the secret realm, and the sect has decided that we will go over early and form a group this afternoon. There are a few joints in this that I need to make clear to you guys. First, this time, all of my Taixu Sect's inner disciples are required to wear moon white sect robes, in order to facilitate quick identification by fellow disciples. Secondly, this palace doesn't care how other disciples are doing. Disciples of my sect, you'd better travel in pairs. Homaxian, you are the eldest senior brother. This team is given to you to lead. Master. Homaxian immediately had a bitter face and said, "My disciple's cultivation has been stuck at the bottleneck for 13 years. This time it was hard to wait for the secret realm to open. So I'm going to risk going to that core area to see if I can get the Aqua Origin Spirit Apricot to break through the bottleneck. And if I'm bringing them. As he spoke, He looked at He Pingsheng and the others with a face full of desire for survival. Chapter 067, Provocation. Obviously, He did not want to bring them along. In He eyes, He Pingsheng see, this person, that was a drag. Xiao Shuejian, you come. Yu Ning was not in a good position to make things difficult for the eldest disciple, so he turned his gaze to the second disciple. Xiao Shuejian also had a bitter look on his face. Senior, disciple is in the same situation. I still have to follow in the footsteps of my eldest senior brother? Then, the third senior sister Cheng Siyu, the fourth senior Yang Qingyun, and the fifth senior Wu Zhengyang, all of them also arched their hands towards Yu Ning. Senior, disciples follow eldest senior brother and enter the secret realm together. The four people in the back, Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, Tian Xiaocheng, and He Pingsheng, each had an ugly face than the other. Good fellow, being disliked. Alas, Yu Ning sighed deeply and said, that's just it, each has their own chances. It's not convenient for the master to force you and others, so feel free to do as you please. Linger, Xiaoqing, Kunlun and Lajiu, the four of you temporarily team up together. To that secret realm, do not need to go too deep, and do not fight with others. Chance. Live to have chance. Don't force it, remember? The four of them, He Pingsheng, arched their hands towards Yu Ning. Many thanks for your master's teachings. Then, Yu Ning took out 9 more white jade tags and distributed them to the disciples one by one, saying, these are the credentials to enter the Alliance secret realm, and even more so, they are a guarantee of safety. If you run into danger, you can directly crush this jade token, and you will be able to transmit you out of this secret realm. But remember, the nature of this jade token is a formation. Once crushed, there will be a formation propped up. From propping up to teleporting away, it is not done instantly. It needs some spell casting time. About 3 breaths of time. Hearing this, He Pingsheng's heart trembled. 3 breaths? For escaping, 3 breaths was still too long. If the enemy was right in front of you, it would be useless for you to sacrifice this thing. 3 breaths would be enough for someone to kill you 10 times. If you want to escape safely, you must have enough time to do so. He Pingsheng put away the white jade tablet, keeping it in mind. Yu Ning said, according to the usual practice, this palace will not follow you on this secret exploration. There are a total of 276 people from my Taixu Sect participating in this secret realm exploration, and all of them will be led over by Elder Xianyang, the Grand Elder of the sect's Internal Affairs Hall. Elder Xianyang is a great cultivator at the 9th level of the Jindan stage. Not only is his cultivation high, but he is also strict, and is the second Jindan amongst our entire Taixu Sect. You must be respectful. Go! Yu Ning waved his sleeve, and the disciples filed out. First, they went back to pack up their things and brought their respective 100 treasure bags, then went to the teleportation square to gather. He Pingsheng was naturally the same. He went back first and took the things he had prepared long ago. There actually wasn't too much stuff left. His main talismans, treasure weapons, and so on, were all stowed away in the storage bag. And in this 100 treasure pouch, there were some unusual things and a few sets of moon-white clothing. Master had said that this time, all disciples of the Taixu Sect should wear moon-white Taoist robes. In addition to that, He Pingsheng also placed a set of women's clothes in his 100 treasure pouch, not for any other reason, just to be able to steal the beam at a critical time. In case of a dangerous situation, if I disguise myself as a woman and change my face, who will recognize me? After everything was done, He Pingsheng, like everyone else, carried the 100 treasure bag to the Xiuzhu Peak's teleportation square. There were quite a few disciples here. There were He Pingsheng and his senior brothers and sisters, a total of 9 people. There were also the disciples of the 2 masters, Yu De and Yu Xian. At a glance, there were about 30 to 40 people. He Pingsheng saw someone he hated, Linglong. He and Linglong could be said to have a deep hatred. Not only was there Hao Yun's senior brother's hatred, there was also his parents' blood feud. There was even his own revenge of almost being killed by her design. But after running into Linglong, although He Pingsheng hated to tear the other party apart in his heart, his face was flat and did not deliberately show a single expression of hatred. Linglong also saw him, coldly smiled, said, yo, he senior brother also Chi refining stage 7th layer he. Having the qualification to participate in the trial is a good thing. I'm afraid that this good thing will turn into a bad thing. Turn around and if you die in the secret realm, then the loss would not be worth it. He Pingsheng did not react, but beside him, Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Xiaoqing each glared angrily at Linglong. He eyes also shrunk as he said, Senior sister Linglong, that's too mean, isn't it? Senior brother Ho, I am not a mean person. Linglong said, Everyone knows that I'm a person with a nice mouth and a tofu heart. What about my good advice to remind senior brother He? If you don't believe me, look. Linglong took a step out to He Pingsheng's side, and with a swift slap, she slapped at He Pingsheng's face. The crowd was all shocked. He Pingsheng hurriedly dodged. However, Linglong's slap was a false move. When He Pingsheng reacted, her jade hand had already grabbed onto He Pingsheng's 100 treasure bag. With a slight force, with a clatter, the items in He Pingsheng's 100 treasures pouch were poured out. They were all ordinary items, a few dozen spirit stones, a few pieces of clothing, and 1 or 2 magic weapons. What shocked the crowd was that He Pingsheng actually carried a woman's clothing in his bag. Linglong immediately burst into exaggerated laughter. Senior He, I didn't expect you to be such a person, actually bringing women's clothing with you. Ha 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 ha, do you have some kind of disgusting fetish? The crowd also cast strange gazes. He Pingsheng didn't answer, much less have any uncomfortable expression. He flatly squatted down and picked up the clothes and things on the ground, putting them into his 100 treasure bag. Then, He Pingsheng stood up and glanced at Linglong indifferently. Senior sister, no fooling around. A woman stepped out and pulled Linglong away. He Pingsheng's gaze lingered on the woman for 2 breaths of time. He had seen this woman before. Back when he was a handyman, he was beaten up by Boss Zhang, and in the end, it was this woman who gave him 2 lower-grade golden bone pills. After hearing that bull nose, Yu Da, this senior sister seemed to be called Luo Yu. It's getting late. Let's go. Homa Xian looked behind him at his senior siblings. Let's go to the Hall of Taixu first. The crowd walked onto the teleportation array together, then swished away from Xiuzhu Peak. The moment they opened their eyes, they arrived at this side of the Great Void Hall. The Great Void Hall was the largest palace in the entire sect. Legend had it that it was the place where the clan's supreme elder, the old ancestor, practiced, and the old ancestor was the only Yuaning in the Taixu Sect. Not to mention that He Pingsheng had never seen it. Homa Xian had never seen it either. Even his own master, Yu Ning, might not have seen the true face of this old ancestor. Chapter 068 Arrival. There were dozens of teleportation arrays in the square of the Great Hall of Taixu. From here, one could go to the various peaks of the Taixu Sect, and for each peak, there were 2 teleportation arrays coming and going. At this moment, quite a few disciples had already gathered above this square. All of the disciples were wearing moon-white robes. After about 2 more hours, basically all the disciples from each mountain peak had gathered. An old man wearing a purplish-red Taoist robe suddenly appeared. This old man was tall, with a white beard, his face covered with the vicissitudes of the years. His eyes were filled with luster. His gaze swept over the disciples one by one, seemingly able to penetrate the hearts of the people. Silence. The old man waved the duster in his hand and said, Old man Xian Yang, clattering. As soon as the disciples heard that this was Elder Xian Yang, they all knelt on the ground and saluted him. Greetings, Elder. Greetings, Elder Xian Yang. Greetings to Elder Xian Yang. Xian Yang held his duster in his left hand, stretched out his right hand and stroked that flowery white beard, saying, All right, not bad. All rise. He was satisfied with the disciples' politeness. This time, the old man will lead you to the secret realm of Chuiping Mountain to participate in the Dao Xian Alliance's trial. All of you have your life and death cards, right? Anyone who doesn't have one, tell me. Xian Yang looked at the crowd. The so-called life and death tags, that is, the white jade tag in He Pingsheng's hand, once crushed, could instantly form a formation to transmit the disciple out of the secret realm. Good, since you all have it, I'll say it again. After this thing is excited, it can bring you all out from that secret realm, and once you come out, you lose the qualification to continue exploring the secret realm. At the same time, there is a time delay of 3 breaths after this item is energized. When you use it, you must be careful. Yes, the crowd arched their hands and replied, Many thanks to the elder for the reminder. Alright, Xian Yang waved his large sleeve. Everyone, follow this seat. A palm-sized flying boat appeared in Xian Yang's hand at an unknown time. This flying boat, under the support of his magic power, instantly opened up into a large, green-colored ship that was about 100 feet long. On top of the boat, there were a dozen or so formation light membranes flickering. Xian Yang was the first to step onto the bow of the boat. Come up. One by one, the disciples behind them jumped up, because although the boat was large, it was only a few feet high from the ground, so even a disciple like He Pingsheng, whose cultivation was only at the 7th level of the qi refining stage, could easily land on it. When he arrived at the ship, He Pingsheng realized that there were actually 108 card slots on the side of the ship. Inside each card slot, there was a grain of spirit stone embedded, a total of 108 grains. These 108 grains of spirit stones were considered to be the power supply source of this flying boat. Of course, the light membrane of the formation on top had the rest of the energy source. What exactly was it? He Pingsheng did not know. Everyone boarded the immortal boat. The Jindan stage old ancestor stroked his beard and asked, is everyone here? Then a young cultivator stepped forward and said, reporting to the elder, all the people from Chi Yun Peak have arrived. Another person said, all disciples of Lotus Peak boarded the ship. Chaoxia Peak is here. Sunset Fall Peak is here. Tianyi Peak is here. Pine Range Peak is here. Xiuzhu Peak is here. Jade Dragon Peak is here. Gathering Crane Peak is here. Goddess Peak is here. The 10 peaks of Taixu. All the disciples had arrived. Good. Internal Elder Xian Yang nodded and said, go to. Rumble. The huge flying boat that was 100 feet long slowly flew up with all the people, then turned the boat around in the void and headed southeast. Perhaps it was because there were too many people with them, or perhaps it was something else. Anyway, although this flying boat was large, the altitude it flew at was very low. Let's put it this way, it was just a little higher than a mountain. The sky overhead was still blue, and the white clouds were up there as well. The speed of the flying boat was getting faster and faster, and the speed of the white clouds overhead and the mountains underneath the feet receding was also getting faster and faster. The sky was clear, the daylight fell, illuminating the mountain peaks in emerald green, and between that endless emerald green there was a little bit of white inlaid. That was out of the huge stones that were exposed. Good scenery. Not long after traveling, the right side of the mountain range ahead, suddenly cloudy, between the dark-colored clouds, electric light ooh-and-ah, then heavy rain poured down, falling towards that side of the world. However, He Pingsheng's flying boats were not affected as they swept past the edge of this huge cloud. A few breaths later, the clouds were light. The cloud of gloom was far behind to the right, gradually transforming into a small dot, and was again blocked from view by the retreating layers of mountains. The void in front of him was once again clear. The flying boat traveled for half a day, and He Pingsheng saw another long, tall mountain range. This flying boat can only fly on the right side of the mountain range. Its height is not even half of the mountain range. The crowd saw the extremely beautiful spectacle of dark clouds and snowflakes flying in the sky again. This is the Ice Extreme Mountain, the highest mountain range inside the entire Daoxian Alliance territory. That Jindan stage elder stroked his beard and smilingly explained to the crowd, don't look at the mountain's icy sky and snow, but above it there is a huge sect called the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect, and the aura of the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect is also extremely rich. When Elder Xian Yang said this, the crowd was shocked. Surprisingly, there was a sect on top of such a large mountain. Seeing how amiable the elder was, a disciple boldly asked, Elder Xian Yang, why is our flying boat flying so low, not as high as the paper crane? At these words, everyone was moved, and one looked at the bold disciple. There were also people who looked at the elder with a curious face. The elder, however, did not blame, but just laughed and said, the elder also wanted to fly higher, but with this many of you, the elder's flying boat was a bit strained, so he could only fly very low. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the elder himself laughed. The disciples followed suit and laughed. Only then did the crowd realize that this elder Xian Yang's temper was quite good. He Pingsheng realized that not only did this flying boat fly relatively low, but it was also not as fast as a paper crane. But the advantage is that this thing has a defensive light film on the outside, which can defend against enemy attacks. After 2 days of flying in the immortal boat, the boat finally arrived at a mountain range that was not too high. Rumble. The flying boat landed on a square. He Pingsheng raised his eyes and found that the square was densely packed with people. There were people wearing all colors of Dao robes. It seemed that the other sects in this Daoxian alliance had also arrived. As far as He Pingsheng knew, there were about 20 large sects in this Daoxian alliance. In addition to these large sects, there were also hundreds of cultivation families. All in all, there were always more than 100 forces from all sides combined, and there were nearly 10,000 disciples who participated in each trial. The immortal boat landed, and the disciples came down from it in order, occupying a corner of the entire square to rest. Elder Xian Yang, on the other hand, got together with the elders of the other sects and blew up a big bull. He Pingsheng's gaze, however, looked towards the back of this square. There was a huge formation, and at the entrance of the formation, there were 18 more cultivators in golden Dao robes guarding it. It seemed that this was the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 069, Copper Skin and Golden Bone Scripture. See those 18 Foundation Establishment stage disciples in the back? Zhao Linger nudged towards those 18 gold-robed men. He Pingsheng's gaze once again looked towards the back of the square. 18 disciples in gold-colored Dao robes, each of them at the Foundation Establishment stage cultivation level. Of course, He Pingsheng couldn't see their cultivation level. It was just that he couldn't see through it, so he guessed that it was the Foundation Establishment stage. It was only now that Zhao Linger said it herself that he was certain. See, He Pingsheng nodded. What's wrong, senior sister? Nothing, Zhao Linger said. These 18 people, each from 18 clans, are jointly guarding this entrance. If any individual sect wanted to enter early, it would be impossible. He Pingsheng was instantly shocked and said, isn't it opened every 30 years, so you can go in during the week? Senior brother, you're naive. Zhao Linger laughed, then pulled him over and said in a low voice, to put it bluntly, this so-called secret realm, isn't it still artificially created? It's just that there are many spirit veins exposed within a 1,000-mile radius of this place. So there was a senior high-ranking person who used a great magic power to seal this place with a great formation. And this big array is not opened only once in 30 years, but can be opened at any time. It's only for the exploration of various sects that the opening date is artificially set at 30 years. If it was unguarded, wouldn't a certain clan powerhouse be able to secretly open the formation and send their own children and grandchildren to go in? Then there would be no fairness to speak of in the secret realm within this Daoxian alliance. So, in order to ensure fairness and impartiality, 18 Foundation stage disciples were placed here to guard it. And these 18 Foundation establishment stage disciples are from 18 different sects. I heard from my master that there's also a senior uncle from our Taixu Sect guarding here. I just can't recognize which one is the senior uncle. He Pingsheng nodded his head. Now, he counted on understanding what this so-called secret realm actually was. Senior brother. Senior sister. The obese old Eitsu Kunlun ran over and said smilingly, look, there are people setting up stalls over there. Should we go over and take a look? He Pingsheng's eyes lifted up, and sure enough, he saw that at the edge of this huge square, there were some cultivators setting up stalls there. This was not surprising, because the ones who came this time were all the chi refining stage disciples from all the major clans and families. Everyone was at the same level, so it was more convenient to intercommunicate with each other. When someone set up a stall, many people were instantly attracted to it. Then more people started setting up stalls. Go over there and take a look. He Pingsheng hadn't even set off yet when he saw that Homa Xian had already walked over in front of him, so He Pingsheng also hurriedly walked over. If you see something good, if you arrive early, you can make the first move. No? He Pingsheng walked to the front of the stalls over there and took a look. The things these chi refining stage disciples were selling were more or less the same. Pills, mainly the golden bone pills. At this time, no one would buy something like spirit gathering pills, because the spirit gathering pill was for cultivation. Who would come to the secret realm to cultivate? The golden bone pill was different. In case one suffered an injury inside the secret realm, this thing would be of great benefit if swallowed. Besides pills, there were also talismans. There were also some people selling all sorts of strange things. Both talismans and pills He Pingsheng was not lacking. Right now, he had 14 offensive talismans on him alone, and they were still the kind that had been strengthened. A single strike could kill any disciple in the chi refining stage. As for the golden bone dan, that was even less necessary. On He Pingsheng's body, there were 2 bottles and 24 grains of the best quality golden bone dan. Ordinary middle and lower grade also had some. It was enough to use. However, he ran into an acquaintance here. I can't say I'm an acquaintance. I can only say that I've met her before. It's the beautiful woman who sold talismans in the Horsehead Mountain Market. I didn't expect to run into her again here. She still set up a stall, selling talismans. Before He Pingsheng thought she was using a disguised talisman. So it is so beautiful. Now it seems that it should not be, because this disguised talisman is extremely precious, and also only 2 hours of validity. This woman, although rich, and how can use disguised talisman perennial keep the same appearance? 80% is people originally so beautiful it. This senior brother, do you want a talisman? The beautiful woman raised her head and glanced at He Pingsheng. It was really because he had been staring at someone else for half a day. He Pingsheng immediately made a big red face, sardonically touched his nose and said, no no no. Oh, the beautiful woman laughed and said, I know you. You bought my disguised talisman over at Horsehead Mountain before, didn't you? He Pingsheng did not expect the other party actually recognize him. His heart could not help but feel a burst of inexplicable excitement. Said, yes yes yes. After saying that, he cursed himself for being unproductive. Why am I actually excited like this when a beautiful disciple is talking to me? After saying that, He Pingsheng hurriedly accelerated his steps to leave and headed for another stall. Senior brother. Zhao Linger followed behind He Pingsheng and said, heart moved? He. I see the Taoist robes on her. She's a disciple of Heavenly Rune Mountain. He. And our Taixu Sect is also the right family. He Pingsheng's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to respond to Zhao Linger, and hurriedly pretended to look at something, casually squatting down on a stall. And with his hand, he copied a green jade slip and placed it towards his forehead. This was a gong method. Of course, there was only the outline here. The gong method was called copper skin and golden bone scripture. Looking at the introduction of the general outline, this was a technique that could refine the body, and after cultivating it, it would allow the body's defense to increase, turning it into that copper skin and golden bones, and after cultivating it to the extreme, it would even be able to resist the attacks of cultivators of the same rank without the use of external objects, using only the body. So strong? He Pingsheng was a bit moved. This senior brother, I have the complete body refining technique here. The stall owner was a Taoist nun who looked to be around 40 years old, and she looked at He Pingsheng with a kind face. He Pingsheng was also staggered. So old and still at the qi refining stage? But a little thought also made it seem normal. After all, there were not a few of those 70-year-old male disciples whose cultivation was still at the qi refining stage. Don't! Zhao Linger Dao grabbed that jade slip and said, Senior brother, your cultivation is not easy, so you should use all your energy to raise your cultivation. How can you go and die this kind of sidetrack? Cultivating this thing is too time-consuming. He Pingsheng, however, laughed and retook the gongfu from Zhao Linger's hands, saying, I want to try it. Waste of time? For others, it might really be a waste of time, but for He Pingsheng, it really wasn't a waste. He had practiced all 5 attributes together in order to get stuck in the realm, and now he was at the 7th level. With this, he was still afraid that his cultivation would break through fast. If he had this body refining technique to cultivate, wouldn't it just fill the spare time? Chapter 070 Gold and Silver Peach. Senior sister, how many spirit stones for this gongfu? He Pingsheng returned the general outline in his hand to the woman. The woman said, 300. What? He Pingsheng exploded at that moment. 300? So expensive? Those ordinary feats of various 5 elemental attributes were generally only 30 to 50 spirit stones apiece. This thing is 300? Coming up to 10 times that? Oh, the woman smiled and said, Senior brother, do not look at this thing as expensive. Expensive has expensive reason. Do not hide from you. This body refining gongfu and that refining god gongfu are very rare. If you see 100 gongfu in the cultivation world, you may not be able to have a body refining or god refining method. That's why it's expensive. And this one gongfu of mine not only has the qi refining stage, but also has a complete foundation establishment stage chapter. To buy it is to earn it. He Pingsheng said, 100 spirit stones. Although this thing of yours is rare, the reality is that the demand is also low. 100 cultivators may not be interested in this kind of gongfu. In one breath, the price was slashed by 2/3. The opposite Taoist nun was stunned. This senior brother, this is really too low. You're not even a waist cut. This one is cut to my heels. He Pingsheng said, I'm sorry, this is my limit. If you sell, I'll give you spirit stones. Any more? I can't do anything if I want to buy it, because I don't have enough spirit stones either. Okay. The Taoist nun waved her hand and said, 100 is 100. Here you go. She threw out a green jade slip. He Pingsheng shook out 100 spirit stones from within that 100 treasure pouch. Only then, in front of the woman, did he check up on the jade slip, and only after making sure that the gongfu inside was fine, did he put it away and arch his hand to leave. Senior brother, Zhao Linger asked, you're really planning on refining this thing? It's too much of a delay in cultivation. That's right. Su Kunlun followed. How can there be time for that? I now can't wait to break the 12 hours of the day into 24 hours of use. It's not even enough. Zhao Linger heard Su Kunlun's words and looked disdainful. I don't believe it. Tian Shaoqing said. I don't believe it either. If you want to say that 12 hours is not enough to sleep, I do believe it. Ha ha ha. He Pingsheng amused them. Well. Su Kunlun looked embarrassed and said, don't talk about me, Lao Jiao. This thing of yours, it's really too much of a waste of time. He Pingsheng said, didn't you guys say before, that when cultivating at this qi refining stage, you will eventually encounter a bottleneck, and my spiritual root qualification is very poor, so maybe when I get to the 10th level, I'll encounter a bottleneck. I plan on practicing this body refining technique until that time. After all, it's useless to cultivate at that time. Su Kunlun said, that makes sense. Zhao Linger said, I've heard that there's a spiritual fruit right here in the secret realm called the Gold and Silver Peach, which is a supreme treasure for body refining. He Pingsheng asked, what is a gold and silver peach? Zhao Linger said, it's a kind of spirit fruit. It's considered a first-grade spirit fruit. This fruit looks like it's glittering with a gold and silver texture from afar, but it doesn't promote cultivation. But if you devour it and then refine it with a body refining technique, you can achieve unexpected results. Saying this, she also rolled her eyes for a bit, then gently bumped He Pingsheng with her arm again. Lao Jiao, you wouldn't be foolish enough to think that this body refining technique, getting a technique would be able to refine the body, right? It requires auxiliary things. He Pingsheng was stumped. That's right. He really thought that as long as he practiced body refining feats, he would be able to achieve the effect of copper skin and iron bones. That's just it. Let's not talk about it. Zhao Linger said, let's go. Take a look in front. A certain stall was surrounded by quite a few people, but what shocked the crowd was that the owner of this stall was actually not a qi refining stage disciple. Instead, it was a Jindan old ancestor. Next to that Jindan stage old ancestor's stall, there were a few disciples guarding it. Gentlemen, our old ancestor is a Jindan stage powerhouse. He definitely won't lie to you. These maps, They are all maps drawn by the old ancestor after studying the messages left behind by countless predecessors. Want a copy? He Pingsheng understood, this was using the Jindan stage ancestor as an endorsement and then selling maps? The thing about maps, every sect had their own drawn. It was also drawn by summarizing the routes over the years, and although it was not complete, it was able to play a certain role. Do you want to buy a copy? Su Kunlun asked Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger asked, how much does this map cost per copy? A disciple in green Dao robes said, 600 spirit stones, hissing, this price. The crowd was directly dissuaded. No wonder they had to have a Jindan ancestor come over to endorse it. It turned out to be so dark. Forget it, Zhao Linger said. Master said that we don't have to go to the core area, so it doesn't matter if we want this map or not. Let's go. The four-member squad re-entered the Taixu Sect side. Then each person found a corner to sit down. He Pingsheng took out the jade slip that he had just bought and studied it, not to mention the main text. Just inside this general outline, there were many things to learn. After reading it once, He Pingsheng's understanding of this so-called body refining method also became clear. Body refining, as the name suggests, is to build your own body. The body will be refined into a treasure weapon, so that in the face of the enemy, in the same class can be invincible. The body refining needs the assistance of external objects. The general outline is said to be external supplement. Things that can be used for external supplementation can be divided into two categories. One category is such as gold and silver peach, this kind of heavenly treasure, after swallowing the body refining method to digest, can achieve the effect of strengthening the body, enhance the power. The second category is blood. To be precise, it was the essence blood of various demonic beasts, spiritual beasts, and even cultivators. Taking this kind of stuff externally, it could similarly strengthen the body and enhance strength. After reading the outline, He Pingsheng did not continue to learn cultivation. This was because he was going to put this copper skin and golden bone scripture inside the treasure pot to strengthen it before cultivating. Let's wait. There was no rush. Soon, several more days passed. Early this morning, 18 Foundation Establishment stage disciples wearing golden Taoist robes each took a step forward. Someone said, everyone, from now on, the secret realm opens. For a period of 1 month, all of you can go in, but be sure to return within a month. A disciple wearing a golden Dao robe looked at the crowd and exclaimed, I know there must be some among you who are thinking of not coming out when the secret realm is over, and just hiding inside to quietly cultivate. If you guys think like that, then there's no difference between you and looking for death, because once the secret realm is over, everyone must come out, otherwise, die. As for how to die, at that time, we will release a Jindan stage immortal pet to go in and decimate all the Qi refining stage disciples hiding inside, leaving no one behind. Chapter 071 Immortal Shoots. Disciples of the Taixu Sect, all come over here. A rough roar came from the distance. The crowd took a look and it was Elder Xian Yang of the Taixu Sect. Everyone arrived in front of Elder Xian Yang in a single breath. Line up. Whoever I call out to, come here, Elder Xian Yang said. Lotus Peak disciples come forward. Dozens of disciples from Lotus Peak all came before the elder with a crash. You few. Elder Xian Yang pointed to a group and said, come over here. 100 treasure bag per person. When you see the spirit grasses, bring them all back to me. Remember, even that lowest grade of spirit grasses, bring them back. Elder Xian Yang distributed a new 100 treasure bag to each person. He was afraid that the disciples would not have enough bags. After handing out the bags, Elder Xian Yang waved his hand, and the mana in his body transformed into a rice grain of light that fell, instantly holding up a boundary and wrapping up the 10 or so people in front of him. Go! Elder Xian Yang shouted, and this film of light then wrapped around the 10 or so people and flew up, then whooshed into the entrance of this secret realm. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm was opened, and it was a dark vortex. Next to it, there were constantly elders throwing their sect's disciples in one by one. This way of entering the secret realm was an eye-opener for He Pingsheng. A handful of disciples from Lotus Peak were thrown in, then it was Sunset Fall Peak, Chaoxia Peak. Finally, it was the turn of Xiuzhu Peak. Little fellows of Xiuzhu Peak, all come here. Elder Xuanyan's face was a bit white. After all, ferrying disciples into the secret realm with mana was also a physical endeavor. Sending in so many disciples in a row made him a bit exhausted. However, Elder Xian Yang was not displeased in any way. Go to. The disciples under the Jade Xian sect and the Jade Virtue sect were sent into them by him in a line. Old ancestor Xianyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at He Pingsheng, and said, phew, only the last one. Tired old man. This is even more tiring than fighting with someone. Come on you four. Old man Xianyang gave each of the 4 He Pingsheng a new 100 treasure bag and said, stand still Old man is only responsible for throwing you in. Turn around where you appear but not know. You four pull your hands tight. Don't be washed away by this spatial power. A film of light enveloped the four. Go to. Old ancestor Xianyang raised his foot and violently kicked on top of this film of light. And that white film of light whooshed and flew into the entrance of the secret realm with He Pingsheng's four people. The surrounding light darkened in an instant. It was as black as ink. He Pingsheng felt like he was traveling through a dark void, with the feeling of having sat in a teleportation array. There was no telling how long it had been before the light outside of this suddenly brightened. Then, bang 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 bang, four people landed on the ground as if they were stacked on top of each other. Damn, Zhao Linger cursed. Dead fatty. Su Kunlun, you get the hell out of my way. Pressured me to death. Tian Xiaoqing's face turned red. Senior He, you're crushing me. The two men simultaneously rose from the ground in a sorry state. The four men looked around. Each had a wary face. The sky was clear and cloudless. A large sun in the middle of the sky shook people's eyes with a blinding light. Surrounding them were endless mountains. The immortal spirit chi here could be considered dense to the extreme. A good place. He Pingsheng said, if I could cultivate here, I would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Come on. He Pingsheng's words just fell. Next to Su Kunlun then continued. Yours is a 5-element spiritual root. It's useless to give you even more dense aura. You can't suck at all Laojiu. He Pingsheng smiled awkwardly. That's right, that's the truth. Zhao Linger held her sword, looked around vigilantly, and said, under such a spiritual chi, there are bound to be many spiritual grasses in this secret realm, so let us go. Let us go look for spiritual grasses. Oh right, turn around no matter who gets the items. The four of us all 2 and 1 add 5, equally divided. Do you guys have any opinions? She looked at the remaining 3. The remaining 3 were all inferior to Zhao Linger in terms of cultivation, so naturally they all nodded in agreement. Tian Xiaoqing, however, took out a bottle from her 100 treasure pouch and poured out many seeds with a clatter. She grabbed a handful of seeds and casually threw them around. Senior sister, He Pingsheng said, these are the seeds of the 7-leaf spirit grass, right? Yes, Tian Xiaoqing said, sprinkle them here first, the spiritual chi here is so abundant. 30 years from now, this place will surely be able to give birth to a lush patch of 7-leaf spirit grass, and at that time, those who come after will be able to collect them. Su Kunlun gave a thumbs up and said, Senior sister Tian is righteous. Tian Xiaoqing gave him a blank look and said, where do you think so many spirit plants in this secret realm came from? Isn't it because the people before us planted the trees and the people after us multiplied them? If we only collected but didn't plant, wouldn't this secret realm have existed in name only? Before I came here, Master Teacher approached me alone and said that I should be responsible for throwing them all away. I still have a lot of seeds here. Let's go. The 4 of them were in this secret realm, traveling in pairs, and along the way, Tian Xiaoqing also sprinkled many seeds along the way. Because they were all chi refining stage disciples, they hadn't yet learned to fly with their imperial swords, so they could only walk in the middle of this secret realm. The good thing was that everyone was a cultivator, and with one step they were able to skim over a distance of a few feet, and walk very quickly, taking off and flipping between the mountains. It was like walking on the ground. However, after walking for about half an hour, the 4 of them did not come across any spiritual plants. Do you have a map? Let's see where we are now. He Pingsheng suggested. Zhao Linger said, I've already seen it. I can't see it just by relying on a map. It's better to walk around and confirm the characteristics of the area we're in first. After another half an hour, if we still can't find it, I'll use the flying crane to release it to take a look. Is walking between. Fatsu Kunlun suddenly excitedly raised his hand, said, look. What is that? He was extremely excited when he spoke. Spittle flew out. He Pingsheng turned his head violently and looked in the direction of Su Kunlun's finger. He only saw a green bamboo forest in the distance. Su Kunlun said, immortal bamboo. This is immortal bamboo. What a huge piece of immortal bamboo. Only then did the crowd react. Immortal bamboo. Immortal bamboo did not have any special value, but if it was an immortal bamboo that had just drilled out of the ground, at that time it was called immortal bamboo shoot. And this immortal bamboo shoot was one of the 4 materials for refining a first-grade chi-gathering pill. Go over there and take a look. The 4 of them ran furiously all the way to this bamboo forest, arriving at the edge of the bamboo forest to take a look. Hey, so many immortal shoots. Hundreds of immortal shoots sprouted up on the densely packed bamboo forest floor. This is a first-grade immortal grass. Don't freeze. 1 person to a side. Pick them all. Not a single one left. Chapter 072 Tiger-Striped Golden Bee. Stop. The few people who were digging bamboo shoots were directly shouted to stop by Zhao Linger. What's senior sister? Tian Xiaoqing asked. Not digging anymore? You guys look. Zhao Linger turned around and pointed. The crowd turned over and realized that a huge pile of immortal shoots had piled up behind them. Zhao Linger continued. Each of us only has 200 treasure bags, so we can't use them all to hold the immortal shoots, right? the crowd immediately went black. That's right. Everyone came to search for treasures. And if you get 2 bags of immortal bamboo shoots over there, honestly, even if you fill up this bag, you won't be able to sell 50 spirit stones. This kind of spiritual grass, it is relatively special. When refining the chi gathering pill, you don't need a whole immortal bamboo shoot. Let's put it this way. 1 immortal bamboo shoot is enough for dozens of furnaces of chi gathering dan. If the 4 people each got 2 pockets of immortal shoots to go back, wouldn't they be scolded to death by their master? Alright, Zhao Linger said. That's it. We'll split these and leave the rest regardless of him. Then the 4 of them began to split the bamboo shoots. Each person divided 10. With 10 immortal shoots thrown into the 100 treasure bag, they had filled the 100 treasure bag by half. Let's go. After dividing the immortal shoots, Zhao Linger said, next time, if you come across a first-grade spirit herb, you don't need to gather so much, just get a little bit. The key is, second-grade spirit grass. That's what's worth money. He Pingsheng nodded. Spirit grass was like this. 1 grade difference and the value could be sky-high. For example, the ordinary chi gathering pill material, because it was a first-grade material, even 10 copies could only be sold for 7 spirit stones. This was a first-grade spirit herb. And what about second grade? Take the pollen of the blazing sunflower, for example. Even if it was the lowest grade, a bottle could be sold for 100 or 10 spirit stones. The difference between first and second grade was really too much. Coming out of the bamboo forest, Tian Shaoqing asked, where are we going now? He Pingsheng raised his hand and pointed to a towering mountain in the distance, saying, there's a high mountain there. We can climb up and take a look. Climbing up and looking into the distance might be able to determine where we are in the secret realm at the moment. Zhao Linger nodded and said, this is fine. Su Kunlun nodded his head as well. I don't have a problem with that. Then let's go. He Pingsheng led the way forward. Half an hour later, the 4 of them ascended that high mountain. Great view. Standing at the top of the mountain, He Pingsheng couldn't help but sigh. Looking forward from his position, the rolling mountains in the distance were like a zigzagging line across the sky. Countless green vegetation covered it, in patches of orange and red, in patches of gold and yellow, in patches of lushness, and in patches of clear emerald. Behind it was a 100-foot cliff. Mountain spring water fell down, turning into a waterfall at the location of the cliff, and the location of the waterfall's fall point formed a turquoise clear pool. When the sunlight shone, the pool sparkled and shone in all directions. Bring the map and see what location this is? Zhao Linger looked towards Su Kunlun. Su Kunlun busily took out the map and handed it to Zhao Linger, but Zhao Linger looked at it for half a day, but she couldn't tell. It still couldn't determine the exact location of this place. Buzz buzz buzz. Just at this time, a buzzing sound like that of mortal bees suddenly came from the air. At first the crowd did not care, but after a few breaths, the buzzing sound grew louder and louder. Zhao Linger turned around, but she saw 2 finger-sized golden hornets not far behind her that were hovering in the void, staring at the 4. Chop! Zhao Linger didn't even think about it as she reached out and pulled out the sword in her hand, chopping out with a quick stroke. She was extremely fast. Only a flash of sword light could be seen, and the sword had already been inserted into her scabbard again. In the void, a golden bee was directly chopped into 2 pieces on the ground. Chop! Su Kunlun also raised his hand and chopped over. Unfortunately, he was not using a flying sword, but palm power. Perhaps it was because of his inept control of power. This strike not only failed to kill the hornet, but also allowed it to use its strength to fly away. Hey! Su Kunlun jumped up in anger, his obese body shaking like a spring. Damn! A hornet actually came to provoke me? Just as Su Kunlun was huffing and swearing, Zhao Linger squatted down and looked at the golden hornet corpse on the ground, her brows furrowing. She said, This is a tiger-striped golden wasp. The remaining 3 also curiously gathered around. Senior sister, what is a tiger-striped golden wasp? He Pingsheng asked. Zhao Linger said, it's an extremely powerful spirit bee. They contain intense poison. If they are stung by the tail stinger of this tiger-striped golden bee, even that 12th level of chi refining stage cultivation can only drink hate. There's actually this thing here? Let's just hurry and go? If we run into groups of these things, I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here. Go, Tian Shaoqing said. Then it's not too late. However, Zhao Linger said, there's no need to rush. Although this tiger-striped golden bee is terrifying, the bee syrup that the tiger-striped golden bee collects nectar from spiritual grasses and brews is a first-class heavenly treasure. After drinking this stuff, it allows disciples in the chi refining stage to instantly replenish the chi in their dantian. Legend has it that if the spiritual energy in the dantian is depleted, a single drop will replenish it back. So powerful? He Pingsheng's eyebrows trembled. Then this thing is an extreme heavenly treasure? According to that, miscellaneous records of cultivation, anything that could instantly restore spiritual energy in the body was a rare heavenly material treasure. Although this thing was low grade, it was definitely rare. It's more than that, Zhao Linger said. This, Tiger Stripe Golden Bee Paste, besides instantly restoring a Qi refiner's depleted Dantian, it also has two other effects. First, it can detoxify poison, and it can detoxify most poisons. Second, it can act as a harmonizing spirit liquid during alchemy. He Pingsheng nodded. He was more familiar with things like alchemy, especially when lower-level disciples were refining pills. They couldn't put the herbs directly in the Dan furnace to sizzle, otherwise they would instantly turn into flying ash. How to do it? To add water. To simmer in water. In fact, adding water was the most inferior method. The best concoction was not water, but various spiritual liquids. If the spiritual liquid was used to replace water to concoct the elixir would not only have a higher rate of completion, but the quality would also be on a higher level. However, this thing was more of a chicken rib for He Pingsheng, as he didn't need it. He had the treasure pot to directly strengthen the pills. Therefore, this Tiger Stripe Golden Bee syrup is extremely valuable. Zhao Linger continued. If the Master Sect knew that there was Tiger Stripe Golden Wasp pulp here, they would definitely spend a great deal of effort to come over and have their disciples collect it. So, senior disciples, a never-before-seen gravity surged on Zhao Linger's face. What I mean is, let's go search and find out where exactly the location of this hive is. If we're able to pick it, we'll be inviting heaven's luck. If we can't get it, it's good to record the location. Chapter 073, Fleeing for Her Life. Senior sister, be careful. 100 feet up the cliff face, Zhao Linger jumped up from a slightly raised rock on the cliff with a slight push of her feet. She crossed a distance of 3 feet by sticking to the cliff face and landed steadily on another raised stone 3 feet away. This protruding rock was so small that it could merely accommodate 1 foot to stand on. Clang! A clear sound of a sword coming out of its sheath. Zhao Linger pulled out her sword again while landing and inserted it into the stone wall next to her. The double insurance would ensure that she wouldn't fall down. Behind her, Tian Shaocheng, Su Kunlun, and He Pingsheng, one by one, jumped and crossed over along the path that Zhao Linger had just traveled. Don't look at Su Kunlun. He was a big fat guy, but he was moving deftly at the moment. Senior sister, see? Su Kunlun shouted. Zhao Linger in front turned her head and said, I see it. There's still about 50 feet in front of me. I'll look for the landing point a few more times and then I'll be able to go over. There's a mountain fissure over there. This nest of bees, they're all in that mountain crack. As Zhao Linger spoke, her feet slightly exerted force, and she made another vertical leap, then landed on a cliff projection 10 feet away. As soon as she jumped, the people behind her followed one after another. After 7 or 8 times like this, all 4 people jumped to a mountain crack. The landing spot here was large enough for the 4 people to accommodate themselves. Looking inside through the mountain crack, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Buzzing, buzz buzz buzz. From time to time, there were huge golden bees that flew from the distance and then flew into that mountain crack, or flew out of that fissure. Some of them ran to Zhao Linger's 4 people's side and were decisively cut down by her again. Remember them all. Zhao Linger had a serious look on her face. After we enter this cave later, one by one, all brace your defenses for me. The tiger-striped golden wasp is a first-level demonic beast. It isn't scary by itself. Its attack power is also very weak. It's not as good as a 2nd or 3rd level Qi refiner, but what's great about them is the poisonous stinger on top of their tail. This thing has intense toxicity. As long as it's stabbed, even that 12th level Qi refining stage cultivator will have to drink here. Zhao Linger stretched out 2 white fingers and said, our purpose this time is to collect the tiger-striped golden wasp pulp. It's better if we can get it. If we can't, we don't have to be particularly demoralized. But there are 2 things to remember for me. First, if the swarm attacks on a large scale, immediately stop taking the treasure and return to escape. Understand? She didn't rush to say the second point, but instead looked at the 3 people in front of her. He Pingsheng, Su Kunlun, and Tian Shaocheng nodded their heads. Zhao Linger continued. Second point, if a large-scale swarm of bees surrounds us and we can't escape even if we flee, please immediately crush the jade talisman in your hand. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. As she spoke, Zhao Linger even took out her own jade talisman. Do you hear me? The 3 people in front of them spoke in unison, saying, hear that. Good. Zhao Linger said, follow me. Bang. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Linger took out a silver-colored shield. The shield was held open with 3 layers of prohibitions by her mana, and it was actually a top-grade magic weapon. The circular, silver-colored shield wrapped Zhao Linger's entire body. With this, she still had one hand free, squeezing the jade token. Bang. Bang bang. Next to her, He Pingsheng, Su Kunlun, and Tian Shaocheng also each held up their shields. He Pingsheng's shield was propped up with the extremely high-grade magic weapon, Greenwood Shield. There were 4 layers of prohibitions, so He Pingsheng's shield was also the strongest amongst the few of them. When he was on Xiuzhu Peak, He had been designed by Linglong and almost died in the mouth of that golden python, and at that time, He Pingsheng had once used the Greenwood Shield, an extremely high-grade magic weapon, to defend himself, so taking it out again at this time wouldn't seem out of place. It was because everyone knew that he had an extremely high-grade defense shield. This thing was a supreme treasure in the eyes of Qi refining stage disciples, but in the eyes of those foundation establishment stage and Jindan stage disciples, it was worthless. Therefore, there wouldn't be anyone who would really miss it. The four of them walked into the cold and damp cave. The cave was not too big and not too small, with a diameter of about a zhang or so. Buzzing. Soon, there were tiger-striped golden wasps flying over. A wasp that suddenly landed right on top of He Pingsheng's light membrane, but it didn't matter. This one wasp didn't cause any effect on the light membrane. Hurry up, Zhao Linger said. They've already found us. We have to get in and out. Quickly, the four people ran through the cave, but it was from this moment that a steady stream of tiger-striped golden bees flew in. In the beginning, there were only one or two, but after 20 or so breaths, it was swarms of golden bees flying in. Buzzing, hundreds of them swooped towards the top of the four light membranes. The light membranes that were held open all had a sinking feeling. Senior sister, it can't be done, Tian Shaoqing said. I don't know how far ahead, but these golden bees are getting more and more. What should we do? I can't even hold out a bit longer. Zhao Linger's face didn't look good either, saying, it's us who miscalculated. I didn't think there would actually be so many golden bees inside. How about this? We can't continue to venture forward. Go out first. Go out and think of a way to transfer the tiger away from the mountain. First think of a way to lure the golden bees away from this cave. Then come in to get the wasp pulp. Zhao Linger was also decisive, and directly turned around and left after she finished speaking. The remaining three followed closely behind. As a result, something that made the four people unexpected happened. Buzzing, countless golden bees were like a golden cloud that flew out of the cave. Again, they rushed over like flowing water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Kunlun directly burst out a foul mouth. Said, elder sister, quickly run. Too much. Can't hold it up. The four people's feet accelerated, like the wind, and after only a few breaths of time, they swished out of the cave. The bees in the back were not very fast, but just after leaving the cave, the four people were immediately dumbfounded. Outside the cave there was only a platform about 10 feet in size, and beyond the platform were all cliffs. Although the four people were cultivators, they had not yet reached that foundation establishment stage, so it was naturally impossible for them to fly away with their swords. How to do? They could only follow the original path and jump away from the top of the cliff. This is laborious. Paper crane, Zhao Linger shouted. Quickly inspire the paper crane. But as soon as the words fell, before the crowd could take out only, they saw countless golden bees swooping over, buzzing, above the four light membranes. All of them were covered with golden bees, thousands and thousands of them, looking at people's scalp numb. At this time, even if one took out a paper crane and inspired it, what could one do? These golden wasps would only need a very short period of time to devour this layer of defense light membrane cleanly. At that time, even if they were on the paper crane, they would still be stung and poisoned by the golden bees. What should we do? Chapter 074, Water Transportation. Falling alone. Oh, dead. I'm going to die. What to do? Tian Shaoqing scratched her ears anxiously. She looked at the light membrane outside her body. The outside of the light membrane had been covered with densely packed golden bees, and it was impossible to see what was going on outside. She couldn't see the sky. She couldn't see the sun. She couldn't see her senior sister and her two junior brothers, and she could only see the light above the light membrane getting dimmer and dimmer. At this rate, in less than 10 breaths, this light membrane would inevitably shatter. Take it easy. He Pingsheng also couldn't see anyone else, but he was still relatively calm. Senior sister, senior brother, outside the cliff is the void, and about 100 feet away below is a deep pool. My thought is, let's jump from here, but we won't necessarily be killed by the fall, right? Everyone was a cultivator at the late Qi refining stage, and under ordinary circumstances falling from 100 feet cliff might kill them, but with the water pool below, they definitely wouldn't fall to their deaths. That wouldn't be the case. Su Kunlun's voice came out, but 80% will break their legs. Zhao Linger said, I don't know how to use water, and I don't have a water escape spell, so if I fall into the water and break a leg, I'll definitely die. Tian Shaoqing said, I can't either. I don't know water either. What to do? I'm going to die. I can't help it. Bang! A crisp sound came out. It was the sound of a jade talisman being crushed. Senior brother. Senior sister. I'm leaving. Swoosh. 3 breaths later, Tian Shaoqing was directly teleported away. He Pingsheng said, don't leave jump down with me. I know the water escape technique. Zhao Linger said, no, I'm afraid of heights. Junior brother, turn around and get the treasure. Give us some. Click. Zhao Linger's jade tablet shattered. Senior. Brother, I'm leaving too. Click. Su Kunlun's jade token also crushed. In an instant, the three of them left. He Pingsheng was the only one left at the cave entrance. Leave, or stay? He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then immediately made a decision. He leapt up and stepped forward a distance of 10 feet. Then the whole person was like a stone, carrying the huge light membrane, and the countless tiger-striped golden bees on top of the light membrane, falling down towards the bottom of the cliff. A height of 100 feet was still very high. A sense of vertigo came. 2 breaths later, some light was cast over from above that light membrane around He Pingsheng's body. Many tiger-striped golden bees flew away. Another breath passed. Bang! He Pingsheng landed in the middle of the turquoise pool of water, stirring up a good-sized wave. Intense pain came from above that left leg that was the first to touch the water, accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound. 100 feet in height. It was still too high. It was a height of more than half a mile. Falling from this height wouldn't kill a person. But He Pingsheng's left leg was struck by the huge impact because it landed on the water first, and the bone cracked a gap. Ah! He let out a loud cry, and his entire body fell into the deep water. Fortunately, it was only his left leg that was injured. The rest of the place didn't matter. Moreover, after sinking into the water, that swarm of tiger-striped golden wasps didn't continue to chase them over. After all, they didn't have diving instincts. Unfortunately, He Pingsheng's greenwood shield, with 4 layers of forbidden restrictions, had fallen in the deep water. It couldn't be found for a while. Transportation. He Pingsheng forced himself to endure the pain and immediately executed the non-water transportation method. His body was like a swimming fish, instantly swept through dozens of feet of distance under the water, and swam downstream towards the current. He swam for half an incense stick before he dared to reveal the surface of the water. This place is already several miles away from the cliff. Naturally there won't be any tiger-striped golden bee. He Pingsheng dragged his wet body and a wounded leg to the shore. Looking around, he realized that this place was quite peaceful. He found a fairly flat boulder, then took out the formation materials and simply sketched out an excellent grade 1 formation on top of the boulder. Defense formation. With this defense formation, there would be no worries for the time being. This thing can defend against any chi refining stage cultivator or demonic beast. After everything was set up, He Pingsheng took out a green jade bottle from his storage bag. Opening the jade bottle, he took out a blood-red pill, the golden bone pill, and the quality was extreme. An extreme quality golden bone pill was swallowed. He Pingsheng then sat quietly in the defense formation, waiting for his body to be repaired, because the elixir was of extreme quality. It was quick. After about an incense stick of work, the injury on his leg was repaired as good as new. It was that magical. After tossing and turning, it was getting late. He Pingsheng didn't have the intention of continuing the treasure hunt, but instead just prepared to spend the night here. Shui Ping Mountain. On the huge square. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 consecutive white lights flashed. Su Kunlun, Tian Shaocheng, and Zhao Linger then appeared in the square. Ha 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 ha. Taixu Sect. It's the disciples of the Taixu Sect. Old Xian Yang. You've lost. Ha ha ha. The 3 had just appeared in the square when they heard voices coming from the side. Turning their heads, they saw their own ancestor, Elder Xian Yang, looking at them with a pitch-black face. It turned out that several sect elders had gotten together to make a bet to see whose disciple would be the first to be teleported out. I never thought that it would actually be a disciple of the Taixu Sect, Xian Yang exasperatedly said. This is only less than a day. The 3 of you, how can you be so stupid? Ah, encountered what? Zhao Linger said. Old ancestor, is sorry, disciples know the error. The 3 hurriedly knelt on the ground. Xian Yang said, don't kneel, tell me, what's going on? Yes, Zhao Linger said, disciple. A few people ran into that tiger-striped golden wasp, was chased by tens of thousands of wasps. There was no escape, so they could only, what? Tiger-striped golden wasp? Where? Hearing these 4 words, the surrounding elders jumped up one by one. This was a good thing, although they couldn't use it. In the hands of lower-ranked disciples, this tiger-striped golden wasp syrup was a supreme marvelous product. It was even a good blending spirit liquid for alchemy. Shut up! Elder Xian Yang saw that the matter was important, and hurriedly said solemnly, don't say any more. You 3, follow me. He led the 3 people hurriedly came to a remote place, and then waved his hand between holding open a boundary to cover the 3 people. Said, well, tell me, where you found the tiger-striped golden wasp? If you know the specific place, the next time the secret realm opens, you can give a method to deal with it and specifically let the disciples go here to get the bee pulp. Although the secret realm is everyone's, but the locations of the treasures explored by the major sects were still hidden from each other. This kind of thing, it was normally impossible to share it out. I don't know. Zhao Linger shook her head. We haven't figured out where that is yet? Looking at Xian Yang's gloomy face, Zhao Linger hurriedly said, But elder, don't worry, little senior brother is still inside. Wait for him to come out. Ask him and you'll know. Chapter 075 9 Poisons Refining Golden Body. Night came. The moon rose. He Pingsheng lay on that huge stone slab and tilted his head to look at the moon in the void. Previously, he knew that this secret realm was covered by a high-level grand formation, and thought that he wouldn't be able to see the sun or the moon in this secret realm. But after coming in, he realized that there were both. There is a sun and a moon here, and there are even more stars. Then, can the moonlight here condense the moonlight and thus strengthen the treasures? Give it a try. With a wave of his hand, He Pingsheng took out that treasure-gathering basin from his body and then carefully placed it by his side. At the same time, a jade slip was also thrown into it by him. This jade slip, which was purchased above the temporary trade fair in the square before the opening of the secret realm, was a body refining technique called copper skin and golden bone scripture. I don't know what it will be like after strengthening it. He Pingsheng couldn't sleep, so he stared at the basin silently. Next to him, the moonlight coalesced and a wisp of it came towards the basin. He Pingsheng was instantly delighted. It seems that the moon and sun seen here are not illusions, but are real. Great. So even in this secret realm, one can still strengthen items. Looking at it, He Pingsheng fell into a deep sleep. Once he woke up, it was already early morning. Hurrying to look into the basin. Inside the dark ceramic basin, there were 2 jade slips lying quietly. A red color, 1 green color. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and put away the treasure basin, then took out the 2 jade slips with a look of anticipation. He first pressed the red jade slip to his forehead. Body refining technique. Name, Fire Bathing Golden Body Technique. Grade, Heavenly Rank. Length, Qi Refining Chapter. Foundation Building Chapter. Jindan Chapter. Yuaning Chapter. And God Transformation Chapter. A total of 5 chapters. He Pingsheng slightly read the general outline. When cultivating this technique, one needs to use the power of fire from the outside world to toughen oneself and eventually become a copper skin and iron bones. And if one has practiced it to the complete realm, one can use one's physical body to resist the blows of a treasure weapon of the same rank. For example, Qi Refining Stage. If you can put this Qi Refining chapter to repair to the perfect, then do not need any treasure. On the physical body, will be able to carry Qi Refining Stage 12 layer of disciples of the force of a blow. It could even block the power of a strike from a Qi Refining Stage disciple using a magic weapon. It was that strong. Great! He Pingsheng's heart was on fire as he looked at this gongfu. This was much better than that copper skin and golden bone scripture from before. The only drawback was that the cultivation process was extremely time-consuming and painful. He Pingsheng put away the red jade slip and picked up the green jade slip. Before looking at the green jade slip, he had almost made up his mind that he would cultivate this fire-bathing golden body technique in the future. But after he saw the green jade slip, He Pingsheng's thoughts changed again. What was recorded in this green jade slip was also a body refining method. Name, 9 Poison Alchemy Golden Body. Grade, Heavenly Grade. Length, Qi Refining. Foundation Building, Jindan. Yuanying, Divine Transformation. Void Refining. Harmonization. Mahayana. And Feathering. A total of 9 chapters. Hissing. After seeing this body refining technique, He Pingsheng was directly numb. There were all of them. From the Qi refining stage, to the time of feathered ascension, there were all of them. So many? Voodoo. And He Pingsheng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, then took a deep breath and continued to read the general outline. Inside the general outline, not only was there an explanation and overview of this gongfu, there were even some introductions and descriptions. Through the general outline, He Pingsheng also understood the horror of this gong method. It was used to refine the body through various poisons. 9 poisons to refine the golden body. This word 9 was not absolute. Rather, it was an imaginary number. For example, right now, if He Pingsheng wanted to cultivate this first Qi refining chapter, he would have to first find a poison dan of a Qi refining stage demonic beast to come. Then by practicing this 9 poison alchemy body dharma, he would fuse the poisonous dan of the first stage demonic beast into his body. In this way, this body refining could reach the first layer of the Qi refining chapter. After reaching the first layer, the cultivator could have a special talent, poison avoidance. It could also be said to be invulnerable to 100 poisons. Of course, it was bragging to say that 100 poisons were invulnerable, but 100 poisons at the same level was still relatively accurate. Once one cultivated the Qi refinement chapter, then the poison of any demonic beast in the Qi refinement stage would be ineffective against He Pingsheng. Similarly, by the time one had cultivated to the first level of the foundation establishment chapter, any toxicity from a foundation establishment stage demonic beast would also be perfectly defended against. Although high-level toxicity could not be completely defended against, it could also greatly weaken the toxicity and not be poisoned to death. It was that counterintuitive. Of course, if one wanted to cultivate this technique well, one would need a very large number of poison pills. After all, There were as many as 12 layers in a single qi refining chapter. For each layer, a massive amount of poison dan was needed to pile it up, and it was only when one reached the 12 layers that one could be considered to have perfected the qi refining chapter. So here's the question, what is a poisonous elixir? In the cultivation world, within all demonic beasts, there are dawn, and this kind of dan is known as the demon dan. Demon dan is similar to the gene dan in the body of a human cultivator, and basically it will only coalesce after it has been cultivated to the third level of the great demon, which is equivalent to the gene dan stage of the human race. And those demonic beasts that had severe poison in their bodies had a dan called poison dan, in addition to the demon dan. The poison dan didn't need to be up to the third level great demon. Certain first level refining stage demonic beasts had it. He Pingsheng knew that right here in the secret realm, there were many grade 1 demonic beasts distributed, and there was no lack of highly poisonous things among them. For example, the tiger-striped golden bee that he encountered before is a kind of poisonous demonic beast. But for something like the tiger-striped golden bee, it has a very small poison pill. Which one to choose? He Pingsheng's eyes shrunk slightly as he pondered. If one were to look at the results, one would definitely have to refine this 9 poison alchemy body. Because of the same body refining, this 9 poison alchemy gold body could not only refine the body to the level of hard resistance to treasure weapons, but it could also be invulnerable to all poisons. So surely this is good. It's it. He Pingsheng finally picked up the green jade slip. Cultivating the 9 poison alchemy body had another benefit, which was that it could be refined now, sneakily catching a few tiger-striped golden bees and beheading them, then taking out their poisonous pills can be refined. As long as one was initiated, they could be refined to the point of being invulnerable to all poisons. In this way, one would be able to carry the bites of these golden bees into that cave and thus take out the tiger-striped golden wasp syrup. Great! Simply the perfect arrangement. Phew! He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then loaded all the items into his storage bag and took a step out of the formation, but did not collect the formation. He Pingsheng left his original spot with a few jumps and went in the direction of that tiger-striped golden bee's nest again. This time, it wasn't to walk into the nest to get the tiger-striped golden wasp pulp, but to get the poison pill. Around the cliff, through the mountain forest, He Pingsheng walked for half an hour before he reached the place where the tiger-striped golden wasp was previously found. After staying for about an incense stick's worth of effort, he heard a buzzing sound coming from his ears. He Pingsheng didn't dare to be careless and turned his head fiercely to lock onto a tiger-striped golden wasp in the void. Chop! He sacrificed his flying sword and chopped down with precision. A golden wasp was instantly chopped in half and landed on the ground. Chapter 07600 Poisons, Bee Syrup in Hand. He Pingsheng didn't dare to approach the cave entrance where the tiger-striped golden wasps were gathered, but instead just wandered around. After killing the 5 golden bees, he sacrificed his paper crane and rode it down the cliff in a single leap, heading towards where he had set up the formation. Back in the formation, He Pingsheng took out the bodies of the 5 golden wasps and carefully cut them one by one. The tiger-striped golden wasps were very large, the size of a finger, so the poison pills picked out from each of the tiger-pattern golden wasp's body were also the size of a mortal soybean. Turquoise and green. 5 poison pills. Try it. He Pingsheng put the poison pills into a jade bottle, then took out the turquoise jade slip again. 9 poison alchemy golden body. The first step was not to devour the poison pills, but to first skill up this 9 poison alchemy golden body's qi refining chapter. Body refining was different from qi refining. The various techniques of qi refining were all about introducing spiritual energy from outside the body into one's own flesh and skin, from the flesh and blood into the meridians, and then walking through the meridians to refine it, and finally returning it to the dantian. Body refining is not. With the body refining technique, it wasn't the meridians that ran, it was the blood veins. All the venom was drawn into the blood veins and then refined using a specific route of operation. After refining, the venom would be integrated into one's flesh and blood. On the one hand, it would quench the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, and on the other hand, it would be able to achieve the goal of being invulnerable to all poisons. Therefore, one must first learn to run the blood veins. In about half a day's work, He Pingsheng was able to turn his blood veins round and round as he wished in accordance with this 9 poisons alchemy golden body method. At this time, without hesitation, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed a poison pill. The poisonous elixir entered his abdomen through his mouth and then digested in his stomach. In the end, the venom was then absorbed by the blood in the stomach and transferred into the blood veins. He Pingsheng felt that his entire body was numbed by the poison. It was now impossible for him to even walk. It was good that he was able to pull the blood veins to run with his divine thoughts. Rumbling, the blood veins in his body, on top of running along the original route, made a slight change under He Pingsheng's traction. He wrapped countless toxins and traveled all over his body as the blood ran. Once, twice, 3 times. At sunset, after spending more than half a day's effort, He Pingsheng finally refined all the toxins in his blood. Put. He opened his mouth violently and spat out a green smoke. 9 Poison Alchemy Golden Body. The first layer of the Qi Refinement chapter. Completed. This is 100 poisons? He Pingsheng was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, melting a small poison pill would now make him invulnerable to 100 poisons. Of course, this so-called invulnerability to 100 poisons wasn't really immunity to 100 poisons. He was just immune to all poisons in the same realm. If a Foundation Establishment stage poison came over, He Pingsheng would definitely still not be able to carry it. Again, He Pingsheng didn't take the risk of charging directly towards the hive. Instead of leaving, he sat down on his knees once again and continued to melt the poison pills. After a night's work, He Pingsheng fused 3 more of the remaining 4 poison pills. His poison resistance was further strengthened, and because of the progress of this body refining technique, He Pingsheng could feel the increase in his skin's toughness right now. It's truly magical awe. He Pingsheng touched his skin, greeted the sunrise, and walked out of the formation. It was time to try out this so-called 100 poisons. He took out a paper crane and sacrificed it, then instantly soared over 100 feet of cliff and landed at the entrance of that tiger-striped golden bee's nest. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately, a finger-sized tiger-striped golden wasp flew at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng didn't dodge, nor did he decapitate the golden wasp. Instead, he allowed the golden wasp to take a bite on his neck. After biting it, the tiger-striped golden wasp flew away. Without flying 3 feet away, the golden bee snapped and fell to the ground, dead. After the golden bee stung someone, it would die itself. He Pingsheng didn't feel much, just felt a headache on his neck when the golden bee stung him. Then it was gone. There wasn't a single sign of poisoning. It's really heaven-defying. He took a deep breath and muttered, "It's actually true that you can be invulnerable to the poisons of a grade 1 demonic beast." At this point, He Pingsheng had no more worries. With a movement of his feet, his body transformed into a gust of wind toward that cave. Open. Between walking, He Pingsheng's fire attribute spiritual energy surged within his body, and immediately, 3 fire crows coalesced and flew around his body in a rotating fashion. On the one hand, it could be used for illumination. After all, the divine thoughts of Qi refining stage disciples were weak, and using divine thoughts was far less direct than using sight. Secondly, it could be used as a slight defense against golden wasps. Golden bees are afraid of fire. After walking a few dozen feet forward, a large number of golden bees came out and flew towards He Pingsheng. Although now he had the function of being invulnerable to all poisons, when he saw this dense swarm of bees, his heart was still weak, so He Pingsheng directly took out a talisman, the Stubborn Stone Talisman, Tenacious Stone Talisman, obtained by using a first-grade, Earth Shield Talisman, to strengthen it. This defense was even more powerful than the Greenwood Shield that He Pingsheng had before. Topping the Tenacious Stone Talisman, he charged all the way forward. The golden wasps densely covered the entire Tenacious Stone Talisman, and He Pingsheng could only use his divine thoughts to recognize the direction this time. After walking about 100 feet further in this way, He Pingsheng smelled a strange fragrance. Then, an incomparably large beehive appeared in front of him. In the middle of the hive, there was honey and bee jelly again. With a bang, He Pingsheng took the initiative to put away that Tenacious Stone Talisman, and then the densely packed golden bees stung towards him with no desire to die. He Pingsheng completely ignored it and directly reached out to start taking the bee pulp. There was a lot of honey, but very little bee pulp. He Pingsheng didn't care about the honey. He just took out all the bee pulp inside, and almost took a gourd in total. This gourd is very large. Held in the hand weighed, there are 10 pounds. Gone. He Pingsheng once again propped up the Tenacious Stone Talisman. A wave of the hand collected the thousands of golden bee corpses on the ground, and then whoosh into the void, riding a paper crane to leave, back to his own defense array. By this time, he was swollen all over. Because of the swelling, all of his features had changed shape. Although he was invulnerable to all poisons, and the poison of those golden bees was not enough to kill He Pingsheng, there were too many golden bees after all. He Pingsheng sat on his knees in his own formation, and then the blood in his body ran for 2 weeks according to the 9 poisons refining golden body technique, and the swelling on his body subsided. Only then did He Pingsheng have the time to take out the gourd of tiger-striped golden wasp syrup. It was heavy, a large gourd. This gourd was originally an ordinary thing used by the common people in the mortal world, and He Pingsheng had nothing to bring on his body, but only for the convenience of getting water. After all, he didn't know when he was going to make pills. It was also just right to use it to hold bee pulp now. Opening the gourd, it was almost full of white bee pulp. He Pingsheng copied a drop and put it into his mouth. The flavor of this bee pulp was very special. It was somewhat sour, sweet, and at the same time had some astringent discomfort. However, amidst these flavors, a strange fragrance was revealed, a very strong fragrance of flowers and fruits. Chapter 077, Strong Words. Now is not the time. Let's wait for the night time to strengthen it. He Pingsheng put away the gourd, then closed the formation and neatly put away the formation materials again. Afterwards, he shot up into the sky on a wing of a paper crane and flew away from the side of this valley's water pool. There was no purpose. He Pingsheng flew away aimlessly. However, he was firmly memorizing the location where he had just discovered the tiger-striped golden wasp, and after about half an hour's time, he finally saw an iconic landmark. Here, this should be the 1,000-Pillar Mountain. He Pingsheng, who was sitting on a paper crane, muttered as he looked at a massive mountain at his feet. The 1,000 Pillars Mountain. The mountain had 1,000 peaks standing in a forest, each of which stood like a pillar between the heavens and the earth, and it was spectacular to see at a glance. This was a wondrous sight in the secret realm. It only existed as a geographical marker so as to recognize the direction, and there was no treasure coming from the vicinity of this 1,000 Pillars Mountain. He Pingsheng took out his pen and simply sketched on the paper, recording the general location of the tiger-striped golden bee in the direction of the 1,000 Pillar Mountain, and then turned the paper crane and flew all the way to the north. About 500 miles north from the 1,000 Pillar Mountain was the core area of this secret realm. The core of the secret realm was a huge lake, and in the middle of the lake was a small island. In the water around the island grew an extremely magical heavenly treasure called the Water Yuan Spirit Apricot. According to Su Kunlun and Zhao Linger, this thing was the perfect choice for chi refining stage disciples to break through their bottlenecks. He Pingsheng himself knows his own weight and understands his own talent, and it is a certainty that he will encounter a bottleneck in the future. So this is something that he definitely aspires to obtain. The paper crane flew in less than half an incense stick's worth of effort, and arrived right above a valley. Looking down from high above, He Pingsheng realized that there was a reddish-red plant in this valley. This is... He Pingsheng's body trembled in shock. He knew this thing even if it turned to dust, the blazing sunflower. It hadn't been a short time since he had dealt with this thing. Down. As he spoke, He Pingsheng didn't hesitate to pilot the paper crane in a single flight and landed in this valley. The blazing sunflower was a second-grade spirit herb, and its pollen could be sold for a considerable amount of money after it was ground up. Naturally, he couldn't miss it when he saw it. In the deep valley sandwiched between two mountains, there was a blazing aura. Next to the place where the fiery sunflower grew, the earth seemed to have cracked open, in which fire attribute power kept gushing out. He Pingsheng walked to the side and hooked his head to take a look, only to see a reddish color in the cracks of the earth, dazzling the eyes. No wonder blazing sunflowers can grow here. He Pingsheng's heart realized, it turned out that it was because there was an earth fire outcropping. Otherwise this thing, the blazing sunflower, could never have appeared here. He turned his head to take a look and realized that the area of this blazing sunflower was huge, distributed along the cracks in the earth. It was more than 10 times more than the number of blazing sunflowers of the Deadwood realm that he had seen in the Spirit Medicine Valley back then. Many of the flowers had piles of pollen in them. It was a good time to collect them. As a veteran flower picker, He Pingsheng immediately took out his tools and began to collect the pollen of the blazing sunflowers. The blazing sunflower here not only had a high pollen yield, but also a high quality. It actually reached the middle grade. However, He Pingsheng didn't have any obsession with quality. Anything of lower grade was fine. After all, this thing could be placed in the treasure pot to be strengthened. After about 2 hours of light, He Pingsheng had collected 14 bottles of pollen. According to the price given by the Horsehead Mountain Market Chamber of Commerce earlier, for a mid-grade blazing sunflower, a bottle was 300 spirit stones. These 14 bottles, that's more than 4,000. It's a great deal. He Pingsheng was so happy that he couldn't stop talking, turn around and use the treasure pot to strengthen it, and then wait for the quality to be lowered to mid-grade to sell. That's a full 8,000 spirit stones. Just when He Pingsheng was full of joy, a paper crane suddenly swept across the sky. He Pingsheng frowned slightly, subconsciously waved his hand and collected all the collected pollen. At this time, the paper crane whooshed down to the ground. 2 cultivators came down from above, a man and a woman. The two were wearing dark purple Taoist robes. On the cuffs of the Taoist robes, the word, Zhuan, was embroidered. The 2 divine thoughts, without any courtesy, swept towards He Pingsheng. Damn! The man had a gloomy face and said, I didn't expect to be picked over. The woman's expression was serious to the extreme, her eyes staring at He Pingsheng like cold ice. Since the other party was nonchalant, He Pingsheng naturally wouldn't be polite either, and his divine thoughts swept over as well. The 2 cultivation levels of the other party still quite surprised him. The woman was at the 10th level of the chi refining stage, while the man was at the 11th level of the chi refining stage. It was too much higher than him. Seeing the cultivation of the other party, He Pingsheng first communicated his divine thoughts to the storage bag. In the storage bag, that tenacious stone talisman had been silently transferred to his hand. Once the other party attacked, the first time can be sacrificed for defense. First, he would be invincible, and then look for an opportunity to counterattack. After killing the 2 Black Wind brothers, now facing this kind of scene, although He Pingsheng's heart was still thumping and nervous to the extreme, he was not as frazzled as before. This senior brother is a disciple of the Taixu Sect, right? The man took a deep breath and held back the anger in his heart, arched his hand towards He Pingsheng and said, I am a disciple of the cultivation family. Jiu Mountain, Zhuang family. That's right. He Pingsheng took 3 steps back and said, I am a disciple of the Taixu Sect. Senior disciple. The man said, all of the blazing sunflower pollen here has been collected by senior brother as much as possible, but senior brother doesn't realize that the blazing sunflower here was planted by my Zhuang family's previous ancestor, 30 years ago. That's right. The woman in the back took a step forward, slightly raised the sword in her hand towards He Pingsheng, and said, senior brother doesn't know. 60 years ago, my Zhuang family disciples discovered that this place where the earth's fire was out of the dew was suitable for the growth of the blazing sunflower, but at that time, they didn't bring the seeds of the blazing sunflower with them, and so 30 years ago, when the secret realm was opened, my Zhuang family planted the blazing sunflower here. I was planning to come and pick them this time when the secret realm opened, but I didn't want to be intercepted by senior brother. Senior brother, this place is owned by my Zhuang family. Please return the pollen to us. Considering the hard labor of senior brother, you can keep a bottle. But, the woman added, in order to avoid your hiding of your personal belongings, senior brother, you also have to hand over your 100 treasure pouch for us to check. Don't worry, we'll only check the blazing sunflower pollen. We won't move half of anything else even if it's good. As he spoke, the man and woman unfolded their figures and suddenly moved to block He Pingsheng. The two of them were one on the left and one on the right. They were afraid that He Pingsheng would suddenly escape. Indeed, He Pingsheng could not suddenly escape. If he wanted to escape, he would have to use either a paper crane or a cloud-penetrating boat. But these two items, both need a few breaths of time to inspire. He simply didn't have this time.